Chapter 101, Taga. Once Sophia finished dealing with the human army, she decided to leave the battlefield together with Maya, to get a change of scenery. Remembering the nearby beast folk city called Taga they saved, the two headed there without ever regrouping with the king and his men. Ugh, now that I think about it, what are we going to tell the people in the city? Sophia had no problems finding their destination thanks to her detection magic, but entering the place was an entirely different matter. They definitely know about the war thingy, and when they see a tiger girl coming from that very direction. Next time you change races, go for something less complicated, okay? I'll keep that in mind. Not that I'm planning to. I've gotten way too fond of this version of me. Maya gave a satisfied nod. She, too, liked it. How about we act as messengers of the king who sent us ahead of time to tell the city that the war is over? You're a genius. I have my moments. After deciding on a story, the two quickly reached the city gates of Taga. As expected, a whole group of guards was standing there while seemingly being on high alert. They most likely added up the numbers just in case something might have happened. What are you girls doing out here? One of the guards noticed them and panicked. Don't you know what's currently going? He stopped talking after taking a better look at Sophia. Yes, we do know. To be more exact, we are coming from the battlefield. As usual, Maya was doing the more complicated talking. She's better at it, after all. I see, and escorting a member of the esteemed tiger family, your words are credible, but we didn't expect a messenger so early. Don't tell me something happened? Just in case, we already prepared for evacuation, so dash. Calm down. Sophia interrupted him. Remember, we only faced against humans. Do you have that little faith in us? Oh, of course not. The guard, a brown-haired guy of the dog beast folk, who seemed to be in his early 20s, winced under the tiger's cold voice and glare. Please excuse my rudeness. This absolutely wasn't my intention. We're just surprised that you're here already. We calculated it would take around 2 to 3 days. Sophia took a deep breath to calm down. No, I should apologize. I'm still a little tense from the events. I tend to lose my temper when humans are involved. It was a wise decision to prepare an evacuation plan in the off chance something goes wrong. Anyway, there's no need for any of that. Maya came back to the point. The humans are already defeated. We came to deliver the message that the war is over. Already? Isn't that way too fast? Our survey said the human army was multiple thousand men strong. No matter how much you pile it up, trash remains trash. She still hadn't entirely calmed down. Sophia. I mean, they weren't much of a threat, and it even was a smaller army than we had anticipated. Thanks to that, we managed to finish up quickly. She noticed her dark side was leaking out again and corrected herself. I see. That's amazing. I know the troops stationed near Taga are great, but it seems His Majesty brought his elite army for it to finish this quickly. Something like that, yeah. The cat girl wasn't sure what to reply here. I don't know if His Majesty himself will come, but at least a delegation of our military commanders will arrive soon and give a full briefing once they cleaned up. The battlefield got a little, messy, so it might take a bit. She had no idea whether it's true, but it made sense to her. I understand. They sent you beforehand to give us an update. As expected of our king, so thoughtful. Sure. The couple awkwardly looked at each other. Well, I'm sure you're tired from traveling, not to mention the battle itself. As we're a trade city, there are lots of, not to mention many different kinds of food to be had here. I'm sure it'll help with fatigue, too. And just like that, you have my full attention. Sophia liked the sound of that very much. But the city shut down a good bit because of the attack, so I don't know how much you're able to experience. Stupid humans. Anyway, thank you very much for coming to inform us that the possible danger is no more. Even more so, thank you for coming all the way from the capital to help us repel the human army. Judging from the power I can feel from the two of you, I'm sure you took an active part in it. The king's army in the capital is something else entirely. It wasn't much, really. Sophia wasn't trying to be humble. Feeling a little awkward when all the guards suddenly started to salute while the girls entered the city, they tried their best to stay serious. Say, what do you think about getting another member for our group? The tiger girl seemed confused when she looked at Maya. Where did that come from? I'm tired of being only the responsible one with common sense. Fen is wise, but he's useless when it comes to making sensible decisions. I don't know Aura well enough yet, but I don't have high hopes there, either. And you're just a walking catastrophe in every conceivable way. Hey. Well, go on. She had no examples to build her defense on. I want to fool around, as well. Her real motivation leaked out. But with everyone else being like that, too, I have to keep it together so I can deal with complicated situations. I see. That's why, let's get a proper voice of reason, one who thoroughly enjoys being the straight man. Preferably a male candidate. No pun intended here. Why? Because of you. We have yet to meet a girl that wasn't at least a bit into you. With a boy, I can have a peace of mind in that regard, and even if he tries something, shortly before I kill him, that is, there's no chance that you'll ever cave in. You worry way too much. None of it is unfounded. Sure. Sophia had nothing in her defense. But a boy, huh? Well, I don't particularly mind. But a girl would be so much more enjoyable to look at. Not helping the case. Hee hee. Oh, how about a full beast person like our Fenny or Aura instead? They would at least have the fluffiness going on for them, then. There's also a 0 chance I would be interested in them, too. I need myself a humanoid partner. Extras like a tail, ears, maybe even wings, and the likes are okay. No, they make an individual even better, but replacing parts is too much for me. Paws or even full body fur do nothing for me in that regard. Yeah, paws, while cute, could be pretty impractical for some things. Outright useless, for certain other things, even. Alright, that's fine by me. Maya apparently wasn't the biggest fan, either, but something about her expression was indicating that it's stemming from something deeper than a pure visual preference. Now we only have to find a person who's level-headed enough to deal with all of us and can match our power, or at least the speed we travel at. Maya noticed that such a person most likely doesn't exist. Alright, let's try to find something to eat. Yeah, why not? She gave up on the idea for the time being. Walking around in the city, getting food was easier said than done. Just as the guard had said, because everyone was getting ready for the possibility of an evacuation, the streets were rather empty, and most restaurants closed. Hungry. First, you almost threw up because you wrecked your stomach by the recoil on the battlefield, and now, you're starving. I'll never forgive those humans, keeping me from my well-earned food. She was needlessly dramatic again. I have a very active metabolism, after all. You sure have. Having known her for a while and taking care of the cooking when traveling, Maya was very well aware of that. Oh, I think the bakery over there is open. Not what I was hoping for, but they might have some sweet pastries, and I never not want those. Let's go. She seemed very motivated as she entered said place. Welcome. An older half-beast lady with grayish-white hair and ears resembling those of a horse greeted the couple. This looks promising. Sophia saw that there were indeed all sorts of pastries on display, causing her eyes to sparkle. Is it okay to be open? Everyone else is closed because of the current situation, after all. Why wouldn't I open my bakery? Just because some puny humans want to play war? Let them have their fun. They'll get their asses beaten immediately, anyway. There's no way they'll make it to here, and even if, I'll just beat them up on my own. Oh my gosh, this lady's awesome. The blonde was an instant fan. Happy to hear. My, would you look at that? The owner focused on Sophia in front of her. What a surprise do we have here? Not that I don't feel honored, but shouldn't you on the battlefield, miss of the tiger family? It's fine. Only the cleanups left. I couldn't be bothered with any of that and left it to the king. It's already over? Wow, humans aren't even good enough to get a worthwhile training out of them anymore, huh? Makes one wonder why they even keep trying. That's what I want to know. I still can't understand why they actually think they're superior. The weakest cry the loudest. The lady had her own answer. All bark, no bite, huh? But to be so delusional. Pitiful, isn't it? What am I listening to here? Maya had mixed feelings about the two bonding over this topic. I don't disagree, but anyway, so yeah, the humans are indeed already defeated. Sophia got back on track. Not bad. They might just be humans, but defeating that much this quickly isn't half bad. Good job. Thanks, though the hardest part really was the travel from the capital. That carriage ride nearly killed my butt. Sophia patted her backside while remembering the numb feeling. Sassy, I like it. Still, you know. The owner took yet another good look at her. I can't say I saw you before, and I'm pretty sure I would have remembered a blonde tiger, because that's a first. Did the king lock you away until now, or what? No, it's kinda complicated, but let's just say I'm new. I only met the king and the royal family a couple of days ago. He asked me to help in this operation, and I obviously agreed because I want to protect what is dear to me. Wow, jumping right into a war even though it had no relation to you. The devotion of the tiger family to the fellow beast folk really is second to none. Well, what can you do? It just feels right. After all, Sophia was really grateful to the beast folk because those, fun aside, were the first to treat her nicely. She made many friends and even found more in Maya. It's almost like an instinct for me. Commendable, it's no wonder the royal tiger family is so popular. Great to see they found another valuable member. Thanks. She got a little embarrassed. Not to mention your strength, Missy. From what I can feel, if you were to tell me that you defeated the human army all on your own, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised. Ahaha. Maya couldn't stay silent on that. You're quite something, too, Miss White Cat, and I'm rather good at sensing the strength of others. Well, I used to be really confident about my power, at least until I met Sophia over here. You have all the reason to be confident. I don't think anyone in this city can hold a candle to you. Well, there's always someone better than you. She's absolutely right, Maya. Sophia nodded to the owner's claim. You're plenty strong. Also, Fenny's about as strong as I am, and Aura has quite a bit more power than me. So, yeah, there's always someone stronger. Seriously. You actually know someone who has even more magic power? Have I really gotten so old that I'm this out of touch? The bakery granny looked surprised. Please don't take her, or the other two, as a benchmark. It'll only give you a headache otherwise. Maya was speaking from experience. Anyway. Sophia apparently had something important to say. I haven't eaten anything since morning. Can we buy some of these nice-looking sweets already? It wasn't so important, after all. We can talk some more after that. By all means, go ahead. The couple got a decent variety of pastries, and after giving them a slight discount, the owner prepared a table where the girls could eat while they continued to chat. At some point, Sophia noticed a familiar-looking power with her detection magic roaming through the city, though. Still, she remained silent about it to enjoy the current calmness, because that had become a rare occurrence lately. Chapter 102, The Bakery Owner. Sophia had ended the war against the humans with a total victory and decided to do something way more important, getting something to eat in the nearby city together with Maya. They found a lovely bakery and somehow forgot about time while chatting with the owner, an older horse lady. What's wrong? Maya noticed that Sophia was staring out of the window of the bakery while overlooking the street. You'll see in 3, 2, 1 dash. Huh. Hello, Granny, I've come, eh? A familiar, orange-haired tiger girl, Princess Anna, flew into the bakery and energetically greeted the owner while catching her breath before spotting the couple. The cat girl was as surprised. There goes the quiet time. How long did it last? Sophia looked at an imaginary watch on her wrist while asking. There you are. I've been looking all over the place to find the two of you. Father asked me to find you after you simply disappeared once everything was over. Do you have any idea how hard this was? The events of the war apparently had blown away the awkwardness between Anna and the couple for the time being. Sorry. Maya had nothing to say in her defense. And now I run into you by chance, because I needed a break because I'm no good at running for long and wanted to visit Granny here. You know each other? Sophia ignored all the fuss as she faced the owner. I've lived in the capital for a long time and met her once in a while, yes. Why are you downplaying it? Granny here worked in the castle before she decided to have a quiet life here. She was one of the most powerful magic instructors we had. Oh? This piqued the blonde's interest. Princess, there was no need to tell them that. Wait, how did you even know the princess was arriving with such precision, Sophia? I can sense the magic power of everyone around me and noticed a familiar one zooming around through the city before coming here. So, you knew I was running all over the place? Anna got upset. Wait a moment. The owner got loud, as well. Most of us can sense how strong an individual is if they're in front of us, but how can you sense it from all over the city? Some original magic a friend came up with. It lets me visualize the magic power of everyone in a radius around me. It doesn't work that well on humans, though, because they have the same power levels as insects. Is this girl serious? The granny looked at the princess for help. I always am. That's not even the tip of the iceberg, trust me. Her eyes looked dead for some reason as Anna ignored Sophia's protest. Wow. Wait a moment. Sophia wasn't overly hurt. Anna said you were a magic instructor at the castle? I don't want to be rude, but it doesn't seem like you're exceptional powerful. Your magic seems perfectly average. Not that that's a bad thing. That's on purpose. I'm masking my true magic power because being average makes for an easier, less eventful life. That's possible? Sophia almost jumped off her chair. I've gotten involved in tons of stuff because people sensed my magic. Something like this would be very handy. We're mainly only here together because I got curious about your magic, though. Maya got a little grumpy. That's true, but it might prevent some other people from getting interested in me in the future. Please teach her, Granny. From time to time, the cat girl was extremely easy to please. Listen here, this is my masterpiece. It took me years to create. Don't worry, I'm a fast learner. Huh. The horse lady seemed like getting a headache. Well, you don't have to if it's a secret. I just thought it would be helpful to know. It's great to be curious and wanting to learn new things, but... She struggled to decide. Actually, I'm not even sure you want to learn it. Why? In a way, it's the opposite of magic. Let's say, if you want to mask all your magic power, it makes you unable to use magic. Oh. The enthusiasm in Sophia's voice was gone. I'm using magic literally the entire time. Even when sleeping, I'm passively using it. Seems like this isn't the way for me. Hold on. Did you just say you're constantly using magic? Even with the power I can feel from you, shouldn't you run out of it eventually? Especially something grand like sensing the magic of everyone around you should be very taxing. People keep saying that, but aside from the one time I did it on purpose, my magic regenerates faster than I could possibly spend it reasonably. It's a complete non-issue for me. Seriously? Both the princess, as well as the bakery owner, were shocked by her nonchalant answer. Yeah, it's quite convenient. You don't say. Now even Maya joined the two. Hee hee. But, well, now I know it's at least possible to hide your magic power. It's not a priority, but I might find a way without sacrificing my magic. I wish you the best of luck. I sadly couldn't figure it out. I have two friends who are very good at making original magic. Maybe they have an idea. Really, just who are you? The granny was at a loss. As the princess said, I was a magic instructor at the royal castle. I'm able to use 3 different elemental types, all on an activation words basis. With the wind type, I even had some success in Chantless. I never cared much, but people called me a miracle among prodigies. Most experts are even doubting that original magic or magic not grouped into elements even exists, and here you are, talking about it like it's nothing. Total magic capacity aside, just how big is the gap between us? Yeah. Well, my teacher never taught me chants or activation words, so all I know is chantless magic. Also, magic isn't limited, so I naturally know all of it, every element type, including nature, light and dark, as well as things that can't be categorized. Wow, the gap's even big dash. Wait, what do you mean with magic isn't limited? Of course, it is. It's a fact that people can only use a limited amount. No, it's not. Maya and Anna denied her claim. What does that even, princess? I couldn't believe it either, but it's true, Granny. Do you still remember how I was able to use wind and earth magic? Of course, even that's rare, after all. Well, I have still to master it, but after training with Maya, I was able to use fire-based magic. Oh really? It's the same for me. The cat girl chimed in. Ever since I was little, I was treated as a prodigy because of my large magic power and being able to use more than one element. I'm traveling with Sophia and her teacher for only a couple of months now, and now I'm able to use every element besides nature and dark. All of them are chantless, as well. This can't be. Princess, does His Majesty already know about this? This is beyond huge. If it's true, it will change everything. Yes, Father also was shocked. He had them test it out on me, which, as I said, worked. Afterward, the thing with the humans here came up, so he hadn't had the chance to talk more about it. Is he coming to this city before going back to the capital? Yes, he sent me beforehand to look for these two troublemakers, but he'll arrive in the evening with the rest of his commanders. Why? I'd like to have an audience with His Majesty. I'm coming back to the capital. What about the bakery? Sophia's interest lay in the food, as usual. My granddaughter's been helping me recently. She can take over. No need to see what this revolutionary revelation will cause. I'll gladly tell Father. I'm sure he'll be overjoyed, because he's still lamenting over how big of a loss it was letting you resign. Why? Why does it feel like I'm going to have to teach a bunch of people stuff I don't even know how it works, either? Because you have no situational awareness, and keep destroying people's common sense on a daily basis. Maya had no sympathy for Sophia. Well, I'll just force it on Fenny instead. He knows what he's doing, and he's also the one responsible for me being who I am. That's actually a sound argument. The cat girl had to give it to her. Anyway, enough of that. Sophia wanted to change the topic. More importantly, Anna, you came with an envoy, right? Well, the first princess is probably one of her own, though. Yes, Father sent a commander and a couple of soldiers with me to inform the city beforehand. Great! That means the city will become lively again, right? Maya and I wanted to go shopping, but everything's closed. That's the most important thing to you? Even after the magic bombshell you dropped? The bakery granny looked at her in shock. Of course, for me, my magic's not that exciting because I've never done it in any other way, but a shopping date with Maya, that's very exciting. Anna needed a moment after that. Having recovered a little thanks to the events of the war or not, Sophia openly bragging about a date was still hard on her. Sorry to disappoint, but the stores won't open again until tomorrow. The horse lady crushed her dreams. She looked visibly disappointed. Also, Father wants to speak with you the moment he arrives. Ugh. I think I'll pretend I never got this memo. The blonde tiger girl had no intention to deal with any of that. What memo? As usual, Maya played along. Exactly. Do you really think you can run from Father after what you did on the battlefield? There's no way that's going to happen. What did she do? The granny sounded curious. Listen to this, Eluna. Apparently, this was the name of the bakery owner. You'll never believe this, but this girl beat the entire human army all on her own in like half an hour. Did it really take half an hour? Sophia focused on the most irrelevant part. Well, I did mess around a lot. What? Eluna joked about it before, but she obviously never thought it actually happened like that. You're kidding, aren't you? No, I saw it with my own eyes. I got a little angry at them, okay? They got on my nerves, and I needed to teach them a lesson. I see. Eluna noticed the slight coldness in her voice and took that as a warning to not pry any further. Besides, it was only a couple thousand of humans. Maya wouldn't have had any problems with it, either. Hey, leave me out of it. The catgirl in question didn't want to be involved in any of this. Am I wrong, though? It would definitely take me longer than half an hour. She ultimately didn't deny it. I would need at least 4 times as long. 2 hours, what have I been doing my entire life? It wasn't any less shocking for the granny. Don't be down. Everyone had the same reaction when they saw the two in action. Anna knew exactly how she felt. Who knew that I, with my age, would come across something like this? Even though it seems like I wasted a lot of time, this is getting me excited. Absolutely. I also got all jumpy when I used fire magic for the first time. I never thought it would be possible. The princess shared her excitement. The group talked a bit longer, but Sophia eventually seemed to be getting a little shifty for some reason. What is it now? The catgirl immediately reacted. It never means anything good if you go all of a sudden. Well. I just remembered that we have something to do. Maya, I think it's time to leave. Did something happen? Anna also looked confused. And no, it's fine. Maya stared at her. You just sensed the king arriving in the city and want to run away, right? How do you know me so well? I want to say because I love you, but it's really not hard to read you. Ugh, father's already here? Great. Let's go meet him immediately. The princess didn't want to waste any time. I don't wanna. Unfortunately, the blonde tiger girl was in the minority and eventually gave up. She obediently came with the princess and the others to meet the king. She never stopped complaining, though. Chapter 103, First Debriefing. While the couple was relaxing in the bakery they found, Anna eventually arrived in the city and managed to find them. She also knew the owner because, as it turned out, she was a magic instructor at the royal castle before wanting to have a quieter life. Although, after hearing what stunts Sophia's pulling, Eluna wanted to know more about it and decided to return to the capital for the time being. A short while later, the king also arrived in the city, and Anna dragged off the blonde tiger girl because he had tasked the princess to find the couple. I still don't wanna. While walking through the city, Sophia couldn't stop complaining because she didn't want to meet the king after going so crazy on the battlefield. Stop complaining already. If you don't want to deal with bothersome stuff, stop overdoing it whenever you do, well, anything. You know I can't do that, Maya. It's not like I'm doing it on purpose. It just kind of happens all the time. That's not a very solid defense. I am well aware of it. Well, you'll always have to face the consequences if you don't get it together. Then I'll forever have to deal with it. Sophia had no intention to change or believe she even could. Sounds rough. Absolutely. Are they fighting? Anna wasn't sure how to interpret their conversation. I think they're just having fun. Eluna didn't see a problem in the couple's interaction. If anything, they're flirting. Really? Yeah, teasing Sophia is fun. Maya answered her with a playful tone in her voice. Yep, I'm just playing along. The blonde sounded the same. Besides, if Sophia wouldn't want to deal with His Majesty for real, she could just literally disappear without even me being able to do anything to stop her. She just wants to complain because she really likes to do that and maybe get some more attention from us that way. I sure do. And so, I will. I really don't wanna. Can't we just go back to the capital? I miss Ellie. Just get going. The playfulness in the catgirl's voice wasn't as pronounced anymore. Fine, but I won't be overly cooperative nor particularly helpful in this meeting. So, business as usual. There was a lot of sass going on with her today. Sophia stopped talking. The group continued to walk through the city to meet the king. The blonde thought for a moment to go in a different direction because she didn't think anyone other than she herself would actually know where he was, but Menzer, unfortunately, had told his daughter beforehand that they should meet up in the mayor's mansion. Arriving there, the group had no problems getting past the guards. Not only did the king and the mayor apparently inform them beforehand, but a group with 2 tiger girls also didn't leave much to speculation, anyway. The group was immediately escorted to a big conference room that sounded extremely busy from the outside. Once the door of the room opened, all eyes immediately fell on the group. Alright, I showed my face. Okay, see you all tomorrow, bye-bye. Stop right there, Sophia. King Menzer didn't even give her enough time to turn around. Nice try. Anna had to give it to her. Alright, fine. I'll stay. You better be, Wait, Eluna? Menzer seemed angry but immediately became confused when he saw the castle's old magic instructor in the group. What are you doing here, or rather, why are you with the girls? What did they do this time? I am 100% innocent. Sophia noticed that he was staring at her and got defensive. Maya and I just wanted to get some food and ended up in her bakery. Anna only later told us that she's someone important. It's somehow still your fault. The princess wasn't helpful. Granny Eluna heard about Sophia's ridiculous magic and got really interested. Ah, today's one of these days where I have no allies, I see. The blonde girl finally looked like she had given up. On everything, that is. Excuse me, Your Majesty, even though I didn't plan to come immediately, I somehow ended up going with the flow. I got very curious about this child's magic and how her presence has the chance to change a lot of things, including the very foundation of the magic we all use and thought to know. Ah, right, with everything that's going on, I almost forgot about that part. One could actually see his migraine getting worse. Well, I really want to see where this is leading to, and so I decided to return to the capital for the time being. I'll gladly assist with things related to magic research during that time. Seriously? Menzer's face lit up. You have no idea how much this would help me out. It's an honor. Finally, a ray of hope for my headache. He only whispered those words. Eluna, I know it's not your field of expertise, but would you mind joining the after briefing of the war between the humans and us? I would love to get the input of as many people I can trust as possible. I don't mind, but I didn't participate, so I don't know how valuable my opinion would be. Don't worry, we took part in it and still have no idea how to add any valuable input. One of the commanders answered her, while all the others nodded in confirmation. Once these formalities were taken care of, the group got seated at the massive table in the conference room, as well, and everyone's eyes immediately fell on Sophia again. Even if you all look at me like that, I have no idea how any of these debriefing thingies works. So, please don't expect anything. Sophia. The king held in a sigh. First and foremost, thank you very much. Thanks to your efforts, the war immediately ended without even as much as an injury on our side. We were as confident as possible be to win the war, but we were prepared for injuries and even casualties. This outcome was beyond our expectations. Well, she scratched her chin. I'm, of course, very happy about this, but it honestly wasn't the reason I took care of everything. She naturally was glad that no one on her side got hurt. The thought process of humans, or rather the distinct lack of it, tends to agitate me to no end. I had some confrontations with them in the past, and none of them ended well. From them wanting to sell me to certain establishments, to simply trying to use me, or rather my body on sight, all the way to outright killing me. Sophia obviously didn't mention that all this happened even before she became a part of the beast folk, which probably would have made things with the humans 10 times worse. The entire room fell silent. Aside from Maya, no one knew about it after all, and they didn't know how to react. Everyone looked really concerned, and especially Princess Anna had turned pale. Why are you all looking like that? The girl in question tilted her head. After you saw what I did on the battlefield, do you really think any of them actually had success in their tries? The one human who got a little too close and tried to touch me, I basically crushed every bone his entire arm. Huh. Even though it was obvious in hindsight, everyone still let out a relieved sigh. Afterward, I almost killed a bunch of them and barely stopped myself from destroying an entire city of theirs, but... Silence again, now for a different reason, though. I don't think anyone could blame me, right? Her innocent smile while she cutely tilted her head didn't make the situation any less extreme. So, then I found out that those very humans actually tried to kidnap the members of the beast folk, people who are dear to me and treated me well. It made me upset. The same guys who declared war on us. They wanted to kill us, enslave the children, do inexplicable things to them just because they think they have the right to do so based on the twisted audacity the human race has about their imagined superiority. All of this led to what happened on the battlefield. I went from being upset to actually angry. If anyone wants to blame me for anything in that regard, please speak up now. No one dared to say even a single word, and that was not just because of the pressure she was radiating. Alright, I know that my methods are far from perfect. I'm sure there would have been more elegant methods to deal with them, and I hate how my emotions can get the better of me. Once I calm down, I feel disgusted with myself for a while, but I still regret nothing, absolutely zero. If anything, now I think I let them off too easy. There were a lot of different emotions in her voice. Even though she said not to expect anything, everyone was holding their breath during the speech of the blonde tiger girl. I honestly think this world would be a better place without humans around because I have yet to see a redeeming feature of them. I thought of getting rid of them more than once, and I even think I threatened the human commanders I would do it if they don't listen to me. She made a slight pause. I know how all that sounds. I also know what most people in this room are thinking because, while I'm dense, I'm not stupid. Can we trust this girl? Or she's dangerous. Air. The king and his commander awkwardly looked at each other. I don't blame any of you. I am dangerous. Very. Okay, I can be. Sophia had no intentions to deny it. Let me ask you something, though. If any of you would have the power to protect everyone dear to them, their family, friends, nation, their entire race. You have the power to effortlessly repel any foe without having to fear any sort of consequences, because they can't even scratch you. Would you have done anything else from what I did? I know it's hard to imagine, because I see how my power is far from normal to most of you, but be honest here. No. One of the commanders spoke up after a while. If I had such powers, I would have done exactly the same. I'm actually unsure if I would have spared them. Another one joined. Though, the state the soldiers were in afterward. Maybe death would be sparing them. I am sorry, Sophia. The king suddenly apologized. You are right. Many called you dangerous, and quite honestly, I agree. It's fine. She took no offense. As I said, I thought as much. If anything, I'm sorry, but I would have doubted your ableness as a king if you didn't. No, it's all right. But, personally, I never doubted that I could trust your intentions. My men just have to ask this question, no matter the circumstances. I can feel how you genuinely care about people dear to you, including our folk and my very family. My wife's very fond of you, and both my daughters, well. He stopped mid-sentence. I'm confident in saying that something like that wouldn't be possible for any shady people. I instinctively knew that, as long as we don't anger you, you're our best friend. Yep, most of the time, I'm the most easygoing person you'll ever meet. Unless you do something to warrant it, I won't ever do anything to you. I think we can all agree on that now. Yes. The commanders nodded. We have to be cautious, and quite honestly, after meeting your two wolf companions and saw you getting angry, most of us were terrified. After listening to your speech and thinking about it, though, you are without a doubt an ally of us. Thank you very much. One of the Jaguar commanders took it on to him to speak for everyone. As I said, I did what I did to satisfy my own sense of justice, not to do anyone a favor, but you're welcome. All right. King Menzer clapped his hands once. This debriefing got slightly emotional. I think it's best to stop for the day. Everyone here needs some good rest and recover, mentally. Okay. Sophia immediately sprang up. Bye. See you tomorrow. The king looked at her. There are still a lot of things we need to discuss, and we want you to be present for that. Fine. Once she was finally good to leave, the blonde tiger girl immediately fled the scene while Maya followed her. This girl. Watching her with a sigh, Menzer eventually turned around to face Eluna, who seemed more than a little lost. Unfortunately, his day was far from over. Chapter 104, Second Debriefing. During the first debriefing after the war, Sophia got somewhat talkative and told everyone why she tends to get so angry when humans are involved in any way. Sharing her previous experience with them, everyone present understood her motivation and felt less intimidated by the girl, too. Once the king decided on ending the briefing for the day, Sophia immediately decided to run away. However, Menzer was fast enough to invite her for the continuation on the next day. Well, that was something. Maya stretched herself on the bed of the room that was prepared for the two. As the mansion of the mayor was big enough to accommodate everyone of importance, they didn't have to look for a place to stay in the city. What made you tell them so much? She faced Sophia, who had gotten comfortable on a nearby armchair. Good question. She tilted her head. I started talking and, kinda just felt like it. Though, I think that much was needed for them to understand my standpoint. Yeah, they don't seem to be as scared anymore. But, on the other hand, I maybe could have skipped tomorrow's meeting if they were still afraid of me. Just give it up already. Yeah. Sophia sighed in response. I'll have to deal with it. Good girl. Maya got up from the bed and gently patted the tiger girl's head, caressing her hair a little while lightly brushing against her ears. Dot. A deep and almost purr-like sound escaped her lips. I still can't get over how sensitive my ears are, and by extent, my whole head. It feels really nice when you do it, though. Dot. Dot. She smiled, because there are few more intimate things for the feline beast folk, and it's a sign of absolute trust. Don't let anyone else ever touch your ears. It's a privilege only lovers have, after all. It would be the last thing they ever do. Sophia instinctively knew that she would hate it with every fiber of her being. Great. She gave her another ruffle, before removing her hand. How about we have our bath and then call it a day? Absolutely. I want to relax a little and then sleep for about 20 hours. So, no touchy in the bath or bed today. I would any dash. Okay, fine. Maya stopped in the middle and recalled how a lot of their bathing session, among other things, often went. You also have to hold yourself back then, though. It's not like I'm the only one. I promise nothing. Nothing? Hey. Unfair. Wait, why am I complaining? Once the couple finished with their way of flirting, they went to the adjacent bath and took a relaxing dip in the water. After they most definitely didn't spend twice as long as one usually would in the tub, the two finally went to bed. There, Sophia fell asleep instantly, though. It was a long day for her, after all. Unfortunately, she didn't get her 20 hours of sleep. The second after-war debriefing was scheduled for the following day, and the king made clear that the blonde tiger girl had to be present. Once Maya finally managed to wake her up, they rushed to get ready and met up with everyone else after somehow managing to have a quick breakfast because the blonde demanded to have that. So sleepy. Even though she was present, Sophia had yet to reach the point where her brain's working. Welcome, everyone. The king ignored her slight sloppiness and greeted everyone. Yesterday, we talked about Sophia and learned about her motivation about why she did us such a huge favor. Again, on behalf of everyone, thank you very much. Huh. As I said, it's fine. Today, we'll have to talk about the possible consequences of the war, though. Sophia announced that she was doing everything on her own accord to the humans. Still, they most likely won't believe her because she is of the tiger family, after all. Also, I, the king of the beast folk, stand 100% behind her words. Her feelings on the matter are my feelings, our feelings. There's no doubt they'll blame the royal family and the entire folk regardless. Maybe it's because I'm still half asleep, but what blame? What kind of right do they think they have to put any blame on us? They obviously have none. They started the war. They lost it. One of the commanders understood Sophia's confusion. The problem is, they're humans. They're neither reasonable nor particularly intelligent with these kinds of things. Do they strike you as the type to stay quiet after this? Well, if you put it that way. Sophia couldn't disagree. But I think I made myself pretty clear that I won't tolerate any of that. I'm also sure I mentioned going after them if they don't stop. The sleepiness in her voice was gone by now. As a matter of fact, I most definitely will. Yes, you did make your standpoint clear. Everyone nodded in agreement. To add, none of these human soldiers will ever fight again. I made sure to completely break their mind and spirits with my darkness magic. They shouldn't have many problems with a normal life, but ever standing on a battlefield again, or going near the beast folk should be next to impossible for them. Yes, we stayed behind until they regained consciousness to make sure they retreated and noticed their mental state. Those who hadn't yet, immediately soiled themselves the moment we came near with a terrified expression. We tried to interrogate their commanders, but it was of no use. They weren't able to converse in an understandable way. Because of that, we only took care of supervising their retreat. I've seen people die on the battlefield, and they didn't look nearly as mortified as some of the humans when we came near them. One of the commanders also shared his experience. That darkness magic of yours is something else entirely. I'm still a little confused. Sophia tilted her head while trying to understand the problem. Imagine you're one of these self-centered and conceited humans. The king tried to explain it to her. I would rather not. She didn't like the idea one bit. Just play along for a minute. Alright. Even better, you're the king of such an arrogant race. The army you send out to defeat some lowly beast folk comes back to you after getting completely beaten into submission. The soldiers are useless now, and your best commanders are begging you to never touch these beasts again. Do you listen to these failures, or do you get angry and try something even more stupid? Remember who you are in this situation. If you put it that way. Well, I did tell those supreme idiots they better convince their higher-ups to listen to them. I guess that's easier said than done, huh? We believe this to be the case. Menzer agreed with her conclusion. Also, there's the distance you have to keep in mind. They'll need months to reach the human capital. I see. It was a little naive to think this would instantly do the trick, huh? Do they even have enough people for any kind of revenge? I took a lot of their soldiers out of commission, after all. Unfortunately, numbers are about the only thing humans have going on for them. This war was nothing but a scratch to their army. This is the reason we have to take them somewhat seriously. Their individual strength is non-existent, and even small groups pose no threat to a single one of us. Still, if you pour wave after wave of humans at us, they'll eventually manage to hurt us. One of the army commanders explained the problem with humans. They really are just like insects. The blonde tiger girl was baffled. What are our options, then? My goal still is for them to stop harassing us. It's a certainty that they'll seek retribution. Once we're back in the capital, I'll immediately send messengers to our intelligence units to gather intel and to watch out even more for suspicious movements. Together with the king's decision, we'll also order our subdivisions to increase their presence. Our borders aren't strictly defined, so we'll have to spread thinner to cover enough land to deal with any surprise attacks. The commanders were also prepared. HRMM. It seemed like Sophia wanted to say something. Speak up. Menzer noticed her grumbling. Well, first off, I think it's a great idea to increase our defenses and protect the people, but I'm looking for a less passive method. If they really learned nothing from yesterday, I want someone to tell me the location of the human capital. The conference room fell silent once again. I don't plan to raid it. That would be too much. I threatened the supreme idiots with destroying the capital. Still, I don't think I could actually do that unless something really extreme happens. Until now, I managed to hold myself back on killing someone because I don't think I'm emotionally prepared for that. Yes, even after what you all saw yesterday. She added that sentence after looking at the expression of the crowd. Then, what is your suggestion? The king didn't fully understand her. Assuming nothing will change on their side, I might feel the need to visit the human king. I'll go to their capital, and I'll walk right into the castle to have a nice chat with him. I'm good with words, so I'm sure he'll understand once I get my point across. The silence continued. Take it easy, Sophia. Maya grabbed her hand. I do. I actually mean it when I said I want to talk with him. What kind of conversation it will be, that's completely up to them, though. Oh, okay. The human capital is quite big. A commander addressed her in a skeptical tone. If you simply walk around there and enter their castle to speak with their king, you'll have much more than just a conversation. You won't get there without fighting. Hordes of humans, that is. I guess that's to be expected. Sophia wasn't surprised. Well, I am able to visit the human king in his office or whatever without anyone noticing, so there's always this option. You can? More than one person in the room cried out. It's quite easy. That doesn't mean anything coming from you. The cat girl spoke out what every single soul was thinking. I need to consult my aides first. Menzer naturally couldn't decide on the spot. We always need to think about the possible consequences. It sounds more like a plan for when every other one failed. I don't want to be rude, but didn't everything up until now fail? The humans still don't know their position, do they? I have no words. The king's head sunk down. I have to admit that we treated the humans too half-heartedly. I know I'm more or less an outsider, but I think this has to change. You most definitely aren't an outsider anymore. He immediately corrected her. You are right. Even so, I want to wait this out a little more and see the effect of yesterday. Depending on how that goes, I plan to go the diplomatic route. I'll request a formal meeting with their king to try and negotiate to end this farce. And then, if it doesn't work out, we'll form a plan around your idea. Fine. I'll be waiting for it to go wrong. Thank you. Menzer nodded. Unfortunately, I have bad news for you, too, though. Eh? Sophia didn't like the sound of that. As you most likely are already aware of, rumors about your person started floating around in the capital. Combined with what happened yesterday and the plans with the humans in the future, which highly involves you, we have to formally introduce this new blonde tiger girl to the public. Yeah. Sophia really didn't like the sound of that. If we don't, all sorts of conspiracy theories will pop up sooner or later. The commanders agreed with the king. I respect that you declined my offer of joining the family through my daughter. We don't need to talk about that anymore. I leave the sort of connection you want with us up to you. It doesn't have to be immediately, but I'd like to hear a suggestion soon enough. Of course, in the end, you don't absolutely have to. I won't force. I can't force you. Still, without you being formally introduced as some sort of member of the royal family, it'll be complicated to rely on your help in the future. Understand. I'll think of what I want to do. Sophia's voice became somber. Thank you. The king was grateful for her understanding. All right, I think we've taken care of everything for the time being. I'll have a talk with the mayor now, and I suppose we're good to head back to the capital in the afternoon. I want to go back as soon as possible, because there's a lot of work to be done. Everyone, prepare what you need to, and get ready. Once the meeting was over, Sophia left without saying a word and a slightly dejected expression on her face. Knowing the last part of the king's announcement was a lot to take in, Maya immediately followed her for mental support. Chapter 105, Change of Plans. The second after-war debriefing ended, and Sophia didn't like how it turned out. She could live with how the king decided to wait and see how the humans will react to their total defeat instead of directly going on the offensive, but another decision was hard on her. Menzer wants to introduce her to the public because all her achievements would only fan the already ongoing rumors around the blonde tiger girl even more. Being left with the choice of how she wants to be introduced, Sophia was lost in thoughts after the meeting. Are you all right? The couple went back to their room, and Maya was slightly concerned about Sophia being unusually quiet. HMNN. She only replied with grumbling noises because she was mumbling into a big pillow the tiger had pressed against herself as she was hugging her knees while sitting on an armchair in their room. I see. Not that she actually did, though. I'm a little surprised that I got so aggressive so fast again. I thought I would be calmer for a little longer after my boosts ran out once the battle ended. Compared to that, you were a lot calmer today. You were mostly reasonable during the conference if you ask me. Are you even sure the anger boost stopped working in the first place after the battle was over? What do you mean? To me, it feels more like you were overcompensating in both directions and got hit by the rebound. Maybe you didn't feel sick from getting too angry, but you rather tried to suppress it too much after calming down. The difference might have been too much for your stomach. I mean, you were too angry and then calmed down too much. Maya obviously was just guessing, but she tried her best to help. Today, you seemed better in tune with it. Not sure if I'm making any sense. Sorry. You think so? I went from one extreme to another too fast. Probably? I'm not really sure how your boosts work, but neither do I, though. Well. Anyway, I think it's your usual problem of getting used to it and finding the middle ground. I do like that you get angry for the sake of other people, but it's too much if you lose yourself. Do you regret anything you said during the debriefing earlier? Not exactly what I said, but I did, at some point, wanted to turn the human king into a mist of blood. Yeah, well, I feel you, this might be the line you should try not to cross. Or not too often, and only when it's appropriate. And how do I know how much is appropriate? Sophia's common sense won't help her here. I would say it's a matter of experience. Until then, please rely on me. I'm more than happy to help you with that. Thank you, Maya. I really appreciate it. I'll try my best to forever be there for you, after all. The cat girl really enjoys taking care of Sophia. So, how about we get to the thing that's really bothering you? I definitely need to get a better poker face. No, you don't. Maya liked that about her. The king wanting to introduce you to be public is making you feel uneasy, isn't it? Uneasy is a way too light wording. It sounds like a major pain, and I totally don't want to. Then don't. The king said you don't have to, but I still want to help them. I know. I thought you want to help me? Sophia couldn't do anything with her reply. You already know what you want to do. There's nothing for me to help. The question is how you want to do it. Ugh, you are right. Okay, being treated like royalty sounds like it could be fun in some ways, but you don't want to permanently stay in the capital. Exactly. The tiger girl nodded. I like all of them, especially Ellie. Just playing royal or exploring the whole world, one I'm not even from, that's just not even a competition? Get out of my head. She was spot on. Well, I am from this world, and it still sounds like more fun. HRMN. Sophia went back to grumbling noises as she pressed her head into the pillow once more for a moment. I wonder if there's a way for both. Both? Exploring the world while still being able to help out the royal family, and play with Ellie. The intonation on the last part made it sound like it was the most crucial part to her. I'm not sure how that could work out without something like teleportation, and we agreed not to try that. Absolutely. Sophia shivered just thinking about it. Especially after Aura already did it and ended up on a different continent with no easy means to return and almost dying in the process. Good girl. Then, isn't it impossible to do both? I actually have an idea, but I'm not sure if it even works, and it might also be dangerous, too. I kinda doubt you'll allow me to try it. I'm listening. Concerned, but listening. Maya wasn't sure what to make out of it yet. Well, you know my storage space thingy. I take stuff out and put in things through something that looks like a door, right? Yes? Not sure if I'd call it a door myself, but I get what you mean. Okay, I had the stupid idea to use my storage space as some actual sort of portal. Come again? The cat girl was more than just a little confused. I don't even know how to describe it. I put my hands inside the door thingy to get out what I want. I was thinking of making a permanent door, big enough to step inside. I'm starting to dislike the idea. Then, at a different place, I'll make another door. It should connect to the same storage space, and we could travel from one place to another almost instantaneously. And that works? Maya sounded dubious. Maybe? So did Sophia. I like how confident you are. Well, I couldn't test it yet. How do you want to test it? If you plan to simply step in there, without making sure it works or that you can get out again, I'm going to get angry. Oh, of course not. I already put my head inside and saw what was going on, which led me to add air and light to it, but going inside for real might be a little too dangerous. The quick idea I had was, I make 2 doors and shove an animal or monster inside. If it manages to get out again, I feel like my plan could work. After that, I might ask good old Fenny for a favor. Even if some problems pop up inside the storage, I'm sure he'd figure something out. Sophia had actually planned it out for once. I actually am interested. Yeah? She didn't see that coming. Don't be that surprised. I do really like magic, after all. You just tend to overdo things, and I have to be the voice of reason to keep you in check. That's why I want another member for our party. To push all that responsibility to them and fool around with everyone. That does make me very motivated to look for someone for us. So, does that mean I can experiment with my portal idea? If you promise not to do anything stupid and only when I'm with you, I can live with that. Ah, the king wanted to leave soon. That'll be 2 wasted days in that stupid carriage. The only thing that actually managed to hurt me in this world so far. I saw you getting turned into a bloody mess by a griphon, though. Those were just some shallow cuts. Nothing compared to what the rocky carriage did to my butt. I don't know if I agree to that extent, but it wasn't nice, yeah. Hey, Maya. From her sweet voice, it was clear she wanted something. Say, can we ditch the king for the time being? They don't need our protection, and I kinda don't want to face him right now. I really want to experiment instead. Not to mention, even if we leave a day later, we might still arrive before them. Sure, we can ditch them. It's not like we have any obligation. I also rather spend my time with you alone instead of half an army getting in our way. Want me to tell him for you? Really? You are the best. I know. Maya looked smug. Alright, I'll get over with it immediately. Thanks. Okay, then, I'll pack the stuff we have lying around in the room here and, let's see, how about we explore the city some more? We should get some decent choice of food now. Sounds like a plan to me. The cat girl got up and decided to pay the king a visit while Sophia tidied up their room. Oh, how can I help you? Menzer noticed Maya and was a little surprised about the unexpected visitor. Well. Now that she was alone in front of the king, she wasn't quite as confident anymore but still managed to get it out. Sophia and I aren't coming with you and your men. Huh? This was too sudden for him. I mean, we'll go back to the capital eventually, just not today. Sophia, isn't feeling well, and I don't want to burden her with a 2-day-long ride in a carriage now. I see. Is it something serious? No. It just came pretty unexpectedly. She stopped for a moment. Oh, let's just say it's a sort of cramps. You have a wife, so . I get it. No need for details. Tell her to get well soon from me. No, I won't. Good idea. The king reconsidered after giving it some thought. But, Sophia and I are much faster on our own. Depending on how long she needs to get better, we'll arrive at the capital not that much later. That's reassuring. Alright, take it easy and let her relax. Thank you, I will. Maya was glad that he's a good-natured ruler. Well, I guess we'll see all of you in the capital in a couple of days. Yes. 3 and 4 mana once we're on the go, so she won't make a fuss. Good thinking. Once she finished her business, the cat girl went back to their room, where Sophia had already finished packing and was waiting for her. Welcome back. Did it go well? Let's go with yes. He doesn't mind us not coming with them. Okay. She felt that something wasn't right. I'm very sorry. Maya apologized out of the blue. What did you do? I didn't know what to say and improvised, very badly. I might have used you feeling unwell because of sudden period cramps as an excuse to stay. The heck? Why? Why would you tell the king, of all people, something like that? I don't know, it was the first thing that came to my mind, and I just blurted it out. I only actually mentioned cramps in an ambiguous way, though. That doesn't matter. It means exactly the same, anyway. Yeah, I know. Sorry. Maya looked really apologetic. Even though I'm fortunate and rarely have problems with it. In the first place, it was you who begged me to use healing magic on her to ease the pain 2 weeks ago, because she felt like dying from never-ending cramps where even standing was a tall order. I am very sorry. Also, again, thank you very much for the healing magic and the massage back then. It felt very nice, and helped a lot. I decided to never let you go, because of the warm water bottle thingy alone that you made for me. That was the best. You're welcome, anytime you need it. Whatever, no use crying over spilled milk. I'll try to bear with my cramps in the meanwhile. So, let's go explore the city. Sophia couldn't help but tease her a little. Do your best. The catgirl played along. Going with the plan, the couple went back to the city, and it was much more lively. Almost all the stores were open again, and the streets were bustling with people once more. Compared to yesterday, where they were having a hard time finding a place to eat, today, having too much choice was the main issue. Then, while walking on a less busy side road, Sophia found something else that caught her interest. Now, I might actually get some cramps, she said while pointing at a waypoint sign. A different kind, though. Let's see. Maya took a look at it. Old Shrine of Kinnear, huh? That's. Not having expected that, Sophia needed a moment to react. Oh, wow, speaking of cramps. Imagine he ended up boosting my period, too. Oh my gosh. Maya didn't even want to think about it. The highest god of this world, gone. Turned into a pile of censored flesh. She looked terrifying for a moment. I wouldn't even blame you. He sure is lucky. If anything, it seems like he boosted you by being less affected by it. Maya sounded envious. Nah, save for some exceptions every now and then, it's always been pretty light for me. I hate you. She was very envious. Ahaha. Anyway, weird transition and everything, but do you want to go? You said you can meet him inside those shrines, right? I can, yes. Might as well, I guess? I should take the chance when I have one. I wanted to tell him a thing or two anyway. So, because he didn't mess you up in that regard, please don't punch someone a lot of people worship, again. I promise nothing. Then again, they were mostly positive things I wanted to share. Good. And so, in a change of plans, the couple made their way towards the shrine of the overseer for Sophia to meet the person who's responsible for bringing her to this world once again. Chapter 106, Catching Up. The couple decided not to return to the capital together with the king for the time being. Instead, they wanted to explore the city of Taga some more and experiment with a new magic Sophia had thought of. While searching for a place to eat some food, the tiger girl found a shrine dedicated to Kinnear instead, though. This discovery resulted in a change of plans, and the two went there instead. As Sophia can meet with him again by interacting with the statue in the shrine like the last time she did, she decided to do that first. It actually is here. Sophia didn't fully believe it until they entered the shrine area. Also, why does his statue look so smug? The facial expression of Kinnear annoyed her a little. Isn't that how all sculptures of important people are? Now that you mention it. Anyway, whatever, want to come with me? Yeah? If we do something like holding hands when I pour my magic into the statue, we might be able to go together. Me meeting a god of sorts. And no, thanks. Maya didn't seem to overly like the idea. That's too much of a hurdle for me. He really isn't someone you have to treat as special. Easy for you to say. No, I'll have to decline this time. But please thank him for bringing you here for me. Okay, will do. She was touched. Alright, I guess I'll see you later. Make sure to come back. Nothing could ever stop me from that. Promising her return, Sophia then touched the statue. The whole shrine was immediately bathed in a blindingly white light. Once the catgirl could see again, she was alone in the place. So surreal. A feeling she already had countless times since meeting her. Maybe I'll get something to eat while waiting. It didn't bother her much anymore. In the meanwhile, Sophia found herself in the all-too-familiar pure white room once more. Kinnear, in his younger version, just like how she first met him, was also present, but the two just stared at each other for some reason while keeping their distance. The mood was a little awkward. I'm back, I guess? Yeah, welcome. Why are you so far away? Sophia had gotten suspicious about his behavior. The last time we met, you sent me flying with a punch out of nowhere. I'm just cautious. It really wasn't out of nowhere. Guess I left a trauma, huh? Not bad, me. She looked pretty proud of herself. Don't worry. I've come in peace today. I don't actually have that much to complain about. That's good to know. Kinnear relaxed a bit and went a little closer to the girl, but then went silent again. What is it this time? You know. He took a really good look at her. I mean, I already saw your new look, but. Last time, I did say that a cat's fine, too, but that's not what I had in mind. During their previous meeting, Sophia complained about the useless humans, and Kinnear replied with how she got a friend in Maya instead, a cat. Shut up. It was an accident, okay? Changing races on accident is quite the talent. I know, thank you very much. Sophia had accepted her talent. Want me to change you back into a human without any side effects? You can do that? Not a problem for me. If you do that, I'll punch you so hard that you'll need to reincarnate yourself. Oh, okay. He retreated a few steps again. Enjoying your new self, huh? Yep. Well, it suits you. It's pretty cute. Thanks. Yeah, I really like it, too. Although, all those feline instincts and changes to my senses were, or are kinda extreme. Not to mention how these new ears are something else entirely, or how that tail was a major pain to get used to. She let her ears twitch and wiggled her striped blonde and black tail around while thinking about how she had to relearn how to walk. Well, of course. You messed with your body more than I ever did when I brought you to the new world. The actual amazing thing is how fast you adapted. Kinnear couldn't believe the easygoing girl. Maya helped, though she had a little too much fun when my new instincts got the better of me. So embarrassing. It sounds like complaining, but you're smiling broadly. Am I? She touched her cheeks to confirm. It's hard to be mad at her. Her smile got even brighter. Are you happy with your new life? Kinnear felt like asking after seeing her expression. As a tiger girl? Yeah, I like the new looks, and I feel closer to Maya. Okay, that the beast folk royalty got interested in me was unexpected, though. Well, it's great to be a member of said beast folk. Even thinking about being compared to that world's humans stings really bad. Your ability to get involved with even the most impossible things is absolutely unparalleled. It's amazing. The other part is very understandable. Yeah, tell me about it. But, no, I was generally asking. He corrected himself. Since coming to the world? I'm so happy it scares me. Again, I may get involved in a little too many things, but it's an absolute blast. Great. Again, thank you for giving me this second chance. Sophia was incredibly grateful. Maya told me to thank you in her stead, as well, for bringing me to her world. That Maya's the one, huh? Why yes. Yes, she is. She got a little bashful. You two already were pretty close the last time we met, but even I was a little surprised it happened that fast. Your cat really knows what she wants and wasted no time. Were you spying on us? Not for that, I promise. It's just impossible to catch you two not flirting for a change. I'm sorry. The girl apologized on instinct. Don't worry. Wait, why am I apologizing to you in the first place, you creep? Sophia noticed how wrong this whole situation was. Like I mentioned the other time, I only watch when you're doing something I find interesting. What you do with your girlfriend, be it at night, behind closed doors, out in the open, or whatever. None of my business, and I also don't care besides being glad to know there is someone. Thanks. Still creepy, though. Well, what can I do? I cannot not watch you. It's too interesting. Consider me taking a peek at your adventures a payment for your stay. If you put it that way, there's little room for me to argue. She still didn't feel good about it, but it also was a small price to pay for what she gained. But please continue to respect the more private parts of my life, and especially Maya's. You don't want me to visit you angry again, do you? Actually angry, not just half-hearted like the last time. Why yes. Kinnear took a step back again. But Maya, huh? You've become quite popular, though. What made you choose her? She's saying the same. How am I supposed to know whether I'm popular or not? That's all new to me. Then again, 3 girls confessed to me so far. One of which is the first princess of the Beastfolk Kingdom, a princess who wanted to marry you on sight. If that's not popular. Ugh, that's all your fault. How? He felt like the girl was being unreasonable again. I wasn't popular in my old world. I especially had no random princess wanting to marry me out of the blue. It only happened after you messed me up with those boosts. You phrase it like that, but I hear no sign of complaining in your voice. Kinnear noticed that she sounded warm and happy. Of course. It's not perfect, but 1,000 times better than no one being interested in you at all. Especially if it helped with Maya getting interested in me. He tilted his head for a moment. Well, you've really got it bad for her, huh? Absolutely, big enough to turn down a beautiful princess of a nation. My heart wants Maya. To me, she's the most beautiful girl with the best personality I could wish for. She's caring, funny, intelligent, and loves to spoil me, and prevents me from doing too stupid stuff while still being super playful. I didn't think loving a person would be something this fulfilling. Now you're just bragging. You bet I am. Why wouldn't I be? Sophia looked so proud that she already seemed smug about it. It all happened kind of fast, but I don't regret anything in the slightest. Yep, sounds like you're having a good time. The best. I don't even care anymore how screwed up this world is. The humans are a lost cause, but the beast folk became a more than great replacement. I wasn't expecting that in the beginning, but it works out because they look much cuter, anyway. To accent her claim, she moved her ears and tail a little bit. Yes, the beast race developed splendidly. The humans, on the other hand, well. Speaking of which, I saw the little quarrel you had with them yesterday. It was very entertaining, thanks for that. You're welcome. Sophia had mixed feelings about that. I can't say I had that much fun. It seemed like you enjoyed tormenting them, though. That was just my anger at almost full blast. Almost, huh? I didn't dye the valley where the war happened in a sea of red, did I? Well. Maybe I did mess up your boosts? She just stared at Kinnear with an exasperated expression while she cracked her knuckles. See, calm down. He put even more distance between them because he didn't like how Sophia had clenched her right fist. Okay, I admit, the way I applied your boosts wasn't my most precise work, but dash. What do you mean? When I made the modifications to you, I added a flat multiplier to everything, so all of you was boosted equally without taking your baseline into consideration. The multiplier was also based on one of your lowest stats. I see, so that's how you did it. I guess my first guess back then wasn't so wrong. She thought about her boost working roughly like that before. This implies that you already had the ability to get seriously angry in your previous life. It didn't seem like that the first time we met, though. Well, I had no loved ones besides my family I wanted to protect, but I was constantly angry at myself for being such an idiot because I ruined my life over a stupid misunderstanding. Maybe that has something to do with it? Well, duh. No wonder. Maybe I should have put more thought into these boosts. Well, duh. Sophia reacted the same way he did, for obvious reasons. Want me to change it? Yeah. Change what? Your boosts. Seriously? You can do that even now? She got excited. Wait, is that an all or nothing thing? Can you just adjust my anger? That takes a little longer, but it should be doable. Do you want me to? The girl went silent while she thought about it for a while. You know what, leave it like it is. I really dislike it, but I want to try and get used to it. With that, I at least know what I have. Fine by me, keeps the entertainment high. She rolled her eyes. Also, by your wording alone already, the chance of you messing up catastrophically is just too high of a risk. Who knows what happens if you mess with me again? I'll probably become unable to get angry at all. Hey, have some faith in me. If you provide me one reason to have faith in your skills, sure. You cheeky. Well, whatever, if you change your mind, tell me the next time we meet. In the meantime, I'll make sure it doesn't come with any unwanted side effects. Wow, thank you. Sophia might be able to have a little faith in him. Why are you doing so much for me? Don't you have more important things to do? Well, the world I sent you to is one of my main worlds to oversee, and I don't like how it developed itself. I feel like you'll be the key to significantly change it for the better. That's way too much responsibility. She didn't want to be the key to something this big. Don't worry, I'm not tasking you with anything. Just do whatever you think is right. You're already doing a good job. He didn't pressure her. Also, I feel kinda bad how you got ripped out of your old life without any notice or time to prepare. Essay. Hearing that, Sophia's voice suddenly changed. There was more than just a hint of sadness in it. About that. Yes? Because I left so abruptly, and without a trace. I know I'm going to regret it, but she took a break and deeply breathed in. My family, my mom and my sister, how are they doing after I disappeared? She tried to hold back a tear while asking. Sophia hadn't told anyone or ever let it show, but this was the one thing that continued to weigh on her conscience ever since she arrived in the new world. Your family? Well. Kinnear went silent after this. So did Sophia, and nothing in the all-white rooms made a sound anymore for a good while. Chapter 107, Family. Sophia met Kinnear again, and the two talked about all sorts of things. Maya and the blonde's boosts that might be a little imbalanced were a favorite topic. At some point, the mood had gotten a little awkward, though, because Sophia asked an unexpected question. You want to know how your family's doing? Why, yes. I feel awful that I couldn't say goodbye. For them, it must be 10 times worse. Because they have no idea what happened. I just vanished. Judging by the sadness in her voice and the heavy feel around the girl, it really affected her. Also, if they don't, I might still cry. Them not being sad would hurt in an entirely different way. I'm sorry. Kinnear simply apologized. What? It was responded to with instant panic. No, I just have no idea how they are doing. Don't ever scare me like that again. She got angry. I'll end you. Very angry. It wasn't my intention. My powers on Earth are somewhat limited. I can't watch over specific people without randomly spotting them first. That's how I found you, too. I was simply looking around and decided to follow you for a while. I got pretty interested and continued to watch you before you surprised the heck out of me by suddenly running in front of a bus. Sophia wasn't sure how to react to this. That's why, I'm sorry. I have no information on them. Want me to look out for them? Yeah. If you tell me some places they frequent, and I've been there before, I might be able to spot them eventually. It might take a while, because I can't really work with addresses as I don't have street names when I look from above. Still, once I see them with my own eyes, I can peek at them whenever I want. Would you do that for me? If you keep doing interesting things in the new world, I'll gladly help you out. His ulterior motives of wanting to be entertained were more than clear. I have the feeling that all sorts of things will continue to happen even without me trying. Even better. Thank you. It was one of the most heartfelt thanking she ever did. Having faith in me now? Maybe a little. You. Hee hee. A small chuckle escaped Sophia's lips. Her mood had increased ever so slightly. Time for a different topic? Yes, please. Do you already have some plans for your new human friends? And my mood went from depressed to disgusted. It, unfortunately, wasn't a topic she's going to enjoy very much either. The Beast King asked me to wait. He wants to try a diplomatic approach first and talk to them. Not wanting to spoil anything, but that's not going to work. It's not me you have to tell that. It would be nice, but I'm certain that angry Sophia is going to visit the human capital in the future. That has a much higher chance of success. It also might end their capital. Kinnear didn't sound particularly concerned. I'll try not to get too aggressive, as a part of my, anger management. I do plan to talk with the human king. It's just not going to be diplomatic whatsoever. I will demand things, and he'll consent to absolutely everything. Whether he wants to or not doesn't matter. Everyone gives up sooner or later if one's persuasive enough. Your definition of anger management is pretty interesting. I don't want to become an angel, you know? Well, maybe one with a shotgun, but that's a different story. Sophia got a little sidetracked. I don't want to avoid violence at all costs, just become more reasonable. If one hurts the ones dear to me, I'll still make hell look like heaven when compared to their life. In a way, I guess that's indeed reasonable. Really now, what is going on with the humans here? It was impossible for her to understand them. I don't believe it when you say you have no idea. I know, people in my old world also had the tendency to be conceited or presumptuous. Still, compared to them, we actually were, technology included, on the top of the food chain, at least. A long time ago, the humans lived on a secluded continent where they actually were the strongest. So, it was just them, some weaker insects, and a couple of chickens. More or less. Kinnear actually nodded. Doing as humans do, they multiplied like crazy while also making their continent uninhabitable by destroying its nature. Somehow. I'm sorry. Even though she had no relation to it, the girl still felt guilty about something. Eventually, they relocated to the main continent while still being under the delusion of being the mightiest. Even though they never won a fight against the beast folk and got curb-stomped by the demons before they decided to leave, the humans never stopped thinking they're the best. That doesn't make any sense. She looked confused. How can they not notice that they aren't the strongest? As in, not even close? Okay, humanity rarely learns from their mistakes, but this much? Quite honestly, I stopped paying attention to them a long time ago. It wasn't entertaining at all, just pure, rage-inducing frustration. Especially when the other races, first and foremost the beastkin and demons, are really enjoyable to watch. From the glances I did get lately, meaning the last 1,000 years or so, they live in their own little fantasy world. Yeah, no kidding. She had already realized that herself. They delude themselves. Whenever a war is lost, it gets hushed up by the higher-ups and the royalty especially, to save face. Soldiers get brainwashed and are forbidden to talk about whatever happens on the front lines. Furthermore, only people with some margin of power, calling themselves adventurers, leave the cities and come in contact with other races or individuals that have more power than them. Thanks to their questionable upbringing and education, they can't help but get cocky. Most of the time, it will result in their deaths, and dead men tell no tales. Those who do survive will just get laughed at back at home. The common people rarely leave their cities, making them pretty ignorant of the outside world. They basically get oppressed by knowledgeable people or higher-ups who talk them into thinking they are the best. Not knowing it any better, they have no reason to disbelieve the stories. Wow. Sophia needed to let this sink in first. And here I thought they're just stupid. Well, that's also definitely a factor. It's much worse than I thought. Huh? Wait a moment. It seemed like she suddenly got an idea. If the common humans simply don't know any better because they get oppressed and or brainwashed. If I put up a nice show for them, I wonder what would happen. They can't hush me up, trust me. Maybe, but if the humans are good at one thing, it's twisting facts. I wouldn't be surprised if they find a way. Kinnear had really lost all faith in them. Nope, I won't let that happen. I'm more surprised that no one else thought about it before. If the beast folk is capable of doing that, I'm sure those demons would have had no problems with invading their capital and show those humans who really is the boss. That's easy. Why would they? Would you proactively attack an insect nest that can't harm you just because it's a little annoying? That's actually a good point. Sophia had no comeback. Well, they threatened me personally and the people I like. I guess it's time that someone finally takes care of it. Unfortunately, for them, they barked at the wrong tree this time. I won't stop you, and I'll definitely watch it with great interest. Kinnear was looking forward to seeing something entertaining. All the power to you, girl. Oh, speaking of which, she had enough about humans being the topic and changed the subject. I've been going kinda crazy with magic lately. Is it really okay for me to use it without any restrictions? Absolutely. 'Cause it's entertaining? Sophia figured out how he thinks. Yep. He had no intention to hide it. Well, it would be great if you'd avoid using magic that could destroy the world or make it uninhabitable with things like nuclear magic. I'm not that much of a maniac. Well then, go nuts with it. Great. I wanted to experiment with magic that lets me fast travel from one place to another by creating portals in different areas and connecting them in another dimension. Sure, have fun. He seemed a little perplexed for a moment. It's a fascinating idea, I would say. Yes, I hope it works. Alright, is there anything else you want to talk about, or should we wrap it up for today? Kinnear thought it was enough for the time being. Oh, Finn mentioned he knows you and how you've met from time to time in the past. Do you plan on coming down again at some point? I think it would be kinda nice for all to get together. Not only so I can boast with Maya to you in person either. Her real motivation leaked out for a second. Fan, huh? We did have some nice evenings together while enjoying a couple of drinks. You know what, I might give it some thought. Cool. Alright, I guess that's it for the time being. Oh, there's a shrine in the Beast Folk capital, too. If you're bored or something comes up, feel free to swing by. I doubt I'll be bored anytime soon, but I don't think that'll stop me. Okay. In the meanwhile, I'll look out for your family. Maybe I'll see them and can give you an update the next time. Thank you. Then, I guess I'll see you next time. Yeah, see you. While Sophia was thinking about her family again, she was eventually swallowed by the white light once more. A few moments later, she was back at the shrine in the city of Taga, where Maya was already waiting for her. Chapter 108, Homesick. Once Sophia finished her conversation with Kinnear, which ended up being pretty lengthy, she reappeared back in his shrine, where Maya was already waiting for her. As she talked with him about magic, the humans, and her family, the blonde was gone for way longer than she had initially planned. Welcome back. You sure took your time. Maya sounded slightly impatient. I'm back. Sorry about that. She was still lost in thoughts after Kinnear reminded her about her family right before leaving. What's wrong? Did something happen? The cat girl immediately noticed that something was going on. No, we talked about something that made me feel down. What did he say to you? No, I brought it up. She took a short break. To be honest, I'm feeling pretty homesick right now. Huh. Maya's face instantly lost its color. For a moment, she thought she also could use magic to stop time, because it felt like everything around her froze up for a second. Why? Don't tell me, are you going, be back? She sounded so insanely worried and scared about the possibility that the cat girl almost lost the ability to speak. I don't want that. Her voice trailed off. Eh? That's not what I. Wait a moment. Sophia wanted to clear the misunderstanding, but once she looked at the emotional cat girl and saw how she tried to hold back her tears, and more importantly, was failing at it, she also panicked. I'm not going anywhere. I would never leave you. I've never been happier. Why would I give up on that? She desperately wanted to calm her down before she loses the possibility to. Then why? Why would you feel homesick? Maya lost the fight entirely, and tears began to roll down her cheeks. And maybe homesick isn't actually the right word. The tiger girl wasn't missing her home, but rather her family there, or how she couldn't have met them a last time. Do you? Do you miss your family, Maya? Tears appeared in the corners of Sophia's eyes, as well, by just mentioning it. My family. Yes, I do miss them a little. It's the first time I haven't seen them for such a long time. But at the same time, it's exciting because I'm finally fully independent from them. Hee hee. I was also really excited when I became independent, even though it was scary at first. Sophia looked nostalgic for a second. Did you do anything with them the day before we left? Of course. Unfortunately, my big brother wasn't there because he's traveling himself for a while already, but I spent the entire evening and night with my parents. She wiped away her tears and smiled at the memory. I told them how I found this very interesting girl and how I want to explore the world with her. I want to learn magic from this person, and she seems really funny, so I'm sure it's going to be exciting. They were surprised, because I never paid much attention to other people, but after they saw how happy I seemed, my parents supported me. Sure, they were sad, and so was I, but they were glad that I found something I want to do. How nice. Sophia was clearly envious of the memory. You were close to your family, huh? Yes. I was also really close with them in my old world. Her voice turned somber again. Do you remember how I ended up here? How I got into an accident that ended my life in my old world? I do remember that. Because of that, I couldn't say goodbye to my family. Oh. Maya started to see the issue. That's not even the worst part. For me, it's just unfortunate because especially my sister was really important to me. She was about the only person I regularly spent time with, and she really helped me staying sane by not feeling too lonely. I was really close with her. It hurts not having seen her or my mother a last time. She couldn't find any helpful words. Now imagine their side. For them, I was just suddenly gone, disappeared into thin air. It's been, I don't know, half a year already. Sophia was now the one who failed at holding back her tears. I'm sure they must think I'm dead, but they'll never find out. I don't even exist in their world anymore, after all. Just thinking about how they won't ever get any closure about me, I. More and more tears were falling. I am sorry. Out of nowhere, Maya suddenly apologized and jumped at the blonde. She tightly hugged her while the catgirl gently caressed her back for a while. I had never thought about that before. You never said anything either. I'm so sorry for selfishly just thinking about myself earlier. When you were hurting so much more. She just buried her face in her nape while staying silent. Why didn't you tell me? Please remember that your problems are my problems. I admit this is a little above my abilities, but I would have offered you my shoulder much sooner. She needed another moment. While still in the embrace of Maya, she eventually opened up, though. I had no idea, either. At least not that it had affected me by this much. I mean, I missed them, of course, but I guess the feelings kept accumulating somewhere in my subconscious. When I met Kinnear again, the only link between my new and old life, it probably finally overflowed. I see. What are you going to do now? Now that those feelings are out. The catgirl's voice also got heavier again. Don't worry, Sophia returned Maya's embrace by wrapping her arms around the other's waist. I won't leave my new family to see my old one again. It hurts, but I have to look forward, not behind. New family. Her ears twitched and perked up after hearing those words. Why yes. There's Fen, who's like that one, slightly eccentric uncle everyone has and denies to know, but secretly loves. I think he's more like the overprotective father every daughter has and lover fears. Maya still clearly remembered the time when she had started dating Sophia, and Fen made it very clear that she should never hurt her. Well, there's also Aura now. Though we only met her recently, I have a good feeling about her. Yes, she seems nice. And then there's this overly emotional catgirl who effortlessly managed to speed run her way into my heart. Oh no, it took some effort, alright? She lightly pummeled Sophia's back while complaining. Eehee. You're the main reason I'm having such a great time. You have become the by far most important person in my life, Maya. I can't think of anything that would make me feel like leaving you because I love you from the bottom of my heart. You're the center of my new family. Thank you. She got a little shy from the straightforward confession. I love you, too. Yay. Wow, that was embarrassing. You don't say. Throwing the jab back at her, Maya finally let go of the girl. You're too smooth sometimes. Better than you who's too smooth all the time. Anyway, are you feeling better now? I should be the one asking you this question. But yes, I am. I'm sorry for freaking out without taking your side into consideration. It's fine. If anything, it makes me happy that you were scared of losing me. Ugh. Maya had mixed feelings about being so unstable when it came to the blonde. But really, what about you? I don't think that is something even you can get over so easily. Yes. Kinnear offered to look for my family and tell me how they're dealing with what happened to me. If he finds them and they're still hurting, I'll do my best to convince him to let them get a message from me. Something along the lines of I'm sorry, or I'm doing fine, please don't worry anymore, and I love you, goodbye. It's not much, but everyone should get some sort of closure this way. A couple of fresh tears appeared after the last line. Myself included. Kinnear sounds way nicer than you give him credit for, Sophia. Yes, irritatingly so. She enjoyed blaming him for everything, so him acting like a good person rubbed her the wrong way. Okay, can we talk about something else? It's getting depressing. Of course, but if something makes you sad next time, please tell me immediately. I will. The same goes for you. Naturally. Okay. Putting all that aside, I'm also really hungry. Sophia started to feel better. Ehe. She liked the sound of that. A hungry tiger was a good sign. Oh, while you were gone, I scouted the area a little and found this shop where they sell this thing called pizza. I had a slice, and it was amazing. You have to try it. Pizza? Hearing this familiar word, even though the intonation was slightly different again, the blonde got highly excited. The heavy mood was immediately forgotten and replaced by her desire to get a pizza, something that almost sounded nostalgic to her already. Chapter 109, Nostalgic Food and Shopping. Sophia was back from visiting Kinnear, and after Maya learned that the tiger girl's feeling homesick, she instantly got anxious because she was afraid of losing her. Following that, Sophia explained how she couldn't say goodbye to her family and how none of them got any sort of closure because she had simply vanished. She also gave the cat girl peace of mind by making clear that she would never willingly leave her new family. Once the two calmed down again, Sophia got very excited about the nostalgic-sounding food called pizza that Maya had found. Just to be sure, this pizza, or pizza, you found. What kind of food is it? Sophia wanted to make sure not to get too hyped over nothing. Let's see, the basis is a flat dough topped with some fruity red sauce. You could also add various toppings, but I went with a slice of cheese and some herbs only. Maya. Can we hurry up? Hearing her description of it, the tiger girl got even more excited. She now was certain it's the same food. Sure. Being slightly hurried by her girlfriend, Maya quickly made it back to the place where she got the pizza earlier. Entering the restaurant, Sophia's eyes grew wide. The decoration of the place made her feel even more nostalgic. It had the same Italian or Mediterranean feeling as she saw in these kinds of restaurants in her old world. Welcome. Ah, the girl from earlier. Did you forget anything? The owner, or a worker of the restaurant, gave them a casual greeting. He was a middle-aged man with an intense tan and massive horns on his head, resembling those of a mountain goat. Even he had the Mediterranean feel to him. Ah, I see you brought a friend. Thanks for recommending Mayo? He only then noticed Sophia's features. That's a surprising guest. Wait, didn't His Majesty and his army leave a couple of hours ago already? He did. The tiger girl answered. The two of us stayed behind because we have some other tasks to take care of. She usually left the talking to Maya, but the pizza had made her very motivated. Oh, I guess even after a war, the royal family keeps being busy, huh? Why yeah, something like that. So, the two of you took part in the war? Thank you very much for your service. Everyone's glad it ended so quickly so we could open up our businesses again. You're welcome. It wasn't much. Humble, as well, very admirable. His impression of them soared even more. Thanks. Sophia really wasn't trying to. Maya here guided me to this place because I was hungry. I hope it lives up to the praise. Wow, that's some pressure. Good thing I'm competent in my craft. I like the sound of that. What's the recommendation? Hard to say, the owner thought about it while guiding the couple to a free table. It really depends on your taste. We offer various toppings, based on meats or veggies. Though simply cheese is by far our most popular pizza. It was delicious. The cat girl agreed. Sounds good to me. Maya, are you still hungry? I could eat a little more. Great, I'm also very hungry. Could we get a whole, freshly made pizza? I like myself a girl who can eat. An oven-fresh cheese, got it. I'll get to work right away. After repeating the order, the owner left. Are you sure? They seemed pretty big. And I have a big appetite. Sophia didn't see a problem. Right. I forgot about that for a second. Maya took back her concern. About 20 minutes passed before the horned owner came back to the couple. He held a huge plate with a steamy and delicious-looking pizza with lots of cheese and garnished with a couple of leafy, green herbs. I put a little extra effort, so enjoy your meal. He left the two alone afterward. Thanks. Wow, it tastes even better oven fresh. Maya had the first try and seemed delighted about it. Sophia, on the other hand, stared at it for a little longer. What's wrong? Don't like it? That's not it. This pizza was a very common dish in my old place. I wasn't expecting to see it in a restaurant here. I mean, it's really not hard to make, but I'm still surprised. I see. You're right. It seems easy to make. I wonder why I haven't seen it before somewhere. Maybe no one ever thought about it? Well, less nostalgia, more eating. She finally grabbed a slice and finally tried it. Wow, he wasn't kidding. The owner has all the rights to be proud of it. It's amazing. The two continued to eat their pizza in delight while having a good time together. Once they finished it and stopped chatting about all sorts of meaningless things as is custom on a date between them, the horned owner came back to their table. I see it's all gone. I hope it lived up to the expectation. Yes, it was delicious. Sophia seemed satisfied. It was one of, if not the best margarita I ever had. Margarita. The other two tilted their heads. The tiger girl noticed her mistake. Owner, did you come up with this pizza on your own, or did you learn it from somewhere? I actually learned it from a wandering trader a couple of decades ago and came up with some toppings that go well with it. I don't know why, but this dish resonated deeply with me, and I had to have it. Interesting. You see, I know the place this dish originated from. She left out the detail that she was speaking about a different world. The cheese variant is called margarita. Also, in theory, it's called pizza, not pizza, but that might just be a regional intonation thing. Oh really? He was surprised. Well, I can't change the pizza name now, it's already established, but do you mind if I use margarita from now on? It has a really nice ring to it. I bet it'll increase sales. Sure. It's not like I came up with that name myself. Thank you. Still, how do you know the place it came from? I thought the entire tiger family lives in or near the capital? I'm a bit of an exception. I lived very far away until recently and only came to the capital not too long ago. Just arrived, the king immediately sent me to another mission, and now we're talking here. As usual, when she was talking about her past, Sophia, technically, wasn't lying. Wow, it seems like I served my pizza to someone extraordinary, huh? Don't mind me, just treat me like any other person. Her evasion skills definitely got boosted, as well. Of course. The couple chatted a little longer with the owner. Sophia also remembered a couple more pizza names, depending on which toppings are used. Because he was pleased about them, the pizza the two ate ended up being free. That was good. Sophia rubbed her stomach with a satisfied expression once they left the restaurant. Yes. She agreed. What's the plan for now? With your earlier, let's call it a meeting, and the restaurant now, it's already late afternoon. That's true. The tiger looked around. How about we do some shopping before we look for an inn? Tomorrow, I would like to experiment with my magic idea. Sounds like a plan to me. Anything specific you want to buy? Nah, let's just look around. Alright. Maya liked the idea. The two got some more supplies and accessories that could be useful for camping outside before leisurely strolling through the city. They checked out a couple of general clothing stores, but neither of them found anything of interest. A little bit later, though, Sophia suddenly felt a tug on the hand that was intertwined with Maya's. Looking at said girl, she noticed that she had stopped in front of a store without saying a word. Oh, did you find some taking a better look at the store? The tiger girl's voice trailed off. It was a boutique store, which, after she glanced through the window, seemed to be specialized in lingerie. Looks fancy. Can we take a look? I could need some new bras. Why? She raised an eyebrow. If you're going to tell me the size isn't right anymore, I might get a little angry. Her voice sounded just a little scary as she alternatingly glanced between Maya's and her own chest. Well, I mean, I'm good now, but I already needed to resort to magic, and yet you'd dash. And no, I have not. Also, I've already told you many times when we took a bath, and you asked the same question. I haven't really grown in years. Alright. Sorry. Most of the ones I currently own have started to wear down from all the running around we're doing. They either lost their shape or the fabric has gotten too thin. I see. Good point, actually. Even though I wore mostly sporty ones, and they have a little less to hold, I also had to retire one the other day. I think I'll get a new one, as well. Having decided on a plan, the two entered the boutique, and with the help of a clerk, they quickly found something adequate. Prioritizing function because they move around and travel a lot, the decision fell on a sporty and comfortable-to-wear type or bra for both. Will you help me with the fitting? Yeah. Sophia stopped in her tracks and looked at the cat girl. Me? Who else? The clerk? I admit that I don't really need a fitting for a sports bra because it doesn't have to do quite as much work for me, and I'm used to them already, but you should let a professional help you. You haven't really used sports bras yet, right? You should make sure to get the right size. I want you to do it. But a fitting's kinda, you know. She wasn't sure if she would survive such an intimate thing right now. It involves a lot of touching and shaping one's chest, after all. Okay, maybe not to such an extent with a sports bra, but still. Come on, you sissy. Maya simply grabbed her hand and dragged her into a free dressing room. Some time passed, much more than a simple fitting would typically take, and the two finally left the dressing room again. I'll take these for me, and those for my girlfriend. With a cheery voice and refreshed expression, the cat girl addressed one of the clerks while holding a couple of bras in each hand. Huh. Sophia, on the other hand, looked slightly exhausted. Also, why did I have to get a fitting, too? I know my size, and I'm used to sports bras, anyway. Actually, you can't really call what she did to me a fitting in the first place. That was something else. Wait a moment, I didn't try on a single bra in the first place. She didn't give me a fitting at all. She just played with. My cat's even thirstier than usual, wow. While Maya was paying for the bras, she walked through the boutique and stopped at a very interestingly dressed mannequin. I said it before, and I'll say it again, this world's weirdly advanced in the strangest areas. This is quite something. The mannequin was wearing a rather sensual type of lingerie. It was a black demi-cup style bra with flower-patterned lace embroidery. It also was an unlined type of bra, making it mostly see-through as they had no sort of padding behind the lace. It was the epitome of form over function, the exact opposite of the sporty bras they just bought. She absolutely didn't mind, though, and her raised eyebrows signaled deep interest over every other feeling. It also came with a matching pair of panties with the same flowery lace embroidery, and they were just as see-through for the most part. Rather than protecting and hiding one's private parts, the set was made to make them look their best and maybe entice everyone who's chosen to see it. Do you like this type of lingerie? Huh? The tiger girl jumped from the unexpected voice. She hadn't noticed that Maya was suddenly standing next to her because she was focusing all of her attention on something else. Do you? She repeated her question. Well, I think it looks amazing, and it's really well made. She gave it another glance. Though it's not something you usually wear, I guess. Well, some would. Nothing wrong with that, but for me, they're more for behind closed doors to show off. Lingerie you don't wear for very long because you put them on to get, lucky, and take them off soon again. She trailed off a little towards the end. Is that so? Maya stared at the lingerie for a while. To get lucky, huh? Looking at it for a bit longer, she tilted her head and eventually glanced at the inventory below the display. Indeed, they look great. I wonder if they have the set in my size. Eh? Sophia's eyes became twice as big as she froze up. Oh, they do. Perfect. Yeah? I think I'll get the set. You never know when you need it, right? Yeah. Please wait for me. I'll go ask the clerk if I need a fitting for it. As you said, I mean one doesn't plan to wear it for long, after all. It should still look good, though. One wants to show off what know they have, right? Eh? Sophia had stopped working. 25 minutes passed, and the couple was back on the streets of the city. It had gotten late, and the sun already went down. The two were currently looking for an inn to stay in for the night. Well, Maya was. Sophia lost the ability to talk and couldn't turn her eyes away from the 2 bags the catgirl was holding ever since exiting the lingerie boutique. A fuse in her brain had blown, or maybe even a couple of them. Chapter 110, Maya's Power Play. The couple went shopping together and ended up in a lingerie boutique. Initially, they only got a couple of new sporty bras, which are comfortable to move in during their many and long travels. There, Sophia also spotted a very sensual and provocative lacy lingerie, the type one usually wears indoors, to get in the mood. Seeing how interested she was in it, Maya actually went ahead and bought it for herself. Sophia was so overwhelmed by this unexpected power play by the catgirl that she lost the ability to talk. She had no idea how to deal with whatever the other girl tried to imply with this action of hers. Oh, this is a nice room. The two had found an inn and got a room together. There, Maya had taken off her shoes and over-knee socks before she threw herself on the big and comfortable-looking bed while acting as if nothing happened. Sophia was still very confused. Walking around in the room a little longer, she eventually sat down on the other side of the bed after she got rid of her shoes, too. Essay. Yes? She sounded really cheerful. The lingerie you bought. The black one you liked? Why yes. You bought them, after I voiced my opinion on what they're used for. She was barely able to speak in complete sentences, her face utterly red from embarrassment. Yep. Does that. Are you trying to tell me something? Maya stayed silent. A short moment later, she got up and walked in front of Sophia. There, she put her hands on the tiger girl's shoulders and pushed her down on the bed. Climbing on top of the blonde, the catgirl basically mounted her while still pushing her down. Eventually, Maya brought her face closer and lightly kissed the girl's collarbone a couple of times before she slowly moved her way up on Sophia's neck before giving her a deep kiss on the lips. Once she was done with that, Maya looked her straight in the eyes with a deep blush on her cheeks. What do you think I'm trying to tell you? Even the catgirl couldn't stay calm or unaffected by her own actions. Sophia's face became even redder as she stared back at the girl on top of her while having an expression that clearly showed how overwhelmed she was by this attack. Say something. Maya's confidence finally got entirely replaced by embarrassment. It apparently had taken her a lot to be this bold. Give me a moment. I'm restarting my brain. Sophia tried her best not to break eye contact. Is there something I missed today? What do you mean? You were really emotional when I told you about feeling homesick. How pushy you were about the bra fitting. Not to mention what happened inside the cabin. The lingerie you brought in front of me, which clearly is made for one thing and one thing only. And now this. With her one free arm, she gestured at the scene of her getting pinned down on the bed by the catgirl. So, what are you implying? You got frisky before. We both did. But this much. Are you in, heat? Wait, does the beast folk go into heat? Wait, will I go, too, now? Will that get boosted, as well? As usual, she got sidetracked. Sophia. Maya let go of the tiger girl's arms and simply sat down upright on her lap. Why yes. Just by the tone of her voice, she already knew she messed up. Her expression was far from embarrassed by now. Shut up. Whatever mood they had going on, it was dead. I am sorry, very sorry. She deeply regretted blurting it out. It had already left my mouth, before my stupid slow brain could stop me. Huh. Maya took a deep breath. No. The humanoid type hybrid beast folk, like we are, they don't go into heat. I see. Right, I wouldn't suffer from monthly period cramps like at the moment then, would I? Shut up. This time, the catgirl's voice sounded much lighter. But, yes, we wouldn't have to deal with that every month, because going into heat works differently. Gee, good to know. Their conversation took a bizarre turn somewhere. Do you want to know why? Why I behaved as I did? Please tell me. First of, when you mentioned being homesick, I wasn't emotional. I became terrified. Terrified of losing you. Then, when you told me you love me and how I've become your most important person and a part of your new family, I was happy. Incredibly happy. That's what most likely led to my behavior and raised my affection towards you even more afterward. My heart wanted more, I guess. Sophia tried her best to hold back a stupid grin. I'm happy, too. Eehee. Also, it made me think. Maya glanced at the bag from the boutique in the corner of the room. I think I'm ready. The tiger girl glanced to the side of the bed and noticed where her line of sight ended up at. We almost crossed the line a couple of times already, after all. We did, but it was always in the heat of the moment. Sophia clearly and vividly remembered more than a few makeout sessions that ended up being extra spicy before they even noticed. But, saying it out loud, the commitment to it, my brain starts melting just thinking about it. How do you think I feel? Like you said, acting on impulse is one thing, but giving out an invitation is on a whole other level. Do you have any idea how much it took me to act so confident and all today? Inside, I was screaming the entire time. Sorry. For some reason, she felt the need to apologize. What about you? Are you ready, too? She locked eyes with her. Sophia clearly heard the question, but it took her quite a while to answer. As in right and now. Someone killed the mood. So, maybe not. Sorry. She got the urge to apologize once more. I was physically ready a couple of times already, I think. If I hadn't ruined the mood earlier, we might. But, saying it out loud, inviting you is. You're amazing, Maya. I want to have at least half as much courage as you have. Thank you. Maya noticed there was no denial in Sophia's words, only that she was too embarrassed to verbally invite her. Physically speaking, she even approved. I see. She kissed the tiger girl on the cheeks before changing her position on the bed. She laid down next to Sophia and hugged her side. How about we settle for cuddling today? We're really too much all over the place for anything else right now. Cuddling won't ever not be acceptable. That's something Sophia's more than confident enough to engage in. She let out a giggle. Well, I am ready for anything else, in multiple ways, so it's not up to me, anyway. She gave the lingerie bag from the boutique another very obvious glance. Is that a subtle hint for me to think about going shopping and/or to prepare myself? Nah. Maya shook her head. Really? She thought for sure the cat girl was implying something along those lines. I wasn't trying to be subtle. Sophia didn't say another word for the rest of the evening. She didn't stop cuddling with the cat girl, though, because she never not wants to cuddle, after all. Her brain might have been fried once more, but her Maya-related instincts were still working just fine. During the morning of the next day, Sophia felt a little sporty and wanted to go on a run to move around and clear her head a little from the events that happened. Because she wanted to do a high-speed run, she decided to go without Maya. That's what she told the cat girl. In reality, Sophia went to the lingerie boutique again. There, after thoroughly looking at everything with great interest, she also bought something with an impractical little amount of fabric, which was entirely made up by its looks, though. The form and design were similar to the set Maya got. Only the generous amount of lace embroidery on the cups of the bra and front of the panties resembled butterflies instead of a flowery pattern. They didn't have the bra in the perfect size for the tiger as everything was too big for her, but the girl had a way to get around that problem. She decided to solve that issue with magic in a way Maya would enjoy very much when the time to wear it comes. After the conversation with the cat girl, she thought it wouldn't be wrong to be prepared. Fortunately, Sophia's very good at hiding secrets, and Maya never thought she was easy to read before. Thanks to that, she never found out that the tiger didn't go running but had other plans entirely. Chapter 111, Storage Dimension. Sophia had finished her morning run and came back to the inn. Maya suspiciously eyed her for a while, but said nothing. She was pretty sure that the tiger went shopping instead. After all, the blonde's terrible at keeping a secret, but she decided against making a comment. Once they ate something, the couple left the city around noon. Any idea where we're going? The cat girl eventually addressed her partner while walking on a path that led them away from the city. I want a place away from possible onlookers so I can experiment freely. Oh, how about that forest over there? She pointed to her right at a vast group of trees. We should find a nice place in there. Saying so, the two did just that and looked around in there. This seems nice. Maya found a small clearing and took a liking to it. It even has a little river flowing through it. Yeah, it's perfect. They went closer to it and sat down on the lush, green grass near the riverbed. The couple looked at the scenery for a while before Maya shifted her attention to the tiger girl. Do you remember what you promised me with your experiments? Yes, ma'am. I won't do anything dangerous. Good. Do you need any help? Not yet, I guess. I have to change the space of my storage first before I can put an animal inside to find out if living beings can survive in there and, even more so, can get out again. Right now, they would most likely end up wanting to live there, because all of our proviant is in it. Yeah, if you want to find out if living beings can get out on their own, this wouldn't be helpful. She understood the problem. But, to do that, I have to take a look inside. You want to stick your head inside again, don't you? Yes. I already did it before, and the only dangerous part was the lack of air inside the storage, but I fixed that since then. It sure looked scary, though. Maya didn't like it. At the same time, she wanted to support her, though. Be careful, okay? Of course. Having gotten the permission, Sophia wasted no time. She created something that looked like a purple portal and slowly put her head inside. Ugh, it's already freaky when she only uses her hands, but this. The portal was rather two-dimensional, so looking from the side, it seemed like Sophia had no head anymore. Wow, it's gotten so messy in there. About 5 minutes later, the tiger girl's body was complete again. Well, we bought a ton of stuff and just shoved it in there. Welcome back. Maya looked visibly relieved. Hee hee. But, yeah, we did go kinda wild with shopping. All the money from the golem eyes, and unlimited place to put stuff. In retrospect, that's a very dangerous combination. Why yes. She felt a little guilty. I regret nothing. Sophia didn't. By the way, I've been wondering. Normally, you simply put your hand inside the portal thingy and pull out whatever we want. How do you even know where to get it if it's so messy inside? No idea. Sophia just shook her head. I just think about what I want to get, and I, get it. Seriously? Yeah. Like, if I want a fishing rod, after saying it, Sophia put her hand inside the portal and brought out a pole. See? Yes, I see that this magic might be too much for me to understand. By the way, why do we have that? The tiger looked at the fishing rod she pulled out of the storage. Because you saw that in a store in the capital and wanted it. No reason was provided by you. Sounds like something I would do. Sophia didn't doubt her explanation. Can I have that rod? Watching you messing with the portal makes me kinda nervous. Trying to fish traditionally, without any magic, could be a fun distraction. Oh, I want fish for dinner. I'll see what I can do. Maya took the fishing rod and went closer to the river while Sophia got back to reorganizing her storage dimension. Almost an hour passed before the tiger girl took another break because she noticed something rather interesting. You know, now that I shoved all of our stuff into a corner, it kinda looks like the place where I always meet Kinnear. I wanted it to look like a warehouse, but it's actually just an all-white place that seemingly goes on forever. I'll never forget the first time I was teleported somewhere with absolutely nothing existing as far as the eye could see. Scary. Maya only needed one word. A little, but after seeing it so many times. It's more boring than anything else if you ask me. Still, being able to create the same space thing is a god. You won't get in trouble because of that, right? She got worried again. Oh, I actually asked Kinnear about my magic. He said that I should try not to destroy the world, but other than that, I can go wild. I'm not sure if I feel any better now. Maya had very mixed feelings. I wonder if I can change the design. If we use that place to travel, I want it to look nice and cute. Sophia, before you think about the design, it should work first. Alright. She noticed that she was getting carried away again. How's the fishing going? Not very good. I saw some fish, but they're not biting at all. Well, I guess I need some bait. I'll look for some insects or worms later. The tiger girl went silent and looked away with a complicated expression. Seriously. How can a girl who started a war against an entire race be scared of bugs and the likes? I am not scared. I just don't like their wiggling or all those extra legs many of them have, brr. Her entire body shivered. Really now? Those spiders in the dungeon back then made you freak out a lot, though. She remembered the joke Dungeon Kinnear made when the group traveled to the capital. Spiders don't count. They're the spawns from hell. Especially if they're half my size. Nope, just nope. Doesn't sound very convincing. Maya looked like she wanted to tease her some more. Well, the only thing I still really remember from the dungeon is the graveyard area where a certain cat girl almost wet herself from seeing some ghosts. I am very sorry. Her expression immediately changed. Forget I ever said anything. Without another word on the topic, the girls went back to their tasks. Maya searched for bait she could use for fishing. At the same time, Sophia continued to sort all the stuff inside her storage dimension. Alright, I think I'm done. Another hour went by before the tiger girl got her head out of the portal again. I've created an actual room with walls where I put all of our stuff. Then, I made something like a hallway with visible corners. If I put a portal at each end, even the most mindless monster should get out again. Chances are that even a human could make it with enough tries. Wow, you really put in a lot of effort. Maya played along. Are you going to test it now? Yeah, that's the plan. I'm just wondering how I can, convince an animal to get in the portal. Just grab one and throw it in? I don't think there's a living being that would say no to you. By that, I mean could. I kinda don't like the sound of that. Sophia wasn't a fan of the implications that entailed. Does it even need to be a living being for a first test? If you made a corridor, can't you just throw a stone into one portal and see if it comes out the other? You know, to see if it works, like, at all? We need to work on magic together more often. You always give such great tips that I somehow never manage to think of. Because you tend to overcomplicate things. Don't hit me with facts out of nowhere. The blonde didn't like being called out. Eehee. Maya chuckled at her reaction. But, I would love to do more magic with you, rather than just learning from you. Though the gap between us could be making it complicated. It's not like I only do things that are so over the top that I understand. Not implying that I actually understand what I'm doing. She didn't answer. The tiger girl also paused for a moment. Could you please think of something we can do together? Okay. Alright, let's try the stone idea. It won't answer the question if living beings can move inside, but it's a start, I guess. Saying so, she created 2 door-sized portals around 10 m apart from each other that connected to her storage space. Wow. So freaky. Maya stared at the portals. They looked like purplish-violet distortions floating in the air, forming a semi-translucent wall. Later, you actually want us to walk through that. Only if it works, obviously. But then, yeah, sure. HRMM. She eyed the portal some more with a skeptical yet curious expression. I don't know if I want it to work or not. Alright, let's give it a try. Ignoring her, Sophia grabbed a fist-sized rock from the ground and threw it into one of the portals with all her might. It successfully disappeared inside, but nothing else ever happened. Why? Guess it wasn't that easy, huh? The cat girl was a little curious, picked up a small pebble near her feet, and lightly flicked it into the portal. Around 2 seconds later, it suddenly hopped out of the second portal. Yeah, why? Sophia complained even louder this time. Even if you ask me. She was the most surprised one. You did it, but I don't. How's that even possible? Okay, I'll take a look inside. Clearly confused, the tiger girl walked up to the portal she threw the stone into and peeked inside. A minute later, she pulled her head out again while having a slight blush on her face together with an awkward expression. What's wrong? Air. Anyway, it seems like it's working. What did you do? Maya wasn't fooled by her shoddy acting. Well, I might have thrown the rock at a slight angle. Instead of reaching the second portal, I slammed it into the wall next to it instead. She looked very embarrassed. Wow, just wow. Why yes. She hung her head in shame. Wanna eat something? I caught a couple of fish earlier. The cat girl had the feeling that it was time for a break. Please. While preparing the fish, Sophia quickly started a campfire. Maya gutted and impaled the grilled fish with a stick before placing them over the fire. It didn't take much time or effort before the two could eat. Better now? Yeah. Food always helps. Still, why am I so good at messing up in the most stupid ways possible? Sophia couldn't believe herself. Well, everyone needs a talent. Hey. Hee hee. The cat girl enjoyed teasing her. So, what now? Alright, we know that it's possible to cross the storage dimension with portals. Now we must find out if living beings can do the same, preferably doing so without dying. That part is very important if you ask me. I saw a deer in the corner of my eyes earlier. Sophia looked at the forest, and her feline eyes turned bigger as she focused on something there. Yeah, it's still there. I didn't even need my detection magic. Wait, it's called tear here, isn't it? She vaguely remembered Finn using this as their name. I could catch it and use it to experiment. Her tail already started twitching in anticipation. Sure, go for it. Maya could easily see that she just wanted to hunt it for fun. Alright. The tiger's ears perked up, seemingly in full attention mode already, and her pupils looked even larger now. Using her tail to balance, she sprinted into the forest while keeping a low profile. Without making a single sound, she quickly advanced towards the tear she made out with her sharp eyes a while ago while disappearing into the forest. If I wouldn't know better and someone told me she wasn't born as a feline, I would call them crazy. She's more cat than any cat I ever met, myself included. The actual cat girl watched after her with a warm expression. God, I love that dork. Chapter 112, Travel Dimension. Sophia was trying to find out if she could use her storage dimension as a way to travel fast between two places. The plan was to use two gates and skip the distance in between. With the help of Maya, they found out that it was, in theory, possible. All that was left was to see if living beings could even use it without being harmed. The tiger girl wanted to use a tear as a test subject, but her feline hunting instincts had taken over, and it became more like playtime for her. I wonder if she's even able to catch it alive. Around 20 minutes after the tiger girl disappeared into the forest, Maya started to second-guess her plan of catching the tear. Look what I got. 15 more minutes passed before Sophia showed up again. A tear was nowhere to be seen, though. Instead, she was holding some sort of rabbit with big antlers. It violently thrashed around, but the girl had grabbed it by its neck, making any resistance futile. The tiger also looked strangely proud when she was happily presenting her catch to Maya. Good girl. She praised her before addressing the elephant in the room. Or rabbit. That tear looks suspiciously close to a jackalope if you ask me. Maya was alternatingly looking at the two. The blonde didn't even comment on the name, and her expression turned slightly awkward. I might have gotten carried away and let it escape. Really? She didn't believe her. Why yes. I totally didn't jump at it and snapped its neck on instinct or anything like that. Her eyes nervously swam around for some reason. So? The cat girl decided to ignore the tear murdering that definitely had not happened in the forest and pointed at the rabbit hybrid instead. That critter's aggressive as heck. It launched itself at me with like supersonic speed. I could barely dodge before it collided with the tree behind me. Yeah, jackalopes are quite something. If you don't pay attention, they can seriously hurt you with those antlers, especially at high speed. No kidding. Scared the heck out of me. Well, now he's my new test subject and will find out for me whether it's safe to cross my storage dimension. Saying so, Sophia walked towards one of her gates and threw the rabbit inside without a second thought. Have fun, idiot. Her slightly scary smile made clear that those two won't ever become friends. They're quite the delicacy, though. Oh? Maybe Sophia will like him in the future, after all. Sue. Around 5 minutes with nothing happening passed before the catgirl spoke up again. It's not coming out, is it? Doesn't seem like it. I also don't want to look inside because it might jump at me the moment it sees my head. That's possible. Those freaky jackalopes jump at anything that moves. She tilted her head while thinking about a solution. Maya, on a totally unrelated note, want to see how it looks inside the storage dimension? She pointed at one of the portals. Sure. The catgirl didn't move an inch, though. Fine, I'll do it myself. With a sigh, she cautiously peeked into one of the portals again, only to immediately pull her head out again. What's wrong? That idiot's all curled up and fast asleep in a corner inside. Pfft. Maya couldn't stifle her laugh. Why does it always end up in something stupid like that with you? If only I would know. Stupid rabbit. Well, at least we now know that living beings can fully go inside without getting hurt, I guess? Sure. The tiger girl had mixed feelings about it. Then, she grabbed another stone and lightly flicked it inside the portal. Oh. There was an immediate reaction. The jackalope came out of the second portal and noticed Maya. It instantly charged at her and tried to take her out with a super strong jump. The catgirl didn't look fazed at all, though. She lightly dodged to the side and turned around. She then raised her leg high and gave the still midair rabbit a kick to the neck with the back of her heel. The jackalope died on the spot and lifelessly fell on the ground. And that's how you deal with them. That was so cool. Eehee. Well, it's easier to kill them with magic from afar, but dash. No, it was amazing. Sophia's eyes were still sparkling. Although, she looked at Maya's bottom half. Doing a dropkick with that skirt. Well, thank you very much. She noticed her wardrobe malfunction. Well, there's only you around. She didn't mind Sophia seeing it. Anyway, it seems the portals are working, huh? That idiot was definitely still alive when it came out. It also was still very energetic. Maya agreed. Yes. The tiger girl glanced at the dead rabbit again. What now? Well. She looked at the portals and let them disappear. From the looks of it, it's working. Now, I need Fen or maybe Aura to test it out because I think they could figure something out even if anything goes wrong. I promised that I wouldn't do anything dangerous, so I'll be the last to test it. And no matter how hard I'm having to hold myself back right now. She was actually slightly shaking in anticipation. Thank you very much for your noble sacrifice. I really appreciate it. Maya then sat down on the grass near the river and stretched out her legs while patting her thighs. Want a reward for keeping your promise? Well, I don't need a reward for making you happy, but I definitely won't say no to your offer. Accepting her invitation, Sophia sat down next to her and placed her head on the catgirl's lap. If it's not a reward, let's swap later, okay? Maya placed a hand on the tiger girl's head and gently caressed her blonde and black hair. She gave a deep, purr-like confirmation. Petting you feels really good, too. Thanks. Being on the receiving side's much better, though. Feeling happy about the compliment, she wiggled her head around, and her tiger ears brushed against Maya's thighs. That tickles. Sorry. I wasn't complaining. It feels nice. She petted her some more in return. Another low and deep hum escaped Sophia's lips while she continued to rub her head against the catgirl's hand. You really got in tune with your inner cat, huh? She paused for a moment. I'm pretty sure that even as a human, I would have enjoyed your lap just as much. Purring or whatever your deeper version is, and marking included? Maya didn't believe her. Another pause. Let me be. She turned her head to face away from Maya with a slight pout but never denied anything. Gladly. Tiger Sophia is also at least 70% cuter than human Sophia, and she already was 200% cute. While saying so, Maya gently reached for the blonde and black striped and very fluffy-looking tiger ears and played with them for a bit. MHRMN. I idiot, it didn't sound much like complaining, though. The emotions in her voice sounded like something else entirely. Eehee. Maya continued to spoil her for another half an hour before the two eventually switched places. With the biggest smile she had today, the cat girl dived into the other's lap and immediately found a good spot. Comfy? Very. Just like Sophia before, she was happily wiggling her head around. It's the best place in existence. Gee good. Because her thighs are incredibly ticklish, the tiger girl also placed her hand on the other's head, firm enough to stop her from moving around too much, but also so gentle that it wouldn't hurt her. It's getting late, huh? Maya looked at the sky and noticed how low the sun was already. Want to head back? Not yet. I want to enjoy the lap pillow a little longer. Of course. Seeing her expectant gaze, Sophia began to gently stroke her snow-white hair, as well, while occasionally also caressing her cat ears. Maya had a great time. It's been 1.5 days now. They'll probably arrive back in the capital right around now, huh? Sophia didn't want to mention the king by name, but it was clear what she was talking about. No, it'll take a while. He told me that they were going to stop in a couple of territories on the way back. To inform them what happened and the future plans. Oh, I guess that means we can take it easy for a little longer, huh? Yep. Good. With a smile on her lips, Sophia continued to pet the cat girl. The couple continued to play around, cuddle and flirt for almost another hour before they finally headed back to their inn. On the way back, Sophia was relatively silent, though, seemingly thinking about something while often glancing at her hand that was connected with Maya's and their intertwined fingers. After the two were back in their room, they took their usual bath together. Done with that, Maya left the bathroom first and wanted to get ready for bed, but she stopped in her tracks once she noticed something new in their room. They had already unpacked the normal underwear they got, and only Maya's other bag was supposed to be left. Still, there were now 2 bags from the lingerie boutique again. The cat girl knew, or at least was pretty sure, that Sophia went back there to get, just like her, something more appropriate for a special night in the future. What surprised her the most, though, was the fact that the tiger girl had put the bag on display out in the open. Right next to hers, even. Not entirely sure how to interpret this, she turned around to confront Sophia in the bathroom, but the tiger girl was standing right behind her already. The two looked at each other for at least a solid minute in silence. Sophia's face became more and more flushed before she eventually gave a slight but clear nod while never breaking eye contact with Maya. Actually inviting her with words was too much of a hurdle for the blonde, no matter how much she wanted to. However, words aren't the only way, and she still managed to get her intent across regardless. Chapter 113, Playing Tag. Sophia had successfully tested the idea of using her storage dimension as a means to fast travel by connecting an entrance and exit portal between a long distance. Afterward, the couple relaxed for a while and enjoyed each other's company. As usual, they got a little touchy and very flirty in the process. Eventually, the two got back to the inn they were staying and took their usual bath together. Then, Maya noticed a new bag of the lingerie boutique they visited before. The cat girl had bought a set of showy underwear to wear for a special night. Apparently, Sophia had bought equally provocative lingerie and placed the bag right next to Maya's. She faced the tiger girl to find out why she was presenting the bag so openly. With an intense blush on her face, Sophia only responded with a slight nod, indicating and consenting that she was ready to put it to use. The following morning was more than just a little awkward. The couple had taken another bath and also already had breakfast together. Afterward, they went back to their room but had yet to have an actual conversation. They continued to steal glances at each other for a while without saying a word. Oh, okay. Maya couldn't take it anymore. Want to, talk? About? Her face turned red from just hearing the cat girl's voice. Well, why She wasn't doing much better. Sophia was having a hard time. I'm sorry, I have no idea what to say. Never been in this situation, no idea how to react. Besides being embarrassed and, trying my best to not show a stupid grin on my face when looking at you. Sorry for being so awkward. She barely managed to get the words out. Yeah. Maya turned to get a good look at her now. That's the reason? I thought I did something wrong. You aren't avoiding me because of that, huh? Sophia finally stared back at her. And not at all. I was just embarrassed by how happy I'm feeling. If anything, I thought you were ignoring me, for that exact reason. Oh, of course not. It's the same for me, embarrassed, but the happy kind. It appeared that there was a slight misunderstanding about the cause of their awkwardness. Oh, really? Huh. The tiger girl looked relieved. I mean, it wasn't as smooth as I had fantasized before, but that's because it was the dash. First time. Why, yes. Sophia was currently inventing a new shade of red. That's true. It was still nice. I'm glad I got my first experience with you, Sophia. Well, I got a lot of those first with you, but now we've finally gone all the way after chickening out right before many times. Both of us. Maya sat down next to her on the bed and rested her head against the girl's shoulder. Absolutely. I couldn't be gladder about my partner. Dot. The cat girl looked happy. As for the rest, we just need more practice. How about lots of practice, actually? Huh? Sophia's eyes sprung open in shock. You don't want to? No. I mean, yes. I mean, no. Yes. Wait a moment, my brain's turning mushy. Sophia needed a moment to collect herself. Why, yes, I do want to. Though, I might need around 3 days to feel confident and be bold again. That includes my boosts working overtime to recover on these days. Why, yeah, it took me a lot, as well. Being confident isn't nearly as easy as I thought. Can I have some of your boosts? But only the positive ones, okay? I have little motivation to start a war because I got angry. Nope, those are all mine. For the better or worse. Hee. Ahaha. The awkwardness between the couple was finally starting to subside. They cuddled and enjoyed each other's company for a while longer before leaving the inn around noon. Once the two had lunch in a restaurant that tickled their fancy, they went outside the city once more. By the way, are we going somewhere? The couple was walking on a path leading through an extensive plain when Maya noticed that she had no idea what the current plan was. Good question. Sophia just tilted her head. I just felt like moving around because I'm feeling way too energetic for some reason. Idiot. The cat girl took a guess why Sophia's feeling like that and developed a slight blush in response. Her face turned red, as well, while both of them got embarrassed once more. Wanna play tag? Maya needed to change the topic. Huh? The suggestion was too unexpected for her. Though, it was actually a good thing, as it distracted her from the current conversation. Don't want to? I had an idea I wanted to try out a while back, and I think it would be a great way to power you out, and myself. Oh? What's the plan? Sophia was curious. Do you think it's possible to boost my running speed with air magic? Like creating some wind behind me? I would say yes. I actually thought about that before, too. Never tried it, though. Can I give it a try? After you got used to your new body, I'm the slowest in our group again, and I want to make up for it. You don't have to, though. The tiger girl didn't mind not traveling at max speed all the time. But I want to. As usual, she was very competitive. Alright, all the power to you. She had no plans to stop her. Should I do anything specific? Holding back, maybe? No, please go all out. But maybe no magic. Are you sure? I've been training a lot lately, especially when you were practicing magic, and I've become fast. I'm not 100% back to my original form, but I'm running a lot, and my new feline body's awesome. I love it. You mean like yesterday? When you went for another run? Yesterday. Sophia remembered the excuse she made up for secretly going lingerie shopping. Alright, you said you want full power? Yes, please. Then, I'll test out air magic to run faster and catch you. Try to catch me, you mean? The tiger girl looked smug while she started stretching her body. She was already preparing herself. Sure. She seemed pretty confident herself. Alright. Well then, Sophia finished stretching and got down in a crouching start position. Her tiger ears were cocked up, and even her tail pointed up, signalizing she was ready. She kicked the ground and was gone. Before Maya even realized what was going on, the other girl was already a couple of 100 meters ahead. Well. I guess that's what I get for being cocky, huh? Maybe I should have tested my idea before letting her run away. She noticed that she could barely see Sophia anymore. Okay, let's see. If I create some strong winds behind me, they'll push me, and I should be able to run much faster. Probably. Imitating her girlfriend, the cat girl also got on her knees for a better start. Breaking into a sprint, she then activated her air magic, which noticeably boosted her speed. Being surprised by the acceleration, Maya almost tripped over but managed to stabilize herself and chased after the tiger. Oh ho! Sophia had slowed down after a while and watched the cat girl get ready. Not bad. Looks like this game of tag will be fun. With a sparkle in her eyes, she increased her speed again, visibly having fun running around like that. Maya kept chasing the blonde for around 20 minutes over the vast plain, but even with the magic boost, she couldn't catch her. She also began to notice that the constant use of magic was everything but easy, too. My magic power reserves are still good, but using it non-stop is kinda tiring on its own. Also, she looked at Sophia in the distance again. Yeah, I'm not getting closer at all. She wasn't lying about her training. Seriously, how can a girl I have to use force to get her out of bed in the morning be so sporty and loves to run? It makes no sense. Boost or not, I can't even catch up with magic. I should accompany her to train more often and get a little fitter. For now, though. Maya looked around, trying to think of a plan to catch the other girl. Sophia glanced behind her and noticed the cat girl had stopped. Did she give up? No, that doesn't sound like Maya. She's planning something, isn't she? The tiger girl knew she wouldn't give up just like that. And just as I say it, she's on the go again. Oh, a new strategy, huh? She noticed how the girl stopped simply following her and instead seemed to be running at an angle and started drawing circles around her. Following her new strategy, Maya stopped running behind the blonde and got next to her in the distance. From there, she tried to intercept Sophia when she ran out of space on the plain, which was their playing field. The cat girl now knew that it was impossible to catch the tiger with speed alone. Instead, she hoped that her reaction time and body controls were still better than those of Sophia. Maya was born with feline reflexes and always had a tail, which significantly boosts one's agility. The tiger girl's fast, but she's still a little clumsy when it comes to cornering. I think it's working. Great. She noticed that with every turn the two had to take, she was getting closer to Sophia. The blonde was still able to dodge her pursuer, but it seemed to be only a matter of time now. Ugh, I thought my agility was better. Maybe I should have done more than simply running to get faster. Tight cornering's also important. I guess a natural cat is something else, huh? She naturally noticed the pinch she was in. I won't ever lose, though. Their game of tag had gotten rather intense. I'll just do this, and Sophia tried to do a perfect 90-degree turn while running at full speed, but her body didn't fully listen. Her tail flailed around, causing her to lose balance, and she almost tripped in response. Got you now. Not wasting her chance, Maya instantly increased the power of her air magic and jumped, basically catapulting herself at the other girl. She tackled Sophia's back and dragged the two to the ground. Flawless victory. For her, playing tag, too, was serious business. Why yeah, good job. Sophia had to acknowledge her loss. Mind getting off me, though. After getting tackled, she was lying face first down on the grass, with the cat girl sitting on top of her. From the sound of it, she had little plans to do so. Hey, let's see. Maya moved around a little and let the girl below her have enough space to turn around. Once Sophia was on her back, the cat girl sat down on her lap, restricting her movement once more. Then, she leaned forward and gave the tiger girl a quick kiss on the lips. Sophia froze up, and her face turned red. It seemed like the kiss and the position the two are in made her remember something that made the girl feel bashful. Even more than usual. Seeing her response, Maya had a similar reaction, feeling equally embarrassed, with a deep blush on her face. She got off the tiger girl a moment later, but still stuck to her, leaning against her side while the two sat down on the grass. Sophia needed another minute. Why, your air magic was quite impressive. Thanks, but even that wasn't enough to beat you while using no magic. Well, I'm pretty sporty. I've been running basically daily for over 10 years now. Add Kinnear's boosts to that, and also the extra agility I gained from becoming a feline type of beast girl. Not to boast, but I'm quite proud of my fitness. Though cornering is still a bit of a blind spot, huh? Well. Technically speaking, I'm still a newborn baby tiger. She had a handy excuse. Wow, that sounds wrong. I get the point, though. Do you mind if I come with you the next time you go on a run? A normal, non-top speed one, I mean. I want to train and get faster the normal way by training my body. Absolutely not. That sounds like so much fun. But then you also must train me in fully unlocking my true feline agility. It seems like I still have a lot of room to grow in that regard. Gladly. Having made plans to train together in the future, the two relaxed a little longer on the comfy grass while enjoying each other's company. Half an hour later, Sophia's expression drastically changed, though. With a very stern look and a slight grimace, she stared off in the distance to their left. What's wrong? Maya quickly noticed that something was amiss. Her face became even darker. I was playing around with the sensitivity of my detection magic. Around 500 m beyond the plane, that way, Sophia pointed in the direction she was looking. There's a lone human hiding. Yeah. The cat girl hadn't expected that. I thought our army made sure they all left? Yes. Sophia stood up while saying so. I guess someone wants a personal invitation to leave from me. Without saying another word, she started walking in the direction the detection magic was guiding her. Stupid humans, always killing the mood. I hoped we could do a little more. Maya never was a fan, but she found another reason to dislike them. Once she finished complaining about the wasted chance, she apparently had recovered from the awkwardness in that regard a lot faster than imagined. The cat girl ran after Sophia, bracing herself for whatever was going to happen. Chapter 114, Anger Management. The couple played tag together, because Maya wanted to test whether she could use air magic to run faster. It worked, but even then, she couldn't match Sophia's raw speed. Fortunately, because her feline instincts are more honed than those of the new tiger girl, she managed to outmaneuver and catch her in the end. Taking tight corners and having Sophia make a mistake by the pressure she was applying on her, brought her the victory. While they were relaxing after their workout, Sophia played around with the sensibility of her detection magic and found something that didn't belong to the area, a human. Why did you detect that human only now? While the two were walking towards it, Maya tried to start a conversation. Don't you have a huge range on it, and it runs constantly? Yes, but I only let it show stronger targets, because it's too much otherwise. I see, yeah, a human wouldn't show up, then. Absolutely. It was more of an accident for me to find them. So, what are you going to do? The cat girl wasn't sure if she even wanted to know. That entirely depends on that human. If they're hostile, so will I be. If not, I might even try to start a conversation. Really? She was surprised. I honestly expected something else. Well, I want to learn to control my anger better. What's better than a human for that? Literally everything. Maya stared at her with a disapproving expression. Like, for real. Anything that exists in this world would be better. Sophia had no comeback. Kinnear also told me a couple of things about the human race that made me rather curious. Did he? Wait, is it really okay for a higher being such as him to meddle so much with the world? He's just bored. What a thing to say. Maya rolled her eyes. His words, not mine. The couple eventually entered a little forest next to the plane they were playing on before. There, they quickly found the human Sophia had detected, but the situation was a little different from what she imagined. Well, that's unexpected. Maya voiced the thought both of them had. Yeah, that leg's definitely broken, and that's definitely not an easy fracture, yikes. There was indeed a human, but he was in bad shape. It was a male human in his mid to late 20s, wearing the same military uniform as the human Sophia fought a couple of days ago. He had brown hair, and his features were remarkably unremarkable. Though, the state of his health was far from that. He was leaning with his back against a tree and was either sleeping or unconscious. Judging by his body, the latter seemed much more likely. Not only did he look highly dehydrated, but his cut-up pants also revealed a swollen, black and blue leg, which was bent in a way legs definitely aren't supposed to. Sophia stared at him for a while. Are you going to help him? Wasn't planning to, no. She didn't care much about his injuries. Instead, she picked up a nearby stone and lightly flicked it at the human. Unfortunately, her aim was a little off and perfectly hit his broken leg. Gah! The intense pain forced him to regain consciousness and made him loudly scream in response. Maya felt a little sorry for him. Not overly much, though. Well, whatever. He's awake now. Sophia didn't feel sorry at all about her mistake. It hurts. It hurts so freaking much. Out of reflex, he grabbed his leg, the cause of his pain, but that naturally made it only worse. Gah, wow, he's an idiot. How unexpected. The tiger girl had no sympathy whatsoever. Don't be such a crybaby. Yeah. The human was so focused on his leg that he only now noticed that he wasn't alone. Huh? You are Dash. New, the M-monster. Please don't come near me. I won't try to do anything. Please. Seeing Sophia, he instantly began to panic and screamed while covering his face with his arms. How rude. I kinda get his point, though. Maya could see where he was coming from. It's still not nice. While not denying it, she still pouted a little before focusing on the human again, and the tone of her voice changed once more. Why are you still here? Why? Look at my leg, there's no way I can walk. Oh, such a puny little injury is enough to put a superior human out of commission, huh? He didn't answer. Well, we all know that your race is by no means superior to literally anything, so I don't need a reply, anyway. While saying so, Sophia walked over to a tree a little away from him and sat down there while leaning her back against it. Maya did the same right next to her. That's Dash. Just don't even try to say anything. You know what I'm capable of. Ugh. So, again, why are you here? You guys had a full army. Carrying an injured person shouldn't be a problem. He awkwardly looked away. The Supreme Commanders, they ordered a swift retreat and to leave everyone behind who can't walk on their own. Huh. She needed a moment. Seriously. Sophia was baffled. You are joking, aren't you? Do I look like it? It's common practice in the army. It is not. Really, why are you humans like that? Don't leave your people that went to war, no matter how pointless it was, behind to die in a field. Don't any of you have any sliver of shame? Maya, too, was appalled. How? How does the army of the beast folk handle such a situation? What did you want to say? Sophia noticed his pause and glared at him, but the cat girl took over before she got too angry. Ignoring the part where we don't start a war, we know we have no chance of winning? For us, the war is only over once everyone is back home. It doesn't matter if they're unhurt, injured, or even dead. Every single one will get reunited with their family in one way or another. I see. He hung his head. Mind answering a couple of questions I have about humanity? Do. Does it matter if I mind? He hit Sophia with a terrified expression. No. I understand. What do you want to ack? He suddenly and violently started to cough. What is it now again? Cough. It rained a bit yesterday, but I haven't drunk anything much since the war, 3 days ago. Huh. The tiger girl sighed. It wasn't like she didn't understand, but something about the whole situation annoyed her to no end. Here, have some water. She thought for a moment about doing something akin to dropping a bucket on him, but it felt like it would waste too much time. Instead, she let a small ball of water appear in front of the human's face for him to drink. Tea, thank you. He marveled at the magic for a moment before quickly drinking it. I've only heard about silent magic in fairy tales. Silent? Ah, chantless. Well, you actually need to have powers for that. He hung his head once more. While we're on the topic, why do you guys even think you have any sort of mentionable power? I don't know what to say. From when we're little, the royalty, teachers, everyone always tells us we're the one supreme race. Naturally, you would believe it when you don't know any better, right? He actually wasn't messing with me. Sophia glanced at the sky, recalling how Kinnear told her how the humans get misled by their higher-ups. But it's honestly not hard to find out about the undeniable truth, is it? Well, until a certain age, you're strongly advised not to leave the city. Even after that, you're given little reason to leave. We even grow all our crops directly next to our cities. Except for hunters procuring meat other than chickens, and the likes we raise on our own. And the army, people have basically no contact with other races. So, when the king or the officers say, the beast folks, you know. Come on, say it. The tiger girl had no intention to make it easy for him. The beast folk is a filthy and inferior race that should serve us, and do all the dirty work. He closed his eyes and turned his head away, feeling like it was finally over for him now. Her face was a little twitchy, but she managed to keep it together. So, what do you personally think about it now? About us? He paused. The beast folks, scary. I'm terrified of them. Ah. Maya glanced at her girlfriend as he said it. Not exactly what I had in mind, but it works for me. She wasn't concerned about her image. Me aside, though, you're part of the human army. You should have known by now that you're no match to any of us. It was my first draft. The commanders kept telling us how lucky we were to go on such an important mission. You were a couple of thousand, though. That can't possibly have been all new soldiers now, can they? Unlikely. We were all made to sign a contract to keep the events in the military a secret. Any sort of leaking would be severely punished. Also, once you're in the military, you're part of it forever. Deserting, too, would result in the same punishment. That's why, even if some soldiers were already aware of it, they had no other choice. Why? Sophia was massaging her temples. Why would you ever sign something like that? It couldn't be any more suspicious even if they tried. They are constantly looking for new people for some reason and pay well. Huh. She looked tired. Some reason, sure. Why are you guys so stupid? Once more, he had no answer for her. Anyway. Sophia gave up. Now that this headache of mine is already throbbing, I want your opinion on something. Why yes. Our king wants an audience with yours, to demand the end of the human efforts to mess with us. The human turned his head away again. Not going to happen, is it? And no chance. He nodded. Thought as much. The tiger girl wasn't the least bit surprised. So, what would happen if I visit the human capital and show everyone how their view about their position in this world is slightly wrong? Why you, in the capital? His eyes grew wide. Yep. It would cause a mass hysteria. The capital most likely would end up in flames. Really? Sophia hadn't thought about that. What about me meeting your king? No arranged audience or anything. I'll just show up in front of him, and we'll have a nice chat. I'll demand things. He'll listen. That's. How would that work out? I'm just a simple soldier. I never met our king. I assume if anything could work, this would be it, though. I see, she nodded. Thank you very much. Still, are you alright with telling me all that? You're basically betraying your whole race. What were my options? He hung his head for the nth time. I fear you much more than anyone else. Your magic, that black nothingness, it broke something inside me. My motivation to be a soldier, serve the army, care for our country, people, gone. My legs done for, even in the off chance I survive this, I'll never walk again. What do I have to lose, anyway? What would you do if you weren't injured? Something in Sophia's voice changed again. What does it matter? He looked at his leg in regret. Well, I don't know, look for a remote village and live there in peace? I don't want to be involved in any of this anymore. I want a slow and quiet life. There was also a rumor that deserters formed a new colony somewhere deep in the middle of nowhere. Sounds lovely now, doesn't it? I don't care if any of the higher-ups or the army comes after me anymore. They can all keel over dead, for all I care. I think I would even be happy about that. Screw all of them. Wow, that mind manipulation part of my darkness magic is scary. The hate towards your own race wasn't even intended. Anyway, she didn't sound that concerned, though. You were way more cooperative than I thought and hoped. Do you promise that you won't ever try to harm any of the beast folk? No, anyone at all as long they don't start it? I won't ever go near the beast folk again. My brain is in physical pain just thinking about it. Why you, too scary. Still, it doesn't matter. He once more glanced at his destroyed leg. Alright, I think I'll help you out a little. Sophia got up and walked over to the guy. There, she held up her hand over his broken leg. A moment later, it was shrouded in a bluish-white light. Once it subsided, any sign of an injury was nowhere to be seen anymore. What did you do? His eyes grew wide in shock. I healed you. Something like that is possible. Looks like it, doesn't it? Thank you very much. But why? You showed me that humans might not be a complete lost cause, after all. You are extremely stupid and too easy to influence. Still, there might be possibly a tiny shred of reason left deep inside of you. As usual, he had nothing he could reply. Well, use your second chance wisely. I don't want us to meet again. Why yes. Thank you. Okay, that's a bye, then. Not waiting for his reply, Sophia looked at Maya and signaled that it was time to leave. The couple walked for a while until they were back on the plane where they played tag before. There, the cat girl finally addressed her. That was something. Yeah, I'm impressed you stayed so calm. Maya hadn't expected that. I wanted to kill him about 7 times. That sounds more like the Sophia I know. I tried to suppress my anger as much as possible. I want to find out how much is healthy. And I need more than this to be satisfied. The tiger felt like she held back too much. Well, if you hold back on starting wars, I think getting a little angrier than earlier might not be such a problem. Yes. How about we go back? Maya wanted to change the topic. I'm getting a little hungry. Let's get some food. Best thing I've heard in She suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Stop that. The cat girl already acts on instinct when her girlfriend suddenly says out of nowhere. My detection magic just picked something up. Fan and Aura are heading this way. Eh? They're supposed to be in the capital. Not anymore. They'll be here in half an hour or so. Weird. Oh, maybe the king's back, and they noticed we're not with them? That makes sense. And so, the couple had a change of plans and waited for the wolves to reunite with them before doing anything else. Chapter 115, Back with the Wolves. A couple of hours before the couple found the injured human, King Menzer arrived back in the capital. Once he showed his face to the people, announcing they won the war, he returned to the castle. Welcome back, dear. You, too, Anna. Queen Kira welcomed the two in the castle's entrance hall. I heard we were victorious. Congratulations. We indeed were. Menzer didn't sound that enthusiastic, though. Well, Sophia was. She took on the entire human army by herself. Anna, too, didn't seem so happy. That's something. Wait, where is she? And Maya, too? She noticed that the two were missing. Also, why do you two look so depressed? Wait, did something happen to them? No, both are fine. Father messed up with Sophia, and she. I did know, let's have this conversation somewhere else. Menzer wanted to defend himself, but the entrance hall wasn't the best place for that. I had the maids prepare some tea in the garden earlier. Following Kira's suggestion, the three went there to have a bit more private conversation. So, what did you do, dear? She's just not here, because she's not feeling well. He seemed very evasive. Father, again, that was just an excuse. Mother, Maya mentioned Sophia has cramps. If that isn't a spur-of-the-moment reaction because she couldn't think of anything better, I don't know anymore. Dear, what did you do? The queen repeated herself while having the same disapproving expression as her daughter. I don't know where to start. He finally caved in. Kira, do you remember the meeting we had with the commanders before we left? Where Sophia got so, let's say, emotional about the attempted kidnappings? Yes? As it turned out, there was more than one reason for it. We thought it was, well, not alright, but because the humans only attempted to kidnap but never were successful. No, we were wrong. Just as she mentioned, we ignored possible emotional damage that could get inflicted on you. Did you meet a potential victim? Yes. Who was it? Sophia. Yeah? Kira was shocked. She told us how they wanted to use, sell, and even kill her. She had all the rights to get angry at us. If it affected her this much. What about our normal citizens? We only heard about those attempts from reports of further away places. They also always included that nothing happened, so we never put it on a high priority. The humans never dared to go near the capital, but if it had happened around here, maybe even to people we know. Us? In retrospect, I'm amazed Sophia didn't punch me in the face when she heard about it. She had all the right for it, after all. Why didn't I care more? I've made an unforgivable mistake. Was she okay otherwise? The queen looked really concerned. It's Sophia we're talking about. Anna answered her. The humans are the ones who weren't okay. I see. Yes, that makes sense. She's also pretty resentful. She used the whole couple of 1,000-men strong human army as stress relief and obliterated all of them in like 30 minutes. Wow. She really held word, huh? Kira remembered Sophia saying she would take care of everything on her own. So, why didn't they come back with you? I feel like there's still something missing here. Well. Menzer took over. Rumors about Sophia, the apparently lost member of the tiger family, are already circulating all over the capital. Now, this very girl took out an entire human army division on her own. We can't keep her a secret anymore. That's why I told her about my plans to introduce her to the public. She really didn't like that. Anna added the vital part. I can imagine. The queen nodded. While she's definitely not good at avoiding it, Sophia doesn't seem to enjoy getting too much attention. Yes, but what other choice did I have? You could just lie. A male voice interrupted them. Turning around, the group noticed two wolves, Fan and Aura, appearing out of nowhere. A ruler has to make decisions that are best for his people, not the ones they want to hear. That's Just say that, yes, we found a lost member of the tiger family, but we have to protect her true identity for reasons regarding her past. We aren't hiding her, she runs freely around the city, after all. Some of you even already met her. We just decided against a grand public reveal, and we implore all of you not to crowd her and ask any questions that could make her uncomfortable. Finn came up with something on the spot. Actually, it's not really even a lie, now that I've said it out loud. Menzer went silent for a moment. I should have done that. Anyway, Finn didn't care about any of that. The two are still in the city all of you went to, right? Aura, shall we go? There's no reason for us to stay here anymore. Sure, I felt like moving around, anyway. Good, let's leave. Royal family, it was an honor, but we're going back to our comrades. I see. Could I ask you to put in a good word for me? I never had the intention to scare her away. I won't plead your case, but I'll at least tell Sophia about this conversation. Whatever her decision's going to be, I'll support it. Fen had no plans to help out the king, but neither did he want to make his life even harder. Understandable. I thank you nonetheless. After that, the two wolves left the capital and headed straight towards the place the couple was, thanks to the extended range of Aura's detection magic. And that's what happened. Once their party regrouped on the field, Sophia and Maya played tag earlier in the day. Fen told the two what happened in the castle. Wow. What a mess. Sophia shook her head. I just didn't go with them because I wanted to think a little longer and, more importantly, play around with magic. There was no deeper reason. What do I care about any of that? Fan and Aura only looked at each other, thinking how it was such a Sophia-like answer. We actually planned to go back tomorrow. Maya, too, didn't see a problem. Huh. On an unrelated, but much more important note. Sophia didn't feel like talking about it anymore and looked at the male wolf. Why are you looking so smooth and shiny, Fen? She noticed that something was up with his fur and walked up to him. There, she took a closer look before she ran her hands through his fur. So silky. It feels amazing. What did you do with it? He turned his head away without answering. You can thank me for that. Aura chided in. I found a store in the capital that sells grooming products for fur and hair with an attached salon. Naturally, I took Fen along for a full-course treatment. Her fur, too, was shining, even more than it already always was. Good job. The tiger girl gave her a thumbs up before burying her entire face into Fen's side. Shoo nice. I have very mixed feelings about this. The wolf in question didn't look so happy. Maya walked up to him as well and also petted him. You need to learn to say no to these two, Fen. You've always been way too lenient towards Sophia, and Aura doesn't seem to be any different. It does feel really nice, though. The cat girl petted him a little more. He feared for his position in the group. Why you seem to be in a good mood, though, Sophia? He wanted to change the topic. Sure am. It's been a great vacation. She had an interesting way of describing their trip. I got to beat up a couple of thousand humans, and it was great against stress. The city has some delicious food, we did some shopping. Maya and I also, we had a great time. She had no better way to describe it. Aura noticed how the couple slightly awkwardly looked away from each other after Sophia finished her sentence. Good for you. She instantly knew what was up. So, you finally faced off against an army, huh? Fen hadn't noticed and was interested in a different topic. I think it was one of the first things we talked about regarding your magic power, wasn't it? Why yeah. Never imagined it would actually happen. Not to mention how I won without even putting in some effort. I told you so. Sure did. Speaking of which, I also had an actual conversation with a human just before the two of you arrived here. Eh? This naturally surprised him. How? Elle used large-scale darkness magic on the human army and broke them a little. They'll never be able to be soldiers again. That's something. So, earlier, I found an injured soldier who had been abandoned by his army. Because he was super terrified of me and a tiny bit mind-broken, I was able to have a chat with him. Sophia then explained to the wolves what she found out about how messed up humanity is. Wow. Fen couldn't believe it. I knew they're stupid, but this is. Yeah, but it also means there's a chance to change something. If we gently convince the higher-ups of the humans, it's possible. Or shroud their entire capital in darkness. Though, I would rather not if I don't have to. Her voice relaxed after saying it. Seeing the effects of that on the human earlier actually made me a bit uncomfortable. It's really effective, but I might have to adjust it a bit. Do you still want to find humans to get along with? The male wolf was questioning her motivation. Nah, I don't care about that anymore. I found a much better alternative. She took a quick glance at Maya. I love the beast folk, and I want to help them. That's my motivation. Well, having some nice humans would still make me feel better, though. I see. Once His Majesty fails with his diplomatic approach, I might actually go to their capital. Sounds like a pain, though. Fen wasn't a fan. Don't worry, it won't take long. I'll just quickly go there, force their king into submission, maybe with a bit of brainwashing or a more gentle approach of convincing them, and we're good to go. Oh, okay then. He sounded happier now. Wow. The other two just looked at them. Your girlfriend sure is something else. Yeah. Your Fin's influencing her quite a bit. Maya blamed the wolf. I like it, though. Keeps things interesting. Sure, that's one way to look at it. She had mixed feelings about it. Also, he's not mine. Aura corrected the cat girl. Really? What's keeping you? Yes. Well, the gap year I took added some baggage. We're just getting to know each other again. That makes sense. Fin's also changed quite a bit. Aura gestured at the wolf, who had started bickering with the tiger girl about something at some point. Did he? Yeah. He used to be a lot stiffer. Researching magic was always his top priority, though I never minded that because I loved doing that, too. Really? So, what about the new, easygoing Fen? I like it. Very much so. Isn't that great? Good luck, then. If you ever need help, just ask. Thank you. Well, Aura looked at Sophia. You seem to know how to win over the odd ones. Ahaha. She could only laugh. By the way, Fenny. While the two girls were chatting, the tiger girl addressed him again. Keep yourself free tomorrow, okay? I have nothing planned. What's the plan? I created a new magic and need a test subject. Wait, did you say tomorrow? Sorry, I'm completely booked out. While he was always interested in new magic, he had a bad feeling about this specific one. Oh, what did you do? The other wolf got interested instead. I'm in. Aura. She gave her a hug. You're the best. Hey. Fen almost sounded jealous. Wow. Maya pitted him a little. So, what's up? You saw my storage magic, right? Of course. I'm also terribly envious of it. Eehee. Well, I further improved and radically changed it. How? I changed the insides and made bigger portals. You can enter it now. Aura needed a moment. Then, I made another portal and connected both to the same place. Wait a moment. You don't mean? Fen seemed to have noticed where she was going. Yes, we can use it to fast travel from one place to another. Seriously? Both wolves were shocked. Yep. Sophia was really proud of herself. Does it actually work? Maya and I tried it with stones and a jackalope I threw inside. It all came out the other side, eventually. She briefly remembered how she messed up her throw or how the rabbit first took a nap inside. Wow. The two couldn't believe it. Now, I just need someone to test it who can also give me feedback. Why don't you try it yourself? Fen got a little wary about the whole thing. I promised Maya not to do anything dangerous carelessly. So, it is dangerous? Probably not? She didn't sound overly convincing. I just can't guarantee it, meaning someone else has to try it first. I see. Well, it's already late. Sophia looked around and noticed that the sun was almost gone already. Let's give it a try tomorrow. Afterward, the group went back to the nearby city. There, they had dinner in a restaurant together before going back to the inn the couple was staying in. Fan and Aura also stayed there, and a very eventful day finally neared its end. Chapter 116, Thinking with Portals. Once Sophia finished her conversation with a human she found, she noticed that Fan and Aura were closing in on them. After the group was reunited, the wolves told the two that there was no reason to stay any longer in the capital without them around. They had no way of knowing that the couple was planning to return soon. While they were at it, Sophia also told the wolves about her new magic. The two were naturally surprised that the outrageous tiger girl actually invented a way to fast travel between places. Having had breakfast in the city, the group then returned to the empty plane from the day before again. There, Sophia created the two portals to enter her storage dimension. Well then, hop in there, Fenny. She wanted to waste no time. He got closer to one of the purple portals and mustered it. And this really works? Almost 70% fairly sure that it might possibly could work. He didn't like the sound of that. This is seriously impressive. Aura was looking at the other portal. Ehe. So, how does it work? She seemed really curious about it. Do you enter one portal and immediately exit the other? Not quite. They're both connected to my storage space, and you have to walk through it like a hallway. I see. The female wolf tilted her head. Oh, does that mean you could use even more portals? Creating like a hub that connects many places with each other? That sounds awesome. Sophia liked the idea. You too. We aren't even sure it works at all yet. Maya tried to not let them get too excited. Alright. The two hung their heads. Okay. Let's change that. Aura walked back a few steps to get a running start and simply leaped into the portal without warning. Wow, she's fearless. The tiger girl was impressed. Eh? Fen saw her disappearing and lost his cool. Immediately after, he jumped into the portal next to him without thinking, as well. The couple couldn't keep up with the events. What just happened? Maya thought about the situation. He probably panicked when Aura suddenly disappeared. What do you owe? She stopped mid-sentence. Because he had already lost her once before? That's my interpretation, yes. Fen's adorable. Sophia loved his reaction. Yes, he scored a lot of points with that. I bet Aura's really happy, as well. Oh, yeah, how is it going between them, anyway? Yesterday, Sophia was busy with the male wolf, so she didn't hear about the other two's conversation. They want to get to know each other again first. Yeah, makes sense. A lot happened, after all. Though their feelings are obviously stronger than that. Obviously. Around 10 minutes passed, and the couple didn't know what to do. So. What now? Sophia looked at the portals. That's an excellent question. I also don't want to take a look inside. I feel like that could end up being very awkward and/or embarrassing. True. Unsure how to continue, the two waited around half an hour for anything to happen. Sophia was about to take a peek because they took too long, but she luckily didn't need to. Both portals suddenly showed some movement, and the two wolves reappeared. Welcome back, I guess? The tiger almost bumped into Fen because she was so close. Yes, we, safely returned. Your magic's amazing, Sophia. Neither of them addressed what happened. Thanks. Were there any problems? With getting in and out, I mean? No, there weren't any issues with that at all. He sounded a little awkward. That's awesome. She had no plans to press the other issue either. Alright, let's go in together next, Maya. Yeah? The cat girl hadn't heard about this before. Should I go alone? No. She gave an immediate reply. Nothing good ever happens when you're alone. Well then, she pointed at the portal. Let's go. Aura, is it really safe? It's a little bright inside, but other than that, it was really smooth. Fine. Let's do it, Sophia. In the end, she also was curious about it. Yay. The two lined up next to each other, and the tiger girl counted to 3 before they went through the portal. That at least was the plan. Maya was the only one who entered because Sophia stopped at the last moment and turned around for some reason. What's wrong? Fen looked confused. I didn't want to worry Maya, but I'm a little concerned about what could happen if I go completely inside my own portals. What if they vanish if I'm not on this side anymore? My storage dimension seems similar to the place I meet Kinnear from time to time. He has a shrine in the city. If the portals do vanish, try to contact him there. You know each other, so he might answer and has an idea how to get us out. Sure. I don't think it's needed, but just in case. Saying so, she turned around again and followed Maya through the portal. Phew. Fen exhaled when he saw that the purple gales were still here when the tiger girl disappeared. I think she's the most easygoing and serious person I've ever met. Or I had a hard time categorizing her personality. No kidding. Sophia arrived at the other side of the portal and was immediately greeted by an angry-looking catgirl whose tail was impatiently swishing all over the place. "You're late." "Thank God it worked." She instantly turned around to see whether the portal was still there. "What took you so long?" "Ah. Sorry about that. I had to tell Finn something." "Couldn't you have done that before I went in?" "No, because you never would have allowed me to try it, then." "Huh? I didn't believe anything would happen, but I was wondering whether anything could go wrong if I fully passed through my own portal. There was a slight chance I could be trapped in here." "What did I tell you about dangerous experiments?" She was seriously angry. "I'm very sorry. I just really wanted to try it out. I also gave Finn instructions on what to do. I tried to minimize the risks as much as possible." "Ugh." Maya didn't know what to say. "Wait a moment. So, you wanted to trap me, too?" "Well. When I saw what Finn did without thinking when he saw Aura disappearing earlier. Well, I have no idea what you would do. Also, I probably would have lost it and did something really stupid if I were to be stuck alone here." HRMN. There wasn't much the catgirl could say to either of those claims, that is. "I'm sorry." Sophia apologized again. "It's fine." She couldn't stay angry at her. "But think a little more about my feelings, though, okay? I always do. I'm just not that good at picking the right course of action." "Idiot." Maya let out a small chuckle. "So, how does all of this work?" She gestured all around her in the white corridor they were in. "What makes you think I know?" Sophia only stared at her with a questioning expression. "I just imagined an empty place to store our stuff and changed around a couple of things so living beings can survive in here. I'm more surprised than anyone else that it actually worked out. You really are something else." Ehe. Sure, take it as a compliment, I don't mind. Speaking of it, where is all of our stuff? Let's see, air. I think it's around here." She looked around for a moment before tapping against one of the white walls. It opened up and revealed another, much bigger room. The catgirl peeked inside and was shocked. It was filled with all sorts of non-perishable food, many clothes, cooking and camping utensils, pillows, blankets, and tons of other miscellaneous things. Did we really buy that much stuff? She knew that the two didn't really hold back when it came to shopping, but seeing everything at once shocked her a little. Impressive, isn't it? I think we should watch a little more what we buy. Nah. Sophia had no intentions to change her shopping habits. Anyway, should we leave? She quickly closed the storage room to not give her any more stupid ideas. Sure. Maya looked at the purple portal for a moment before walking through it with her eyes closed. It worked. She sounded relieved once she saw the plane and the two wolves again. "Welcome back." They lightly greeted the couple. "It works perfectly." Sophia made a victory pose. "This is so amazing." "It absolutely is." Aura shared her enthusiasm. "You'll have to teach me how to do it sometime." "Sure. Once I understand out how I do it, I'll gladly tell you." Everyone remained silent. "By the way, what do you want to do with this magic?" Fen was curious. "I plan to place a portal somewhere in the capital. I want to continue traveling and see more of this world, but I also want to help out the king and the beast folk. With the portals, I can do both. Explore interesting places, wherever, and be back the moment something happens." "Oh, I see. That's quite clever. You have to carefully hide it, though." Maya warned her. "I have no idea how much of a commotion these portals would cause." "True." The tiger girl nodded. "That is a thing I have yet to figure out. That, and how I explain any of this to the king in a way it even remotely makes sense. Good luck." Maya didn't even try to help. "What now? Heading back to the capital?" "While taking our time, please. I'll have to think about a solution to these problems while we go back." "Sure. I'm in no hurry. Except for maybe Ellie, there wasn't much in the capital that makes her want to return in an instant." What?" Everyone in her group hated that exclamation of hers. And no. I just had another idea with my portals. I could have tried to make them see-through. It would have saved us, mainly me, a ton of work and trouble. Idiot. Maya and the wolves had the same reaction. As the wolves never had any luggage and the couple hadn't left anything behind in their room of the inn, they didn't need to go back to the city. Sophia let the portals disappear, and the group began to roughly walk into the direction of the capital together. They kept going until the evening, before deciding on a place to camp at the edge of another plain next to a small forest. They had already eaten, and the couple had also taken their regular bath when they all got together around the campfire. There, Sophia absent-mindedly stared into the flames for a while. "What are you thinking about?" Maya addressed her. Same as earlier, trying to find out what to say in the capital. "How do you feel about exploiting the king a little, Sophia?" Fen suggested something slightly outrageous sounding. "I'm listening?" She wasn't against it from the get-go. "Sometimes, I really don't like their dynamic. I think it's cute, in some way or another." Aura didn't share the catgirl's opinion. "King Menzer really wants you to come back to the capital. Let him pay for it. How's money going to help here?" The tiger girl didn't see where he was going with it. "No, let him give you a villa, mansion, house, whatever. There, just put the portal in the basement, and you're good to go." "Would he actually give me a house?" "Girl, you won a war for him, not to mention without any casualties. A villa or two is the least he could, or should, do." What do you think, Maya? Aside from wanting to make a comment about the two of you being okay with extorting the ruler of a country. Well, then again, I don't think it's actually extortion in this case. You really should get a reward for what you've done. I don't know if it's to the extent of a villa or two, because I haven't gained much experience in that regard in my life before, but still. Fair point. Sophia, too, never participated in something like that before. As for the other thing, the wolf continued. Just don't tell them the details about your methods to travel. They saw what you're capable of. Everyone will believe it if you simply tell them that you just can travel from one place to another in an instant. You sure make it sound easy. Because it is. Okay, whatever, it's worth a try. Sophia wasn't sure whether it works, but she had no better idea, either. Let's do it like that. Being glad that she finally had some sort of plan that allowed her to help the beast folk and explore the world at the same time, the tiger girl felt pretty happy. The group chatted for a little longer before eventually turning in for the night and continued their travel on the following day. Chapter 117, Returning to the Capital. Sophia completed her fast travel magic by using her extra dimension as a shortcut, and everyone successfully tried it out. Afterward, the group began to make their way back to the beastfolk capital. The tiger girl wants to use her new magic to further explore the world while also being able to help out in the capital when she's needed there. As they could travel much faster than a carriage, the capital was already in view before noon of the following day, even with the four having taken their time. Wow, it feels like half an eternity since I've last been here, even though it was just around a week. Sophia overlooked the colossal city from a distance and felt a little nostalgic. Well, it was pretty eventful. Maya understood her feelings. That's true. Very eventful. The tiger girl stuttered for a second before continuing. And I somehow feel it'll get even more lively. For the better or worse. Yeah. Sophia paused for a moment. Well, let's get going. Straight to the castle, I say. She was strangely motivated. Leading the gang, she entered the capital through the city gate and walked along the main road towards the castle. As usual, she caught a lot of curious glances, but no one tried to approach her. The rumors around her had already reached most people, so they weren't as surprised anymore. Arriving at the royal castle, there was a bit of a commotion, though. The jaguar girl maids, with yellowish hair and black spots, naturally recognized the group and got lively. Two of them disappeared inside while the last one walked up to them. Welcome. We're glad to see you again. The maid seemed cheerful. Were you waiting for us? The tiger girl tried to interpret her words. We were hopeful. Us maids naturally aren't in the know about many things, but we're aware that His Majesty is under a lot more stress ever since he came back without you. If anything, I would have been sure that he's having a lot less of it now. Oi. Well, true. The blonde couldn't say anything against Maya's jab. Please follow me. The maid guided them inside, but they only made it to the entrance hall, where someone else was waiting for them, too. So, Sophia, a little tiger girl in the arms of Queen Kira, seemed really happy about her arrival. Ellie. So was the bigger, blonde one. Welcome. Kira greeted them and put her daughter on the ground. So, Sophia. She immediately began running over to her. Dot. She met the little girl halfway, lifted her up, and spun around in a circle with her a couple of times. I missed you. Yay. Ellie missed you too. She had a bright smile while they were playing around. So. Maya ignored her idiot and looked at the queen. How's the current situation? Well. Menzer's running in circles like a caged animal in his office ever since he came back. I hope it'll get better now that you're all here. I have my doubts about that. Maya's future included a king with a massive migraine. Sophia's plan probably isn't what he's hoping for. She isn't going to stay, is she? It's, complicated. The cat girl couldn't explain their plans. Is he available at the moment? Even if not, he would make time. Should I guide you to him? This would be helpful. Sophia, enough playing around, we're going. Eh? Both tiger girls, the small and the blonde one, didn't like the sound of that. You two can continue with that later. Yay. Their expressions brightened up again. Sophia reluctantly let go of Ellie and then followed the queen with the rest of her group after leaving the little princess to one of the maids. Kira guided them to the office of King Menzer and announced their arrival. Dear, you have guests. Yes, the maids already informed me. Welcome back, Sophia, Maya. It hasn't been that long, Aura, Fen, has it? I'm sorry for the mess I caused around my return. No, I didn't handle it with enough care either. Menzer now knew that Sophia felt too pressured by him. Yeah, I'm quite the handful. No kidding. Maya was proud of her self-assessment. How can I interpret your return to the capital? He came straight to the point. Is it good news? Well, knowing that this will be a long conversation, Sophia sat down on the sofa in his office, and the others followed her example. It's good, bad, and complicated news if anything. I didn't expect anything less from you. Ahaha. Where do I even start? Make it quick and painless, please. That's a tall order. Her plan was more of the long and painful type. First off, I need a place to stay in the future. Somewhere that is not inside the castle. By that, you mean. Finn advised me that I should ask for a reward for my achievements in the war. All things considered, I think I did a good job which not even caused casualties. This is certainly the case. That's why, I think a house, like my own place to stay, would be a suitable reward for what I accomplished. I see. It certainly is not an unreasonable request. Though, I'm a bit surprised. I first need to check which places are free to offer. He apparently wasn't against such a reward. Wow, that was a lot easier than I imagined. The blonde tiger girl didn't expect it to go this smoothly. But, does that mean you're going to stay in the capital, Sophia? I'm not? It sounded more like a question. I don't understand. Naturally, Menzer was confused. Why do you need a mansion, then? Because, in a way, I'm also not leaving. He started to understand why quick and painless seemed to be a tough order. As far as I know, people can't be at two places at the same time. That's true, but people can travel from one place to another almost instantly. No, they can't. Well, I can. Menzer stopped and held his head. Maya's predicted future, where the king developed a migraine, became true. I won't go into detail because it's original magic I developed and don't want to share it. Long story short, I can go from one place to another, no matter the distance, in a couple of seconds. He could still only massage his head. With this, I can still live my dream to travel and explore the world while I also can help out in the capital, and play with Ellie. Chances are, this was her actual, true motive for all of this. It obviously was too much for him. I want to say it's impossible and that you're crazy, but you're right with one of those things. Maya partially agreed with the king. Hey. It might be true, but it still hurts. I assume this magic requires special requirements to be used? If it actually exists, it would be extremely useful. Yes, it requires multiple uncategorized types of original magic that I came up with myself. Nobody besides me can use it. I see. That's how it is. Too bad. Okay, let me try to understand the situation. King Menzer took a deep breath before continuing. While you're not going to permanently stay in our capital, you'll be around from time to time, and when you're needed, you'll be available. Well, not for every little thing, except when Ellie's the one asking, but I'm happy to help out the beast folk when I feel like it, or my powers are needed. Of course. I think I need a night to sleep over it, though. My brain's having a hard time keeping up with everything. Sure, I'm not in a rush. Although, Sophia, unfortunately, wasn't done yet. There's more. And more? Indeed. You said before that you want to introduce me to the public. I'm not going to take part in that. I know how I come off as, and my flashy actions speak a different language, but I don't like getting too much attention. I believe Finn already gave you an alternative. You can announce my existence and all that, but I won't appear in front of a crowd. That's only something I can do when I'm angry and don't care about the other side. This is clearly not the case here. Yes. I gave it a lot of thought after Finn told me about this option. We can do it like this. Our people already know about your existence, so just announcing it to the public is enough. Thank you. No, I thank you. Still, he stared at the blonde tiger girl. Did something happen after you stayed behind? You seem different. What do you mean? Many things happened, none of which Sophia had any intention to share. You seem more mature or serious. No, confident. Ah. Well, I have my moments. Some stuff also happened, and I did a lot of thinking because it was important to me. I'm really grateful to Beast Folk because they took me in when I had no one else anymore, aside from Fen, of course, and I somehow feel a deep connection to them. Helping them out seems like a matter of course for me. The blood of the tiger family runs deep in you. He was impressed by her devotion to the beast folk. Why yeah. Sophia looked a little awkward. While it's correct that she's a true tiger girl, it was more of an accident that she became one. But there's also my personal dream of exploring the world. With the magic I came up with, I'm able to do both, and that made me extremely happy. I understand. I'm also glad we won't lose you. Well, I would say that we end it here for today. I need to talk to some ministers to see which kind of housing is currently free that we can offer you, and also how I can sell our arrangement here to everyone. Alright, sounds good to me. But still. Magic that lets you go from one place to another. Menzer couldn't let go of it. It would be so incredibly useful for ruling the nation. Even if I would share how I do it, Your Majesty, only these three have enough power to actually be able to use it. Sophia looked at her comrades. I see. Yes, that makes sense. Well, there's another one in the castle, but she's way too young for it. Huh? Who do you mean? The king seemed confused. Eh? Sophia also tilted her head. Ellie, of course. She doesn't come close to Maya, but she has around half to maybe 2/3 of her magic power. What? Both, Menzer and Queen Kira, who was in the background until now, cried out. I thought you knew. The blonde didn't understand their reaction. She isn't able to use magic yet, so it's impossible to sense her powers. Huh? Fan, did I make a mistake? She faced the inventor of the detection magic she used to notice the power of the little tiger girl. No, you are correct. It's a little under half of Maya's power. After our cat, it was the second time I was surprised about the magic of an individual from the beast folk. Sophia, Aura, and I excluded because I've known them for longer already. He quickly added the last part to not raise any suspicion. No, as I said, she can't use magic yet. We use a different approach than instinctively sensing power. We're using a magic that lets us gauge the magic power of an individual. It also includes the potential of said being. Seriously? Our Ellie? She will have this much power? Her parents were naturally shocked. Did I say something I wasn't supposed to say? And no. We're just surprised. Neither of us even thought about such a possibility. Are there any downsides to having that much power? Especially when you're still little like our Ellie? Kira was a little concerned. Not really. Maya, the only actual beast person who grew up with extreme magic powers, answered her. You should watch her a little more closely when she starts using magic, though. I had the tendencies to experiment with magics that were slightly too dangerous for my age, because I couldn't stop my curiosity. I was a very healthy kid otherwise. That's reassuring. Thank you very much for this information. The queen sounded relieved. After the royal couple learned the news about her youngest daughter, together with everything Sophia said before, they really needed a break. The group around the blonde tiger girl left them alone and tried to find something interesting to spend the rest of the day on. Chapter 118, Playing Tag with Ellie. Sophia and the group returned to the capital and talked with the king. She told him about her plan to travel while also being in the capital by using a magic that lets her change places quickly whenever she's needed. He naturally needed time to think about it and, most importantly, understand it, but he wasn't against it. Sophia also accidentally told them about Ellie's vast magical powers. Her parents weren't aware of it because their daughter wasn't able to use magic yet. This caused quite a bit of a shock, and everyone decided to take a break. The group was currently relaxing in the garden of the castle. The maids had served the couple some tea while the two wolves lay sprawled out on the freshly cut lawn while bathing in the rays of the sun. Not going to lie, if I wouldn't care about traveling and exploring the world, this life wouldn't be so bad. Sophia took a sip from her tea with a relaxed expression as she overlooked the beautiful garden with its many colorful flowers. While I find myself agreeing at the moment, I would probably get bored in about 3 days. True. She shared Maya's opinion. Not sure if I would even last that long. Yeah, I can't imagine you sitting still for 3 days. Impossible. There was no reason for her to deny it. Although, it's about to get even livelier, so. What do you mean? Huh? Sophia, Maya. You came back. Another tiger girl, this time with more orangey hair, had entered the garden. It seemed like Princess Anna just came back from school because she was still wearing her uniform. Hey there, Anna. Sophia had already known that she would arrive at this moment. Yeah, we came back a few hours ago. Already back to school? Didn't you guys arrive yourselves not too long ago, either? Yes, but father immediately sent me back to the academy because I was gone for so many days. It's so unfair. Tough luck. Absolutely. Wait, that's not important. She suddenly raised her voice even more. I see what you mean now. Maya sighed as she looked at Sophia, understanding what she meant by livelier earlier. Want to sit down, princess? She offered Anna the free seat at the table the couple was sitting at. Thank you. Doing as told, she sat down next to the couple. I wasn't sure if I would see any of you ever again. She sounded both relieved and sad when thinking about it. The royal family sure likes to overreact. I just needed a little time to clear my head and think. That's why I had Maya excuse me for the time being. Though, that might have been a mistake. She remembered how the cat girl told the king about it. She sucks at it. I already told you I'm sorry. I just panicked. So, it really was just a feeble excuse, huh? Of course. I'm still around a week away from it even now. More importantly, I would never tell the king of all people that I'm on my period. Not to mention that I'm rarely affected by it to such a degree. Actually, my cat here probably used that excuse, because 2 weeks prior to her excuse, she felt like dying because of the very same reason. Sophia was still a little upset about the pretext she used. Hey, I see. You should think a little more next time, Maya. Ugh. She had no allies. I don't like when you two bond. Especially when it's over something like that. Because what happened during the war was so over the top, the awkwardness between the tigers wasn't as apparent anymore. It helped Anna getting somewhat over it for the time being. Hee hee. Sophia let out a small chuckle. Bonding, now that it was over between them, still hurt a bit, though. Are you two, well, you four going to stay? The princess glanced at the wolves napping side by side on the lawn. That's a little complicated. I'm still discussing the details with your father. We'll definitely be around a lot, though. Really? That's great. Anna seemed really happy. I'm glad about both of you, okay? I would have missed you, too, Maya. And no matter what happened between Sophia and me, or rather, not happened, I still consider both of you my friends. I wasn't going to say anything. The cat girl looked perfectly calm as she took a sip from her tea. That's unexpected. She remembered her to be more jealous. Well, Sophia told you how she feels, and I unconditionally trust her. Other than that, you're a nice girl, princess, so I'm glad you want to get along with us. Okay, what happened? Anna immediately became suspicious. What do you mean? You two seem different. Somehow calmer, more at peace. Especially that uber-jealous cat. Why you're imagining things. Maya naturally had no intention to tell her what happened, what made them like this. Really now? She glanced at the two for a moment. Well, whatever, it's a good thing. Sure is. The couple answered at the same time. Once the cat girl managed to divert her attention, the trio chatted for a while longer. Unfortunately, Anna had to leave at some point because she had a couple of school-related duties to take care of. Luckily, nothing else happened anymore, and the group leisurely spent the rest of the day doing nothing. On the following day, Sophia was a little busier, but in a way she didn't mind. So, Faya, let's play. The little princess, who has slight problems with pronouncing the blonde tiger girl's name, had missed her and wanted to spend some time with her. Of course. Being really attached to Ellie as well, she directly agreed. As everyone was in the garden again, the two opted to play tag. As she naturally couldn't go all out as she did in the game of tag with Maya not too long ago, Sophia obviously severely handicapped herself. Yay! The princess immediately began to chase the taller tiger, and both disappeared somewhere in the garden before long. Those two. Maya sighed as she watched them while sitting on the same terrace as yesterday while enjoying yet another cup of tea. It's adorable, isn't it? Queen Kira was sitting at the same table and looked in the same direction. It might be. It's a complicated feeling, watching them. Seeing your future? Yeah? She almost spat out her tea. And no. I think I already told you we're not at that point. Really? You two definitely have changed compared to a week ago, though. Ugh. She got a little embarrassed over how absolutely everyone had already noticed that something between the couple had changed. Not one wasted thought? About a kid, that is. Not really. We're both too young in my eyes, and while I admit that it doesn't seem like it, the two of us haven't even been dating for that long. Also, Sophia and I want to freely explore the world right now. I see. Although. Maya glanced at Sophia playing with the little princess in the distance. They had switched places at some point, and Ellie was running away while being chased by the blonde tiger, who was, for some reason, unable to catch the girl. Although, it's, reassuring to know that she'll be a good mother. You're right. That's always good knowledge to have. Kira agreed. She definitely will be. Though, I have the feeling she would be very overprotective. Yep. She didn't even need to think about that possibility. Anyway, did sleeping over Ellie's magic power help? You and His Majesty were both quite shocked about it, after all. She desperately wanted to change the topic. Yes, it's as you said. It has no real downsides, so we're actually really happy for her. Still, don't get me wrong, Maya, but I hope she doesn't get quite as eccentric as your Sophia. Oh no, don't be sorry. I'll pray for you that it doesn't happen. The cat girl wasn't the least bit offended. Well, while I admit I have my moments, I still think I'm somewhat normal. Ellie should be alright. We also don't understand where it comes from. Menzer and I have relatively large magic powers, but even combined, it's nowhere close to it. I don't think that's always how it works. While I don't know about Finn's or Aura's family and Sophia. Well, she doesn't have any family she could tell me about the magic power they had. My parents are completely normal. My father actually has barely enough power for everyday magic. I see. The queen was a little affected by Sophia's part of the story, unable to know why Maya worded it like that. Though, there might be some drastic change in Ellie's life with so much magic, after all. Yeah? Naturally, Kira didn't like this turn. It's about the correlation between magic power and your age. Ah. She looked relieved. The royal family knows about it, don't worry. Do you also know to what extent it affects someone? What do you mean? I don't know how it really works myself because I haven't known about it for so long either, but all of us, Fen, Aura, Sophia, and we're at a point with our power where we stopped aging at all. I mean, I'm 5 years older than Anna, and yet I still look younger. Sophia's even a year older on top. We grew up with normal speed, but we basically stopped at our current age. What? I doubt it's the exact same for Ellie, because she still has a lot less power than I have, but I wouldn't be surprised if she gets to the age of Anna and stays with those looks for a long while. I would imagine that she'll be quite similar to what we know about elves in that regard. Someone with a youthful look and who's very long-lived. Ah, really? The queen seemed overwhelmed. Yeah, sorry. It's kinda hard to wrap your head around, I know. Maya had gone through the same, after all. Why, yes. I guess it's a good thing. Staying young, that is. Depends on who you ask, I guess. Sophia would have loved to age another year or two. Kira wasn't sure what to say. Well, if she really wants to, I'm sure she could invent some magic to mature at least parts of her body. Maya was well aware that Sophia can do that already, very well, but she didn't feel like telling her that much. She's quite the outrageous one, isn't she? Always has been. Still, Ellie will become significantly older than anyone in her family, huh? In a way, that's pretty sad. Though, as a mother, I'm also happy that she most definitely won't go before me. Stay with her in that future, okay? Do you really think Sophia would ever leave her on her own? And I mean ever. Glad to hear. She sounded ever so slightly relieved. I wonder what that means for our country, too. They know that the tigers get older than most, but this is something else entirely. Imagine her taking over the throne in the future, to become the eternal queen. Kira's expression turned very awkward. Well, enough of that. Maya felt like changing the topic. Are there any news around Sophia's project? Menzer met the Minister of Housing this morning to discuss which kind of property we can offer. Minister, property. Isn't that a little over the top? Not at all. She won a war on her own, and above all, she's more or less part of the royal family as a fellow tiger. Anything less than a mansion doesn't work for publicity reasons alone. Seriously? For my girlfriend to be treated like that. Not just Sophia. You, as her partner, have basically the same standing as her. My parents will have a heart attack the next time I see them. They don't know her? Indirectly. I told them about going on an adventure to train my magic with an interesting girl, but I omitted a couple of details. Details that didn't exist yet because she thought Sophia was a demon back then. Obviously, Maya couldn't tell her that, though. Oh my, good luck with that. Thanks. The minister wanted to get back to Menzer soon. You might get to visit a few options in the afternoon. I doubt that. Maya glanced at the two tiger girls who were still chasing each other through the garden. I think today's Ellie day for her. You might have a point. They chatted for a while longer while watching the two playing in the garden, but those tiger girls eventually came back to the terrace for some reason. Maya. Ellie seemed to be excited for some reason. Why, yes? Not expecting this, her voice cracked. The cat girl hadn't had much interaction with the little princess yet, so she was surprised about the turn of events. So, Faya told Ellie you are really good at tag. Am I? Queen of tag, so, Faya said. Really? You sure are. The bigger tiger chimed in. You definitely earned the title when we played the other day. I see. Well, I did go all out back there. Maya, play with Ellie and so, Faya. Come on, it's fun. Sophia also wanted her to join. HRMN. Please. Both tigers looked at her with pleading eyes. Fine. She couldn't say no to them. Give me a minute to finish my tea, and I'll join, okay? Yay. The two seemed happy and went back to playing. Bad with kids? Kira noticed her slight reluctance. Wouldn't say that. I just never interacted with them much before, and I'm not really sure how to act around them. Just look at Sophia, be friendly, and let her win after a bit of struggling. I guess. Why don't you take it as a test? Test? Well, we saw that Sophia has the potential to be a good parent. How about you try to find out what your chances are? Why, you really like this topic, don't you? Very much. Maya needed a moment and gulped down her tea. Anyway, I promised them, and I'm bored, so I'll play with them. She stood up and walked towards the other two before turning around again. And that's the only reason. Have fun. Kira just waved at her. The cat girl joined the two tigers and played together with them. In the beginning, Maya was a little awkward and reserved around Ellie, but it didn't last long. They got along unsurprisingly well, because they love the same thing, Sophia. She also discovered that the little princess is just a bundle of joy one simply has to spoil. Maya finally understood why Sophia was so taken by her. The three played together for a long while, and Ellie was crowned as the new queen of tag at the end of the day. The only regret the cat girl had was when she looked at Kira and saw the warm expression in her eyes while she watched the couple as they played with her daughter. Chapter 119, Good with Kids. The couple had a pretty relaxing day in the royal castle. Sophia promised Ellie to play with her, and she gladly did just that for the entire day. Even Maya had joined their game of tag at some point, and she had a lot of fun with them. Isn't Ellie adorable? It was the late afternoon, and the couple was on their own again because the princess had entirely powered herself out and couldn't even keep her eyes open anymore. As a result, Kira had collected her and brought the little tiger back inside to let her have a nap. She sure is. The cat girl couldn't deny it. She took a liking to you real fast, too, Maya. Ellie really wanted to play with both of us again soon. You're good with kids, huh? Seems like it. Her cheeks turned slightly red while she remembered the conversation she had with Kira about the same topic earlier. Is something wrong? And not at all. Kids are surprisingly fun to be with. Absolutely. Though, you seem to be especially good at dealing with her. Is it because you're a kid yourself at heart? That might be a part of it. Sophia didn't say anything. I just really love kids. You said that before, didn't you? Wait. You didn't have any K-kids in your old world, had you? As usual, Maya was second to none when it came to jumping to conclusions. The tiger girl only stared at her in disbelief. Hello, nice to meet you. My name's Sophia. I'm a lesbian who couldn't even hold a conversation with girls my age and older in my previous life. Alright. She forgot about that in her panic. No, I was a kindergarten teacher before. Or, rather, training to become one before I ended up here. Kids were about the only human interaction I could hassle-free deal with because of my personality back then, and it was a lot of fun. It was perfect for me. Even better, my mom ran a kindergarten, and so I totally lucked out. Though, that was more or less the only time I was lucky in my old life. Seriously. Maya was too surprised to follow. Sophia looked at the confused cat girl. Didn't I tell you before? Not at all. This was all news to her. Really? Well, I don't enjoy talking about my old life, so I most likely also forgot to mention the few positive things. Wait, do kindergarten even exist here? It's something like a nursery school. It's a place where kids, kindergartens are a thing here. Okay. One day, you have to tell me all the little things about the previous you. Maya naturally was really curious. She didn't like the idea. The next time I see Kinnear, I'll ask him about the ability to get drunk again, and then I'll think about it. It wasn't a conversation she wanted to have when sober. I look forward to it. I don't. But your family seems nice. This shouldn't be a topic that needs alcohol, does it? Yeah, my mom and sister were great. For that, I would need alcohol, for not crying the entire time, while telling my girlfriend about my family she can never meet. Her voice turned relatively silent and somber towards the end. I'm sorry. Maya hadn't thought about that. No, it's not your fault. Still, a kindergarten teacher, huh? That's amazing. She wanted to change the topic as soon as possible. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Do you want to do it again? Here? I don't think so. Or at least not anytime soon. I'm enjoying my time with you, Fen, and also Aura way too much. If we settle down eventually, maybe? Though, doing something with magic also sounds very alluring. Still, right now, I just want to explore everything around me. I see. Oh, but teaching kids magic could be fun. And now I fear for the future of this world. Maya was sure this couldn't end well. Ahaha. Still, though it's of no importance anytime soon, it's good to know. What is? Eh? And nothing. She didn't want Sophia to know why being so great with kids is something positive at this point. Anyway. The cat girl changed the topic once more. I talked with the queen earlier. It seems like they're actually planning to give us an actual, full-fledged mansion. Seriously? Yeah, they even got the Minister of Housing involved. For real? I know what Finn said, but I would have been fine with a simple house. Apparently, because you're technically a part of the royal family, being a tiger girl and all, that's the least they have to do for publicity reasons. Wow. Also, fun fact, because I'm your partner, it seems I'll formally be treated as royalty, as well. Congrats? Sophia wasn't sure what to say. Thanks. It's quite something, isn't it? It might be bad for you, though. Why? As regretful as it is, while I, unfortunately, won't meet your family, I'm planning to introduce you to mine in the future. Oh really? The tiger girl got nervous just thinking about it. Of course. Ugh. Wait, what does that have to do with the whole royalty thing? Who do you think is going to explain this whole mess to my parents? I, for sure, won't be the one. Why you can't be serious? Sure am. Don't worry, I'll be with you, then. You. Thanks. Sitting in between my parents, judging every word of you. And Maya? The cat girl kept teasing her until it was time for dinner. Afterward, the king asked the group to meet him again to discuss some more about their plan. Welcome, Menzer greeted them as they entered his office. I have good news. This fast? Sophia looked surprised. I worked through the entire night. Met with countless ministers, the generals, and various other counselors. What? She seemed shocked. Why you didn't need to rush that much? No, I absolutely had to. The king cut her off. While your proposal wasn't the best case scenario, it was still more than I could have hoped for. That's why I decided to act fast and get everything settled before you change your mind again. You are pretty jumpy, after all. I am not. Yes, you are. More than just Menzer answered her. Actually, Sophia heard 4 voices overlapping. Coincidentally, as Fan and Aura were present, as well, these many people were in the room right now, not counting herself. Fine. So, what's the news? She gave up. We can work with your plan, Sophia. I'll soon announce your existence, while keeping things vague. A lot of people already know, or at least saw you in the capital before. There's no need to add details to your persona, and you don't have to introduce yourself to a big group. The currently most important people, our military commanders, even already had the honor to go to war with you, after all. So far, so good. I admit, I still don't get your fast travel or whatever magic, but if it means you can visit the capital whenever you want to, I'm more than happy. That's the gist of it, yeah. Perfect. I also met the Minister of Housing, because he is in charge of the noble and royal properties. There are 2 estates we can offer you. It would be great if you could take a look at them tomorrow and decide on the one you prefer. I'm free, so that won't be a problem. Maya, you're coming with me, right? Of course. Why are you even asking? I won't be of any help, though. I have no idea about real estate whatsoever. Neither do I. Fan, Aura, are you tagging along, as well? I have nothing planned. The places might have some nice patches of grass to take a nap. The 2 wolves turned out to be pretty lazy when not traveling. Alright, looks like we're doing some house viewing together. Sophia had no idea what to expect, but started to look forward to it. Excellent, I'll let the Minister of Housing know. Well, that's all for today. Okay. With the conversation being over, the group left the king on his own and left his office. By now, it had gotten relatively late, and they decided to head back to their rooms that were provided for them in the castle. On the next day, the group got together for the aforementioned house, or mansion visiting. While waiting for the Minister of Housing, Sophia spotted Princess Anna walking alongside a maid she hadn't seen before. Albeit much smaller than the princess and actually closer to Sophia, in both height and figure, she seemed to be around the same age, and from their smiling expressions, they seemed to be talking about something fun. The maid had deep black hair that reached down to her middle back, which was a stark contrast to her fair skin color. Upon closer inspection of her hair and fur, there was also a bit of a yellow hue shimmering through it that accentuated a rosette-like pattern in it. Together with the slightly stubby and rounded feline ears on her head, and the thicker tail coming out from her rear, it seemed like she was a dark variant of a jaguar or a black panther. The two walked together for a little longer before the black-haired maid eventually disappeared into another room while waving to the princess. Click on the spoiler for a picture of her. Spoiler. Collapse. By dot. Waving back, Anna eventually turned around and noticed the group. Oh? What are you all doing here? We're waiting for the Minister of Housing to visit some properties. Some things led to another, and I'm getting a mansion. Well, Maya took over because Sophia's explanation was far from understandable and told the princess about the reward from winning the war and a part of the arrangement with the king. Oh, I see. Mind if I tag along? It sounds like it could be fun. It's the weekend anyway, so I was about to get bored. What a thing to say as a princess. Maya didn't know how to react. I don't mind. What about you? Sophia looked at her catgirl. The more, the merrier. Anna looked at her. I don't know how I feel about the new and friendly Maya. The change was a little off-putting to her. Want me to revert back? Old Maya won't let you come with us, though. I love the new Maya. Eehee. Sophia chuckled at their bickering. So happy you two really get along now. Both of them fell silent after looking at her smile. Anyway, the blonde tiger girl changed the topic. Who was the maid you were talking with just now? You mean Ari? Ari? The couple tilted their heads. Her full name's Ariane, but she's Ari to me. She's the headmaid's daughter. I see. Her hair's amazing. Sophia had taken a liking to it. The deep black with the yellowish shimmer and the dotted rosette pattern is one of the greatest things I've ever seen. HRMN. New Maya needed a moment to keep old Maya's jealousy in check. It is, isn't it? Anna heartily agreed with a sparkle in her eyes. It's the absolute best. She doesn't like it herself because she's the only jaguar with black hair, but I love it. But it looks so amazing. If anything, being the only one with this kind of style makes it like 10 times better. I knew I could count on you, Sophia. The princess was happy the blonde saw it the same way as her. Can I introduce you to her in the future? You have unique hair, as well, so she might believe us then that her hair is amazing. Ahem. New Maya was losing against the old one. Seeing those two bonding over the looks of a third girl was a bit much. You seem to like her quite a bit, princess. Ari? Yeah, we grew up together in the castle. She's basically like a sister to me. Oh, that's cute. Sophia enjoyed the background and the closeness between them. The three chatted for a while longer until a middle-aged man eventually appeared. He had similar animal features as the maid earlier, but his hair color was the usual yellow/orange hue. He introduced himself as the Minister of Housing and how he's in charge of them today. Once the greetings and introductions were over, he guided them out of the castle. What's wrong? While they were walking, Maya noticed that Sophia was staring at the minister for some reason. Hey, Anna? Yes? The princess turned to look at her. Jaguars are the retainer of the royal family, right? That's how it's always been, yes. That's the reason the minister or most of the military commanders are jaguars? Yeah? Why are the maids also jaguars? There's quite the gap in between. Ah, you probably only met the head maids, huh? Only those three and Ari are jaguars. The others are of normal origin. The heads may seem humble, but those three and their ancestors actually run the castle in the background. They're much more important than most of the other people here. Oh, I see. That makes a lot more sense now. While they were talking about the power balance of the royal retainers, the group eventually arrived at the first property, which was in very close proximity to the castle. The actual house, or mansion viewing, was finally starting. Chapter 119.5 Illustration. Profile page/chapter for Ari with some extra illustrations. I might add some more in the future, but we'll see about that. I also have a version with a background of her from the artist who did quite a few illustrations already. And because I love Ari so much, here's also an initial concepts artist one did before deciding on the final one. Imagine the pain that I had to go through because I had to decide on one of them. Purely on looks, I probably would have gone with C because that pose is amazing, but it doesn't fit the image I have in mind for Ari. A big thanks to @san_plus_ on Twitter for creating her. The Ari without the BG and the sketches. Fun fact. Even though I had so much effort put into her design already, Ari won't actually be relevant in the story for a while. It's nothing more than a teaser at this point. Chapter 120, Mansion Visiting. The group met with King Menzer again, and he agreed with Sophia's plan of traveling while occasionally checking back in the capital with her magic. As a reward for the one war and also to use as a base for Sophia, she received a mansion in the capital. Taking Anna along, as well, and guided by the Minister of Housing, the group was currently checking out the estates. And here we are at the first object. Still in the innermost circle of the capital, not far from the castle, the middle-aged minister with the jaguar-like hair and features eventually stopped and pointed at a huge building. Yeah. Sophia looked at the property and was at a loss for words. Walled off by a fancy metal fence, the group looked at a huge patch of greenery through the magnificent gate they were standing in front of. The mansion was a little back on the property and partially hidden by trees. The building itself was made with white stone and looked simply gigantic. It was 2.5 stories tall and symmetrically built. Right above the huge and arched entrance door was a big balcony, and many big windows went along the facade on both sides. Wow. Maya had a similar reaction. That's way too big. Cleaning and taking care of the building will be way too much work. The blonde wasn't an immediate fan. All estates for the noble and royal families will be maintained by gardeners, maids, and the likes when they're needed. Seriously? Also, this is the smaller of the two properties we can offer you at the moment. This one's biggest selling point is the close proximity to the castle. The second one is at the edge of the inner circle, around 20 minutes from here, but both the plot and the building itself are around 50% bigger. We'll take this one. Sophia pointed at the white mansion in a panic. I'll often be visiting the castle when we're in the capital, so the location is much more important. The location actually was a total non-issue for Sophia, but this mansion was already too big for her liking. The alternative sounded even worse. Certainly, please check the inside of the mansion to see if there are any issues. I'll also take a look at the property in the meanwhile, because I hadn't had the chance to do it beforehand. This arrangement happened on very short notice, after all. He opened the gate and gestured the group inside. Thank you. With Sophia in front, they walked towards the mansion and entered it. This is really yours now. Maya looked around in the entrance hall and wasn't sure how to react. Ours. She corrected her. Seems like it. Wow. It seems like a nice place. Even Anna, a princess who lives in the royal castle, thought the mansion looked good. Well, let's take a look around. Sophia was still a little overwhelmed. Wait, where's Fan and Aura? She only then noticed that the two wolves weren't with them anymore. They went that way a few minutes ago. Anna pointed at a glass door to their left that connected the entrance hall with another room. Really? Well, then. She also stepped through the door, looking for her runaway companions. The room they entered was a fully furnished living room with a lot of natural light from the big and numerous windows. It featured a couple of cupboards and the likes, but the main attraction was the 3 light black or anthracite sofas in a U-shape in front of a massive fireplace. Oh, not sure about the color of them, but they sure look comfy. They would have looked much better in pure white. Idiot. Maya had a hunch of what Sophia was talking about when she alternatingly glanced at the sofas and the white cat. Eehee. So, what are you two doing here? The blonde tiger addressed the elephant in the room. Or wolves, in this case. Fan and Aura were both sitting in front of the fireplace and looked at it with great interest. Jay just checking out the place. Fan awkwardly turned his head away. Is that so? Hey girls, is it just me, or do these two look like some dogs who want to take a nap in front of the fire? Maya and Anna looked at each other but couldn't bring themselves to say a word. Anyway, Sophia interpreted the non-reaction of the wolves however she wanted and changed the topic. I like the living room. It's cozy. Yes. The cat girl agreed. During the winter, we'll have to come here a lot. She also eyed the fireplace. Sounds like a great plan. The cat and Sophia, or tiger, agreed with her on a spiritual level. I'll have to come and visit a lot. Anna, too, was of feline origin. Doesn't the castle probably have like 20 fireplaces? Yes, but it should be more fun with friends. That's fair. Maya couldn't say anything against that. Ariane, was it? Bring her with you, then. Ari? Sure, that sounds like a great idea. We did that whenever it got cold before, but I bet it's even better with more people. Alright, with the winter plans taken care of, let's continue. I want to see the kitchen. Sophia ignored the wagging tails of the wolves and sounded very motivated. Hungry? The cat girl could read her like a book. A little. You do know that there will be no food in the kitchen, right? We haven't moved in yet. She hadn't thought that far. Well, let's take a look regardless. There was a lot less enthusiasm in her voice now. Absolutely. Maya, the cook of their group, got excited instead. I want to see how big it is and what kind of furnishings and appliances it has. The trio walked around for a little before they eventually found the kitchen on the ground floor. It also had 2 windows that let in a vast amount of natural light, and the room was as spacious as it could be. All the furniture was white, and it had many cabinets and cupboards to store whatever one wanted, and the countertop spanned almost around the entire room. Multiple cookers were integrated into it, and a couple of pans hung on the wall next to it. Whoa. Sophia found no better words. I'm looking forward to the meals from here. Now that's a kitchen. Let's go shopping later and get some ingredients. I want to try it out immediately. Cooking during our camping was one thing, but now I can show you what I'm really capable of. Calm down. The blonde tried to stop her cat. Maya likes to cook? Anna looked at her. She always does it for us when we're traveling. Also, because you're hopeless at it. True. Sophia's best cooking-related skill was staying alive after eating whatever she threw together. Well, your cooking's delicious, so I don't mind at all being bad at it. I bet Ari's better. The princess sounded strangely proud for some reason. I always taste test her new creations, and it's the best. Oh? Maya's competitive spirit was lit. I think we have to find out about that in the future. Sure, let's have a contest. Ari will take you on any time. You too, especially Maya. Sophia wanted them to act more their age. First and foremost, her girlfriend, the older one. Wait, doesn't that mean I can eat twice the amount of delicious food? She decided against being a grown-up herself in the end. It wasn't her style, anyway. The cat and the princess bickered and boasted for a while longer until the 3 finally left the kitchen. They ran into a couple of storage rooms that were of little interest until the girls found the bathroom, which actually more resembled a public bath with its size. I don't like it. Maya had a complicated expression while looking at the way too big tub. I think it's great. Sophia didn't share her opinion. I like smaller, more cuddly tubs better, and you know why. Unable to answer, she went silent. Ignoring the confused princess, she led them out of the bath, and they went upstairs. That's more like it. The first door they opened there led to another bath, which was 1/4 the size at best. It was most likely intended for guests to use, but Maya didn't care about that. Really? Anna tilted her head. Personally, I enjoy stretching out as much as possible or even move around a little when bathing, which, because I'm pretty tall, wouldn't work here at all. Save your breath, princess. Sophia stopped her with a tired expression. Maya has her very, peculiar tastes when it comes to taking a bath. Just let her be. You have no way of winning against her. Trust me, I tried. I see? She was obviously confused. The following 2 rooms seemed to be intended to be used as offices. They both had a large desk, a couple of bookshelves, and a large, round table with chairs lined around it. As the blonde tiger girl had absolutely zero interest in ever doing office work in this world, she didn't even enter them and closed the doors again after giving a half-hearted reaction to these rooms. Next. Leaving the offices behind, Sophia opened the door to the adjacent room. It seemed like a bedroom intended for a guest. It had a small desk, a wardrobe, a comfy-looking red armchair, and a cupboard together with a medium-sized bed that seemed comfortable for 1 person and slightly cozy for 2. Like most of the rooms, the big windows of the building netted a lot of natural light. The next 3 rooms beside it looked precisely the same. Guest rooms for days, huh? I think we need to find some more friends. The mansion already had more rooms they could use at the moment. The bathroom and the guest rooms were all located on the left side of the building. Going back to the stairwell, the group entered the other side of the mansion, whose hallway had its own kind of entrance. Behind, there were 2 doors at each side of the corridor and one big and elaborate one at the top end. Maya curiously opened one of the standard doors and froze in place. There wasn't much in terms of furniture. Still, the colorful walls, the small bed, and how everything was arranged to have as much place as possible to play and not get hurt made only one thing possible. Actually, the other rooms across the corridor, too, all were rooms for children. The cat girl had zero interest in filling those rooms anytime soon, but the timing overloaded her brain. Just the other day, she was teased by Kira about this topic and also found out that Sophia loves kids so much that she even was a kindergarten teacher in her old life. Oh ho, not bad. Sophia wasn't nearly as affected. She found out that she could actually have her own kids in this world a while ago and was incredibly happy about it. Still, not only did she know it's way too early to even think about it, the remains of her old personality made it impossible for her to even imagine a future with children at the moment. She had changed dramatically ever since Maya entered her life, being capable of having a mostly normal love life. However, there were still many limits she had yet to overcome. Anna, please warn Kira that she has to watch Ellie better in the future. Now that I have a place for her, I might end up wanting to keep her. Growing up also was one of the hurdles she had yet to overcome. I know, how strong you are, Sophia, but if you plan to take Ellie away from Mother, I can only pray for your safety. Don't worry, I wouldn't do that. Well, I might want to borrow her for a sleepover, but only with permission, of course. You're such a dork. Thanks to her girlfriend's stupidity, Maya managed to recover from the shock and left the rooms behind her while feeling stupid by how affected she got by something that has no relation to her current life. Ehe. Sophia took it as a compliment. Alright, time for the main attraction. She opened the fancy double doors at the end of the corridor. As expected, it was the master bedroom. I might have to reconsider this whole traveling thing. One of the walls was made out of floor-to-ceiling windows, which connected the bedroom to its own balcony. Several cupboards, cabinets, and a huge walk-in wardrobe didn't let any room to complain, either. The room even had its own attached bathroom, which was roughly similar to the other upstairs one, just a bit fancier. In one of the corners were 2 armchairs and a small leather sofa lined around a round glass table. But the reason for Sophia's wavering about her future plans was the bed. It was a huge canopy bed, which was as wide as it was deep, beautifully adorned by a whitish, see-through curtain. Oi. Maya tried to tell her off, but she, too, was drawn in by it. She walked up to the bed and lightly touched it. Whoa, it feels like a cloud. She was fighting a losing battle. Eh? The blonde reacted strongly to these words and instantly made her way towards the bed. Her afterimage remained for another second in the doorframe next to Anna. It's true. She let her hand sink deep into the mattress and was mesmerized. I thought the bed we have in our room in the castle was the best, but, wow. Good luck ever waking me up here, Maya. I'll simply kick you out of it. She had no mercy. Ugh, my one weakness. One of many. Hey. Sophia stopped for a moment. I in bed, I mean. Maya didn't answer at first. Sure. Let's leave it at that. What's that supposed to mean? Who knows. The cat girl smirked at her. There might be a relation to the training I suggested after our, well, you know what. Training. Sophia needed a moment. The tea thing we both need to get better at. I get it. There was nothing Maya could answer. The slight blush on her cheeks already said everything. So. While the couple was busy with each other, Anna seemed to be affected by something, as well, as her face was even redder. So, you two are really sleeping in the same bed, eh? They first looked at each other in confusion before staring at the blushing princess. I knew you two are dating and even kiss, but, sleeping together. The cat girl didn't know what to say at first, but, unfortunately, a grin eventually appeared on her face. What are you trying to imply, princess? Huh? I mean, you sleep in the same bed and... Her face kept getting redder and redder. And? Maya wasn't letting her go. Well, it means that, right? It means what? Why you? She was almost glowing. You are doing it. What do you mean by it? Please explain it to me with as many details as possible. Stop it, Maya. Sophia thought it was enough. Fine. She looked at Anna's bright blush and eventually agreed. Thank you, Sophia. No problem. She knew all too well how it's to be embarrassed, after all, and wanted to end her suffering. Still, for someone who wanted to marry me moments after we met, not to mention how aggressive you were, you sure are innocent. That's a princess for you, huh? Unfortunately, she's an incorrigible airhead. You. It was too much for Anna, and she fled the scene. I see, you stopped me because you wanted to deal the finishing blow, huh? I couldn't have done it any better myself. That wasn't my plan. Sophia's cry echoed through the mansion. Hee hee. The cat girl let out a chuckle. She's really only a sheltered 17-year-old princess in the end, huh? I tend to forget that because we don't look any older. Younger, if anything, actually. I bet she was only acting tough and confident when it came to you before. Yeah, it's a delicate age. Sophia agreed. Not that we were any better before meeting each other. I was a complete mess, and you only cared about magic. Actually, are we even any better by now? I completely lost it when the lingerie shopping happened, and you weren't brimming with confidence all the time either. We're missing practical experience, that's for sure. She didn't deny it. Though I think we can talk more openly about these kinds of topics thanks to having more theoretical experience in life. Compared to a teenager, at least. Yeah, well now I can, but yeah. Okay, if I have enough time to prepare myself, that is. She'll, too, get there eventually. I guess so. Speaking of training, Maya came back to the earlier topic and glanced at Sophia's chest. Do you think that? The tiger needed a moment. You liked that I made them bigger to fit the lingerie, didn't you? Yes. She didn't hesitate. Sure, they'll make a return. Really? The cat girl hadn't expected it to go this smooth. We should have the most fun during our tea training, don't we? Thank you. She looked really happy. Though, maybe not all the time. Your breasts, that is. I want to play with normal Sophia, too, from time to time. Greedy, aren't we? Yes. Again, Maya didn't hesitate. Ahaha. Well, whatever. Those are comfier, the ones that fit into the lingerie are fun, too. Why not? It seemed, embarrassment aside, Sophia was looking forward to the training. Yay. So was the cat girl. The couple explored their new bedroom a little longer while heavily concentrating on the bed. They might or might not have planned some training sessions already. Half an hour later, they thought Anna had cooled down and went to look for her. The two found her in the living room, where the two wolves were taking a nap. The mood was a little awkward, but as nobody mentioned it, the princess got over it eventually. Sophia and Maya also discussed a couple of details with the minister about taking over the mansion. Once everything was taken care of, the group returned to the castle for the time being. Chapter 121, A New Place to Stay. Sophia and the others went to visit the mansion she received from the king for winning the war against the humans. It was way too big, but they still liked it a lot, and everyone already found their favorite spot. While not admitting, the wolves loved the fireplace in the living room above everything else. Maya was taken by the kitchen, and Sophia almost cancelled her plans to travel the world because of the mansion's bedroom. Once they finished exploring, the group went back to the castle. Moving in would take a while, after all. There, Sophia met up with King Menzer again while Maya also tagged along. Oh, you're already back? He hadn't expected to see them so soon. Yeah, we only looked at the first mansion. Really? Was there an issue? Not at all. Sophia shook her head. That one was already way too big, and the other one was supposed to be much bigger. I wasn't a fan of that. The first one also was really nice, and everyone liked it, so there wasn't much of a decision to be made. I see. I'm glad we could offer something to your liking. Much more than that. She would have been perfectly content with a simple house. Well, now we have one more thing to look forward to when we come to the capital. Perfect. This might have been the king's real aim. Right, I also wanted to tell you that I sent a group of envoys to the human capital to inform them of our intention to meet with their king. Ah, right, that waste of time. The blonde respected the king most of the time, but she already knew this plan was sure to fail. How long will it take before we get a reply? The round trip with our fastest horses takes it half a year. Plus, how long we have to wait for their reply. They might even arrive before the defeated human armies back at their capital, which would increase the time of their response even more. Seriously? Coming from a place where one was able to make a round trip literally around the entire world in a day or two, Sophia really hated how slow everything here is. I suppose I have to wait until they're back before I can try it my way with the humans? I implore you. Ugh. Even though I already know it's going to be fruitless. The royal family of the humans is one of the biggest reasons why they're so deranged, after all, and we still have to wait for them. Well, it'll give me more than enough time to think about what I really want to do with the humans. What do you mean? Her words made Menzer curious. When Maya and I stayed behind in, what was it called again? Iraim? Taga. Right. Close enough. She still was terrible with names. We met a human near the battlefield because these lowlifes left him behind after he broke his leg. I couldn't miss the opportunity to question him. After I broke his spirit with my darkness magic during the war, he was pretty talkative. Sophia then told him about how their higher-ups use propaganda against other races to brainwash the ordinary people. How soldiers aren't allowed to talk about their military campaigns, or how everything that questions their superiority gets hushed over. Most humans simply don't know their standing in the world. Are you serious? He needed a moment. That's what I was told. The blonde naturally couldn't tell him that a part of this information came from Kinnear. Wow. Oh, this would explain why the common soldiers and adventurers we questioned never said anything useful. They really didn't know any better. But still, wow. I need to inform the commanders and see how we can use this information. Sorry. Sophia noticed that she gave him even more work again. No, if anything, thank you. He wasn't upset in the slightest. For now, I would like to continue with my diplomatic approach until we find a way to use this new intel. Fine. She reluctantly agreed. Though the moment I hear about them trying to do anything shady on us again, I'll be in their capital. Yes. King or not, Menzer knew that entirely stopping Sophia was way above his powers. Because he had to inform the military commanders about this new information ASAP, he cut the meeting short, and the couple was on their way again. What now? Maya asked as the two were walking side by side through the castle. Good question. That Ari dragged off the princess the moment we came back, so. I guess that previously mentioned cooking contest isn't happening today? Still hungry? I could eat something. Want to get a snack? Now that's a plan. As the two had no idea how to get food on their own in the castle, the couple informed the maids they usually run into about wanting to eat something quick and simple. Afterward, they went back to the terrace in the castle's garden, which had quickly become their favorite place. Not even a couple of minutes later, two maids had already arrived and served them a plate with widely assorted canopy-like snacks, together with a pot of tea to satisfy their drinking needs. That's neither quick nor simple. Maya retorted the moment they were alone again while glancing at the colorful and elaborately crafted food. I think it was pretty quick, though. Sophia didn't waste any time and immediately tried something that caught her fancy. Delicious. You know what I mean. Even so, she obviously still tried it. You're right. It's good. Ehe. So, we have a mansion now, huh? While the two were snacking away on the canapes, the cat girl summed up their day. Can't say I saw that coming when I arrived here. Sophia still hadn't fully processed it. Any of this. She pointed all around her, including at the cat girl. I want to retort with an imagine how I feel, but I would lose that contest. While Maya's life had drastically changed, it was nothing compared to the tiger, who wasn't even a tiger not too long ago. Haha. She had to chuckle. Well, I surprised you quite a lot, so I would say it's only fair. That's putting it lightly. We both didn't get what we signed up for, huh? Maya seemed to disagree. The other way around. I got way more than I signed up for. I wanted to travel with you and learn your magic. Instead, I got you. Though, getting you also included somehow ending up becoming part of the royal family. Oh, I like that way of thinking. The tiger girl, from time to time, still tended to see the negative side of things first. I wanted to have a slow life, without much action, but what I now have is surprisingly fun. Well, for the most part. Not even including you, Maya. And what is it with me included? She got curious. A dream. Sophia spoke without thinking. Wow. Maya felt embarrassed just hearing the line. She turned silent while her face almost lit on fire. Don't know how to react to that. Then just don't. The blonde wanted to die while she covered her bright red face with her hands. I mean, I'm happy, but. Just stop. Sophia already had a talent for embarrassing herself, but she still managed to ascend even higher from time to time. I didn't want to say that out loud. It was already out in the open before my stupid brain could stop me. Were your corny lines boosted, as well? You. She put her head on the table and used her arms to shield her face, trying to run away from everything while she also stopped responding. A couple of groaning noises were all that came out of the girl for a while, before Maya finally changed the topic. Sue, about that mansion. Why yes. Hesitatingly, Sophia lifted her head again and gingerly glanced at the cat girl. Her eyes were still wet from the tears caused by the massive self-loathing she went through. What about it? Gosh, you are adorable. Maya was unable to react any differently after seeing the frail expression of the girl. Sophia needed another 5 minutes to recover. Anyway. Do we need anything for the mansion? She was glad the topic was finally over for good. Let's see. Oh, the windows were all bare, so maybe some curtains? At the very least, for the living room, our bedroom, and wherever Fan and Aura want to stay. Though, they might be happy with just a fluffy rug in front of the fireplace. Ahaha, you could be right there. Those two are pretty docile if there's nothing to do, huh? Yeah, they're super cute. Well, curtains are a nice idea. Let's get some tomorrow. Yay, shopping trip. Maya stopped while she remembered saying something about reducing those trips after seeing how much junk had piled up in Sophia's storage dimension. We need them, so it's fine. Hee hee. Sophia knew what she was talking about. Anything else? I need to take a better look at the kitchen, but with everything we're already hoarding, we should be mostly fine. Save for some ingredients. Yes, there's almost a whole kitchen in my storage. Sorry. Maya, too, gets carried away when they go shopping. Don't be. It greatly enhanced my camping experience. She loved her cooking, after all. Do we need anything for the bath? We more or less have any care products we need, right? Or too much. When I cleaned the storage, I found like 50 bottles. There's no such thing as too much. Maya disagreed with her claim. Fair. Especially because your hair's such a piece of work. Sophia stared at the catgirl's long, snow-white hair. It needs a lot of care. She was very proud of her hair. I might want to get some bigger towels. Quickly drying my hair with air magic tends to make it frizzy. Not to mention too puffed up when I don't pay attention. Such a piece of work. She repeated herself. Oi, like you're one to talk. She couldn't stay silent on her remark. At least 30 bottles are from you alone. They're all special shampoos for feline hair, fur, ears, and tails you tried and hated. Guh. She hadn't expected a reversal. It can't be helped. Tail aside, which already is next to impossible, my ears are very sensitive, and every shampoo I tried out feels disgusting. They're also very sensual. She flashed her a cheeky grin. Shut up. T. She stuck out her tongue as a reply. Now that I've remembered, I could ask Anna about that. Maybe she knows about some care products specially made for tigers. There might be a difference between different felines? Or your boosts are bullying you again. This possibility felt way too real for Sophia. Il already was pretty fussy about those things before, especially shampoos and conditioners. If I combined that with my overly sensitive ears, I just wanted to make a joke. It had completely backfired. I'll ask the princess immediately when I see her again. Good luck. Sophia needed 5 minutes to recover. Anyway, let's see. Curtains, ingredients for cooking, towels, and care products tailor-made for tigers. From the sounds of it, the last part was definitely the most important one to her. That should be it for the time being. We can always get more stuff once we live there and notice what's missing. Maya agreed. That's a good point. Wait a moment. The catgirl suddenly stopped and tilted her head. What's wrong? It sounds more and more like we're actually moving in there for good. I thought we're only going to use it as a base where we can hide the portal to return to the capital with your magic. Well, I wanted to stay here for a while regardless. The king said it would also take around half a year for the envoys to return from the human capital. That sounds like a good amount of time. Might as well make it as nice as possible for that, huh? Exactly. Also, I really don't feel like camping outside when it's getting colder. Some people are into winter camping, and they have my utmost respect for that, but once it gets cold, I need a lot of willpower to go out at all. Getting warm and toasty in front of a fireplace sounds much more enticing. Is this Sophia speaking, or the cat, tiger in you? Yes. It was the same for her now. I never liked the cold. Before, the only motivation I had was my daily running and work. Now, feline me seems to hate the cold even more. I see. So, are we going to hibernate in the capital during the winter months? The tone of Maya's voice showed no indication that she disliked the idea. I first have to see how the winters are like here. That being said, there's no need for us to camp anymore if the weather doesn't play along or we don't find a good spot. We can simply return to the mansion and sleep in the amazing bed, of which I'm pretty sure is made out of magic-infused clouds. Sure, I could probably use magic to keep the campsite warm, but that somehow also takes out the fun. The catgirl hadn't thought about that. We travel during the day, come back for the night, and continue where we left off in the next morning? Early noon. Sophia didn't like the word morning. Whatever. She was used to it. Anyway, that's a brilliant idea. Well, I do like our camping nights still. If the weather's good and we find a nice place, we'll still do it. Watching the campfire under the starry sky, preferably from your lap, has its very own charm. That's true. I also would miss that. But always remember that we're alternating positions every night. While the couple talked about all those topics, the rest of the day went by in a flash. In preparation for the next day, where they planned to go shopping and start getting the mansion ready, the two went to bed slightly early. Chapter 122, Interior Shopping. The couple went over the things they needed for their new mansion. As it didn't seem to be much, because the place was already fully furnished, the two decided to buy the rest the next day. Before that, Sophia had to take care of something of utmost importance, though. Anna. The two spotted the princess in a hallway inside the castle, and the blonde immediately ran up to the other girl. Why yes. Say, do you use any special kind of shampoo? Wait, I think I actually asked you about it before, didn't I? On our way to Tanzania. Talaga. I'm pretty sure that's wrong. Well, whatever, it was so hectic afterward that I forgot about it. Anyway, have you? As usual, she was all over the place. She felt like missing a lot of context in this conversation. For the ears and tail. She pointed at her tiger bits and moved them around a bit. I've tried out whatever shampoo Maya recommended, but I didn't like any of it. No, I hated all of them. I see. Anna finally understood. No wonder. Tiger fur is somewhat different from most felines. It's a little thicker and sleeker because it's more or less watertight. Normal shampoo just sticks to it without doing anything. It feels slimy, disgusting, and doesn't even really clean it. Exactly. Sophia was delighted because this was precisely what she wanted to hear. So, is there a place where I can get the good stuff? Of course. Well, Mother and I let the maids get it for us, but I can give you the address. Thank you very much. Why is she so hyper? The princess looked at Maya for help. Let her be. She's happy that the shampoo's at fault for her suffering. She had a lot of problems with her tail and ears especially. She knew that the blonde was the happiest that her boost hadn't messed something up for once, but the cat girl couldn't tell her that. I see. Wait, what have you been using until now, Sophia? The one that felt the less bad and willpower. Lots of it. Wow, poor you. Anna obviously didn't know that it only had been like 2 months. But even then, that was already plenty bad. Thanks. I'll immediately get it when Maya and I are going shopping together later. You're going shopping? Yeah, we need a couple of things for the mansion. Oh, I see. Want to come with us? Sophia invited her. Unfortunately, I can't. I still have some homework left and promised Ari to do it together with her later. No problem. Does that mean you two go to school together? Yes. We're actually in the same class, too. Oh, that's cool. The trio chatted for a bit longer before they left for their shopping trip. The two also didn't want to hog the princess for too long when she already had another appointment planned. Before leaving the castle, Sophia also put on her hat again. It didn't do that much, because her very noticeable tail was still out in the open, but hiding the tiger ears made her stand out at least a little less. Going shopping while absolutely everyone took a glance at her made it a lot less fun and a lot more tiring. The top priority was obviously the tiger shampoo, and so they first went to the store Anna told them about. The place had specialized sections for all sorts of beast people. It even had an adjacent salon where you could get treated with their products. For some reason, it seemed to be very popular with the wolf beast folk. They all seemed very satisfied when exiting the saloon with their hair and fur all shiny and silky smooth looking. Remembering how Fen and Aura also had become all fancy, Sophia was sure the two went to the same store, and she was more motivated than ever. Inside, a cat girl with brown hair noticed the blonde tiger and immediately knew what was up. After receiving a bit of advice on what's best for her hair and fur and how it's used, Sophia went for the so-called royal package. It was an assortment of care products crafted explicitly for the royal family, as they're the only tigers. Though, according to the clerk, It was also fairly popular with the female jaguars as their fur was relatively similar. Maya, seeing how happy her girlfriend was while also glancing at the fellow catgirl clerk with incredibly smooth and silky-looking hair, couldn't leave the store without buying anything, either. Holding herself back with impulse buying wasn't off to a good start. Afterward, the two went to the next best restaurant that seemed interesting to have lunch. While eating, the couple chatted about what to do next. I kinda just want to go to the mansion right now, hit the bath, and try out all the stuff I just bought. Sophia was slightly impatient. Ahaha, let's save that for tonight. She urged her to wait. Though, I'm looking forward to it, as well. Maya also had spent a lot of money on hair care products. Not to mention having gone all out on skin-related stuff, too. Fine. Okay, we also need curtains and towels, right? Yes. Oh, we might get both in an interior decoration store. Wait, can you even get curtains for a mansion in a normal store? Why not? Sophia tilted her head. Are they supposed to be any different than normal ones? It's a fancy mansion, so fancy curtains? Let's just get some that look nice and do their job. She didn't care about any of that. Right, good idea. Once they finished their meal, the two looked for a store where they could get the mentioned curtains and towels. It didn't take them too long, and the two quickly got over with it. Afterward, the couple also got a lot, ingredients to stock up their new kitchen and made their way towards the mansion. Getting lost only about 7 times, the two arrived there in no time at all. Why are both of us useless with directions? Sophia looked a little exhausted. I'm not bad with directions, but navigating through the castle or those streets where everything looks the same. Nope. Let's get a map of the area when we're back in the castle. Good idea. Still, the tiger girl stared at the oversized white mansion with the lovely garden all around it after opening the gate. Really? It more and more appears to be so. Maya had the same blank expression. Both still couldn't wrap their head around any of this. What a turn of events. My thoughts ever since meeting you. The catgirl couldn't agree more. Let's go inside. Having nothing to add to this, Sophia started walking forwards through the front garden. She unlocked the door of the mansion with the keys she received from the minister the day before. Eehee. She followed her with a slight chuckle, and the two entered together. There, they went to the living room and sat down on one of the sofas to relax for a moment. So comfy. Yes. While saying so, Maya leaned against Sophia and nuzzled her head into the other's shoulder. Very. She enjoyed their closeness in silence for a while, but eventually started looking around. I don't think we bought enough curtains. Her eyes stopped at one of the many windows. Yes. I somehow already forgot just how many windows there are. I like how much light they let in, though. Absolutely, it makes the room feel really nice. How many curtains did we get again? Sophia tried to recall what they bought. 10. It never was enough for the whole place, because we don't need all the rooms yet, but seeing now that the living room already needs 6. True. Especially those offices. Never going to happen. Still, we barely have enough for this and the bedroom, huh? Seems like it. Maya agreed. Well, depending on where Fan and Aura want to sleep, it might be enough. Not that I think Fan cares for curtains. Oh, how about we just ask our wolves? While saying so, Sophia suddenly got up from the sofa. This action caused the catgirl, who was still leaning against her, to fall to her side. Eh? Maya looked at her with a grumpy expression. She clearly wanted to cuddle for a while longer. Welcome back to our humble home, or whatever. The tiger girl ignored her and went to the door instead. There, she welcomed the wolves who she had noticed approaching with her detection magic. Bored? A little. Aura gave her a light-hearted answer. Hello. Still a little pouty, Maya also greeted them once they all were in the living room. She only stopped looking grumpy once Sophia sat down next to her again. Interrupted on something? Aura glanced at the clingy catgirl. No. Nothing of that sort. We were just talking about the room arrangements. Speaking of which, where do the two of you want to sleep? Sophia addressed the two newcomers. For when we're staying the night here. I don't particularly care. Fen could sleep wherever. Even the horse barns outside would be more than fine. Eh? We have a barn? It was the first time the tiger girl heard about that. Yes, it's in the backyard of this building, a little hidden behind the trees there. Seriously? The 5-year-old me had a heart attack just now. I always wanted a horse when I was little. Can't say I care much now, though. What a waste. Anyway, she got back to the topic. Letting you sleep there feels a little wrong. But you probably want to transform into your big selves when sleeping? That could be a little difficult inside. It doesn't bother me staying small. The female wolf had nothing against it. Me neither. After staying in the capital for a while, the discomfort about changing my appearance is basically gone. I see. So, do you want a room upstairs? 2? We have enough of them. Well, we'll mostly be here during the winter months only, or if the weather's bad, so. Winter, huh? Aura's head slowly turned her head towards the fireplace. You want to sleep here, don't you? Sophia then focused on Fen, who also stole a glance or two of the fireplace, as well. And so do you? Like I said. I don't particularly care. No need to be so stubborn, Fenny. It's not embarrassing wanting to sleep here. I'll probably do the same a lot in the winter. Actually, once it gets cold, you most likely have to fight me to the death for the best spot in front of the fireplace. Never get between a cat and the warmest place in the house, eh? Aura had her very own interpretation of Sophia's words. Exactly. She really had fully merged into her new role. Say, the female wolf stared at her. The whole thing about you accidentally turning yourself into a tiger girl was a joke, right? I don't think I ever met a hybrid feline beast person that went so hard on the cat-like traits. No, I just always go all out with whatever I do, especially when I mess up. I see, but you sure like what you've become, huh? Absolutely. Well, I could do without a couple of those instincts, but no, these are the best. Maya, on the other hand, was very fond of the behavior Sophia shows when those instincts take over. First and foremost, things that involve her as well, like the marking, for example. Ugh. That being said, you'll have to fight both of us for the fireplace. Maya, too, was a cat. There you have it, big guy. Sophia looked at Finn again. If you aren't honest now, you'll be the only one without a spot in front of the fire. There are days where I really don't like you, girl. He could only sigh. Eehee. The tiger took it as a confirmation. Aura, want to go and buy a big and fluffy rug to put in front of the fireplace? Only to relax on in the evening, of course. If someone falls asleep on it and stays for the night there, it's surely just an accident. No matter how often it happens. She fabricated a story the male wolf's pride could accept. Sounds like a plan. She was in. Fan, can you help to get the basement ready for the portal we're going to use to travel between places? Basement? Maya interrupted her. I don't think this mansion has one. Eh? That was the whole reason to get a place for our own. Well, we could also just use one of the empty rooms, but still. She hadn't anticipated this turn of events. Oh okay, Fan, can you make a basement? No problem. It wasn't hard for him. But please take care that the mansion doesn't get destroyed. Oh, a secret entrance would be very cool, too. I'll strengthen the ground below the building before carving out the basement with magic. Perfect. Maya, should we get the curtains done and rearrange a couple of the furniture while we're at it? Fine by me. Once everyone got assigned a task, the group moved out to customize the newly acquired mansion to their tastes. Chapter 123, Getting the Mansion Ready. The group ended up meeting up in their new mansion and started customizing it to their liking. Aura went out to shop for a fluffy carpet to put in front of the fireplace. Fen planned to excavate a secret basement for future use, and the couple took over the interior design like installing curtains or rearranging some of the furniture. Where do you want the entrance, Sophia? Fen walked around on the ground floor to find a suitable spot to dig. Let's see. She looked around while both were in the entrance hall. Oh, can you do it behind the stairs leading up? There's a bit of a blind spot, and no one would go there without reason. Not a problem. Any requests other than a hidden entrance? I don't really need much besides a room to put a portal. Well, try to make it look nice, if possible. So, no secret underground dungeon to guard it? The wolf wanted to go all out. Oh? Sophia raised an eyebrow in interest. Just any old room will do. Maya stuck out her head from the kitchen where she was in and stopped the duo from doing anything stupid. Ah. Both sounded disappointed. Hey. The tiger girl got closer to him and started whispering. Second secret entrance inside the room for you now, okay? Got it. He whispered back. I heard that. Why are your ears so good? After exchanging a couple of suspicious glances, Finn got to work behind the stairs. At the same time, Sophia went to her catgirl in the kitchen. No dungeon, all right? Maya repeated herself. It's up to Fenny now. I have no say in this anymore. Dork. She gave up. Anyway, have you seen any firewood outside? Firewood? It's way too warm to test out the fireplace. No, the oven and stove use it, as well. Oh. Well, we have both types in the kitchen, the other one works with magic, but I like the wood version more. I think it tastes better. I see. Firewood, huh? Maybe somewhere in that previously mentioned barn? That could be. I'll take a look later. Well, I already finished sorting most of the stuff we bought earlier. How about we get started on the curtains for the living room? Doing as told, the two got to work. It didn't take much time at all, though. There were already some curtain rods installed, so they only had to hang them. The couple had gone for white, semi-transparent curtains. Nothing too fancy, but they also didn't feel out of place in the mansion. That doesn't look half bad. Sophia seemed satisfied when she looked at the windows. There's still a ton of sunlight getting in, but the curtains give a sense of privacy. Yeah, I don't think anyone could look inside in the first place, because the property's so big, but I don't think I could calm down with bare windows. Maya also liked their addition to the mansion. Sofas next? She glanced at the three next to the fireplace, placed around a wooden coffee table. What do you plan to do with them? Let's just get them a little further away from the fire. Enough for whatever carpet or is buying and have our wolves relax comfortably there. Got it. As both, especially the tiger girl, were on the stronger side, rearranging a couple of sofas was no work. After they were done with that, the changes for the living room were done for the time being. While back in the hallway to go to their bedroom on the upper floor, Sophia got curious about how Finn was doing. Wow, I guess he took the secret entrance part very seriously. She looked behind the stairs and noticed that there were no signs of a hole ever being dug. Are you sure he actually even started digging? Maya thought it was too clean. He might as well have given up and taken a nap in the garden. I guess we'll find out eventually. She couldn't deny this possibility. I just hope it won't turn into a dungeon. Afterward, the couple finally went upstairs to get their bedroom ready. They got the same white curtains as in the living room, and they, too, were installed in no time because of the already existing rods above the windows. Once they were done with that, Sophia let herself fall on their new bed with a satisfied expression. Why is this thing so comfy? Well, it's made with nobles or royalty in mind and is super high quality. She touched one of the canopy posts before gliding with her hand over the soft and comfortable feeling bedspread. Lucky us. Afterward, she lay down right next to the tiger girl. I'll become useless with this thing. Well, even more useless. Maya didn't reply. Hey. I'm still far from an expert on this subject, but shouldn't you at least fake to raise an objection here, Miss Girlfriend? Did you say something? I was busy with not dozing off on the spot. Never mind, I'm in good company. Sophia noticed they were both useless. The couple relaxed like that for around half an hour. They also cuddled a little, but mainly because everyone was still in the middle of getting the mansion ready. That was all the two did. Somehow escaping the clutches of the way too comfortable bed, both eventually went downstairs again. It was right in time, because Aura came back just a couple of moments later. I'm back. The female wolf entered through the front door while carrying something white, big, and fluffy looking on her back. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a rolled-up skin or fur of some sort of animal. The trio went to the living room, where she placed it on the ground in front of the fireplace. It turned out to be a snow-white sheepskin rug, but a certain detail caught Sophia's attention. I didn't know that there are sheeps in this world. She tried her luck with the name. Or rather, why is this guy about as big as you and Fen in your original form? The rug Aura brought was gigantic. That's just how sheeps are, though? The wolf tilted her head. Well, they are kind of rare in this area, so I was lucky that I found it. Also, seriously? She was mainly surprised that the name she decided on a whim wasn't corrected. Am I finally understanding it? Just a quick question. Maya's eyes wandered between the rug and Aura. Did you buy or hunt it? Silly you, I bought it. You can't use the fur of a freshly slain animal as a rug. You have to process it to make it more durable and to preserve it. Yeah, have some common sense, Maya. Sophia took the opportunity to tease her. Wait, you can't? I had no idea. Noticing how the catgirl was looking at her, she quickly changed position and got Aura between the two before changing the topic. Anyway, I like it. It looks really good. You can never have enough of white in your life. It was a desperate attempt. She ignored her and kneeled down to touch the rug. It's so fluffy and feels super nice. You got a good one. I know. Aura was proud of her buy. Let the expert have a look. The tiger girl wasted no time and directly jumped on the white and fluffy goodness. That's bad. Her expression changed. What's wrong? Maya didn't understand her reaction. I don't think I'm ever getting up again. She rubbed her face all over the fur. I'm going to live here from now on. Sophia liked it very much. Stop marking it. The catgirl quickly noticed what she was doing. She hadn't even realized it herself. Well, it's an instinct, right? Nothing I can do there, can I? She showed no sign of stopping and only buried her face deeper into the fluffy rug. Ugh. Using my own words against me. Maya uses a similar excuse whenever she doesn't want to stop marking Sophia's thighs during their regular lap pillows, for example. Sophia continued for a while. Eventually, she readjusted her position and curled up in an almost perfect circle. Even her tiger tail tightly wrapped around her legs, which she was lightly hugging. Well then, good night, everyone. A different instinct had taken over her. Oi. The catgirl tried to stop her, but falling asleep instantly was one of the tiger's biggest talents. And she's gone. Okay, be honest with me already. That girl never was a human. Aura gestured at the textbook example of a cat sleeping on their new sheepskin rug. The actual cat had nothing to reply to here. At some point, she had started doubting it ever happened herself. By the way. The two continued to watch Sophia for a while before Aura glanced around. My detection magic's better at picking up faraway reactions, so I'm a little confused. It seems like Fen is here somewhere, but I can't see him. Last time I saw him, he started building the basement. Oh, that's why it feels like his signal's coming from below. Wait, are you sure he isn't building something like a dungeon? The area I can sense him running around in is way too big for a basement. Yeah? That was the one thing she didn't want to hear after the male wolf, and her tiger got a little excited about that earlier. This idiot. You don't want him to? Obviously. Why not? Sounds like fun if you ask me. Wait, Maya stopped. Am I the odd one here? She noticed that she was the only one who disliked the idea. Seems like it. Where's the problem? Aura didn't see the issue. It's not like there'll be any monsters or the like. At best, your tiger most likely will turn it into a maze, thinking it would be cool. You're starting to understand how her brain works, huh? It's not that hard. In that aspect, she's quite similar to Fen. He also tends to get excited easily. I think it's cute. Well, yeah. But still, a dungeon under our home is a little. Don't worry. With those two, that dungeon or maze will span below the entire capital, not just our place. Fiend. For some reason, it didn't calm down Maya in the slightest. Instead, she cried out the wolf's name, hoping he would appear. Yes? As if on cue, he actually entered the living room from the hallway. How can I be of help? Wow, what timing. She was impressed for a moment. Say, dear Fen, what might have you been doing below the mansion? What do you mean? Sophia asked me to make a basement, right? Sure, and I said no dungeon, right? Yes. That's why I simply made a single room. Really? Then, why did Aura detected your presence darting all over the place below the mansion? That's, detection magic doesn't work that well underground. Your target often jitters around thanks to the soil interfering with the signal. Ah, is that how it is? Maya didn't believe one word. Fen. Noticing his presence nearby, Sophia finally woke up again, and the cat girl had to pause her questioning. She got up from the rug, stretched herself, and then faced the wolf. Is it done? The basement? Yes, all done. Great. I want to see it. Of course. He guided the group out of the living room and stopped next to the stairs leading up in the hallway. There, he concentrated for a moment, and a part of the ground behind the staircase disappeared. Oh, very cool. Sophia liked it. It's like a hidden trapdoor. Yes. Just focus your magic on that spot, and it will open or close. Awesome. Let's have a look. Leading the group, the tiger girl went down the stairs that appeared inside the hole and opened. Eventually, they arrived in a dimly lit room. It was around 7 by 7 meters big, and its walls, floor, and ceiling seemed to be made out of polished black marble. Oh, very stylish. Where's the illumination coming from? It's just the remains of light magic I used to work. It's pitch black in here without it, after all. Well, all of us can create artificial light, so I thought it's fine without natural light. HRMM. Maya had a complicated expression as she looked around in the room. It seemed like she was searching for something. What's wrong? Sophia noticed her behavior. I'm looking for the entrance to the dungeon Finn made. You made one? She looked at the wolf with sparkling eyes. I did not. The cat asked us not to do it, so I let it be. Maya was still dubious. It also didn't help that she could have sworn that the two exchanged a suspicious glance for a second afterward. Anyway, Sophia quickly changed the topic. This basement is more than perfect for placing one of my portals to the extra dimension. From now on, we can travel as much as we want and always come back here a moment later. After a while, once the cat girl stopped being suspicious of Fan and her tiger planning something else in the basement, the group got back to the living room to relax and to plan what to do next. Fan refused to admit it, but he, too, took a liking to the sheepskin rug in front of the fireplace. This time, Sophia managed to withstand the urge to curl up and fall asleep on the fluffy white fur for around 5 minutes. Still, she ultimately lost to the allure once more. Maya watched her girlfriend comfortably sleeping there for a while, and the desire to follow suit was rising to a point where she couldn't hold back anymore. The cat girl rolled up into a ball right next to Sophia, and judging by her expression, she seemed to be in heaven. Thanks to her snow-white hair that had basically the same color as the rug, together with her also primarily white clothes, she almost disappeared in the fluff once she was fully curled up. Chapter 124, Housewarming. The group mostly finished up getting their new mansion ready. Fen dug up a basement, and possibly more, for Sophia to use her last travel magic in. The couple put up a few curtains and rearranged some of the furniture while also filling the kitchen with supplies. Aura went out to buy a gigantic, snow-white sheepskin rug to place in front of the fireplace in the living room. The two cats loved it so much that both of them comfortably curled up on it and took an afternoon nap there after having lost to their feline instincts. Those two. Fen looked at the couple napping next to each other on the rug with a satisfied expression. Occasionally, their tails swished around, or their ears twitched, and it seemed like they were having a good time. And, how much do you want to join them, my dear Fen? Aura looked at him with a judging expression. He didn't answer, but his tail stopped wagging as he looked away. I see. She didn't need more of an answer. You sure have mellowed down. Oh, shut up. This continent has become pretty boring, so it's only natural that I calm down, as well. Was this continent ever interesting, though? After the demons left, I mean? The humans, well, Aura didn't even finish. The beast folk are good people, but they don't pack that much of a punch. Resident oddballs aside. And the other races are drastically underrepresented. You're not wrong. So, what's the difference between now and the past? You. He looked at the female wolf. You were here with me. She needed a moment. Were you always this smooth? I've been traveling with those two flirty idiots for some months now. Fen glanced at the sleeping couple. Some of their sappiness might have rubbed off on me. Well, I like it. You were a little stiff in the past. You have to thank Sophia for that. Though, I'm not entirely sure how I should feel about that. Fen had conflicting emotions about her compliment. She did a great job. She enjoyed the new wolf. I might miss seeing your wild side after inventing a new type of attack magic and testing it out, though. That side's still alive, but it's strangely enticing to leisurely travel around. I like it a lot. True. I haven't been part of this little group for too long, but it's fun. Aura agreed with his assessment. We should still visit the demon continent at some point. I really enjoyed it there. I planned to go there a long time ago. Sophia's also interested, so we'll most likely end up there before long. Maya seems to be against it, though. Don't worry about her. She's only cautious because she still hasn't fully realized just how powerful she is. She's also trying to keep Sophia in check. That's why she's a little stern from time to time. That cat actually loves to fight and play around with magic. Oh, then she'll love it there. Maya's still more powerful than the demons, but they know how to use their strength perfectly. They put up a good fight. The two wolves chatted for a while longer until the couple finally woke up from their nap. Stretching themselves after letting out a yawn, both of them still looked sleepy. Huh. This rug's dangerous, Aura. Sophia had to put in a lot of effort to get up. You just lack self-discipline. Fen had a better explanation. That's not entirely untrue. She had no way to defend herself. Maya also fell asleep, so. I do still have a point. It is very comfy. The cat girl was slightly ashamed about having given in to the temptation. By the way, Sophia held her stomach while facing Maya. How are the chances of you giving the kitchen a test run? All the working and napping made me really hungry. I was just about to suggest that. Luckily, she had the same idea. Perfect. Thank you. Fan, Aura, we got a lot of meat that Sophia put on ice inside her storage to keep it fresh. Should I prepare all of it and we have some sort of housewarming dinner? I like the sound of that. The male wolf supported the idea. If it's not too much work. Both wolves did. Not at all. I'm going to show this kitchen who's its new boss. Maya was very motivated. After letting Sophia give her the meat, she banned everyone from the kitchen and got to work. I'm looking forward to it. The tiger girl was with the wolves while showing an expectant expression. Alright, while we wait, my dear Fenny. I don't like this new way of addressing me. When Aura and Maya used it earlier, it wasn't any fun for him, so he had become wary. I do, though. So do I. Unfortunately, the two girls didn't agree. Anyway, now that Maya's busy, could you show me the real basement? What do you mean? Don't worry. Whenever Maya's cooking, nothing that's going on around her enters her mind. Really? Come on, you started building one, right? A dungeon. There is no dungeon. He stopped for a moment. It's a maze. Seriously? Awesome. Sophia's eyes were sparkling again. Show me. Fine. After glancing into the kitchen and making sure the cat girl was indeed in her own little world, he guided them into the basement again. While Fen was indeed much stronger than Maya, it didn't mean he wasn't afraid of her. As Aura was interested, she tagged along, as well. So? The group was back in the basement that seemed to be chiseled out of black marble, and the tiger girl was looking around. I can't see anything, but I assume there's another hidden door? You're standing right next to it. He gestured at the wall she was looking at. Eh. Sophia touched the wall and poured a little of her magic power into it. A moment later, a hole opened there, and a dark corridor became visible. I love those hidden doors. Hey. Fen was slightly proud of himself. There isn't anything to explore yet, though. I've only created a couple of passageways, some turns, bends, and the likes. I like it. Say, are there any underground structures in the capital? I want this maze to span below everything eventually. As always, I love the scale your brain works on. Not few would say that the meeting of Fan and Sophia better shouldn't have happened. When chaos meets chaos, disaster often isn't far away. Maya will kill you if she finds out. Aura recalled the conversation she had about this very topic with her. Both of you. Aya. The chaos duo froze up. Are you going to tell her? Sophia looked scared. Why would I? She shook her head. I want to get in on the fun. After all, they weren't a duo. It was a chaos trio. They talked about their plans for the maze for a while, before eventually leaving the basement again. Back in the living room, Sophia threw herself onto one of the sofas to relax. She preferred the sheepskin rug, but there was a high risk of oversleeping their dinner. Instead, the two wolves laid down there for the time being. Fen tried really hard to not let it show on his face, but that made it only more evident. He had found his favorite spot in the mansion. The three lounged around for another hour before Maya announced that dinner was ready. They got together in the dining room adjacent to the living room and stared at the feast. There were a couple of big cuts of seared meat, obviously made for the wolves. There were many normal-sized roasts, a big bowl of a salad, and stir-fried veggies for the couple, along with various other sides. Maya, I love you. The sight made Sophia emotional. Me, too. The wolves also fell for her, trying to hold back their drool while staring at the big chunks of perfectly seared meat. Let's eat. The cat girl rolled her eyes at the group of dorks that surrounded her. Around an hour later, not a lick of food was left, and the group was back in the living room. The wolves on the sheepskin rug, trying their best not to fall into a food-induced coma, while the couple sat on one of the sofas. A groan from Sophia echoed through the room. While resting her head on Maya's lap, she held her stomach with a slightly pained expression. I ate way too much. It didn't sound like she was regretting anything, though. It's your own fault for tackling one of the slabs of meat I roasted for the wolves. Maya placed one of her hands on the tiger's head and gently rubbed it. But it looked so good, that gigantic piece of meat, and once I tried it, I couldn't stop because your cooking's too good. Sweet talking won't make you feel better, but thank you. Ugh. Still, your meat consumption is steadily going up, isn't it? As their cook, Maya naturally noticed such changes. Because it's so delicious. Ah. She suddenly stopped talking. She's finally fully awakening to her carnivore self. The group's biggest carnivore, Fen, seemed to be overjoyed by this revelation. This time, Sophia didn't groan just from having overeaten. I still like vegetables, so it's fine. For now. Maya, he's bullying me. Then stop being such an idiot. She had little sympathy. The list of things that made Sophia groan kept getting longer. Now I just want to sleep and leave the day behind me. Saying so, she nuzzled her head against Maya's thighs and closed her eyes. Good night. You'll get fat if you fall asleep right after eating so much. Very unlikely. I burn so many calories every day that I actually have trouble keeping my weight up. I don't think it's possible for me to get fat. I hate you. Why? She was shocked. It's not like you have even 1 gram too much on you. Thank you. But, as a girl, hearing that someone is unable to gain weight, this reaction happens on instinct. That's fair. Sophia had nothing to add. Anyway, good night. She closed her eyes again while once more getting comfortable on Maya's lap. Not so fast, I still want to take a bath. She complained a lot today. Sure, have fun. I'll be here, sleeping. No, you're coming with me. But I don't want to get up. I'm also not sure if I can keep the food in if I move around too much now. I guess you'll have to power through it, then. It didn't seem like Maya planned to take a bath on her own. She pushed Sophia away from her lap and got up from the sofa. Then, she grabbed the tiger's hand and dragged her off and out of the living room. Yet another groan escaped her lips as she was forcefully made to leave the room. Well then, good night. Fen had enough of the fooling around. Still on the white sheepskin rug in front of the fireplace, he placed his head on his paws before closing his eyes. That's a good idea. Aura, next to him, did the same. Good night. They were living the blonde's dream. In the meanwhile, after a lot of complaining from Sophia on the way, the couple had reached the upstairs bath. As it was much smaller and more comfortable, in Maya's eyes, she chose this one. As it usually would take a while to get it ready, the cat girl simply used magic to fill the tub with hot water. Once everything was ready and the two undressed, Maya noticed something else, and she intently stared at the tiger. What? She noticed the game and turned her body away. I still get embarrassed if you do that. I'm also not in the mood, and not a good idea when I feel like throwing up. No, that's not why I'm looking. Well, okay, it's not my main motivation. This time. She didn't entirely deny having ulterior motives. Are you sure you can't gain weight? The cat girl pointed at the other's stomach. Sophia looked down at herself and noticed that her stomach was sticking out a bit. Wow. She placed a hand on it and gave it a quick squeeze. Well, the food has to stay somewhere before it, gets out again. Okay, I think I'll go on an extra long run tomorrow to make sure. Your food's too good. Thanks. Still. She glanced at her stomach again and gently patted it. What would that be? Around the 3rd month? Not quite, I guess. What? Maya froze up. Wow, I never overate so badly that my belly sticks out from it. Anyway, let's take a bath already. I want to go to bed. As she hadn't put any thoughts in her question, she didn't notice the cat girl's reaction and simply entered the tub. Oh, the water's perfect. The topic had come up way too often for Maya's liking lately, so she needed another moment to restart before joining Sophia in the bath. After they finished their bath, which had a slightly awkward mood for some reason the tiger girl never found out, the two went to their bedroom in the mansion. There, they closed their new curtains and entered the bed. As it was comfortable beyond belief, the couple fell asleep in an instant, even though Sophia was still feeling bloated from overeating and Maya's mind being overloaded from the conversation in the bath. Chapter 125, Sore Muscles. The group had gotten their new mansion ready and spent the first night in it. As a sort of housewarming, Maya had cooked a lavish dinner for everyone, which caused Sophia to grossly overeat. The carnivorous side of the tiger girl was at full blast, and she ate almost as much meat as the wolves. As a result, she felt horribly bloated and was on cloud 9 when she finally got to sleep. On the following day, once she finally got out of bed, Sophia decided to go on an extended morning run to burn some extra calories to make up for her feast. This was easier said than done because the couple's bed in the mansion was far too comfortable for her, which almost made it impossible for the girl to leave it. After Maya heard about her plan, she decided to tag along. She wanted to train her running speed and stamina for a while already, and a still bloated and sluggish-feeling tiger girl seemed to be the perfect partner. On a normal condition, the cat girl was no match for Sophia when it comes to pure speed and endurance, after all. Sadly, this was a colossal miscalculation on her part. Feeling not on top of things, and actually wanting to burn calories for a change, Sophia was extra motivated. I'm back. Around 3 hours passed since the couple left for their run before Sophia's cheerful voice full of energy echoed through the entrance hall of their home. I'm dead. Maya didn't sound nearly as cheery. In fact, there wasn't the slightest shred of life left in her voice. Actually, that wasn't the only part of Maya that had no power anymore. Think you can stand on your own again? Sophia slightly turned her head while trying to look at the cat girl who she was currently giving a piggyback ride. Maybe. Slightly unsteady, Maya got off from her back and stood on her own shaky legs. I'm going to be so sore tomorrow. She lightly massaged her thighs with a pained expression while saying so. That's why I offered you multiple times to slow down. But, no, you wanted me to run at a decent speed. Ugh, that's what you get for being needlessly competitive. Well, I'm not one to talk when it comes to that. There was little Sophia actually could blame her for. By the way, I was running to burn calories. If I run to train, I don't do it nearly as leisurely as earlier. And no need to rub it in. But carrying you on my back for the last 10 kilometers was a nice workout. Thanks for that. Is today the second day in a row I'm going to hate you? Yesterday, Maya disliked the girl when she mentioned she couldn't gain weight and had already found a new reason. Ahaha. Sophia scratched her cheek. Well, you are quite fit. Just compared to me, who's running for a long time already, and got her strength boosted, it's not a fair comparison. I need a shower. The cat girl didn't reply to her claim. I'm all sweaty, and I feel gross. Have fun. You're not taking one? Not yet. I'm good for now. The only type of sweat I'm covered in is yours that stuck to my back while carrying you. Without saying another word, the cat girl disappeared into the bath on the ground floor. Upstairs was currently too much for her sore legs. Sophia only now noticed her insensitiveness, realizing that today might actually become the second day in a row where she's disliked by Maya. To divert her attention, she checked up on the wolves to see what they were doing. Using her detection magic, Sophia quickly noticed that the two were underground and went downstairs to their new basement. Ah, good, you're alone. Aura was waiting there for her. What do you mean? We sensed the two of you coming back and hastily stopped. Did we, interrupt you on something? Sorry. The tiger girl looked awkward. Eh? What do you She noticed her ambiguity. And no. Nothing like that. Fan and I were working on the maze. Oh. Sophia hit the palm of her hand with her fist in understanding. Because of Maya. Good thinking. She's already angry with me, and I don't want to die just yet. What did you do? I opened my mouth without thinking. The usual, I see. Even though the two don't know each other for that long yet, Aura didn't need more information. More or less. So, how's the maze coming along? Pretty well. We obviously can't add any monsters in there because we're in a city, but if you're going to be lost in there, you'll be lost. Sounds awesome. I bet it'll be a good training ground on how to navigate in a dungeon. Are dungeons normally mazes? Sophia only explored one before, and it really wasn't a good example. Not all of them, but it's pretty common. I also really like the maze parts. If you don't cheat your way out with magic, it doesn't matter how much power you have. It's a lot of fun. Normally, unless the dungeon's guarded by a dragon, the monsters inside aren't anything worth mentioning, after all. Strength-wise, sure, but they still can be nightmare fuel. The blonde remembered the oversized spiders from Kinnear's dungeon and shuddered. God, I hate insects. Really? Yep. Even though she was smiling broadly, her response didn't seem cheerful. So, let's say, scorpions the size of a house, gigantic centipedes, or sandworms some hundreds of meters long would be no good? Technically, they weren't all insects, but just like spiders, people usually don't care about the distinction. As soon as many legs and or any form of a creepy wiggling is involved, it's all the same. Ahaha. No. Her expression completely changed while her voice turned to pure ice. If those things were to actually exist, I would set the entire continent they live in on fire. I would take no chance and burn absolutely everything to the ground. I see. Why are you asking? It's not like they're a thing, right? Right? I was just curious. About how you would think about such creatures. Aura retreated a bit, increasing the distance between her and the tiger. She fights dragons without batting an eye, but the wolf's instincts were currently screaming at her. They knew the girl in front of them was dangerous. I wouldn't enjoy it. Sophia's cheerful yet eerie-sounding voice had a very distressing feel to it. It would make me very scared, followed by really disgusted, and finally extremely angry. Her voice turned dark before she returned to normal in an instant. Anyway, about the maze. Scary. Aura mumbled the only thing that went through her head. What about it? When have you last seen Fen? From what my detection magic is telling me, he isn't even near us. Aura stopped for a moment. We split up a good while ago, but actually wanted to take a break around, an hour ago. Is he lost? Sophia glanced at the enhance of the maze. Nah, I don't think so. Good. Probably. The wolf corrected herself. Hey, he can always use magic to find the way out. Right. Sophia looked relieved. If he remembers about that. Oi. How about I go look for him? Aura looked a little awkward. Sounds like an idea to me. I'll keep Maya in check in the meanwhile. We don't want her to find out, do we? Great thinking. The wolf liked her idea. Alright, we'll come upstairs once I find our resident idiot. Make up with the cat in the meanwhile, okay? After rolling her eyes, Sophia parted with Aura and went back upstairs. Looking around for a second, she then found Maya in the living room. Leaning her upper body against a huge pillow, she had occupied a whole sofa for herself by stretching out her legs on it. How was the shower? The tiger girl noticed that she hadn't even bothered fully drying her hair as it still seemed a little damp. GRRM. Maya decided to communicate in groaning noises. Tired? Legs are hurting? HRRMN. She didn't even feel like using words. Imagine how it's going to feel tomorrow. Sore muscles need around a day for their full effect. Ugh. Maya finally looked at the tiger. It sounds like that will also be the third day, then. She stopped for a moment. Not wanting a future where she's going to be disliked by her cat for 3 whole days, Sophia walked up to her. There, she gently lifted up the girl's legs with the utmost care, before sitting down on that place on the sofa. Afterward, she carefully placed them on her lap. Want a massage? While saying so, she lightly touched Maya's calves. I want some healing magic. Maya sounded more than a little spoilt. Nope. No pain, no gain. Eh? She didn't like the sound of that. If I heal your muscles now, all that running would have been for nothing. Seriously? Yep, that's part of gaining muscles. Well, mainly if you overdo it. So, still want some healing magic? Massage, please. Maya didn't want to lose her progress, and having suffered for nothing. Good choice. As her hands were already on the catgirl's calves, she began to massage them first. HRRN. She let out another groan, but started to relax after a while. As Sophia has a lot of experience with running around and, as a result of that, how to deal with muscle pain, the tiger knew precisely which parts of Maya's legs she had to focus on. Sophia continued to massage her for a good while, and the cat's expression had considerably softened up. The tiger's expression turned a little more complicated, though, while she worked on every inch of the other's legs. Not only her calves but also Maya's thighs had gotten a lot of attention while the catgirl decided to play with Sophia's tail as a form of thanking her. The blonde stopped massaging the girl and stared at Maya's legs, of which she got an excellent close-up view in her lap right now while feeling their sublime soft and smoothness. What? There was more than a hint of disappointment in the cat's voice. She really didn't want the tiger to stop moving her hands. I mean, it's not really news to me, I always had the feeling, but I'm really into legs. She couldn't peel her eyes away. Your thighs are amazing. Thanks. Also, no kidding. Maya rolled her eyes. What's that supposed to mean? You look at my legs more than at my face. Eh? The tiger was shocked. There's no way that's true. Yeah, I exaggerated a little. Still, it's pretty obvious that you're staring at my legs. A lot. Sorry. Sophia got a little embarrassed about being so obvious. Why? I don't mind at all. If anything, I'm happy that you enjoy looking at my body. I see. Well, I would be even happier if I don't occasionally catch you glancing at those of the princess, but. The tiger girl instantly turned her head away. I was just looking, okay? Just admiring the view. No impure thoughts were involved. It's alright. I can't exactly blame you. That princess is extremely attractive. That was a big part of the reason why I was so wary of her when she was going after you with such vigor. Is that so? Wait, that sounds like you were also looking at her? Sure was. There's nothing wrong with enjoying the view as long as you know where you belong to and don't do anything stupid. That's good to know. Oh, was there anything specific you enjoyed? And no, just generally. It almost looked like Maya glanced at Sophia's chest for a second before she immediately changed the topic. By the way, where are our wolves? Sophia's expression changed for a second after she noticed Maya's gaze but managed to swallow it as she didn't want to ruin the mood between them yet again. She managed to learn. It's also not like she doesn't like that part of the princess, far from it. That's a good question. Because it had been almost 2 hours since she last saw Aura, she had the feeling that both wolves were lost in the maze by now. That, or they found something better to do. Almost 3 more hours, which the couple spent flirting, including Sophia massaging her catgirl some more, passed before the other two finally showed up again. Maya was pretty suspicious of them for a while because it seemed like they came from the supposedly empty basement, but the tiger barely managed to divert her attention. As the catgirl was too exhausted to cook, she immediately sent Fan and Aura to organize takeout food. They naturally complied because neither of them wanted Maya to find out about their little project. Chapter 126, First Visitors. Tagging along with one of Sophia's usual running sessions and urging her to not hold back too much was a big miscalculation on Maya's side. She had utterly overexerted herself because she, as usual, got too competitive to stop. As a result, the catgirl was in a lot of pain caused by her aching muscles. Sophia pitied her and gave the poor girl an extended leg massage to ease her pain. However, the tiger enjoyed it just as much because she really likes Maya's legs. Be it touching or simply looking at them. Unfortunately, as is customs with sore muscles, the real pain started on the next day. Sleeping almost till noon, after waking up and noticing how she was feeling, Maya somehow managed to get some necessities in the bathroom done before she decided to not leave the bed that day. As Sophia was a big fan of their new bed, she stayed with her for quite a while. Sadly, the catgirl felt so sluggish that even cuddling wasn't an option. Because of that, even though the tiger still enjoyed her company, she eventually got up. Bored. Around an hour passed since Sophia left the bed, and she had nothing to do. Judging by her detection magic, the wolves were once more working on the maze, but she didn't feel like helping at the moment. I have yet to explore the backyard of this place, huh? Fenny and Aura mentioned a barn, didn't they? That's also where Maya got the wood for the stove, didn't she? Wait, formally speaking, this mansion is mine, and I'm the only one who hasn't seen it? Saying so, she left the building through the terrace of the living room. Looking around in the garden for a moment, she quickly found a path that led her to a building in the corner of the property, which was hidden behind a range of trees. Oh, it's pretty cute. The tiger looked at the brown all-wood barn. It looked a little older, but just like the mansion, it was perfectly maintained. Right next to it was a roofed area with tons of already chopped wood. As the wooden window blinds and the massive barn gate were currently closed, Sophia couldn't look inside it yet. Alright, let's see how the inside's like. Removing the big wooden latch that kept the gate in place, she carefully pulled it open. Oh. Seeing the insides for the first time, Sophia's eyes started to sparkle. 5-year-old me definitely would have had a heart attack. The barn was filled with hay, and each side had 3 stables, making it 6 in total. Should we get some horses? Harzas, I mean. Child Sophia was trying to influence the current one. Nah, too much of a hassle to take care of. If we have someone to take care of the mansion and garden, could we get someone for the horses, as well? Probably, right? The tiger girl tilted her head while thinking about it. Wait, why would we even need harzas? Overpowered me is faster than them, and my endurance is also higher. If anything, Maya and I can ride on our wolves if something calls for it. Harzas are pretty cute, though, no matter if they're useless. Even though they had no use for them and how Sophia had previously thought she didn't care, Now she was a little conflicted about the topic. Well, whatever, I'll leave that decision to future Sophia. Current me is hungry. She closed up the barn again and made her way back to the mansion. Oh? Before arriving, she then noticed a familiar presence with her detection magic. Sophia. As she walked towards the gate at the entrance, Ellie noticed the blonde tiger, and her face lit up. Holding the hand of the little girl, Queen Kira used her other one to wave at Sophia. Ellie. She, too, started to smile. What are you two doing here? She looked at the queen. She wanted to see you, and I wanted to take a look at your new place. Oh, well then come in, you two. Sophia opened the gate and gestured them inside. I was about to look for some food, though. Oh, that's perfect. Ellie? Cake. The little tiger held up a box that seemed to be from a bakery. We naturally didn't come empty-handed. I love you too. The cake made Sophia very happy. Afterward, she escorted the two to the mansion and into the living room. Where's Maya? Kira noticed the absence of a certain catgirl as she sat down on one of the sofas with Ellie. Sophia awkwardly scratched her cheek. She's not, feeling too well and decided to stay in bed. Maya, sick? The little tiger tilted her head. No, nothing like that. We did some sport yesterday. Running, to be exact, and Maya overexerted herself. Now, her legs are sore. How much did you run for her wanting to stay in bed all day? The queen was a little surprised. Not much. Miss Overcompetitive just pushed herself too much with the speed we ran at. Oh, I see. Want me to get her? Wouldn't it be better to let her rest? Nah, it's fine. After all, she's just a little sore and sluggish. If anything, she'll probably get angry if she doesn't get any cake. Well, if you say so. Afterward, Sophia got upstairs and entered their bedroom. Maya? MRMNG. She only responded with a groan. And here I thought I liked to over-exaggerate. The tiger rolled her eyes. It hurts, okay? Even so, Maya's answer sounded pretty lively. That's more like it. Ellie and Kira are in the living room. Ugh, really? Yep, want to join us? I do, but honestly, not enough to leave the bed. My legs feel like pudding. Can you come up with an excuse for me? The catgirl prioritized being lazy over having company. A sensible excuse, please. Sure. Sophia turned around and was about to leave. Well, more cake for me. Wait. She raised her voice. Cake? Yep, the two stopped by a bakery, and it's currently waiting for us downstairs. Carry me. Maya raised up her arms, indicating that she wanted to get picked up. Wait, let me get dressed first. Give me a fresh shirt and skirt, please. Don't need anything else. Wow. Rolling her eyes again, Sophia walked up to the catgirl, helped her into new clothes, and gently picked her up in a princess carry. You sure are spoiled. Sure am. She regretted nothing. Hee hee. With Maya in her arms and a smile on her lips, she carefully went downstairs and gently placed the catgirl on an empty sofa in the living room. Wow. Kira looked at the scene with a warm expression. Hello. Acting like that in front of the queen made Maya a little embarrassed. Just how much did you overdo it? Sophia said you two didn't run that much, but that was your first mistake, listening to Sophia. Hey. The blonde tiger didn't like the sound of that. We still ran about 40 kilometers. If not more. Seriously? I offered you multiple times to slow down or take a break. Sophia didn't want to be responsible for it. But no, you kept saying you were fine and urged me to keep my pace only to collapse at some point, and I had to carry you home on my back for about 10 kilometers. She let out another groan. I am sorry. It's fine. Wait, you ran for 40 kilometers and then carried Maya on your back for 10 more? Kira looked at the blonde girl. How come you're not sore? Why would I be? With Maya on my back, I actually could run a good bit faster because I didn't have to match her pace anymore. How fit are you? Eehee. I've been running almost daily for a big part of my life. It's one of my big passions in life. I can't do without it. Or in other words, I'm pretty fit. You. The cat girl felt stupid for trying to compete with her. On a more unrelated note, Sophia looked to her side and changed the topic. Someone fell into the trap, huh? She noticed that Ellie had found the white sheepskin rug. There, she laid down at some point, curled up, and was currently fast asleep. So cute. Yeah, she saw it and just had to do it. Well, Ellie's still small, so it's only natural she couldn't hold herself back. Slightly embarrassed, the blonde turned her head away. You totally curled up there and took a nap, just like her before, didn't you? Kira didn't need to think too hard to connect the dots. And more than once, actually. Stupid instincts. By now, they had become more of a handy excuse rather than an actual complaint. You sure are something else. The queen then looked at Maya. You need to be harder on her, girl. Just as Sophia before, she, too, awkwardly looked away. The two of you took a nap together there, huh? Why yes. The cat girl was a little ashamed. I regret nothing. Sophia wasn't. If anything, I want to join Ellie. She enviously glanced at the little girl napping on the comfy rug. Some miracle happened, and the blonde tiger managed to win against the urge to take a nap. Instead, she got up from the sofa and picked up the little one. Afterward, she sat back down and placed Ellie on her lap before wrapping her arms around her to cuddle with the small tiger. You sure love my daughter, don't you? This one, that is. Kira pointed at the sleeping girl in Sophia's lap with a gentle expression. Of course. How could I not? She's way too adorable. She gave her another squeeze while saying so. I'm not sure how I feel about the other part you said, though. I don't dislike Anna even a bit. Maya, too, likes her quite a lot. She remembered how the princess was a topic between them just the day before, though they mostly talked about her looks. I wouldn't go that far. The cat girl didn't want to admit it. It's just that I don't like her the way Anna wanted it to be. Ellie, on the other hand, I can spoil all I want because she's still little. So, Faya? As if on cue, she woke up again and looked up. Dot. Noticing she was being hugged by the blonde girl, she let out a happy giggle. HNNG. Sophia's heart took a lot of damage from his reaction. How could you not love her? The other two had nothing to add. Maya. As the little tiger was asleep until now, she only now noticed the cat girl next to them. She was leaning against the side rest of the sofa with her legs stretched out on it, claiming most of the sofa all for her alone. Still hurt? She looked at her legs, remembering what Sophia had said before. A little. My legs don't feel good. I'll be better soon, though. Can Ellie help? Do you want to? Maya smiled at her. Yes. Ellie will try. She climbed off from Sophia's lap and crawled over to the cat girl. There, she gently placed her little hands on the other's legs. Pain, go away. She put some real energy into her cute little chant. HNNG. Just like the blonde tiger before, Maya was in a different kind of pain now. Her chest tightened significantly from this attack. Wow. Kira and Sophia, too, were caught as collateral damage. This was too much and took everyone out of commission. Did Ellie do good? The small girl innocently tilted her head while she looked at Maya. Why yes. All of them answered at the same time. Afterward, the group had to take a small break to collect themselves again before they could finally get to the cake the royal family had brought along. Chapter 127, Hide and Seek. Queen Kira and Ellie decided to visit the group in their new mansion. As Maya was currently suffering from extreme muscle pain, the little tiger princess tried to heal the cat girl with a cute chant. She, just like the other two girls, took a lot of damage from that, though, because it was too adorable. Afterward, they had to take a small break to recover from their aching chests before the group finally got to eat the cake Kira brought with her for a visit. Oh my gosh, this cake's amazing. Once everyone had calmed down after getting hit by Ellie's cuteness, they got to the cake, and Sophia apparently liked it very much. It was an assortment of various fruit-based slices of cake. She silently went for the one with strawberries, not even asking about the actual name of them. She didn't care. Delicious. Maya got a colorful slice decorated with what looked like peaches, kiwis, and a few berries. The bestest. The little tiger was happily munching on a slice of apple cake, as expected of the bakery that also delivers to the castle. Kira, just as the blonde, also went for the strawberry one. You just can't beat them. Please dash. Please tell me the address of this bakery. Sophia wanted to say something, but the cat girl was faster. What she said. Someone likes sweets, huh? Sure, I'll note it down for you later. Thank you very much. The couple chatted with Kira for a while longer, but once Ellie finished her cake, she had different plans. So, Faya, let's play. Oh? Sure. She had no better plans. Yay, but Maya has to rest today. Yes. I'll play with the two of you in a few days again, okay? The cat girl promised her to join them soon. Okay. The little tiger showed her a big smile. Alright, what do you want to play? Hide and seek. Ellie wants to play hide and seek. Sounds fun. I don't know this place yet, and I have no idea where to look for you. You're really lucky. Super. Afterward, the two tigers exited the living room, leaving Kira and Maya behind. So, how do you like the mansion? After waving to the two leaving girls, Kira faced Maya. Right now, I would have preferred one without stairs. Ahaha. She let out a chuckle. Isn't Sophia able to use healing magic? You shouldn't suffer that much, right? She said that if she heals my legs, all the running would have been for nothing because it would reset my muscles or something like that. Oh, that makes sense. Tough luck, girl. Yeah. Maya weakly nodded. But this mansion is too amazing. Sophia and I are still overwhelmed by everything. I mean, Sophia never knew that her being a tiger is anything special, and, no offense, I totally forgot about that. My hometown's so far away, and I had so little interest in politics that it completely slipped my mind. We only found out on our travels, and now Sophia's playing with one of the nation's princesses while I'm chatting with the queen in our mansion that the royal family gifted us. Yeah, so, a lot to take in. It surely makes for an interesting story, though. That's for sure. I can already see the bewildered faces of my friends and family when they find out. Not sure yet if it will be fun or extremely exhausting to tell them, though. Probably both at the same time. Feel free to bring your family to the castle when you tell them. I'll gladly give them a tour. I somehow doubt the queen giving them a tour will make that situation any easier. Maya wasn't a fan of the idea. Hee. Well, I would still like to meet your parents at some point. Sure, once we, mostly Sophia, manage to explain what's going on, as long as they want, that should be doable. I look forward to it. Kira had fun. Well, you now even have a place to accommodate them if they visit you in the capital, huh? She simply gestured around her. Well, my parents don't even know I'm in the capital, so. The cat girl doubted it'll happen anytime soon. But, yes, we definitely have enough rooms to let them stay here. If anything, we have too many rooms. More than anything, the types of rooms. Types? The offices and tons of guest rooms aside, see children's rooms, they were a little much. Oh. The queen liked the sound of that. You know my view on that. Maya didn't want to talk about it again. Actually, you should be more concerned about those kids' rooms. What do you mean? Sophia now has a room where a child can live. You know, the girl who really loves your youngest daughter and is currently playing with her in this house. Kira froze up. She wouldn't do that, right? The girl who destroyed an army because of attempted kidnappings, among other things, taking Ellie away from you? Unlikely. Alright. The queen looked relieved. There might be a lot of whining for some sleepovers in the future, though. Well. Ellie might try to persuade you, too. Ahaha. Well, that might, eventually, not impossible. Kira sounded somewhat reluctant still. If there's a place where Ellie's safe, it's this household. The group's so overpowered that nothing can happen to the little tiger. Speaking of Ellie, do you already have any plans for when her magic awakens? I was about her age when it happened for me. Really, that early? It usually happens between 5 and 6, though? I could actually use it with 4, but I remember, feeling it before? Maya wasn't sure how to word it. Maybe it happens earlier when you have more power? If so, it might happen to Ellie soon, too. Is that so? Kira tilted her head while thinking about it. Menzer told me that Eluna will return to the palace soon, thanks to Sophia and you. Maybe I'll try and get her to teach Ellie. The catgirl's expression indicated that she wasn't the biggest fan of the idea. She was one of, if not the most renowned teacher in our country, you know? Yes, Anna mentioned something along those lines, but Sophia and Fan, and Aura, too. They proved that the very foundation of the way we thought magic works is just plain wrong. You saw how I managed to teach Anna the basics of fire magic even though it should have been impossible. Don't you think she should learn magic the right way from the beginning? If you put it that way. The queen had to agree. Does that mean you want to teach her? I was more thinking about Sophia. She jokingly mentioned wanting to teach kids magic in the future. While I think that would be a bad idea for the general public, Ellie might be a different topic. These two are extremely attached to each other, and your daughter has the power to learn chantless magic only. Sophia, don't worry, I'll help out, too. The concept of restraint doesn't exist within my idiot, after all. Because of that, I'll have to watch and keep her from doing anything stupid, anyway. Maya knew why Kira sounded slightly hesitant. Thank you. It's an interesting idea, and you're right. I'll talk with Menzer and see what he thinks about it. The two chatted for a while longer, and almost 2 hours passed since the two tigers left to play hide and seek. Eventually, though, they finally returned to the living room. Mama. Ellie seemed to be very excited about something as she energetically addressed the queen. Yes? Ellie wants to stay here. Ah. Kira and Maya awkwardly looked at each other before focusing their attention on the blonde tiger behind the princess. I'm innocent. Noticing their gazes, Sophia immediately threw up her hands in defense. Really now? The two didn't believe her. Yes. While we were playing, Ellie found one of the kids' rooms and really liked the colorful walls while complaining how boring her room in the castle is. Boring? The little tiger in question tried to get her point across. I see. Should we get your room painted, then? Yay. The little princess liked the idea. Good, we'll do that. Ellie still wants to stay with Sophia. The topic, unfortunately, wasn't over yet. It was worth a try. Kira hadn't had high hopes for her to forget about it. Ellie, even if you're staying in that room, Maya and I, just like your parents, have our own room. I won't be sleeping with you, most of the time. Sophia tried to help out the queen, but she didn't fully manage to stay serious. Oh. The little tiger stopped for a moment and looked down with a sad expression. Ellie understands. Ugh. More than one heart just got broken. All right. Kira was the first to cave in. How does a sleepover every once in a while sound? Really? Sophia immediately reacted. I mean, I'm super happy about it, but isn't she a bit young? She was surprisingly reasonable. A little. The queen agreed. But she's so attached to you, and if there's a place for her to be safe from any danger, it's this house, after all. I see. Well, I'm honored. What's a sleep-over? The princess in question was a little confused over the word she apparently hadn't heard before. You stay the night with Maya and me. We'll have dinner together, play a whole lot, and then sleep together. Really? Her face lit up. Ellie wants to have lots of sleepovers. Let's do it once Maya feels better again, okay? We can all play together, then. Yay! As Ellie was very satisfied, the topic was put on hold for the time being, and the group continued to chat for a little longer. Eventually, though, Kira and the little princess left again, and Sophia had to carry Maya back to the bed upstairs. As expected, nothing else noteworthy happened that day anymore. Chapter 128, Busted. Around a week passed since Maya got over her sore muscles when she tried to match Sophia's running speed. She was as good as new after 2 days, and continued to run with the tiger girl, just at a pace that wasn't too much for her. None of that was of importance right now, though, as the group was going through a severe crisis right now. So, Maya and the two wolves were currently in the living room, and neither Finn nor Aura were able to look the cat girl in the eyes and turned their heads away. Here, I felt like taking a look at the basement because I liked the black surface of the walls and wanted to recreate it with my own earth magic, and guess what I found? A door leading to something that looks like a maze. Care to explain? Who would have thought that the beast folk capital's built on a dungeon, huh? Aura tried her luck, but immediately stopped once she saw the cat girl's expression. Finn, why didn't you close the door when you finished up earlier? It wasn't me. Why you left it open? I left before you, though. The female wolf wasn't going to take the blame. Alright, my dear Finn, I'm waiting for an explanation. I still don't like that way of addressing me. I'm waiting. Maya didn't care about that. He didn't know what to say. Where's Sophia when you need her? She went out shopping a while ago. Ugh, why's that idiot always so lucky? Finn wanted her to suffer, too. Don't worry, I'll have a chat later with her, as well. Well, he gave up. What do you want to hear? It's exactly as it looks like. I helped Aura build a maze. Hey. I helped you. It wasn't my idea, okay? I wasn't absolutely sure, but you did help out, huh? Maya looked at her. Aura noticed her mistake. Fan, what did I tell you about a dungeon underneath our house? Actually, it's a maze, sued Dash. Do you think that makes a difference? Also, technically, only the entrance is below the house. The maze itself is more, besides or around the property. The male wolf was trying to find a loophole in Maya's demands about not building anything here. How much around us are we talking? How big is it? Is there an answer that gets me out of this situation? Surprise me. The cat girl wasn't planning to let him out. Well, Finn suddenly stopped talking and looked towards the door that led to the hallway. Maya's ears twitched, and then turned towards the door as well. She, too, had heard something. Sophia? Yes? Her voice echoed how the hallway. I'm back. Would you mind coming to the living room? There's something we need to talk about. I really don't like the sound of that, though. The tiger instantly became wary. Run. As Aura liked her, she had to warn the girl. Naturally, her feeling about it got even worse. If you run now, you can sleep on the sofa for quite a while. 3 Take the rug, okay? That one's more comfortable to sleep on. Sophia instinctively felt that entering the living room was the worst alternative. Get in here, idiot. Fine. She was already halfway through the front door before the tiger turned around and closed it again. Resigning to her fate, she then, very reluctantly, entered the living room. There, the girl met eyes with the wolves. What happened? Did you do something about your girlfriend? Fen was getting desperate. She, found out about the maze. Aura averted her eyes. Oh. She wanted to turn around again. Please sit down. Maya simply gestured at the sofa opposite of her. Yes. There was nothing Sophia could do. What happened? She glanced at the female wolf while sitting down. Fen forgot to close the door behind him. You idiot. I know. So, you knew about it, too, huh? The cat girl focused her gaze on her girlfriend. Sophia walked into the same trap as Aura before. Okay, the first one to talk will get a milder pun. It was Alphen's idea. The two girls immediately sold him out before Maya could even finish her sentence. Hey, I know that already. I was present when he had the idea. After all, that was when I said you shouldn't do that. Alright. Unfortunately, Sophia and Aura's efforts to save themselves were for naught. So? She gave them another chance. The tiger tried a different approach. What's actually the problem? Besides building a gigantic maze below the capital of the beast folk? She needed a moment. Why yes. What if something happens? All those tunnels can't be good for the Foundation. Unlikely, Fen disagreed. The maze is pretty deep underground, and we strengthened the soil around it. Still, actually, while digging, Aura and I found a cave caused by groundwater erosion. In a year or two, it most likely would have collapsed and, at the very least, destroyed a street. We took the liberty to fix it. As seriously, Maya was losing her arguments. See? We even saved the city. Wait, that happened? It was the first time Sophia had heard about it, too. Yes, Aura nodded. A couple of days ago. We strengthened the soil above the cave and decided to use the place as something like a rest stop in the maze. It looks a bit like an underground lake there, very pretty, and the ambience is amazing. I can't wait to explore all that. Ugh, do you dislike mazes that much? The female wolf looked at the cat. No, they sound quite fun, even. Maya, is this about having to be the voice of reason for us again? Sophia remembered the conversation where she wanted to have another companion, so she could play around with the rest of the group. What's this about? Aura tilted her head. Our cat here decided to play the role of the reasonable one in our group, because all of us have to be kept in check. Oh. The wolves knew precisely what she meant. Maya hates it, though. She much rather would like to play around with us, but fears we could destroy the world if nobody holds us back. Ah. The two nodded again. I never went that F8 - hey, don't just agree to that, you too. Ahaha. Everyone except the cat had a good laugh. Anyway, Sophia continued. Maya wants to find another member for our group to take over that job. Someone who enjoys having a serious personality, so she can be stupid with us. The requirements for that person's just a bit high, as they would have to keep up with at least Maya during our travels. Good luck with that. Fen didn't sound overly hopeful. Hard would be an understatement for that. Yeah. The couple agreed. Should we, try to hold back a little? Sophia glanced at the wolves, before facing Maya. Thanks for suggesting it, but we all know that won't happen. You are physically unable to hold back. Ah. The tiger had the same reaction as the other two before. Should I help out a bit for the time being? Aura addressed the cat girl. What do you mean? Well, I like to play around and all that, but I can be serious if the situation calls for it. I might be able to lessen the burden by keeping an eye on Fen and not playing along with everything. Thanks, but I don't want to ruin your fun. If I can blow up on you all every once in a while, like earlier, I should be fine. You enjoyed scolding us, didn't you? Sophia saw through her. A little. Her voice sounded much lighter all of a sudden. This girl. Everyone sounded relieved by her answer. Anyway. The tiger seemed to have a new idea. Fenny, how big is the maze by now? Massive. He only needed one word to describe its size. Oh ho, I like the sound of that. Maya, let's go explore it. Eh? She hadn't seen that suggestion coming. It sounds like fun, doesn't it? Also, as there are no enemies, there's no reason for me to do anything stupid and cause a catastrophe. Since when do you need a reason for that? Ah. Sophia had no counter for that. Come on, don't be like that. Let's go and play. I don't remember saying no. Maya had nothing against the idea itself. Really? Yay. She was very happy about her answer. Oh, but let's have lunch first, okay? I'm pretty hungry. I'm shocked. Ahaha. Afterward, the cat girl had released the wolves and allowed them to finally leave the living room again. Then, the couple went to have lunch together. Once that was taken care of, the two got ready to explore the underground maze Fen and Aura had been building for the last 1.5 weeks. Chapter 129, The Wolf's Maze. The group had narrowly escaped a life-and-death situation. Maya found out about the wolf's maze below their house and the capital and got angry. Luckily, Sophia somehow managed to defuse the situation and even talked the cat girl into exploring said maze together with her. The couple had finished their lunch and went to the basement. There, Sophia created a portal to her extra space to quickly return if they want to take a break or have enough of exploring. All right. She was really looking forward to it and energetically raised her fist. Lead away, Maya. Me? She hadn't heard about that before. Of course. I want you to have the most fun. I see. Whatever, sure. Maya accepted the leadership role and took the first step through the entrance, but immediately stopped again. You don't think there are any traps, do you? Ah. Well, Fan and Aura built it, so. Again, you don't think there are any traps, do you? It being made by the wolves didn't calm her down in the slightest. Be careful. Hey. The cat girl didn't like the sound of that. Well, that's part of a maze exploration, I guess. That's true. I'm also almost relatively certain that they most likely didn't put any super deadly traps in here. Probably. And I'm very certain that I'll give the lead back to you. Maya wasn't a fan of those odds. Come on, don't be like that. Sophia simply started to push the cat girls back through the entrance. Don't push me. Resigning to her fate, she eventually, and cautiously, began to walk on her own but stopped again after 2 turns. Say. Nope, I can't see a thing either. The tiger knew what she wanted to ask because the two found themselves in a pitch-black corridor. As there was no light left to reflect, their feline eyes had become useless, as well. What now? Time for some light magic, I suppose. Do your best. Eh? Me? Repeating herself, Maya pointed at herself while tilting her head. Stop being cute and do it. She liked her innocent pose. I taught you light magic already, so it shouldn't be an issue, right? Hee hee. Well, this shield thingy I had to use in the war because a certain someone felt like going wild, but I gotta do what I gotta do. If you can do that, something like illuminating this passage should be nothing. Alright. Maya closed her eyes and tried to imagine a type of magic that wasn't quite as large-scale as the other one. A couple of moments passed, and their surroundings slowly started to brighten up. See? It wasn't so hot, eh? I did it. Huh? The cat girl was happy about her success for a second but then froze up, as well. Now that the two saw something again, they noticed the roughly 3-meter-deep pitfall right in front of them that was impossible to see in the darkness. Seriously? Well, it wouldn't have killed us. That's true, but... Maya glanced at the hole again. It wouldn't have felt nice either. Fair point. Fenny's in trouble, huh? That'll depend on what other surprises he has in store for us. So, he is? Probably. They had the feeling the wolf hadn't held back. Luckily, the hole was just a surprise and didn't cover the entire corridor. Once they found it, the couple could simply walk around it. The two kept navigating through the maze for around 15 minutes. Eventually, they found a passage that seemed to be leading down somewhere as it was on a slight slope. Then, Sophia heard a weird sound and had to stop. Click. See click. She froze on the spot and slowly looked downward at the source of the sound. Oh. Her face turned white as her eyes stopped at her right foot that stood on something that resembled a pressure plate. What's wrong? It might be time for my turn to get angry at Fen. Cold sweat appeared on her forehead. Seriously, if we're about to get chased by a massive boulder now, In the very moment she said those words, their surroundings began to shake. As if on cue, a gigantic boulder actually did drop from the ceiling behind the girls. Fan, you idiot. Maya noticed the boulder speeding towards them and made a quick complaint before she panicked. Run. Well, duh. Sophia was already a step further. She grabbed the catgirl's hand and broke into a sprint while dragging Maya with her. They ran for a couple of 100 meters before the two reached the end of the slope. There, the couple was greeted by yet another pitfall. This time, it was much deeper and around 10 m wide, though. Hang on tight. She wrapped her arm around Maya's waist and simply jumped. Eh? Huh? Waya it. Not having expected any of that, the catgirl could only scream as the two flew over the pit. Phew, that was fun. As 10 m wasn't a mentionable distance to jump for the tiger girl, she safely landed on the other side. Letting go of Maya, she turned around just in time to see the boulder fall down the pitfall. Wow, just like a movie. Despite the situation, her eyes were sparkling. What just happened? Maya was a little confused by the events. I accidentally triggered a trap. those wolves sure are something else. I couldn't have done it better myself. Instead of being angry, Sophia looked pretty proud after the initial surprise had worn off. That's way too dangerous. Is it? She tilted her head. Sure, it scared the heck out of me, but thinking calmly about it, was there much danger? Both of us are way faster and can jump over the pitfall. Not to mention that we could have easily stopped the boulder with magic. Ah. Maya stopped to think about it for a second. You're right. I just panicked. Maybe that's the point of those traps? For learning to deal with a situation calmly and quickly? Oh, that might be true. Or they just want to mess with us. She couldn't defend the wolves in that aspect. Well. Aura also mentioned that mazes are her favorite part of a dungeon because, unless you cheat with magic, your power doesn't really matter, and that's a lot of fun. So, you mean we should watch out for traps and try to solve them creatively? Sounds great, doesn't it? Sophia had a bright smile and seemed to be really looking forward to it. Sure, let's do it. The cat girl, too, took a liking to the idea. Yay, lead away. Leaving the pitfall behind, the couple continued on the path that eventually ended in a three-way intersection. Maya looked at the different corridors. Any preferences? Preference, huh? She looked at the path to her left, right ahead of them, and then to the one on her right. Well, I don't go straight, so it's either the left or right one. Idiot. She could only roll her eyes. Alright, well, straight's out of the question. The cat girl played along. Left or right, left or right. Left. Seemingly on a whim, she then pointed at the corridor. The reason is? Why not? There was none. Perfect. Sophia herself wouldn't have done it any differently. The two followed the path for around half an hour. As there weren't any more intersections where they had to choose, and no traps either, they had covered a lot of ground. Unfortunately, there was a reason that it went so smooth, or too smooth. A dead end. Seriously? The couple had just walked around a corner, and Maya wasn't overly happy about the sight. Ahaha. The tiger, too, had a complicated expression. Our wolves sure know what they're doing. Oh, maybe it just looks like a dead end, but it's actually just an nope, it's solid rock. Maya touched the wall to see if it was real and got disappointed yet again. Well, time to head back, huh? Doing as told, the two turned around and went back to the intersection from earlier. This time, the girls followed the path they had previously labeled as the right one. Immediately after, they had to turn left before deciding to continue or go right as the corridor gave them two options. You decide this time. The cat girl didn't want to be responsible for another failure. As said before, I won't go straight. After Sophia's reasonable and carefully considered decision, the two turned right. Sure. They followed the path for around 10 minutes. It had a couple of left and right turns and eventually ended up at another intersection, which gave them the option to continue ahead or turn left. Left, it is. The tiger had no plans to change her approach. Something about this crossroad bothered Maya, but she followed her for the time being. Another 10 minutes and some more left and right turns later, the couple once more had to decide whether go straight or turn left. Well, you know the drill. She still refused to go straight. Wait a moment. Maya stopped her. Doesn't this corridor seem familiar to you? I can't say I paid much attention to it. Looks all the same to me. HRMN. I feel like we've been here before. She looked around some more. Yeah, definitely familiar. Let's mark this wall before we continue. Saying so, the cat girl used some fire magic to scorch the wall. Once this was taken care of, the two followed the left path for yet another 10 minutes, and they actually ended up at the same crossing where Maya had marked the wall before. Wow, that point goes to you. I knew something was odd here. The corridors all look the same to me. I have no idea how long it would have taken me to notice. Sophia awkwardly scratched her cheek. So, this path's just a loop, and we've been running in circles the entire time? I think so. Let's find out. This time, the couple didn't go left, and after another turn, They were back at the intersection where the two arrived after running away from the giant boulder. Ah, that sure was a lot of wasted time. Maya, too, had an awkward expression and glanced at the only path left before facing Sophia again. Looks like, in the end, we have to go straight, huh? It's the only thing left for us. We have no other choice. There's no use fighting it anymore. The other paths were just a phase, and that's the real one. She pointed at the straight path. We just wasted our time the entire time. Everything else is a dead end, after all. This is the only right way for our future. Having fun? Sophia only looked at her. A lot. I never should have told you how some individuals in my old world thought about homosexuality. Eehee. The cat girl let out a small chuckle before energetically raising her list. Let's leave our dark past behind and finally go straight. It's the one true path that will show us the light. Maya looked at the two dimly lit corridors they tried before, gave Sophia a quick kiss on the lips, and then entered the straight path that was shining brightly from her light magic. Were you always such a dork? Not before meeting you. I hope you take responsibility. Sorry. Sophia followed after the cat girl with a goofy smile. Interestingly enough, the straight path took a sharp left turn after around 50 m and continued in a jumbled mess of corridors with a ton of intersections that led up and down, went in a zigzag way, and many other types that were anything but straight. If looked at it from above, it most likely would have been labeled as modern art. Chapter 130, More Exploring. The couple was currently exploring the underground maze the wolves had built. Their progress was relatively moderate, though. They activated a few traps and got lost a couple of times by running in circles or reaching dead ends. The two were currently in a hallway that was connected to a jumbled mess of corridors that led up and down, made all kinds of weird zigzag turns, or simply made no sense at all and looked very confusing. Now that's the type of straight I can get behind. Sophia initially didn't want to take the straight path just because it isn't her style, but this confusing mess resonated strongly with her for some reason. Ahaha. You don't think the wolves planned this, right? What do you mean? Maya tilted her head. Well, I'm pretty simple, right? Yes. Hey. Hesitate at least a little. She made a short pout before continuing. Anyway, me making that straight joke wasn't that unexpected, was it? Aura was also there when I mentioned the dark side of homosexuality in my old world. Seeing how now the straight path was the only right one and everything else was just trolling us. I think you're reading a little too much into it. Well, then again, I wouldn't be surprised if she did it on purpose, though. She is a playful one. The cat girl couldn't rule out the possibility. Alright, it was fun, so whatever. Even though the topic was heavy in theory, there was no malice behind it, and they had a good laugh while playing around. So, where should we go next? She looked around, but there were so many paths that making a decision was impossible. I'm not even going to try. Saying so, Maya closed her eyes and spun around a couple of times, before eventually pointing to her right without looking. That way. God, why are you so perfect? Sophia really liked the way her cat decided and how cute she was while doing so. Hee. Maya, too, enjoyed being playful. Afterward, the two entered the corridor she had chosen on a whim. Unfortunately, it ended up being a dead end right after the first corner. They went back to the hallway with an awkward expression. Let's try this one. This time, Sophia chose a path by pointing at a random one, and they tried their luck again. The two followed that way for a while. It twisted and turned a lot and was generally all over the place. It went up and down, before leveling out again to continue in a zigzag way instead. You know, more than any of them doing a playful job at our straightness. Maya looked around in the confusing corridor. I more and more get the feeling Fen was just drunk when he made this area. That's not an unlikely explanation, either. There was nothing she could say here. So, anyway, what do we do about this? The cat girl pointed at the slight problem the two were currently having. That's a good question. Sophia then, too, looked at the big hole at the end of the path they were following. It was so deep that with Maya's current illumination, they couldn't even see the bottom. It seemed just like a black void. Jump? How about no? That's probably a better idea. Even the tiger wouldn't do something like that. I guess we're heading back? Sophia got closer to the hole and looked down. If you're actually going to jump now, I'll kill you if you survive. What? There were all kinds of things she wanted to retort to in this sentence. No, I just think there's something odd about this hole. It actually feels darker than it should be? Isn't that just because it's really deep? I don't know. Is it? Sophia stared at it for another moment before snapping her fingers. Immediately after, the hole was bathed in a bright light. Eh? The catgirl was confused about what she saw. The hole actually wasn't even 15 m deep, but its walls and ground were made with pitch black and smooth rock. Thanks to that, it only looked bottomless with little light. Our wolves sure are having fun with this maze. She was impressed. Oh? The tiger then noticed a small exit at the wall near the bottom of the hole. That's pretty clever. Yeah. Sophia liked these kinds of things. Seems like we have to jump after all, huh? How about some stairs with earth magic instead? She didn't feel like jumping down a 15 m deep hole. Sure, knock yourself out. In other words, I have to make the stairs myself? You think it, you do it. Alright. Maya got closer to the hole, closed her eyes, and concentrated for a few moments. A little while later, a couple of pedestal-like footrests around 1 meter apart from each other spiraled around the walls towards the bottom of the hole. Good work. Not really stairs, but it does the job nonetheless. Yeah, stairs seemed like too much work. A valid reason. Sophia's favorite one, actually. Afterward, the two jumped on Maya's makeshift steps and reached the bottom of the hole in no time. There, the couple looked around to see what was going on. It looks a little like the basement Finn made. Maya touched the black walls. No, they're actually way darker. Very interesting. I think this here is closer to obsidian or other volcanic rocks. She, too, touched the smooth and perfectly black surface. Is the capital built on a volcano? Not that I know. Though, we're quite deep. I think? Nobody would probably know about it. That's true. I hope it's inactive. Sophia casually said something worrisome. Scary. Well, if it's active, the capital would have noticed by now. There should be some frequent earthquakes if it is the case. Why, you're right. Okay. The tiger faced the dark tunnel inside the wall of the pitfall. Want to find out where this leads to? Of course. Maya was having a good time during their exploration. As there wasn't anything extraordinary happening, Sophia was relatively behaving herself, and the cat could let loose. It was a perfectly straight tunnel around 500 meters long and led to a gigantic cave. The path's exit was slightly elevated, so the two could perfectly overlook the dimly lit area. Seriously? The cave had several supportive pillars, but it was easily 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer wide. That wasn't the surprising part, though. Looking down, Sophia noticed that the entire floor was a gigantic actual maze made with roughly 3-meter-tall walls. All of them were arranged at perfect 90 degrees angles. Wait, didn't the two start building this maze once we moved in? How? Maya was amazed by just how much the wolves did. Well, now we know why we've barely seen them lately. Fair point. Though, I thought they went on dates or something like that. There's a nice mood between them lately. Like when Aura and I immediately sold him out to save our skin earlier in the day? The tiger let out a small chuckle. Idiot. You know what I mean. Yeah, they do feel closer. Maybe building a maze together is just their type of date? I mean, I'm exploring one with you right now, and I'm having a great time. I don't think I can call exploring a dungeon a date. I'm still a girl, after all. I am one, too, though? Yeah, I've noticed. The catgirl looked at her from head to toe. I'm very well aware of that. Haha, no, I get your point. Even for me, that's a little eccentric. Well, it's fun and enjoyable, so I don't care what we call it. Yep. She gave a big nod. Let's have a date in a cafe or something like that soon. Sounds great. Oh, how about we see if that bakery Kira told us about has a cafe attached to it? That. Let's do that. Maya was a big fan of the cake the queen brought with her the other day. Eehee. Chuckling at how adorable Maya was for a moment, Sophia then looked at the maze beneath them again. Wanna clear it? Absolutely. Good answer. Do you think the tunnel exit ended up being elevated on purpose? Maybe we're supposed to memorize the pathing of the maze? The tiger took another glance at the gigantic 1 by 1 kilometer large thing. You don't expect me to remember that, do you? Well, it should help if we even memorize a little, right? Sure. The couple looked at the maze from above for around 15 minutes before eventually making their way down to it by ascending some stairs next to the exit of the tunnel they arrived from. The entrance was a 3-meter tall gate, and the couple was immediately greeted by the choice of turning left or right after stepping through it. Alright, this way. As the couple paid good attention and memorized a good part of it, they were confident with their decision as the two exclaimed the correct direction at the same time. Eh? Unfortunately, the couple was pointing at the exact opposite paths. Clearing this maze might involve a bit more work than Sophia and Maya had previously anticipated. Chapter 131, Taking a Break. Maya and Sophia were still exploring the underground maze the wolves had been building lately. They ran into a lot of traps and got lost many times, and now found an actual maze inside a gigantic cave and decided to clear it. As the couple had the chance to overlook it before entering, the girls managed to perfectly remember the path to effortlessly navigate through it. It's this way. No, it's this way. As confident as the two sounded, they didn't even manage to get past the first fork right behind the entrance. While they were pointing in opposite directions, both were sure about being right. We're already one mind, huh? Maya could only roll her eyes. It's amazing, isn't it? She played along. But seriously, I'm 100% certain we have to go left. Well, then I'm 200% sure it's right. That's a lot of percents. Especially for someone being wrong. I'm twice as sure that you're wrong, though. Maya wasn't going to give in here. How about we find out, then? Sophia had a new idea. Each of us takes 3 turns in our paths and see which one looks more promising. Finally, something I can agree to. Alright, let's meet here again afterward, okay? Sounds good. Doing as told, Sophia took the left path and walked around 3 corners while Maya turned right. This was their plan, at least. In the end, they didn't need to take 3 turns. After the tiger went right 2 times, and the cat had to go left 2 times, as well, the two suddenly stood right in front of each other again. The path after the entrance split up only to immediately lead together again after a few meters. It was utterly irrelevant which way they went first. Well, this is, awkward. Maya finished her sentence. Why yeah, Sue, this way? The cat girl pointed at the only direction they could go without returning to the entrance. Yes, I would choose the same direction now. The two followed the path for a little bit, but they soon ended up at a 4-way intersection. It's definitely this way now. And again, the two managed to point in the exact opposite direction. Maya to her left and Sophia to the right. Why? For not being in sync at all, they still were in one way or another. I guess there's only one thing we can do now, huh? The cat girl looked at the third option they had. Looks like we have to go straight again. No. Despite their disagreements, the couple was obviously having a lot of fun. The two continued to navigate through the maze for around an hour. Somehow, they managed to disagree at every fork or intersection they came across. Finally, having enough of that, the couple decided to take turns deciding which way to take. It took them around 5 minutes to determine who goes first, though. I'm getting a little tired. I'm hungry. The couple continued for a while until they reached a bigger corridor where they had to choose between 10 different paths to continue. Seeing that, they felt the need for a break. I kinda lost track of time, but it feels like it's already way past dinner As if on cue, Sophia's stomach, too, complained right before she finished her sentence. Yeah, I think it's already evening. Should we head back for today? I don't think we'll finish this maze anytime soon. The tiger glanced at all the options they had in the corridor again. Yep, it'll take a while. I don't even know if we've made any meaningful progress yet. I wouldn't be surprised if they're just messing with us again or we're doing something wrong here. That's definitely a possibility. She nodded. Alright, let's call it a day and get some food. And a bath. Being underground all day made the catgirl feel a little yucky. Sounds like a plan. Sophia felt the same, and while agreeing to the idea, she let the purplish portal to her extra space appear. Entering it and walking through the all-white corridor, the couple was soon back in the basement of their mansion. This still is really freaky. Maya still wasn't sure how she should feel about this traveling method. It definitely is convenient, though. Sure is. They went back upstairs and noticed that it was already dark outside. Entering the living room, the two then found the wolves peacefully napping on the sheepskin rug in front of the fireplace. Looks comfy. Sophia felt like joining them. Has Van not slept a night on it yet? He really likes that thing. Haha. Alright, food? The tiger decided to leave them alone for the time being, and the two went to the kitchen together. Is it okay to make something simple? I somehow don't feel like doing much work right now. Eh? Of course. There was no way she wouldn't be okay with it. Is there anything I can help with? Sorry, Maya shook her head. I believe it would take longer with you helping. Ugh. Not what she wanted to hear. Not today, but can you try to teach me a little cooking at some point? I want to be able to help you. Ah, that's sweet. Sure, I'll think about some easy dishes for you. Yay. For now, how does, The catgirl looked around in the kitchen. We have some bacon left, I think. Stir-fried veggies with that? I like the sound of that. She wasn't hard to please. Maya prepared their late dinner in a flash, and once the two finished eating, the couple went upstairs to have their regular bath together. After freshening up, they went back to the living room. Oh, welcome back, you two. This time, the wolves were awake and greeted the couple. Finished your nap, Fenny? Lost to the sheepskin rug again, huh? He turned his head away. It was an accident. Sure. How was the maze? Aura changed the topic. It's impressive. The catgirl answered for them. How far did the two of you come? The male wolf was glad that they didn't push his love for the rug. We went past the darkness trap and the giant boulder. Good job on that one, by the way, it was amazing. Sophia liked that one. Hee. Fan looked proud of himself. Afterward, the two of us got stuck at a very obnoxious intersection. Oh? Aura seemed interested in that. Which way did you two go? Well, we ended up in a dead end one way and kept running in circles with the other one. So? Yes. Maya and I ended up going straight. I knew you would react like that. You made the intersection like that on purpose, didn't you? Well, good job. Maya and I had a few good chuckles with that. Glad to hear. I knew I could count on you for my stupid little joke to work out. I especially liked how the maze was anything but straight afterward. It was super all over the place and curvy. The corridors almost seemed to look like cooked spaghetti if looked from above. That actually wasn't part of the joke anymore, though it worked out perfectly. She glanced at the other wolf while saying so. Our dear Fenny got super drunk on the evening we worked on that part, and, The couple looked at each other while remembering how they actually mentioned this case being a possibility. I wasn't drunk. You totally were. The girls replied at the same time. While the couple wasn't present, they still saw the result. Did you make it out of his mess? Yeah, we needed a few tries, but eventually found this big all-black hole. Good job. Once we found out what was going on with it, we discovered that long passageway at the bottom of it. Sophia told them about their findings. Say, Fen, is the capital built on a volcano? What made you think so? He tilted his head in response. That all-black hole and the passageway inside looked a little like obsidian or other previously molten volcanic stone. Oh, I see what you mean. No, the capital isn't built on a volcano. Well, not that I'm aware of, at least. I was just playing around. I used your fire magic to actually melt the stone. That's how I created the hole and the tunnels. It looked like lava while I was doing it, so the properties of the cooled down stone might be similar. Wow, not bad. The tiger was impressed. You sure enjoy building the maze, huh? To go that far. Yes. I haven't done something like this ever before, and it's really enjoyable. Yep, same here. Aura agreed with his view on the matter. Glad to hear. Sophia was happy to see them having fun. You can also see that. Maya and I arrived at the maze, and that thing is amazing. You two already made it that far? We totally got lost inside, though. That's why we gave up for today. Ah. The two awkwardly turned their heads away for some reason. What's wrong? Sophia was confused by their reaction. Well, Fan and I were working on it on our own. He started from the entrance while I began at the exit. We've never seen each other, though. I'm not sure if our halves even connect somewhere. Seriously? The couple had the same reaction. If you don't make it out within a day, I might advise climbing over it. Sophia and Maya had no reply to that. Suddenly feeling even more tired for some reason, the two then decided to head to bed. They still planned to explore the maze some more on the next day, though. Chapter 132, Mazes are confusing. After getting lost in the underground maze Sophia and Maya were currently exploring, the couple decided to take a break. Using the tiger's new transportation magic to go back to their mansion. After having eaten something and taken a bath, the two chatted with the wolves. Unfortunately, Aura and Fan, the makers of the place, confessed that they weren't even sure that there was a way out. Hearing that, the couple decided to go to bed because it was too much to deal with. On the following day, once they finished breakfast, the couple was freshly motivated again and decided to explore the maze some more. As Sophia's portal was still active, they could jump right into it again. All right. Energetically raising her fist, the tiger looked around in the huge corridor while guessing which of the 10 paths connected to it the two should follow. What do you think, leader? I'm still the leader, huh? Sure are. Okay. She didn't mind. Let's see. Maya, too, inspected their options. Where did we come from again? She had no idea. We're off to a good start, huh? Ahaha. Sophia let out a chuckle. It really doesn't matter if the wolves maybe never connected the house of this maze, does it? Nope, not at all. We would be trapped in here for weeks either way. She, too, had no faith in them. Whatever, Sophia, give me a number between 1 and 10. HRMM. 4, 1, 2, 3. Alright, we'll go this way. The cat girl pointed at the 4th path leading out of the corridor. Have I ever told you that I love you? She was a massive fan of the easygoing side of Maya. Occasionally, but I'll never not like it when you say it. Eehee. Let's go. Also sounding motivated, the cat girl grabbed Sophia's hand before guiding her into the path. The two kept going like this for a while, randomly deciding on a way whenever they had to choose, except going straight. Of course, the couple made great progress. Roughly 2 hours passed since they started their exploration, and even Sophia noticed the problem they were having now. Welcome back? Seriously? The two had returned to the corridor they started in the morning. Aren't we the best? Sure, in some way, we definitely are. Maya didn't specify in which way, though. Haha. Do you want to guess a number now? I'll start counting on a random path, then. 1. Oka, wait a moment. If I choose the path to start and the number's 1, doesn't that mean that simply I decide which way we go? Yep. You cheeky. Well, in a way, I would have chosen either way. It's just even more obvious like this. Sophia noticed that her plan was pretty flawed from the beginning because Maya knew why she should guess a number. Whatever. This one. She simply pointed in a random direction without looking. Following the new path for around an hour, the couple got a little confused. While the two didn't return to the original corridor again, every single turn they took eventually ended up in a dead end. Weird. Maya tilted her head. Dead ends are nothing new, but one of the paths should connect to somewhere, right? Especially because it feels like we're in the dead middle of the maze. Ah, stop that. What? I didn't do anything? The tiger got confused by her sudden yell. Sorry. Whenever you say my body reacts on instinct. How rude. You conditioned me to do that. You say that whenever something catastrophically did dash or is about to happen. Maya had heard it way too often to not become wary of it. A fair point. She had nothing to say in her defense. So, how's the world going to end now? The cat girl was prepared for the worst. No, it's an innocent If we're in the middle of the maze and somehow everything ends up in a dead end. Maybe it's because the connection between Fenny and Aura's side is missing? That should be in the middle, right? She had to make the same reaction. You might have a point. So, what now? Maya looked around before pointing up the 3-meter-tall walls of the maze. Let's have a look? Sounds like a plan. The tiger created a couple of steps with earth magic on the wall, and the two reached the top of it in no time. As the maze was so gigantic, their new point of view wasn't actually all that helpful, though. Because of that, Sophia let the wall below them rise even further. She created a platform from where the two could overlook a good part of the maze. Really? Maya was not amused by the sight. Upon closer inspection, the gigantic maze was actually two separate ones, divided by a perfectly straight wall right in the middle. Unfortunately, that wall had no opening to cross from one side to another. Wow, all they needed to do was to get rid of 5 meters to finish the maze. So close, yet so far. She wasn't sure whether to be disappointed or impressed. What now? Jump over it and continue on the other side? How about we connect the two parts by taking down a bit of the wall? That would complete the maze. Oh, I like that idea. Saying so, the couple got rid of the platform again. Afterward, they destroyed the wall on which Sophia put on the steps before. Now that the exit should be reachable, the two resumed their exploration. They continued to navigate through the maze by randomly guessing their direction, and another hour quickly went by. All right, this way. The two stopped at another fork, and Sophia pointed to her right. Nope, we definitely have to go left. As it had become customs in the maze, the only thing the two agreed on was to disagree on everything else. The usual? The usual. All right, we'll meet here again after 3 corners to see which path looks more promising. Afterward, the two split up to see which is the best way. Mine looks really great. They were back together, and the cat girl was sure that she had found the right direction. After 2 corners, there's a really long path that definitely leads to somewhere. Really? Yep, I'm 100% sure it's better than yours. Is that so? Sophia seemed to be trying to hold back a smile for some reason. No, 200%. The cat girl was very confident. Still, would you do me a favor and go around the first corner of my path? Just to make sure. I don't know why, because there's just no way, but as we're in no hurry, I can do that much for you. Maya stopped talking once she went around the corner and saw what was going on. What do you think? I haven't seen your path yet, but I have a pretty good feeling about this one. Sophia stood next to the cat girl as both were currently looking at the exit of the maze that was right behind the first corner. I don't know. I still think my path looks better, but I think we can try yours for now. Just go already, idiot. The tiger got behind her and pushed Maya out of the maze. Eehee. Despite having lost, the cat girl still had a good time. Wow, all things considered, that was pretty fun. Sure was. She shared her opinion. Wanna continue? Of course. It's probably only around noon, and I have no other plans. I still can't believe I got up so early. As they were in the maze for over 3 hours already, it was actually true. Kicking you out of the bed helps a lot of the time. What? Nothing. She wasn't actually trying to hide it. Well, I don't particularly mind. As it was far from the first time, Sophia was used to it already. I wonder what else our wolves built down here. Wow, remembering how angry you were about the whole underground maze thingy makes your current bright smiles all the better. Shut up and let me have some fun. She didn't want to think about it. I surely won't be stopping you. I enjoy it. You weigh too much for that. I hope I see more of that side in the future. Not that she disliked any part of Maya, but her fun side was an especially sweet treat for the tiger. So, can we continue? Of course. Sophia gave her cat a big nod. I want to see that groundwater lake cave thingy or whatever Fan and Aura mentioned yesterday. Oh, I almost forgot about that. I want to see that, too. I bet it looks cool. Alright, lead the way. The tiger looked forward to it and raised her hand in anticipation. Okay. Maya, too, energetically put an arm in the air before grabbing Sophia's hand once more. Afterward, the couple followed the path that got them away from the maze and eventually led them into a new tunnel. The exploration of the underground area seemed to be far from over. Chapter 133, Underground Lake. Sophia and Maya had finally cleared the maze inside the underground area the wolves built. However, the couple was still super motivated and decided to explore the place some more. After the maze, the two found a path that led them into a long and dark tunnel, which they chose to follow for a while. Oh. Once they finally reached the end of it, the couple found themselves in yet another cave. Still, this one had nothing in common with the previous one with the maze. It was a good bit smaller, but much more impressive nonetheless, and Maya let out a sound of admiration. I've never seen so many glowworms at once. They found the cave with the underground lake the wolves mentioned, but there was something much more eye-catching. The ceiling above the crystal-clear water was filled with an uncountable amount of tiny blue lights illuminating the cave. It almost looked like a starry night sky if not for the many plants and web-like strings hanging from the ceiling. So pretty. Those countless blue dots are eye insects. Sophia's expression was as far away from admiration as it was possible. What else should it be? How am I supposed to know? Glowy cave magic? The tiger would have liked this explanation much more. Nope. Thousands, if not millions of insects. I see. Sophia glanced at the ceiling again while a shudder ran down her spine. They're massive, too. As if on cue, some of the glowworms descended from the ceiling and flew around in the cave. Naturally, they came pretty close to Sophia's face, too, because why wouldn't they? You. Her expression changed even more as she squeezed Maya's hand she was holding. Don't tell me you're scared of them, too? The catgirl remembered that she wasn't good with any sort of insects and the likes. I am not scared. She didn't sound overly convincing while her ears started to nervously dart all over the place. The tiger's tail also looked all puffed up while it had wrapped itself around her leg. Her inner cat had betrayed her. Really now? Maya only stared at her. It can't be helped, okay? She caved in. It's not like I'm doing that on purpose. But it looks so pretty. The cat looked at the beautifully illuminated ceiling created by the blue light of the glowworms that was even reflected by the lake's surface. I want to agree, but right now, I just want to set the entire cave on fire. Literally, I want to add. I have the strong urge to use some fire magic. Please don't. I'll try. But why? It's not like they can hurt you. Basically, nothing can hurt me. It didn't help Sophia to calm down. Fair point. Maya forgot how ridiculous her girlfriend was for a moment. I just think bugs are nasty. I don't have to be rational to dislike something. Yeah, why would you start there? Maya didn't think much, if any the tiger does, is based on rationality. Ugh, but look at it. The catgirl pointed at the top part of the cave. It looks so beautiful, romantic even. You. She glanced at the blue illumination, trying not to be disgusted by ignoring the source of the light. Why, you might be right. It's fascinating. She still looked scared, though. Once Sophia got somewhat used to the glowworms above them, the two got closer to the lake in the middle of the cave. The water looks so great. The reflection of the blue light is so beautiful, and it's so clear. You can see all the way to the bottom. Maya was mesmerized by the view. Yeah, it's amazing. Sophia, too, liked it. She then remembered something else that often happens when the two are at a lake or the sea. Wanna go for a swim? I think my swimsuit is in the mansion. You don't need that, do you? The tiger wanted to get back at Maya, who tried the same many times before. That's true. Unfortunately, the cat girl doesn't get flustered that easy most of the time. Instead, she simply took off her vest and threw it at Sophia. She didn't stop there, though. Immediately after, Maya started to unbutton her shirt. Hold on. Once Sophia got a good view of the sporty bra beneath and enjoyed it for a couple of seconds, she finally stopped the cat girl from stripping. I was just kidding. In the first place, it's pretty cold in the cave. I don't even want to know how freezing the water is. Ah. With a slight pout, Maya buttoned up her shirt again. You're no fun. Why are you so good at this? I probably would have simply gotten embarrassed and useless again if you asked me. Well, I don't mind undressing in front of you. I did that a ton of times already. Not to mention that we've gone a lot further already. All the way, to be exact. Multiple times, I want to add. That is true, but still. I really need to get more confident. Also, I had a greater goal in mind. What do you mean? Do you actually think I wouldn't make you strip, too? Maya flashed her a cheeky smile. Who knows what would have happened afterward, then. You might be right, though. The water's guaranteed to be ice cold. Okay, let's save the stripping for when we're back in the mansion. In our bedroom, to be more precise. Sure. Either way, Sophia ended up being the embarrassed one. She didn't seem to be against the idea, though. I really can't win against you, can I? Do you feel like you've lost, though? Maya playfully nudged her side. The tiger thought about what stripping in their bedroom would entail. And no. I thought as much. She liked her answer. Afterward, the two got even closer to the water and sat down on the shore there. While relaxing, they looked around in the cave to take in the sights. Sue, we're in a cave below the beast folk capital after running through a maze made by two oversized, not to mention overpowered wolves. What did you think your life would look like a year ago? Sophia found their situation very bizarre. You forgot to mention being surrounded by millions of glowy insects. Stop that. She only barely managed to blend that out before. Maya couldn't help it. I most likely would still be researching magic on my own and bugging Massey to test it out on him. My life sure made a drastic turn back then. Thanks for that. She sounded pretty happy. You? I honestly don't even want to think about it. Sophia made a slight grimace. I'm definitely better off now. No questioning that. Absolutely. The couple continued to chat and cuddle for a while, but even them being all over each other didn't make up for the rather cold climate inside the cave. Its size and the groundwater lake made the temperature drop considerably. As it was slowly becoming uncomfortable, especially because neither of them was dressed enough for the occasion, the two decided to leave. Magic to heat up the area around them would have been an option, but they wanted to explore more, anyway. Looking around in the cave for a minute, they soon found the exit at the other side of the lake. It was yet another tunnel that led the couple to whatever the wolves had in store next. While the two were navigating through the tunnel after the cave, Sophia looked a little confused. What's wrong? This new part of the maze is super weird. We went up for a while, and now it doesn't stop going down. Every time we come across a fork, the elevation seems to change. Yeah, Maya nodded. I even think we're running in circles. It seems like they made the floors all connected with each other through those ramps. Multiple times even, because it feels like we've been in this tunnel before. Really? So, we're lost again, huh? Nothing new, is it? Not at all. Sophia agreed. The two probably took every wrong turn possible in the maze. This one might be easy to solve, though. The cat girl apparently had figured it out already. If we keep going up, we should eventually reach the surface, right? You think so? I kinda doubt this secret maze would lead to the surface somewhere in the capital. She hadn't thought about that. Well, it might lead back to our home. The tiger wasn't against the plan. I have no other ideas either. Setting the plan into motion, the couple decided to go up inside the maze whenever it was possible. They kept going for around an hour before the corridors eventually leveled out. It seemed to be far from over, though. As expected, there was no exit in the middle of the capital. Instead, the path they were following simply didn't stop. There were many twists and turns, but the two had to make no decisions anymore as there were no forks and the likes. Seriously. Maya looked disappointed once. After another half an hour, the path finally did stop. A dead end? Wow, you can do better than that, Fenny. Sophia had a very similar expression, but it soon changed to surprise as she looked towards the ceiling. Oh? What's wrong? We ended up in a very interesting place. Where? We're right beneath the castle. Eh? The cat girl naturally was shocked. Wait, how do you know? I'm detecting Ellie, Anna, and all the others above us. Okay, I had a lot of fun in the maze, and I really enjoyed it, but I'm going to scold the wolves for that. Tunneling below the royal castle is a little too much. Ahaha. Sophia could only laugh. How about we pay them a visit? Our wolves? No, the tigers. Ah. Wait, how? You don't want to dig a tunnel into the castle, do you? I was more thinking of a faraway corner in the garden. I look out for any people with my detection magic, we get out, and I close up the hole again. I always get confused when you have a plan that makes sense. Oh, shut up. Eehee. Sure, why not? We're here already, after all. Well, more or less. Maya agreed to the plan. All right. Sophia concentrated on her detection magic for a while, and once the coast was clear, she quickly created an exit of the maze behind a couple of trees. Once the two were out, the tiger let it disappear again. Walking around in the garden for a while, the couple then looked for some familiar faces to spend a little time with them. Chapter 134, The Bane of Homework. The couple finished exploring the maze built by the wolves and ended up beneath the royal castle. Deciding to pay their friends there a visit, they dug up a tunnel and exited in a hidden area in the castle's garden before letting it disappear again. Oh, there she is. Thanks to her detection magic, it didn't take Sophia long to find Anna. The princess was sitting at a table on the big terrace behind the castle. The table was filled with a couple of books and lots of paper scribbled on with all kinds of stuff. Eh? She noticed the couple and became confused. Sophia? Maya? Where did the two of you come from? Ah. The two hadn't thought about how their sudden appearance out of nowhere could be suspicious. So, what are you up to, princess? Maya didn't address it and simply tried to divert her attention. Homework. Any enthusiasm had instantly left her voice. Well, that doesn't sound like fun. The blonde wasn't overly interested in that. Tell me about it. Though, right now, I'm just killing time to wait for Ari. We wanted to do it together, but she's still a little busy. Weren't you in something that was called Magic Academy? Sophia got a little interested in the end. It's also a normal school, but magic's the focus. Well, thanks to me being the princess of this nation, I had private teachers ever since I can remember, and I don't really have the need to, but school seemed fun, and I dragged Ari with me to attend together. Sophia had a hard time imagining school being fun. These two things didn't work together in her eyes. Homework's a different topic, though. Well, and anything related to magic after meeting your group. What do you mean? The couple tilted their heads. Here, while saying so, Anna gestured at the textbooks on the table. Let's see. The blonde grabbed one and flipped through the pages. The more she looked at, the blanker her face became. The importance of chance and how to word them properly to get the most out of it. A quick introduction to activation words, the pinnacle of magic. How to find out which element you're capable of using. Merits and demerits of each element, find out where your specialties are and which future you should pursue. Chantless magic, a special gift for the elite with dozens of years of training. Uncategorized magic, the romantic myth. She listed a couple of headliners in the textbooks. What kind of joke is that? Ahaha. The princess could only laugh. It's been a while. Maya seemed nostalgic. Pre-Sophia magic. Why are you still learning this? It's wrong. Basically, all of this. The girl in question developed a slight headache just from reading it. Well, I know that, and so does the royal family after meeting you. Father still has no idea how to make these new discoveries public, though. So, the schools, of course, still teaching the old ways. I see. Isn't it super hard for you to take any of this seriously after I taught you another element? And after Sophia demonstrated what real magic is? Maya couldn't even imagine ever going back. Of course. No one wants to learn stuff they're never going to use anywhere. Why did you want to go to a school again? Sophia had to make a silent retort. That's why I need Ari for the magic-related homework. She hasn't been, corrupted by your group yet and can still follow the old teachings. So you can copy it, huh? The cat girl saw through her. Well, yeah. It can't be helped, okay? I'm good at every other topic, so I can help her with whatever she struggles with. She tried to justify it. Is that so? Maya honestly didn't care, but it was a chance to tease the princess, and that she cared about. Ugh, I can't wait for Eluna to arrive later this week. Elu. The bakery granny. Sophia needed a moment to connect the name. She wanted to see more of my magic, didn't she? Yes, Anna nodded. I hope she forms a plan with father to make the new magic public soon. I don't want to learn this outdated stuff anymore. Maybe she can even come to the academy, too, to teach us there. Together with the two of you. Eh? The couple looked at each other in confusion. What do you mean? Eluna is a magic instructor in the first place. Sophia's the poster girl of the magic revolution, and Maya's actually capable of teaching normal people. When did I become poster girl? She hadn't heard about this. Finn's the one I learned it from. You're cuter, though. A much better fit for a poster girl. The princess mixed in something relatively unrelated. What? What has that to do with anything? She was still weak against receiving compliments out of nowhere. She's right, though. Maya sided with Anna. If you want to sell anything, you have to be the face of it, Sophia. Why do I feel like you're biased? Because I am. She didn't try to hide it. Ugh. I think it could be a lot of fun if the two of you teach us in the academy for a while. I don't know. Sophia had mixed feelings. I kinda agreed before, but I already had my doubts about this possible school arc before. Doing that as a teacher sounds like hard mode, then. I think it might be worth a try, Maya said something unexpected. We should help to get the hard elements system abolished as soon as possible. Really? You like the idea, Maya? Really? The princess only stared at her. What Anna said. The tigers were confused about the cat. What's that supposed to mean? Me teaching in front of a group of teenagers in Anna's age. Judging from previous experiences. And how you reacted the last time I suggested Sophia visiting my school. The cat girl noticed the issue. That's old Maya. New Maya's a lot calmer in that regard. Great, that means you're going to teach us in the academy if it comes up. I see no problem with that. Maya fell for the bait. Great. Whatever. Sophia gave up. By the way, I'm super popular in school. Anna looked at the cat girl. Everything else aside, a lot of people also try to get close to me because I'm the princess. Ari's, too, as she's the closest to the royal family there. I bet Sophia's going to become an instant hit. She used the chance to tease her back. What? New Maya had a slight hiccup. It's going to be so much fun. The dynamic between Anna and Maya was rather peculiar since the beginning, and ever since Sophia turned the princess down, it's gotten a lot more playful. She was initially sad about the lost chance, but it happened early enough to not burn any bridges. Anna needed a little time to recover but still wanted to be friends with the two. The trio chatted for a while longer, mostly the princess and the cat teasing each other. Eventually, Ari, who was wearing the same school uniform as Anna this time, finally appeared on the terrace. Noticing the arrival of the black-haired jaguar, the couple decided to leave them alone to let them do their homework in peace. While leaving, Sophia witnessed something that confused her greatly, though. The two had just entered the castle, but the tiger was still staring at the terrace. What's wrong? Ari totally glared at me just now, right before sitting down next to the princess. Why would she do that? Maya tilted her head. I have no idea. We haven't spoken a single word yet. Are you sure she was glaring at you? Maybe you just imagined it? It sure seemed like it. She definitely looked angry when glancing in my direction for some reason. Weird. The cat girl had no real explanation for it. Well, not everyone will always like you. She sure has a bad taste, though. It was the only thing that made sense to her. Haha. Still, we haven't actually met yet, let alone exchanged a single word. Humans aside, it was the first time Sophia came across someone she didn't befriend at first glance, and she didn't like that feeling. She knew that it was nothing noteworthy, but it still bugged her because it slightly reminded her of her previous life. She unconsciously got used to being popular, and potential embarrassment aside, she enjoyed it very much. Let's ask the princess the next time we see her. The two seem to be super close, so she might know what's going on. Good idea. There's always the chance I messed up with something and left a bad impression on Ari. I would like to correct any potential misunderstanding. Yeah, you have the tendency to do that. Oh, shut up. The tiger's mood brightened up again. Hee. I detected myself and Ellie nearby. Luckily, as always, Sophia's attention was extremely easy to divert. Putting the issue with the black jaguar to the side for the time being, she decided to look for her favorite tiger in the castle instead. Maya obviously tagged along because she, too, had taken a liking to the little princess, after all. Chapter 135, Playing in the Garden. The couple chatted with Anna for a while about the Magic Academy. Somehow, one thing led to another, and the two might end up with a temporary teacher role there in the future. As the princess still had homework to take care of, the two left her alone afterward, but on the way back, the black-haired jaguar girl Ari appeared and glared at the blonde tiger. Naturally, this confused her greatly because she had no recollection of having anything ever done to her. As she had no explanation for it, Sophia instead searched for Ellie as that seemed to be more fun. So, Fia. The little princess spotted her in the hallway and immediately ran up to her, leaving her mother, who was right next to her, behind. Ellie. She kneeled down and welcomed her with a hug. Yay! The small tiger jumped right into her arms. Up we go. With Ellie still in her arms, Sophia stood up again. Hey. Maya placed a hand on the little one's head and lightly ruffled her hair. Maya. Her smile got even brighter. Legs better? It was the first time Ellie saw the two since the cat girl was suffering from her severe muscle ache. Yep. Better than new. She gave her a big thumbs up. Yay! Where did the two of you come from? Kira waited until Ellie was done before joining them. The maids didn't inform me at all. We wanted to surprise the little one? Both patted Ellie's head while saying so. Eehee. She enjoyed the treatment she was getting. Well, that worked out. The queen didn't ask any more questions. Anything new in the castle? While putting Ellie down on the ground, Sophia faced Kira. Not much. Menzer's really looking forward to Eluna's arrival in a few days, and he hopes she can help with all the new magic revelations. Anna told us about that already. She actually wants Eluna and the two of us to visit the academy to showcase the new magic to everyone once there's a plan. That's a lovely idea. The queen liked it. Would you actually do that? Well, we kind of promised her, I guess. Sophia couldn't fully follow the conversation with the princess earlier, but that was the resolution she got from it. I would say that we're going to at least try? That's great. That daughter of mine had a good idea there for once. The Magic Academy is the perfect place to introduce the new knowledge to the public. Menzer's going to like it, too. He's been working his head on the topic recently but didn't come up with a conclusion yet. Do you mind playing with Ellie for a bit? I'll go and tell him the idea right now. Yay! The little princess only cared about the last part. I won't ever mind that. Sophia naturally liked the plan, too. Do you want to play anything specific? Maya also was up for it. Ellie wanted to play in the garden. Let's go there. Sure. Thanks, you too. Saying so, Kira left her daughter with the couple and went to visit the king. Holding the hands of both while walking in the middle of them, the little princess happily guided Maya and Sophia to the garden. There, the trio decided to play hide and seek. A little over an hour passed, and the blonde tiger was currently searching for the little one. Naturally, she had her detection magic altered to not see Ellie while playing. Sophia managed to get lost in the garden and ended up near the terrace where the couple had chatted with Anna earlier the day. Unfortunately, the princess was already gone, but her timing was even worse. A certain black-haired girl was currently cleaning up the table. It was Anna's childhood friend, the rare-colored jaguar girl, going by the name of Ari. Their eyes eventually met, and the mood became awkward in an instant. Hello. After the blonde caught Ari glaring at her earlier, she was unsure what to say. A good day to you. Do you need something? The words she said were just like those of a professional maid, but her voice was ice cold. The expression she had while looking at the tiger was the exact opposite of friendly, too. And no, just a greeting. Good. As you can see, I'm busy. Oh, okay. Have you seen Ellie? Anna's little sister? I have not. The black-haired girl flinched once after hearing Anna's name, but then ignored Sophia and turned around before entering the castle. Thanks. She needed a moment. She definitely hates me. Why? I am 87% sure I never did anything to her. As she is who she is, Sophia never could be absolutely certain of these kinds of things. I need to find Ellie. Because she was still playing with the little princess, she had to worry about this at a later point. Once she collected herself again, she went to look for Ellie. While it didn't take long to find her, Sophia naturally took her time to catch the little princess. She hadn't shown the same mercy to Maya, though. The cat girl was taken out instantly. The trio played together for another hour while changing out the hunter ever so often. The couple couldn't explain it, but Ellie somehow won most rounds. After the little tiger had finally powered herself out, Kira arrived in the garden and picked her up. She also mentioned how much the king liked the idea of having a Luna and the couple visit the academy in the future. He wants to see the two once a Lunas back in the capital, to plan it out. The couple finished their little chat with the queen and decided to leave the castle. It was slowly getting late, and after playing with Ellie, not to mention the whole maze exploration, the two had gotten pretty hungry. While walking towards their home, Sophia told Maya about her encounter with the jaguar. That's so like you to directly run into Ari afterward. She forgot her full name as Anna never used it again while talking about her. So, she first glared at you and then treated you coldly and was snippy? Well, I guess she's straight, huh? The cat girl had only one explanation for all of this. Non-straight girls simply had to fall for her, after all. At least in her eyes, and judging by experience so far. Please take this seriously. I do, though? Maya only tilted her head. Okay, you did nothing to her, so I'm pretty miffed that she treats you like that. Kinda makes me want to talk to her. Please don't. Sophia didn't like the cat's expression. She was sure this would only make things worse. Maybe it's just some kind of misunderstanding? Well, I am good at those. We know. She collectively spoke for everyone. Ugh. Still, earlier was the first time I spoke to her. I haven't had the chance to create a misunderstanding yet. It's you we're talking about. I'm sure you've somehow found a way. I hate it that you're most likely right. Sophia had nothing to defend herself. While the two continued to lightly bicker, they reached their mansion in no time. After greeting the wolves, or at least Aura because Fen was busy napping on the sheepskin rug in the living room, Maya started preparing dinner while Sophia stayed with Aura. Did you two finish the underground area? The female wolf faced the tiger, who got comfortable on one of the sofas. Maybe? She didn't know what the end was, after all. Maya and I ended up under the castle and decided to pay everyone a visit there. Yep, that's where we stopped. Are there plans to continue? Definitely. Fen wanted to expand it more tomorrow. Great. It's a lot of fun, and Maya, too, was enjoying it very much. Really? Yep. I told you that Maya's actually super adventurous. She just prioritizes watching over us for the time being. I see. Kinda makes me want to play with her, too. Ahaha. We have to find someone who can take over that job in our group. You don't know anyone powerful with a serious personality, do you? Well, or at least fast enough to keep up with us while traveling? Those two things rarely go together. We're all a really easygoing bunch. Fen actually used to be the most serious guy I've ever met with power. Ah. Sophia noticed that getting a new party member might be an even more hopeless task than she thought it would be. I think the demon folk would be our best bet here. Well, most of them aren't the stuck-up type either, but there are many of them, and almost all of them could boost their speed with magic to keep up with us. We should find someone who could take over Maya's position of babysitting us. I want to go to their continent, but I doubt it'll happen anytime soon. There's still so much I want to see and explore here. That's fair. If it's on this continent. Maybe we should try to find an elven village? Eh? The tiger didn't see this turn coming. Most of them have a rather serious personality. Some are pretty hard to get along with because they're too stuck up, but I met lots of friendly ones, too. Seriously? Fen briefly mentioned the elves, but if I remember right, he also said that they're incredibly hard to come across. I definitely would like to meet them, though. She got interested in the idea. That's true. Many of them migrated with the demons, but I did come across a village or two when searching for Fen on this continent. Totally forgot where that was, though. Ugh. Sophia got a little hopeful before the last sentence. Sorry about that. Well, you want to visit the human capital, don't you? Nope, I really don't. I'll most likely have to, though. She knew that there was no way she doesn't have to scare the people there eventually. Wait, why are you asking? It's pretty far, and we have to travel a lot to reach it. If the two of us focus on our detection magic and improve the range even further, we might be able to sniff out an elven village. Oh, I like the sound of that. The two chatted for a while longer, and Aura explained what kind of reaction elves give in their detection magic, so the tiger knows what to look out for. Afterward, Maya announced that dinner was ready. Waking up Fen, everyone then ate together, and the day soon came to an end. Chapter 136, Being Hated Stings. Shortly after Sophia noticed that Ari had glared at her for some reason, the tiger accidentally had her real first encounter with the black-haired jaguar maid. It didn't go any better, though. If anything, it was much worse. Ari not only treated her very coldly, but it was also very obvious that the maid didn't want to be near her. I don't get it. Sophia was still brooding over it on the next day. Can we go and visit Anna today? I want to know why Ari hates me. That really affected you, huh? Maya looked at the irritated tiger, whose tail was angrily swishing all over the place, with a warm smile. Of course. I never had any friends in my old world, but I changed here. So, knowing that someone hates me without reason super bothers me. You don't have to be that obsessed with it. I can't not. Sophia unconsciously enjoyed being popular and loved by everyone way too much for that. Especially when factoring in her previous life, it had become a very addicting feeling. I also want to know what I did wrong so that I don't accidentally scare away the elves, too. I see. Well, I can understand that a little. Being hated by someone doesn't feel nice, after all. Wait, what? Maya first nodded but then became pretty confused. Elves. I want the new member of our group to be an elf. Sorry, I need some context here. The catgirl couldn't follow her. Oh, right, we went to bed kinda early, and I forgot to mention it, didn't I? I talked with Aura about getting a new companion to take over your job of babysitting us. Okay? Well, she mentioned that almost everyone with big powers is usually very easygoing. I am very well aware of that. Ahaha. Sophia couldn't say anything here. She also said that our only option would be the demons. Most of them aren't serious either, but we should still find someone because there's so many of them. As I don't plan to go to their continent anytime soon, though, Aura suggested the elves instead. A lot of them apparently have the personality we're looking for. I think I get the picture now. As expected of you. I briefly mention wanting another companion, and you go hunting for elves. Go big or go home. You're the personification of this motto. The catgirl couldn't help but sigh. I never met anyone who saw an elf, though, let alone met one myself. I heard that they exist, but other than that. Finn also said that they're very rare to come by. According to Aura, most of them migrated together with the demons. So? She came across an elven village or two while looking for our wolf. She also told me what to look out for with my detection magic. Once we're back to traveling for real, the two of us plan to specifically look out for them. You really are the most motivated about the strangest things. Maya marveled at how much energy the tiger put into her ideas. Still, elves, huh? I kinda want to meet one, too. I know, right? I can't wait. Don't get too excited too soon. And here I thought you know me. She expected the catgirl to have learned by now that this is impossible. Oh, shut up. Alright, back to topic. Sophia put the elves on hold for now. I want to go to the castle and talk to Anna about Ari. Are you coming with me? Yeah, I have no better plans. You sure have grown, though. What do you mean? When we met, you could barely speak a sentence to me without having a meltdown or five. Now, you're seeking the help of the nation's first princess to get along with her maid. Gee, good point. Well, I feel like I've gotten better at talking with people, and I really love that. I never want to go back to how I was before. Also, I've gotten more used to my boosts, which makes me less nervous. Not to mention that I want to be friends with them. The princess and, even more so, Ari look great, but there are no other feelings involved. You were a much bigger hurdle in that regard. Sophia was unconsciously falling for the catgirl since day one, which increased her embarrassment manifold during their interactions with each other. Eehee, good answer. Maya showed her a big smile. I love you, too. Alright, let's go immediately. As if to further prove her point, the tiger developed a slight blush while she got bashful over the cat's display of affection. Sure. This sight put her in an even better mood. Sophia immediately left the mansion while Maya followed after her. As they used the official entrance of the castle this time, the couple had one of the maids guide them to Anna's room. Sophia knew where she was, thanks to her detection magic, but navigating through the corridors of the gigantic castle and reaching it was an entirely different matter. Princess, you have visitors. The jaguar maid politely knocked on the door of her room. Really? Anna's voice soon returned from the other side. Yes, Lady Sophia and Lady Maya want to see you. Perfect. The door immediately flung open, and the princess greeted the couple with a big smile. I was so bored. Hello. The two lightly waved at her. Come in, come in. She gestured them inside. I'll prepare tea and a couple of snacks. With a slight bow, the maid excused herself, and the couple entered Anna's room. I'm so glad I finally have something to do. The three sat down on the two sofas in her room and started chatting. School's over for the day, and it's the weekend now, but there's nothing interesting to do. You could always study magic on your own. Maya immediately had an idea for her. Ugh. She flinched after hearing this. Well, I've gotten fairly good at using the fireball you taught me. But I only know how to study magic the old way, and I lost every bit of motivation for that. The group had already thoroughly corrupted her, after all. That's fair. The catgirl understood her reasoning as it was the same for her. Oh, while we're at it already, would you mind teaching me some more later, Maya? She thought about it for a moment. Whatever, sure, I don't mind. Awesome. Thank you very much. Now I finally have something to look forward to today after Ari went shopping with her mother directly after school was over. We couldn't even go home together. Ah. Hearing that name, the couple awkwardly looked at each other. What's wrong? Anna noticed their odd reaction. Sophia, explain. It's your problem. Yes. Anna, why does Ari hate me? She decided to make it quick. Eh? She looked extremely confused. My Ari? The jaguar with the gorgeous black hair? That very girl. She hates you. Anna got even more confused. I didn't know you two even know each other. That's exactly it. We don't. What? The princess couldn't follow her even a bit. You see. Sophia then proceeded to explain what happened the day before. How the jaguar girl glared at her and seemed somewhat hostile when the two exchanged a few words. The princess' confusion only continued to grow. I don't think I've ever seen Ari glaring at someone, let alone address anyone with a cold voice. She's about the sweetest girl I ever met. Well, it's not like she doesn't have a playful side and likes to tease me every now and then, but that said, she can also be a bit too serious at times and scolds me when I don't behave, but she does it in a way that I want to stop, rather than her getting angry. She has a bit of a mom feeling to her when reprimanding someone, if you know what I mean. Super warm, super gentle, but it just makes you want to stop whatever you're doing wrong. Then. Sophia didn't like the sound of that because it was nothing like the girl she met. That means she really hates me, huh? I somehow still can't imagine it. So, yesterday she behaved like that around you. What about before? Anna tried to make more sense of the situation. As I said earlier, that's the thing. Remember 2 or 3 weeks ago when we looked at our new mansion and talked about Ari's awesome hair? Yep, I was delighted that you thought so, too. That was the first time I saw her, and yesterday was the second time. I really don't understand. You're right. That makes no sense, especially because it's so unlike Ari. Anna, too, couldn't make any sense out of it. Do you mind if I ask her what's going on once she's back? Not at all. Sophia gave her a big nod. I would be really happy to find out what's going on. As there was nothing more to talk about this topic, for the time being, the girls chatted about some other things while enjoying the tea and snacks the maid from earlier had brought at some point. An hour later, they decided to go to the garden once more so that Maya could teach Anna more magic. While the two were busy, Sophia sat down at a table on the usual terrace, and she watched them playing around from a distance. Mostly a catgirl playfully bullying the first princess of the nation, that is. Another 30 minutes passed, and the blonde tiger somehow felt being watched. Looking around while using her detection magic, her eyes eventually met those of a certain black-haired jaguar, who was half hiding behind a nearby wall. Noticing that she got spotted by Sophia, her expression changed, and she disappeared behind the wall. Yeah, no. The blonde tiger got up from her chair and immediately ran after the girl. The urge to find out what was going on was way stronger than anything else. Chapter 137, Ari. The couple met with Anna again, and Sophia told her what happened between her and Ari. Unfortunately, the princess had no idea what was going on because the jaguar girl's usually pretty sweet. Anna promised to talk with her, but things turned out differently. While Maya was training magic with the princess, Sophia noticed that they were being watched by the Black Panther. Acting on instinct alone, the tiger immediately ran after Ari when she wanted to run away after being caught. Stop. Sprinting after the fleeing jaguar, Sophia tried to get her attention. Reluctantly, Ari eventually stopped running and turned around because she noticed that there was just no way she could run from the blonde. What do you need? Her expression made clear that she really didn't want to, though. Sophia caught up to her and needed a moment because she hadn't prepared anything yet. Looking at the girl in the same school uniform as the princess usually wears because she apparently hadn't had the time to change yet, the tiger needed a moment to collect herself. Once the blonde managed to peel her eyes away from the black and slightly semi-opaque tights the jaguar was wearing that covered her super long legs when compared to her height, which took her quite a while, she slowly tried to find a way to start a conversation. It was also the first time Sophia actually got a good close-up view of her. Height-wise, Ari was only a few centimeters taller than the blonde. Her size was somewhere in between the improved tiger and Maya. Though, just as her height, in comparison, her chest was actually much closer to the blonde, too, but it also fitted her style perfectly. The maid outfit had hidden it a bit before, but with the school uniform she was currently wearing, Sophia now was certain that the two, visually speaking, in terms of their figure, were built very similarly. Compared to Maya, and especially the very tall and stacked Anna, the two weren't the biggest. Still, in terms of their other curves, in relation to their height and size, they definitely could compete. Her animal features, the slightly rounded feline ears, and the tail were also pretty similar to Sophia and the princess, only the ears were a little bit smaller and even rounder. The most eye-catching about Ari was the color of her fur and hair, though. The base color was pitch black, but there was a hint of yellow and orange showing through it. This contrast made the dotted, rosette-like markings jaguars usually have visible on her tail and long hair, although it was pretty subtle. I want to talk to you. After admiring her hair for a moment, Sophia finally got the words out. I don't think there is anything between us that could lead to a worthwhile conversation. That's exactly it. I want to know more about you. Unfortunately, I don't share this sentiment. Ugh. It was costing the tiger a lot to keep the conversation going. Did I do something to you? I'm not good at reading between the lines, but it seems fairly obvious that you dislike me. Of course. Ari didn't try to hide it. Why do you even need to ask? What did I do? Are you serious? Why yes? Sophia really wasn't aware of having done anything to her, after all. Wow. The jaguar rolled her light yellow eyes. First, you arrived here in the capital like the new queen. Eh? You wrapped the royal family around your fingers and even tried to marry the princess, to officially become a part of it. Even though you already have a partner. What? Sophia naturally got confused, but Ari didn't stop. Then, you apparently changed your mind after playing around with Anna for a while and cancelled any marriage plans. Now, after you broke her heart, you still have the audacity to be around her all the time as if nothing ever happened. She sounded angrier and angrier with every word. Please wait a moment. Why? Ari glared at her yet again. There are still so many more reasons for me to hate you. I don't need any cheap excuses from you. I wasn't planning to, apologize. Wow, you're even worse than I thought. No, it's just, everything you said is, well, wrong. Talking to strangers on its own wasn't easy for Sophia, but this conversation was on a whole different level. Sure, everyone would say this. Naturally, the jaguar didn't believe a word she was saying. Did Anna tell you this? No, she just keeps boasting about you and the white cat girl, because you turned her brain to mush after you charmed her. Her glare only intensified. But it's clear what happened. Ugh. Some of this actually had a bit of truth to it. Can I try to explain my side? I highly doubt it would change anything. Please let me try. For Anna's sake. Fine. Hearing that, Ari finally caved in. Thank you. Sophia took a deep breath before continuing. You know, I had no idea that me being a tiger is anything special. I'm from a really far away place and grew up without any knowledge of the beast folk because I was on my own for most of my life. I only found out about it a month before coming here. The same goes for my companions, they had forgotten about the aspects of a tiger because it had no relation to them. Arriving in the capital, the king immediately sent out his retainers to hunt me down after the word about me had reached him. I never planned any of this. I just wanted a peaceful life and some friends when coming here. What? The jaguar's eyes shot open. Upon being forced to meet His Majesty, he then tried very hard to make me join his family. Do you want to know how? By trying his very best to marry off his daughter to me. Multiple times. Huh? I declined. Very strongly. Then, Anna joined the party, and she liked her father's idea very much. She apparently took a liking to me and the idea of marrying me. I declined her, too. That princess didn't listen at all, though, and kept chasing after me. Wait. Ari started to lose the color of her face. I love Maya. You know, the white-haired cat girl. If there's anyone I'm going to marry in the future, it's definitely not the princess. Anna's advances started to become too much at some point because they began to affect my relationship with Maya. So, on our way to the war last month, I finally and completely shut her down. I made clear that the two of us will never be a thing. I maybe should have done it even sooner, but it was really hard to make her listen. I never, at no point, played around with her. Is that why she was so devastated after coming back? The princess refused to tell me what was going on. It was obvious that her heart was broken, but... Yes, and I still feel terrible about having made her cry. Sophia didn't want to remember the scene. Still, I had to do it. She's a good option, and whoever's going to marry her in the future is incredibly lucky, but... I like her, but I don't want any sort of romantic involvement with her. Again, I love Maya and Maya only. The jaguar had gone silent. As for why I'm still hanging out with her, both Maya and I think she's a great girl, and Anna herself wished to be friends with us even after everything that happened. You saw them playing around earlier, didn't you? Did that seem like they were fighting over me, or just two friends having fun? While it definitely started out as the initial thing, it eventually transformed into the latter. Ari had a really awkward expression after hearing all of this. I don't know if you believe me, but it was all just a gigantic misunderstanding. Again, I treated Anna with the utmost respect and never once played around with her in that way. She was just too hyper for her own good and overdid everything she got involved into. And no, romance aside, it does sound very Anna-like. That's, good to hear? Sophia felt a little sorry at how it seemed like she was used to the princess behaving like that. Well, I hope that you think a little better of me now. It kinda stung a little being hated by someone you didn't even know. Okay then, with that being somewhat resolved for now, I guess I'll head back for now. The tiger knew how it's like when being pushed too much, so she wanted to give Ari some room to breathe after the story. That's why she turned around to go back to the terrace, but she didn't make it far. Stop. The black-haired girl grabbed Sophia's hand to keep her from leaving. Why yes? She also wanted to leave because she was running out of steam from talking to a stranger for so long, all on her own. Not to mention that it was an extremely difficult and serious topic. I am so sorry. While still holding on to her hand, Ari hung her head while apologizing. I treated you horribly just because of some stupid misunderstanding. Any coldness in her voice was gone. It was much warmer, and she sounded genuinely apologetic. It's all right. I'm used to that. As the tiger basically was a walking misunderstanding, she couldn't hold a grudge against anyone having one around her. No. I'm really so very sorry. I said so many mean things to you. She let go of the blonde's hand and looked her in the eyes. I hope you're somehow able to forgive me in the future. Why yes. Sophia, again, noticed that she's weak against honest or earnest girls. Well, I approached you because I wanted you to forgive me, so. It took a weird turn somewhere, but I'm super happy that there's no actual bad blood between us. Thank you very much. She seemed very relieved. Please believe me that I'm usually not like this. I'm normally way more level-headed. I just couldn't keep my calm when I saw the princess. Well, you really care about Anna, huh? Why yes. Yes, I do. Your childhood friends, right? She mentioned that the other day. Huh? Yes, we are. We've been together before I even can remember. Must be nice. I'm kinda envious of such a long and deep friendship. Yeah. Okay, again, I'm very sorry for acting so hostile towards you, Sophia. Ari apologized for a last time to make sure everything was good between the two girls now. Afterward, both of them went back to the terrace. There, they watched the still ongoing magic training of Maya and Anna together. Chapter 138, The Voice of Reason. Sophia confronted Ari, the jaguar girl with black hair, because she wanted to find out why she hated her. As it turned out, it was all just a big misunderstanding because she thought the blonde was the one who wanted to marry Anna, but in the end, she simply threw her away after being done playing around with the princess. Once everything had been cleared up, the mood between the two became much more relaxed. I'm glad to see that Maya's properly holding back. Sophia looked at the two's training session with a relieved expression. Ari didn't share the sentiment and pointed at the cat girl, who had just drenched the princess from head to toe with a bathtub worth of water magic. That's what you call holding back? Yep. It's not like she drowned her, right? It was also a pretty small amount of water. You work on an entirely different scale, don't you? The jaguar didn't need long to figure her out. Ahaha. Again, it's nice to meet you. My name's Sophia. I'll be honest. Most of the time, when Anna mentioned anything about the two of you, I didn't listen because, well, she awkwardly looked away for a moment before continuing. Just how powerful is the magic of your cat? I'm not that good at sensing magic power, but even I noticed how much of an exception she is. You are, too, while we're at it. Well, Maya is the fourth most powerful individual in the capital right now. Only the two wolves and Sophia herself were above her. She can use, the 4 base ones and the light category, I think. Yeah, she can use at least 5 categories or elements at the moment. Ari only stared at her. It was a serious question, And I gave a serious answer? She looked back at her. The princess can use 3 elements. Why shouldn't my Maya be able to use 5? There was a hint of boasting in her voice. And Anna's known all over the capital for using 2. Wait a moment, did you say 3 just now? She can only use air and earth, though. And fire. No? I saw her using it, though. Maya taught it to her, and Anna's definitely able to use the fireball magic or however you'd call it with activation magic. Oh really? Also, why do you think Maya's been bullying her with water magic for a while already? Because she's enjoying it? Ari glanced at the cat girl. That's what her expression's saying, at least. Sophia stopped for a moment. And no, that's not her main motivation. She couldn't really deny it. Maya's trying to, let's say, unlock the 4th element for the princess. Are you serious right now? The jaguar couldn't believe it. Anna never told me about any of this. Of course, She froze up. Could it be that the king told her to keep it a secret for the time being? Well, I don't care about that. I'm not trying to, after all. What is going on? Ari couldn't follow her. How much do you know about magic? I'm pretty confident about my knowledge. I'm amongst the top students in the academy. Well, everything you know is wrong. The blonde had no intention to beat around the bush. What? This naturally shocked her. Only using like 1 element is an artificial limitation that doesn't actually exist. Magic is magic. Grouping it into elements only helps with visualization. It's all a matter of imagination, after all. People are lazy by nature and focus on the 1 element they're good at and be done with it. Sophia remembered Finn's explanation about why you would limit yourself. That can't be true. What sort of magic can you use, Ari? Your power seems to be at least on par with the princess. Yes. I have large reserves, but I can only use water magic. I don't really mind, though, because that's the most helpful type for maid-related work. For cleaning and stuff. The tiger looked at her. And there's your problem. What do you mean? Have you ever tried other magic? When Anna somehow managed to learn earth, I gave it a try, too, but quickly gave up again because it didn't seem to work, and I liked water more, anyway. See? You're having an easy time imagining water magic because it's useful for you. So, why bother about different things, right? Common belief told you it's normal, and so you never bothered putting any real effort into branching out, didn't you? As she was spot on, Ari couldn't defend herself. Anna could use 2 elements even before meeting Maya, and the 2 of you have the same amount of power. Haven't you ever questioned yourself why? She had no answer. Personally, I think fire magic for cooking or air for cleaning like dusting off things would be pretty useful for a maid, too, wouldn't it? It would. Yet, you never tried to put some actual work into it? And no. The jaguar shook her head. I, more or less, ended up accepting what's written down in the books. Magic is an everyday occurrence. For most, including me, it just exists, and you don't put much thought into it. Anna's always been a bit of an odd one, so I really never did question it. That's the problem everyone seems to be having. If you can use magic at all, there's no reason to only use a part of it. That goes against everything I've ever learned about magic. Wait, if that's true, are you okay with talking about it so lightly? What do you mean? Sophia tilted her head. It's a very grand revelation, which sounds like it should be handled with the utmost care. Telling this to someone you barely know doesn't seem like the best idea. Why? I don't really care. If anything, it should spread so more people come to know it. That's a very noble way of thinking. Even so, it feels like it could make your life needlessly complicated if you blurt out such things like it's nothing. The tiger girl froze up, and she took a lot of damage from this. I often get too excited and/or don't care enough to filter my words. Wow, wouldn't that lead to inconvenient situations all the time? It would definitely tire me out to stumble from one incident to another. Ugh. Sophia's health plummeted to critical levels. Anyway, that's why Maya's teaching the princess right now. To prove that the magic elements are only guidelines and no hard limitations. Impressive. Oh, is that why Anna seemed so bored whenever we're getting taught magic in the academy lately? Can you blame her? No, not really. Ari saw her point. What about you, then? If the cat girl's already so proficient at magic, want to get taught, too? I am a little interested now. I already struggle a lot while teaching Maya. She's a much better teacher. I will ask her later to include you in the training. Thank you. So, if Maya learned from you, then ... Well, as Sophia was more a girl of actions rather than words, she opened her palm and demonstrated a miniature magic of every category there is. Except for the dark-related one, because that often ends in a catastrophe. Unbelievable. Ari's eyes grew wide. Still. She then looked at the tiger. Do you mind if I give you another little tip? Just say you're good at magic. No need to make such a grand demonstration that could make some people lose their minds. You seem to be pretty easygoing, and that's a lovely trait to have, but I think it would make your life a whole lot easier if you hold back a little. Ari? Her expression suddenly changed. Yes? How good are you at running around? Sophia wanted to keep her. It seemed like the jaguar girl was the voice of reason her group needs. Where does that come from? She was naturally confused. Well, my stamina's pretty good, but I'm not overly fast. Arg, too bad. The blonde's dreams were shattered in an instant. Why are you asking? Well, I know that I'm a little stupid when it comes to these kinds of things. Except maybe Maya at times, the others in my group are also like me. It would be amazing to have someone with an actual voice of reason to watch out what I'm doing during our travels. Ahaha, even putting my running aside, I have no plans to leave the capital for the time being, or Anna. So, sorry, I can't go with you. Ari earnestly turned her down. Not to mention that I'm still attending the academy for another half a year. If Anna's the problem, I would totally take the princess with us, too. Not sure how the king would feel about that, though. You could actually have a chance with that. She's been bugging His Majesty ever since her older brother left to take a look at the country to do the same. Anna can be pretty good at annoying people, so he most likely will cave in soon. That's true. Sophia could only agree to Ari's assessment of the princess. Well, unfortunately, we need someone fast to accompany us because we travel long distances in a short amount of time. Yeah, neither of us would be useful there. The jaguar shook her head. Anna's the exact opposite of me. She's actually quite sporty, but she's all sprint, no endurance. She runs out of steam after like a single kilometer, so she mostly does exercise that's based on short and bursty types of action. It always makes for an amusing picture if we do any sorts of sports together. I can imagine that. Too bad. I guess I have to find an elf to take over the job of watching over me, after all. Sophia. Yes? Too much information. Naturally, Ari was missing the whole picture, and it looked like she didn't want to know, either, but it was easy to discern that the tiger had some sort of outrageous plan again. Why yes. She hung her head. After the topic was over, the duo continued to watch the other two girls, who were still training their magic in the distance, while chatting some more. Chapter 139, Unique Hair. Sophia and Ari made up with each other by clearing up the misunderstanding the jaguar girl had, and the two seemed to be becoming good friends. The duo had a great time chatting with each other while loosely watching over Anna and Maya training. Essay. After fidgeting and stealing some glances at the tiger for a while, Ari finally addressed her once the two took a break from watching the other girls. She only tilted her head in response. Your blonde hair. There are some different shades, yes, but I never saw anyone in the tiger family with hair or fur that wasn't a deep orange. Yeah, the king also told me that I'm the only one like this. Really? Then. It's great, isn't it? Eh? Ari looked shocked as she stared at her. I really like my hair color, and Maya loves it, too. She chose to have it, after all. I couldn't be happier about it. Even though you're the only different one? Well. Sophia really didn't like the sound of that. No, I don't mind having different hair. I don't think being unique is anything bad. Is that so? The jaguar didn't know how to react. Why, you see, I really dislike my black hair. But why? She had heard about it before, but it still made no sense. I'm the only jaguar with black hair, and people keep looking at me because of that. I don't like getting so much attention. That's. The tiger understood her pretty well. I am sure they pay attention to you because they're jealous about it, though. According to Maya, the blonde has the same problem, but Sophia refuses to accept that, too, but that's apparently a different story. You don't have to flatter me. I know they stare at me simply because I'm an autoregular. The amount she could relate to her almost hurt. Even though Anna loves your hair, too? She only says that to make me feel better. Ari sounded pretty sad at the same time. Wow, the princess was right. You actually don't listen to her at all when she mentions your hair. As she talked about me with you? Do you want to know what happened when I first saw you? Sophia recalled the events from roughly 2 weeks ago. I had no idea who you were, and the first thing I asked the princess was who the girl with the amazing hair was after seeing you. Afterward, Anna kept boasting about you and your awesome hair for around 10 minutes. Actually, the two of us gushed so much about it that Maya got super jealous about me being this interested in another girl. Or the hair of her, you. What? I admit that I don't know her that well yet, but I don't think Anna can lie to make others feel better. She strikes me as stupidly honest. That's true. I think she was a lot more excited while talking about you compared to the stupid period when she wanted to marry me. Really? A slight blush appeared on Ari's face. I also agree with her. Well, I'll ignore our first impression. Thank you. You seem really nice, and I'm happy I got to know you better. And I repeat myself, your hair is absolutely amazing. It's the second most stunning hair I've ever seen. Also, just so you know, I'm heavily biased towards the first place because it's the Snow White of Maya. From one girl with a unique trait to another, be proud of it. Sophia meant every word. I know the curious gazes can be a bit intimidating, but everyone who thinks your hair looks bad is an idiot. If you ever feel uncomfortable, stick to the princess. I'm sure she has some nice words for those idiots. Maya looks out for me in the same way because I get intimidated by all those stares often enough, myself. Sure, our relationships might be different, but it's obvious how much she cares about you. Anyway, your hair is seriously amazing. Be proud of it, damn it. Sophia ran out of motivational words. Ugh. I wanted to be mad at Anna for wanting to marry you for a while, but now I can't anymore. Huh? The tiger didn't expect this turn of events. I kinda doubted myself about something for a moment just now. Wait a moment. She didn't want to deal with that again. I hope Maya knows what she has. Haha, ask the princess how aggressive my cat got and how much she bullied her when Anna went after me. That stupid princess. Ari stifled a laugh. Good. Sophia seemed relieved. I know it sounds terribly conceited, but I thought for a moment you tried to go after me just now. No, it was just a figure of speech. I don't plan to go after you. Phew, that's great. I didn't want it to become complicated again. I just want a friend without any extras. That idea, I would like. I want to be your friend, too. Yay. The blonde looked genuinely happy. Hee. Again, thank you very much for all the kind words about my hair. Hearing that from you, someone who is in the same position, really gave me a lot to think about. I can't guarantee anything yet, but I'll try to be more confident. Good. I meant every word. By the way, if you didn't like it, why is it so long? People will see it even better that way, don't they? Because I love long hair? She only tilted her head. I didn't want to suffer twice, by the wrong color and wrong length. Fair enough. I'm a big fan of long hair, too. Maya does a lot for me in that regard. I grew mine out a little, but I currently can't be bothered with having it even longer because it becomes even more of a pain to deal with. My cat needs days to get hers in order, even with me helping her after a bath. That's the only downside. The jaguar nodded in understanding. Still, your hair really does make me a little jealous. The glossy black together with the shimmering yellow and orange highlights. Also, the pattern on top of it, how could anyone not love it? While saying so, the tiger got closer to her to get a better look at the black hair. And I'm jealous of yours. Ari played along and touched the tips of Sophia's blonde hair in return. Let's just agree to disagree. I disagree. She had a pretty playful side to her. That's good. Wait. She got confused over the jaguar's answer. Ahaha. Oh, you. Sophia started to chuckle as well. She also went ahead to touch Ari's hair, because she really liked it. While the two had a good laugh while enjoying each other's company and admiring the hair of the girl beside them, a minor incident happened. Ahem. A certain catgirl and princess suddenly stood next to the duo. Because Ari and Sophia were quite busy, they totally missed that the two finished their training and walked up to them. That the blonde and the black-haired girl seemed like they were heavily flirting to outsiders while playing with their hair wasn't overly helpful either. Don't you two have a good mood going on? There were many emotions in Maya's voice. Friendliness wasn't one of them, though. Might I know what is going on here? Anna, too, didn't overly like it and her eyes looked quite scary. The duo immediately let go of the other's hair and put some distance between them. It isn't what it looks like. The two tried to defuse the situation. Tell us, what does it look like? Unfortunately, neither Maya nor the princess planned to let them out easily. Them being in perfect sync only made it much scarier. We just, Sophia stopped mid-sentence. She made up with the jaguar and held a motivational speech. Still, the extreme complimenting and playing around with the other's hair really was hard to explain. Especially with the tiger's communication skills, there's a high chance to only make it worse, because they really did look quite flirty. Seems like being hated was just a pretense, huh? Anna stood right next to the cat and looked just as disapproving. I really did think that she hates me. It's true, Anna. Ari tried to help. I actually disliked her a lot, but it was all a misunderstanding, and we made up. You sure did. The two were still in sync. Ugh. So was the question duo. Princess, do you remember when we talked about Ari's hair when we went to look at our new mansion? The blonde hoped she would understand this way. Of course, I do. I just wanted her to understand that her hair's great. You were very thorough with that. The catgirl was on the same wavelength. You, too, Ari. You never played with my hair like that. There was a hint of jealousy in the voice of the princess. That. Ari's cheeks turned a bit red, and she didn't know how to react. I just wanted to get a better look at Sophia's hair, because she's the same as me, someone who's unique. We just got a little playful and messed around a bit with our hair. I have absolutely no feelings for this tiger. Exactly. Sophia confirmed her claim. I just want to be friends with her. Nothing else. Really? Yes. The accused duo was getting desperate. We even talked about that after Sophia told me what happened between the two of you. I have no intention to marry her. The princess didn't like the sudden reversal. I kinda hoped this wouldn't come up here. She got a little awkward. Did Sophia change her mind about your hair? I really love it, too, but you never wanted to listen to me when it comes to that. I'm sorry about that. She made me think about it. Sophia has unique hair, too, but she loves it. I'll try to be more confident. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Anna was really happy about this, and her mood improved considerably. Maya. While the duo was making up, the other tiger faced her cat with a complicated expression. Yes? She only smiled at her, or it at least looked like she was smiling. The look in her eyes didn't match at all, though. Nothing whatsoever happened, okay? Is that so? Ari. Yes? She was currently busy keeping the princess away from her hair when she looked over to the couple. How did I rank your hair earlier? It's the second most stunning you ever saw, but it can't beat the Snow White of Maya. I heavily disagree. Shut up, princess. Sophia couldn't deal with that right now. See? I have my priorities straight. Have you? Maya raised an eyebrow. Of course, ah. She stopped for a moment. Not exactly straight, but you know what I mean. Ari's great, and I'm super happy to have cleared up the misunderstanding and befriended her, but. That's all. I'm more than at full capacity when it comes to having more than friends. You're more than I need, want, and deserve. Alright, fine. The catgirl didn't hate her reply. For someone who has no previous experience, you sure know how to be flirty. Not a fan. It wasn't on purpose. Does it help when I say Ari started it? It doesn't. The jaguar was the one who retorted. Well, it's true that I'm the one who started playing with your hair, but. Ari? Anna's expression changed again. In the end, it took the duo another 30 minutes to get on the good side of their girls again. Ari was especially confused about why she had to defend herself so much in this situation, as the princess seemed to be almost as angry as Maya. Still, she was in no position to ask questions right now. Chapter 140, Getting Along with Others. Ari and Sophia became friends after having cleared up their misunderstanding and got along great. Maybe a little too great if seen from an outsider's perspective. Especially when said outsiders are called Maya and Anna. They caught the duo in what looked like them being pretty flirty with each other. It took the blonde tiger and the jaguar quite a while to get on their good sides again afterward. Luckily, they managed to explain that nothing happened and how neither of them wanted to be more than friends with the other. Am I still in trouble? As it had gotten a little awkward, the couple decided to head home for the time being. There, the two sat down on the sofas in the living room, and Sophia wasn't sure what to do or say. What do you think? Maya was on the sofa on the opposite side of the tiger and only looked at her. I'll go with, no. She tried her luck. I admit that Ari and I might were a bit too playful towards the end maybe? Still, it was just pure admiration towards her hair, not the girl attached to it. She's great, too, but there's nothing regarding the jaguar that makes me feel guilty. Good answer. The catgirl's expression softened up. Exactly what I wanted to hear. Phew. Sophia looked relieved. Why you're scary when you're jealous? I am not. What? Scary or jealous? Yes. Ugh, I hate it when you copy my stupid quirks. Hee hee. Well, okay, I was jealous. Maya finally admitted it. I don't think you can blame me here, though. Maybe. I did get along quite well with her. As long as you understand. Then again, when Ari and I watched you train with the princess, both of you were also in a great mood while smiling and laughing a lot. It was Maya's time to awkwardly scratch her cheek. Do you want to tell me something now? No, I just somehow ended up befriending her, too. Even though the two of us had a pretty rough start, it's quite fun with the princess. Sue. Sophia stared right at her. Exactly the same as Ari and I. And more or less. That means I can keep my new friend, right? You can also continue to play with the princess. Of course. The catgirl agreed. If somehow possible, a little less flirty and playing with each other's hair would be great, though. Why yes, I'll try to be more mindful. There's a high chance that I'll mess up a lot, though. I don't have, let's say, many experiences with friends, and the two of us are, in the words of Fenny, flirty idiots. I have to find the right middle ground first. Sophia hoped she would be a little lenient. You sure know how to get your way. How am I supposed to say anything here now? That wasn't my intention. It's a well-known fact that I have no idea what I'm doing most of the time. Most of the time? Shut up. No. If I do anything while interacting with others that makes you uncomfortable, please tell me so I can learn. Sophia had no intention to make Maya suffer from her idiocy. At least when it comes to their relationship, that is. But only if it actually troubles or hurts you. Simple jealousy doesn't count. That's the thing you need to work on. Why, yes. The cat girl hung her head, and even her ears lost a bit of their usual perkiness. I started to accept the princess being around you. That's probably why I warmed up to her, too. The jaguar is still new and unknown, so I first need to get used to her. I'm pretty territorial, after all. Especially when it comes to you. Well, you are a cat. Sophia had a simple explanation for her behavior. Idiot. Gotcha. The tiger enjoyed her win. I'm already starting to really enjoy Ari's company. She even already scolded me a couple of times. It would be great if you, could approve of her. Maya had an extremely complicated expression. I'm not sure how I should feel or react to this. What do you, She stopped mid-sentence. And no, I didn't mean it like that. Ari has that rare, level-headed side to her. As usual, I talked about my magic like it was nothing and even did a little presentation. Instead of being overwhelmed, she gently started reprimanding me. She told me how I should think more before talking, be vaguer about things, or how I don't have to show off to get my point across. It would be a lot less tiring for me if I hold back a little, and she gave me many tips on how to stick out less. Okay, I might be able to like her. Everyone who's able to keep Sophia at bay has to be someone special in Maya's eyes. I knew this would work. Oh, how about you spend some time with her, as well, to see that she's safe for me? Maybe you could also teach her some magic? HRMN. My teaching methods based on bullying the princess. The cat girl had no intention to hide it. I feel like Anna's into that, but it doesn't seem like that would be a valid method for the black-haired one. That's true. Too bad, I kinda wanted Ari to learn real magic, too. Maybe once I'm done with Anna and think of a better teaching style. Fair enough. Wait a moment. Sophia suddenly changed the topic. Anna enjoys being bullied? It sure seems like it, at least. Didn't it also look like she always got extra motivated whenever you shot her down? Sounds like a pattern to me. That's Dash. The tiger scratched her head while having a blank expression. Well, sure, why not? Who am I to judge? I might even kind of get it. Though, nah, the other side seems like more fun. I now declare that you're to keep some distance from the princess for the time being. I don't want anything new to awaken here, and the other thing should be kept low, too. Maya didn't like the implications. Why are only you allowed to bully her? 'Cause it's fun. Sophia felt unfairly treated. Okay, I'll definitely play along with whatever kink Ari may have. 'Cause it's fun, of course. There was absolutely nothing Maya could say in return. The wolves also came back home eventually and joined the couple in the living room. Is everything alright? Ora noticed that the girls were sitting on the sofas across the table instead of being all over each other as usual. Maya tilted her head. Yep, all good. Sophia caused some minor misunderstandings, but all are sorted out. Minor, huh? Fen looked at Sophia. I'm glad you're improving. Where did the two of you go? The cat girl changed the topic. We were scouting the capital to see where we can expand the maze. I like the sound of that. Sophia was happy that the maze was still being worked on. We also had dinner together. Ora added some more details. Oh, I like the sound of that. The tiger enjoyed that bit even more. It was delicious. It was impossible to tell whether Fen was trying to end the topic, or it really was all he wanted to say. Oh. The blonde put away her suspicions for the time being. Fenny, Ora, do you know of a way to let people with relatively normal magic and physical power travel faster? How powerful and fast are we talking? For Princess Anna and her friend to accompany us on our travels. The cat reacted first. Where did that come from? I just thought how Ari's good at taking care of my idiocy. If she's with us, you can take it easy and play around with us. I see, and why the princess, too? For your entertainment? You two have quite the thing going on, after all. Sophia couldn't let such a chance be unused. So, everything's all right? Aura repeated her earlier question. Haha, it's fine. I just got back on her for something. No, it could be fun to have her around, too, and Ari wouldn't want to leave her behind, either. Okay, fair point. Maya didn't specify which part, though. Anyway, Fen came back to the topic. Our cat's a fast one even without actively using magic. Well, magic power passively increases the abilities of one's body, so, naturally, she's so quick. Normal members of the beast folk, even with slightly above average stats like that princess, are unlikely to match her, even with a lot of training. Both physical and magical origin. I wouldn't know any tricks to let them travel with our speed. Except maybe riding on my back, but I guess that's beside the point. Aura, do you have an idea? None that wouldn't deplete their magic in 30 minutes top, sorry. Well, I guessed as much already. The tiger wasn't surprised. Do these girls even need travel with us to travel with us, though? Sophia couldn't even pretend to understand what the female wolf wanted to say. Don't you? Or we only need a babysitter when we explore things or visit places? When we're merely traveling from one place to another, disaster rarely happens, does it? You're not wrong. I mess up the most with people around. Unless you blow up dungeons or start genocides. Fen couldn't stay silent. And minor details. I'm more concerned about lasting misunderstandings. Yes, you're good at those. All three replied to the tiger. Ugh. Anyway, Aura, what are you trying to say? If they can't travel with us, Ari won't be there when I need babysitting. Oh, right. I didn't think about that. Wow, if only we had a way to almost instantly go from one place to another. Wouldn't that be something? We could travel on our own, and if those girls are needed, we could simply go and collect them here. I have some crazy ideas, don't I? Sophia needed a moment. What an idiot. All three, again, replied to the tiger. Well, I didn't plan to show off the gates or my extra space. She tried to excuse herself. I need to think about that idea first. As Sophia wanted to give it some thought to find out whether this plan maybe be a viable choice, in the end, she was pretty busy with herself for the rest of the day, and not much else happened. Chapter 141, Changing the Use of Magic. Sophia and Maya got somewhat close to their friends Ari and Anna. Because of that, the couple felt the need to talk about some rules or guidelines. Neither of them wanted to do anything stupid, after all. As clearly neither of them had any feelings for the princess or the jaguar girl, the two ultimately weren't that bothered with the other having a bit of fun. As long as it stays in moderation, of course. I wonder what they want. 2 days had passed since the couple last visited the castle, and a messenger had arrived at their mansion a while ago to inform the group that the king wanted to see the entire group. Anna and the queen mentioned Eluna arriving, right? They were currently walking toward the castle, and Maya tried to answer the tiger's question. Maybe it's about that? Oh, the bakery granny/previous magic instructor, huh? That's why they asked for the wolves, too? To get the full brunt of our magic. Sorry for getting you involved in those tedious things. Sophia glanced at the wolves. I don't mind. Yeah, the lawn in that garden's very comfortable. The two were pretty okay with accompanying the couple for their very own reasons. Arriving there, the maids directly guided them to the training grounds in the backyard. There, King Menzer and a few of his military personnel were having a conversation with an older, gray-haired woman with horse-like ears. It was Eluna, the owner of a bakery in the Beast Folk city, that Sophia saved from getting attacked by some humans. There, it then turned out that she was actually a magic instructor in the castle when she was younger. This group's more to my liking. Sophia spotted Kira chatting with her daughter, Princess Anna, while Ari stood next to her and decided that she would much rather join them. Hello. There they are. The queen answered her first. We've been waiting. You can't expect me to respond to a messenger in the middle of the night. We sent him around 9 in the morning, though. Exactly what I just said. It was basically the same for the blonde. No wonder you get along so well with Ellie. Kira could only sigh. Speaking of which, Sophia glanced around and noticed that her favorite tiger was nowhere to be seen. She's having a nap. Ah. She seemed ever so slightly envious. Would anyone mind if I go and join her? Yes, Menzer had overheard her and immediately joined their conversation to not let her run away. We need you to show some of your magic to Eluna and explain a couple of things. But Fenny's way better at explaining things, and he actually knows what he's doing. She wanted to push it to the wolf. I just think of something fun. I have some new magic to play with. I'm not familiar with the creation of new magics, but... Ari glanced at Sophia. Isn't there some sort of middle part missing? Yep, that's the part where I mess up, 'cause a catastrophe or two, and then be the one who's the most surprised that my idea worked out in the end. Is that the normal procedure? The jaguar tilted her head. Actually, Aura took over. When inventing completely new magic, it's not that rare to fail, mess up, or cause a cataclysmic event from time to time. I see. Ari needed to let that sink in. Okay, you too. Can I suggest something? The next time you talk about inventing new magic, how about you simply say it involves a lot of trial and error? No need to phrase it your way. It only makes people nervous. While saying so, she gestured at Eluna, the king, and his military personnel, who all had a rather complicated expression. Oh, okay. Sophia and Aura could only weakly nod. Is that black-haired jaguar the friend of the princess our idiot wanted to keep? Fen whispered to Maya as he was watching the spectacle. Yeah, I can see why now. She's good. Yep. Menzer faced the blonde. You're the leader of your group, and I saw you using magic the most. I'm also well aware of how powerful the wolves are and hoped all of you could demonstrate a thing or two. When it comes to actually explain the process, I was more thinking about Maya. How do I say it without? She's the only reasonable one here whose words make any sort of sense. Sophia finished his sentence. I'm sorry. Fair point. The tiger and the wolves didn't feel offended in the slightest. Me? The cat girl pointed at herself. I don't think I'm good at teaching, either. You seem to be quite successful with my daughter, though. That's just because I figured out how Anna, works. What's that supposed to mean? The princess in question wasn't sure how to interpret her statement. Because we're friends, and I got to know you. Oh, I see. Ehe. Wow. Sophia was impressed by how Maya was able to instantly talk her way out of it. I really don't care how ridiculous it's going to be. Eluna addressed the group. I just want to see this supposedly real magic with my own eyes. Someone's motivated, huh? Sophia looked at the older horsewoman. Oh, what's up with your magic power? It's much higher than the last time I saw you. I told you that I'm hiding my power so that all those muscle heads don't get the wrong idea around me. As I most likely want to use magic soon again, I reignited my full power. Although. She glanced at the blonde's group. Compared to you lot, I might as well still be the same as before. It makes literally no difference. Ahaha, I know that feeling. Maya sympathized with her. You were included in that, cat. While Eluna's magic power was on the higher side compared to most of the beast folk, it could in no conceivable way even remotely be compared to that of Maya. I don't even know what to show off. Sophia tilted her head. Sure, my magic's extreme, but in the end, the only interesting thing is the fact that I can use every type. Oh, you're learning already, huh? Ari smiled at her. I would have guessed you're going to blow up the training field as a demonstration. I am not that trigger happy, okay? Really? Way more than a single person retorted to her at the same time. Ugh. In the first place, Eluna didn't care about Sophia's idiocy. I still can't really believe that anyone's capable of using more than 2 or 3 elements. Anna, can't you use 4 of them by now already? Maya was teaching you the other day, wasn't she? Yeah, but she only made me wet so far. Sophia, Maya, and even Ari only stared at the princess with a slightly complicated expression. What? She didn't understand their reaction. A moment later, her face suddenly turned bright red. I meant because she drenched me with water magic. That's the only way Maya makes me wet. You're all perverts. Okay. Maya, no more making the princess wet in the future, okay? She couldn't not use this chance. You. Anna's blush only intensified. I can only promise not to drench her with water anymore. Everything else is outside my range of influence. Maya was immediately on board with the teasing. Well, fair point. Anna has to sort that out herself. Come on, you two, she didn't do it on purpose. It just happens, after all. The Jaguar girl had to add something, as well. Ari. Thank you very much. Wait a moment. She was touched for a moment, but then stopped mid-sentence. Why you mean me being accidentally ambiguous, alright? You didn't just play along with the two, right? The black-haired girl paused for a moment. Sure. Ari? Ehe. Everyone seemed to enjoy playfully teasing the princess. So unfair. She squirmed around for a moment, with her face being flushed even deeper. Hormones, huh? King Menzer had a rough understanding of what the group was talking about and whispered those words to his wife. Hey! Every single girl around him instantly unionized and collectively glared at the king. I am very sorry. He instinctively knew that immediately apologizing was the only way for him to get out of this alive. Alright, the blonde glared at Menzer for another second before trying to concentrate again. Putting if, and, or how what Anna currently is, where were we again? She had completely lost track of the topic. Hey! The voice of the princess changed a bit. It seemed even she had a limit to being bullied where she stopped enjoying it. Okay. Noticing that, the blonde stopped. Anyway, right. You have problems believing anyone not being bound down by elements, right? She looked at Eluna while saying so. Yes. I would really like to see someone using magic without any sort of restrictions. Magic capacity aside, I just can't imagine someone having such great powers. So, you simply want someone showcasing every category of magic? Well, that's pretty easy. Sophia, that's not something you should call easy. Ari tried to give her another tip. It really is, though? She only tilted her head in response. Even if it's like that for you, it's pretty unbelievable to us. Also, you gain little to nothing calling it easy, and you might not have to deal with people being overwhelmed. I see. I'll try to keep that in mind for the future. Thank you, Ari. You're welcome. See? Anna recovered from earlier and addressed Maya. Ari's mom mode is something else. She isn't angry in the slightest, but you still want to rethink your entire way of living. Yeah. The catgirl nodded in agreement. She could be really useful to help our Sophia to get along better with the normal folk. Fen had addressed Aura at the same time. I bet that would make her happy. She sure would, Daddy. She had to take a jab at him for being so invested in the blonde's ability to make friends. Shut up. Heh. Also, isn't it mostly your fault that she is, well, how she is? It was no secret that the male wolf's view of the world wasn't compatible with almost anyone else. Well, it most likely would have ended up being the same if I found her first, though. She was one of the few beings compatible with Fen's way of doing things. Afterward, once everyone finished up their conversations, Sophia briefly showed off every category of magic. The 4 basic elements were pretty self-explanatory. For nature magic, she simply let a few roots appear from underground, and for light, the tiger created a small ball of light that resembled a light bulb from her old world. As dark magic was a bit troublesome and dangerous, Sophia only created a tiny orb of black nothingness on top of her palm and immediately let it vanish again. To finish it off, the blonde pinpointed Ellie's location in the castle with her detection skills as a demonstration of uncategorized magic. Seeing all this, Eluna needed to take a break to let it sink in while muttering about something along the lines of having wasted her entire life. As one of the most famous magic instructors, it had affected her greatly. Menzer also was glad about the break because he needed to do something about the throbbing pain in his forehead area. Chapter 142, Gentle Reprimanding. Eluna, a formerly retired magic instructor working in the royal castle, returned to the capital after meeting Sophia a while back because she wanted to see true magic that wasn't restricted in any way. After everyone got together, the blonde tiger then proceeded to show off every category of magic, including the original type. Wow. Eluna needed a break to let it all sink in. Once she processed it, she eventually addressed Sophia again. This is impressive. It's actually no aya. She tried to play it down without thinking because it really wasn't anything special for her, but the girl then glanced at Ari for a second, who gently returned her stare. I mean, thank you. Good. The jaguar showed her a small smile. W.O. Maya, Fen, and Aura saw something actually impressive. Sophia being sensible, that is. It seems like I really wasted my whole life when it comes to magic. The blonde had no encouraging words and said nothing instead. How long did it take you to learn all this advanced magic? Sophia paused for a moment after Eluna's question. Keeping Ari's tips in mind, she decided to give a vague answer because saying it was like a week or two wouldn't even be slightly helpful in this situation. Quite honestly, not a huge amount of time. I never learned magic the wrong way, and I have a very powerful and passionate teacher. That helped me out a lot. She glanced at Fen while saying so. It's been a pleasure. Fen had about as much fun introducing Sophia to magic as the girl herself. How am I able to learn it, too? Her old instructor's blood was far from dried up. The tiger wasn't sure what to reply. No idea. Not exactly what I hoped to hear. Well, it's just because I can't use chants or activation words. I'm somehow able to teach Maya a thing or two because she can use chantless magic. Chants aside, I still don't actually understand activation words at all. Sure, it helps you guide your imagination, but why not just put some more effort into it and go all out with chantless? Honestly, I don't get why it exists. I mean, when I play around and learn new magic, I often mumble all kinds of stuff, but once I get it to work, it only happens in my mind as I imagine it. Chants make some sort of sense as the user most likely has no plan at all and needs all the help or guidance or whatever they can get, but I don't know, activation words just give off the vibe of being lazy. Sophia glanced around and noticed that almost everyone besides her group was staring at her with a blank face, though Ari was facepalming, too. So, yeah. I'm not a good teacher. It's a matter of power, Sophia. Fen addressed her. Activation words not only help with your imagination, but they also let you use magic if you don't have enough power for the chantless variant. But why? The blonde tilted her head. What has power to do with the way you use magic? Sure, you needed to do some grand magic, especially when it's uncategorized, as that's usually quite ridiculous. Still, if it's everyday magic like starting a fire or creating a bucket full of water, what keeps you from doing that silent? The wolf had no answer. It's not like magic is sentient or anything like that, right? Like it only does something for you if you speak to it when you don't have enough power to impress it or whatever? Now everyone, including her own group, was staring at Sophia with a blank expression, though Ari also started using her second hand to facepalm. Once Sophia finished questioning everything anyone knew about magic and managed to confuse everyone, including herself, it was time for another break. By the way, after everyone calmed down, Aura suddenly spoke up. While I don't use it, I have some experience with activation words. When I was on the demon continent, I trained a squad of them. Those who can't use chantless magic resorted to activation words. I might be able to teach a thing or two. Hearing the female wolf casually mentioning having trained a group of demons, they almost needed to take yet another break. I also might be able to help. Anna tried to defuse the situation. Maya showed me a lot, and I could try to relay it to Eluna. Me, too, I guess? The cat girl followed after the princess. I could teach Anna some more, and Eluna can watch us? As a former instructor, I'm sure she's able to pick up a thing or two just from observing. Oh, it's slowly starting to sound like a plan. King Menzer chose to ignore Sophia and Aura's initial comments and focused on the other ideas. What do you think, Eluna? Yeah, I'm not against the idea. If our bratty princess is able to learn it, I'm confident that I can do it, too. Hey! What's that supposed to mean? Alright. Menzer ignored his daughter and looked at the military commanders that had accompanied them. I had originally planned for them to observe, too, but I guess I was too optimistic with that. All of them had blank expressions and were in dire need of an extended break. Kira and I also have some other appointments. It would be great if you could give Eluna an introduction to your training methods, and we come back and see how it's going in a couple of hours? After the king, his wife, and the commanders left, the remaining girls took over. Fen had left for the garden a little while ago to take a nap. Figuring he would be about as useless as Sophia in teaching anything other than chantless magic, he decided to leave them on their own after the blonde tiger had finished her speech about questioning everything about magic. Sophia also decided to watch them from the sidelines. She, too, was far from being a help in this situation, after all. She located a bench at the corner of the training fields and got comfortable there while watching the girls. Most of the girls, at least, as Ari decided to join the tiger there. Sitting down next to her, the black-haired girl then stared at her with a somewhat disapproving expression. Don't you want to train together with them? Sophia tried to pay the look on her face no mind. I am interested, but I figured teaching the former star magic instructor of the capital first would be the more efficient plan. Another newbie would only get in the way. She didn't look away for a second while saying so. I see. She had trouble looking Ari in the eyes. Unfortunately, that only led the black-haired girl to stare even harder at the blonde. Fine. The pressure made her cave in quickly. I know I said too much, okay? Good. Her expression softened, and she stopped staring at the tiger. Still, you really are something else, Sophia. It's like you want as much attention as you can get. I'm kinda envious of anyone who enjoys and seeks to be the center of attention. Thanks to the complex I have about my hair, I'm usually pretty reserved and only open up to Anna. I mean, she also has no filter, but you're something else entirely. Ugh. The blonde groaned in pain from the damage she received. Want to know a secret of mine? I hate getting so much attention most of the time. Part of me's actually super shy, and having all those eyes on me makes me super self-conscious. I've gotten a lot better, but you have no idea how often I simply want to run away and just scream out my embarrassment. Then, why are you like, you? Ari gestured at all of her while saying so. I said it before, didn't I? I'm extremely stupid. You have to do something about that, Sophia. Yeah, no kidding. But as you said, I have no filter because I rarely ever think before opening my mouth. What a heinous condition. I wouldn't go that far. Still, I really appreciated you reprimanding me a couple of times before. I actually managed to hold back once or twice. I wasn't reprimanding you. I just tried to give you some tips that could help you fix your behavior. The black-haired girl noticed that it was basically the same. I, too, will try to watch my words better in the future. Please don't. I meant it when I said that I really appreciate it. Your way of giving tips somehow really gets to me. I just need much more of it to actually stick and have an effect. So, you would like me to, scold you a lot. With one eyebrow raised, Ari stared at the blonde with a complicated expression. It sounds pretty bad if you put it that way. Sophia noticed how it could be misunderstood. I just want to have some help so I can learn how to hold back and watch what I say. I see. I'm not like the princess, okay? That's good. Wait, what? The jaguar girl needed a moment before the words registered. Yeah, while I get the appeal to be on the receiving side, I would say that I enjoy being on the other side a lot more, if you know what I mean. No, back to Anna for a moment here. Ari's expression had become even more complex. What do you mean you're not like her? Well, I'm not much of an MB, but Anna isn't either. Are you sure about that? Sophia tilted her head. When she told me about you, she was speaking very fondly about being scolded by you. Maya mentioned how the princess seemed to get excited when my cat's bullying her during their training sessions. Also, when she was still going after me, she somehow got super hyper and extra motivated whenever I shot her down. But why? How? I don't think there has to be a reason for what you're into. That's true. Ari gave an understanding nod. Though maybe she got scolded a lot when she was a child? The tiger still took a guess. Not that I know, at least. Just like Ellie, she's been spoiled like, well, a princess. Well, maybe someone reprimanded her in a nice way all the time while growing up instead? That could have left a mark. Or, I don't know, she got a lot of loving tips to help her fix her behavior, or something along the lines? Sophia's guesses had gotten oddly specific for some reason. I'm no expert, but things like that could potentially form a personality when you're still young. Ah. Hearing those words, the jaguar's face paled. Realizing that she might be responsible for Princess Anna's awakening, Ari needed a bit of a break afterward to process this revelation. There were lots of those today, thanks to a certain blonde tiger being on a roll. Chapter 143, Magic is Confusing. Sophia was having a very productive day. She caused many headaches and broke some minds by telling outrageous stories and questioning the entirety of magic without giving it a second thought. To top it off, she also made Ari believe that the jaguar might be responsible for turning Princess Anna into a slight M. The Black Panther needed a while to recover from the revelation. I have to apologize to her, don't I? Oh, can I watch this conversation? I bet that's going to be really interesting. Yep, you're definitely not an M. Sophia paused for a moment. No. I'm not sure about telling her. What do you want to say, anyway? It's too late to change anything now, and secondly, she seems happy with it. That's true. I guess I panicked too much if you're the one with the sensible arguments. Just like Maya, Ari wasn't sure how to feel when the blonde tiger's the voice of reason. How about you go us instead? You would complement each other well. That's better. She was relieved once her reasonable side jumped out of the window again. How about no? Also, yeah, you're right, could we keep this conversation a secret, then? It really is better if Anna doesn't know. I had no plans to tell the princess, but if any of the two find out that we are sharing a secret. After the last time, I don't want to imagine the sermon we'll get. True. Ari gave a big nod after remembering how Anna and Maya chewed them out after accidentally being a little flirty. Did the princess do anything once we left after the hair thing? She was, pretty clingy for the rest of the day and didn't want to let go of my hair for some reason. Oh, that doesn't sound bad. And no, it wasn't. Rather embarrassing, though. I'm not used to something like that. Ari's cheeks developed a slight blush. That's a feeling I know all too well. Even so, I still don't understand why Anna acted like this. She was almost as extreme as Maya, and she's actually dating you. I have the feeling she was even louder than my cat. That's just Anna being Anna. Loud is her default setting. That part wasn't out of the ordinary for the jaguar. I can't argue with that. Sophia nodded in understanding. Well, the two of you grew up together, right? Maybe she got a little jealous after seeing you getting along with someone else? I feel like something like that could happen between childhood friends. Really? Ari wasn't sure how to feel about that. I'm usually not that jealous, which is surprising. She mumbled this part while thinking about her boosts. But, I don't think I would like seeing the person I grew up, and probably be the closest with, suddenly getting really along with someone else. Wait, didn't the same happen with you when you saw Anna with me? Alright. That might be, true. She sounded pretty evasive all of a sudden. Anyway, what about you and Maya? What about us? She wasn't the biggest fan of what happened, either, was she? Any aftermath? I would feel bad if you had a fight because of me. Nah, it was alright. We had a little conversation about boundaries, because we don't want to hurt each other. Still, we came to the conclusion that being a little flirty from time to time is nothing bad as long as we know who we belong to. Wow. How mature. Ari couldn't hide her surprise. Ahaha. She didn't fail to notice her reaction. We have our moments. Also, it helped that I was able to pull a reversal on Maya. What do you mean? Well, Maya can be a bit of an S from time to time. MHM. I don't really know her yet, but I noticed that much already. It was pretty hard to overlook, after all. And, let's just put it that way, my cat enjoyed Anna being so, receptive to her teasing a bit more than one normally does. She really leaned into the kink of the princess with her own. Really? The jaguar's voice and expression changed again. While not quite as much, she gave off a similar vibe compared to when she and Sophia first met. But, in the end, neither Maya nor I are interested in anything other than being friends with either of you two. I see. Her voice and expression softened up again. That's why, if we accidentally become, a bit flirty again, at least Maya won't raise such a fuss again. Probably. Maybe. There was no way she could be sure about that. Of course, I'm not implying anything, and we naturally don't have to. Forcing that is the last thing I would want. I don't have much experience because I don't think I was ever flirty before, let alone been in a relationship. I hadn't even noticed that what we were doing was considered flirting before it was too late. Yeah. Sophia sympathized with that a lot. That's surprising, though. Anna also mentioned you're quite popular in the academy, so I would have guessed you have some sort of experience. Eh? Ari looked surprised while she tilted her head with a questioning look. She said that? I'm not popular at all, though. I rarely speak to anyone at school, because of my odd hair. I hate the attention, after all. Anna's the one who gets swarmed all the time, because she's so popular. But even then, she always watches out for me by making sure I don't get caught up in the crossfire when I'm near her and shields me from them. That's so sweet. Sophia was touched by Anna's kindness, but then noticed that something didn't match up. Wait a moment, the princess was the one who told me. Maybe she isn't watching out for you, but rather keeping anyone interested in you away? Why would she do that? Maybe she wants to keep you all to herself? Eh? Ari's face turned red again. She got jealous when I got close, too, after all. It's basically the same, I would say. The princess doesn't want to share her oldest friend. I see. Anna's kinda cute. She wasn't able to say anything in return. Anyway, Sophia thought it was enough talking about their girls for now. I understand that I went a little far earlier, but I'm still super confused about how the different ways of using magic work. She was still hung up on it. Your slight outrage over activation words versus chantless? Yeah. You see, I never learned the theoretical parts of magic. Finn's my teacher, and when it comes to magic, he's a man of action. He showed me the magic, and I had to recreate it. I've also only learned chantless magic. Thanks to that, I really don't get it, and it also totally makes no sense to me. You really are something else, girl. The jaguar rolled her eyes once more. I'm sorry. Well, it doesn't seem to be your fault. Thanks. This time. Ugh. It was yet another critical hit for the tiger. That being said, it really still makes no sense to me. If you can condense your magic down to an activation word, what keeps you from going chantless? You can breathe air. What keeps you from breathing underwater like fish? Gills? Sophia was confused and tilted her head in response. Well, yeah. It seemed like the jaguar had hoped for a different answer and noticed that her example wasn't the best. Then, why don't we have gills on top of lungs? Because we don't? Our body doesn't work like that, after all. And there we are. It took a moment, but we reached the answer. Is it so impossible that magic just simply works like that? Activation words and chantless magic are similar to one another but still fundamentally different. Ari tried her best to find an explanation that worked. Can't say I'm any less confused. Unfortunately, it didn't help in the slightest. Okay, magic is all about having a good visual image of what you want to do, right? Yes. That's how we learned it, at least. Alright. So, chants are mostly used by people who have trouble imagining the magic they want to use. Or if you're lazy and don't want to think. Ari only sounded only half serious. Chants are also commonly used for precise magic. Eh? I thought it's the most unrefined way to use magic. You're not wrong, but that also has its advantages. Let's say you need exactly 500 milliliters of water when you're trying to cook something. You can imagine the amount and hope it worked out while making sure your mind doesn't wander off and accidentally mess up, or you incorporate the amount you want into the chant and get exactly what you want. Oh, that's actually quite clever. Sophia was a certified expert in messing up, and she understood the appeal here. So, the chant, in this case, is more like reading a line from a recipe? Well, you fancy it up a little, but that's the gist of it. The Jaguar girl gave her a slight nod. Wow, with such a chant, I wouldn't cringe myself to death when using it. Her aversion against them eased up ever so slightly. Are there any special applications for activation words, too? Air. Ari paused for a moment. Your magic's usually more potent that way, and it's quicker than a chant, but other than that, seriously, why are activation words a thing? The tiger went full circle. I'm starting to question it, too. The black-haired girl was getting more and more corrupted thanks to Sophia's influence. It's, also a power thing. You need a certain amount of it to use activation words over chants, and the power needed for chantless magic's supposed to be even bigger. Yeah, exactly the same as Fenny said earlier, but again, why? The tiger couldn't let go of it. Larger-scale magic aside. Let's say you want to create around 10 liters of water with chantless magic. Why would you need more power for that compared to chants or activation words? That's true? Tilting her head to the side. Ari had officially become confused over magic itself, too. My magic power goes down by the same amount as well when doing the same thing with either chants or activation words. See? Maybe it's really just a limitation by magic itself? Like, you're only allowed to use magic in a certain way depending on your power? Allowed? By whom? How would I know? A god, maybe? She simply guessed the first thing that came to mind. Eh? An image of a grinning Kinnear suddenly flew through her head. Or magic itself decided it doesn't want to be bossed around by individuals with low power and wants them to beg for it? Wow, that's a theory even I find ridiculous. Ugh. Ari needed a moment after getting too hung up on it. Why you really know how to trap someone in your pace, Sophia. One of my strongest talents, And my common sense is starting to hurt. Do you mind if we change the topic for the time being? According to others, that's a common side effect when being around me for too long. I'm sorry about that. It's alright. We can fix that eventually. I kinda doubt it, but if someone's able to do that, it's you, Ari. Sophia had little faith in it. Anyway, sure. I only keep getting more and more confused about magic, and we get nowhere. Is there something else you want to talk about? How long do you think their training will go on? The Jaguar gestured at the training fields where the group currently seemed to be playing around with all kinds of magic. I don't think they'll stop anytime soon. Like, at all. I see. Well, I plan to bake some cookies, because I got my hands on a new recipe before all of this happened. She was still pointing at the group. Maybe now's a good time. Cookies? Sophia's face immediately lit up. Do you mind if I tag along? Oh, you can bake? Not at all, but I'm an expert at taste testing and eating. She almost looked smug for some reason. Is that so? Well, sure, I don't mind. Yay. Having decided on a new plan, the duo got up from the bench they were sitting on, left the training fields behind, and went to one of the kitchens inside the castle together. Chapter 144, Naturally Flirty. The blonde tiger continued to be confused over the different ways of using magic. She just couldn't understand why activation words exist. She hoped that Ari could explain it to her, but it only ended up with the Jaguar being confused, too, combined with a slight loss of her common sense. The black-haired girl suggested baking some cookies to change the topic and recover some of her sanity points. Sophia knew she would be no help, but the prospect of getting freshly baked cookies made her very motivated. You said you can't bake, but what about cooking in general, Sophia? The duo had arrived in the kitchen, and Ari glanced at the tiger while collecting the ingredients she needed. I'm relatively confident that I might not die after eating whatever I managed to cook in one way or another. Wow. She had no other words. No, it's not quite that bad. I can boil some simple things like pasta or potatoes. I might even be able to stir-fry some veggies or grill meat in a way it's not, dangerous for consumption, but that's not really cooking. More like, surviving. Well, I guess that's at least something. Yeah. Maya's an amazing cook, so I get away with it. Oh? I would like to cook with her eventually, then. That could be fun to cook with someone who likes it just as much. Could even learn something from each other, too. That'll most likely happen relatively soon. The princess and Maya got really heated over that, and we decided to have a contest between the two of you to see who's better. Do I have any saying in this matter? Nope. Those two are pretty similar, aren't they? Yep, both are super stubborn and kinda stupid. Sophia couldn't help but smile while saying so. And I'm allowed to say this, because I'm the queen of stupidity. Despite everything, you're fairly self-aware, aren't you? Hey. Dot. The black-haired girl let out a soft and gentle giggle, before continuing. Well, I'll prevent it from turning into a competition, but the idea itself sounds lovely. She wanted to cook with Maya, too, after all. You don't know any easy recipes to teach an idiot, do you? Sophia faced Ari while asking. I love Maya's food, and she enjoys cooking for us, but I feel bad about her always doing it on her own. I at least want to be able to help her out without being a hindrance instead. Aren't you sweet? Thanks. The tiger got a little bashful after hearing it. It would be amazing if I could surprise her with a simple dish or so. I can't say no to that now, can I? Not with such a reason as your motivation. She seemed to like such romantic gestures. Gee, great. The blonde got even more embarrassed. I have some ideas that an absolute beginner should somehow manage. How about we start tomorrow or the day after? I'd like to make the cookies today first. You can try and help me a bit there, too, if you want. Really? Yay. Thank you very much. Sophia's face lit up after hearing that the black-haired girl actually wanted to teach her. Wow, for a moment, I thought I was talking with Anna. Sophia tilted her head. Stripes, ears, and tail aside, the princess and I really don't look alike. Among many things, she's much bigger than I am, after all. In various aspects. As Ari's height and overall figure were close to Sophia, she could freely say such things. Comparing them to the incredibly tall and well-endowed princess was impossible. No, I meant because of your personality. Anna also gets extremely excited over such small things, and you reminded me of her cute antics. You're quite smooth, aren't you? Huh? Am I? Ari hadn't noticed it herself. Absolutely. You say some pretty charming things from time to time. Especially when you're talking about the princess. Is that so? The jaguar's cheeks turned slightly red. I'll, have to watch out for that in the future. Where's the problem? It just means you're fond of Anna, right? Of course. Oh, is it because you're a maid and have to keep your distance? Sophia focused her gaze on the girl's maid outfit. Something like no being flirty inside the royal castle? No, that is fine. I mean, I'm the daughter of two of the head maids. It doesn't get much flirtier than that, I would say. Oh, yeah. Wait, what? Sophia paused when she heard those words. Two of the head maids. Yeah? Anna mentioned you being the daughter of them, but I somehow seem to have missed the plural form there. I didn't expect you to have two moms. Is there something up with that? Ari wasn't sure where the tiger's confusion was coming from. Not at all. I'm just surprised. Really? It's pretty common to have two moms, though? Don't you plan to have kids on your own somewhere in the future? Seeing how attached you are to your cat and your general, let's say vibe, I have some huge doubts that there would be a father involved in your family plans. Sophia wasn't sure what to react to first because there were several comments she wanted to make. There's 100% no chance that there'll ever be a father in my future. She decided to address the most important thing first. Say, how much do you know about my past? Absolutely nothing. The jaguar shook her head. After we made up, I asked Anna, but she refused to tell me. It even seems like His Majesty put something like a gag order around you. He didn't need to go that far. Well, whatever. She felt it was a bit excessive, but Sophia wasn't against Menzer trying to keep her circumstances as unaddressed as possible. You see, long story short, I basically only ever had fun since coming to the world. I received some basic education from him, but the focus always laid on surviving in a harsh environment and magic in general. My common sense seems weird to most, because I never had the chance to learn any of that. I am sorry to hear that. I had no idea. Ari's voice turned somber, and her expression became apologetic. I hope I didn't hurt you when I made any comments on your behavior, or tried to fix it. No, as I said, don't worry about that. If anything, I'm grateful for it, because it's helping me out. I see. Anyway, because of that, I only knew about the biological way to have children. That one's kinda self-explanatory, after all. Even after finally meeting other people and getting together with Maya, I still had no idea about this blessing magic. I mean, where would that topic come up, besides when you actively address it? That's fair. I only learned about that when coming to the capital. To be more precise, when the king urged Maya and me to have a kid because my specific tiger traits are something special, and they have to be preserved in his eyes or whatever. Wow. Ari needed a moment. In more ways than one. Well, he initially wanted Anna and I to. Yeah? But that topic was faster off the table than he could even react. That's never going to happen, after all. Gee good. Yeah. So, that's why I still get surprised when someone tells me they have two moms. I never thought I would be able to have my own child, after all. I see now why it's surprising for you. In that situation, I would be pretty shocked, too. But as I said, it's actually fairly common. I'm sure you'll get used to it soon. Still, I watched you playing with Princess Ellie a lot from the sidelines, and saw that you were having a great time. Well, I noticed when I wasn't being busy with silently being angry at you, at least. The jaguar awkwardly scratched her cheek. Judging from that, I guess it was a happy and fortunate revelation for you, huh? Absolutely. Sophia gave her a big nod. I love kids, and having my own eventually sounds lovely. Not anytime soon, though. Like, at all. That'll be a topic for the very far future. Understandable. It's not something we should think about in our age. Yeah, the tiger didn't bother correcting her. Anyway, where were we again? She felt the need to change the topic. Right. If even relationships that led to children are allowed in the castle, what's the problem with being a little flirty with the princess? Oh, is it because she is the princess, and you're a maid? She didn't know whether their social standing could be an issue. No, that's not really a problem, either. In the first place, me being a maid is, Ari didn't finish her sentence and awkwardly looked away. She looked at the girl for a while before it eventually clicked. You're just playing a maid, aren't you? Wow, today's really just one shock after another. It was a very eventful day for everyone. I am not playing. I'm just not officially one. The other maids are also really happy because I'm the only one who can handle Anna as she's pretty high maintenance. Except in name, I'm basically the personal maid of Princess Anna. Sounds like excuses from someone who wants to play maid to me. I don't. Dot. Noticing that she had won, Sophia looked pretty smug before she continued. So, again, why is being flirty with the princess no good? Now that you made me aware that some of my behavior might be naturally flirty, it's gotten super embarrassing. There was absolutely nothing that the tiger could say in this situation. Afterward, the duo finally dropped the topic and continued the preparations to bake cookies together. Chapter 145, Baking Cookies. The shocking news on this already eventful day didn't seem to stop. While Sophia was spending time with Ari, she not only found out that the jaguar had two moms, but also that she was simply playing to be a maid. The jaguar was, at best, an honorary one that exclusively takes care of Princess Anna. Afterward, to finally have a calm moment, the duo started to bake the cookies together that Ari planned to try out while the tiger wanted to help her out. That was the plan, at least. We don't have enough sugar here. After the duo finished talking about who Ari's allowed to be flirty with or not, they finally focused on the cookies they wanted to bake, but the jaguar noticed a new problem. That's a disaster. Sophia didn't like the sound of that because she's very fond of sweet things. How can the royal castle run out of sugar? Calm down. We just don't have any here in this kitchen. There should still be plenty in the storage rooms. I see. Don't scare me like that. My suggestion here would be that you should think about not jumping to conclusions instead. Ari wasn't going to take any responsibility here. The tiger had lost the match in an instant. Easier said than done. I'm sure it's pretty easy. Step 1, think. Step 2, speak. She gave Sophia no chance to talk back. Depending on the situation, step 2 even is optional. Why, you're way too good at being reasonable. You're just too unreasonable. The same goes for Anna. No. Sophia shook her head. It's definitely not that. Are you sure about that? The black-haired girl only stared at her. Our princess said the exact same sentence on many occasions before. You. 50:50. Well, whatever works for you. Once again, I'll try to think some more. If that's what you want to do, you have my full support. Thanks, Mom. Sophia just had to do it. The jaguar stared at her for a while. It stings a lot less compared to when Anna does it, but I still don't like it. I'm sorry. It wasn't the reaction she had hoped for. No. I mean, I guess I can see where you're coming from. Ari was aware of how her ways of doing things could be interpreted. It just feels weird being addressed like this. Especially when Anna does it. Well, if you don't like it, I won't do it again. After all, teasing someone, and doing something one genuinely doesn't like, were very different things for Sophia. Thank you very much. Alrighty, Sophia felt like ending the topic and wanted to be helpful. We need sugar, right? Where's the storage room? I'll go fetch it really quick. It's basically on the other side of the castle. Well, then I'll see you in around a week again. The tiger was still unable to navigate through the castle. I'll get lost a few times. How about we go together, instead? Ari had a better plan. Yeah, let's go with that. We'll probably still need around half an hour to be back here, though. Seriously? This place is way too big. Sophia didn't like the sound of it. But the cookies. It's not like we have another choice. It'll only take longer if you don't stop complaining, too. Fine. The blonde suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Will I get scolded if I do something kinda ridiculous that'll give us sugar in an instant? Is it something dangerous? Not at all. It's just a bit mind-blowing if anything. I'm a little curious now. So, no scolding? I promise nothing. So unfair. She pouted for a second before continuing. Whatever, Maya and I went grocery shopping the other day, and might have forgotten to unload it into our kitchen. Please don't tell her, okay? Sorry, I can't follow. The jaguar girl was obviously confused. I'll show you. After saying this, Sophia pushed her arm into the purple portal she created and pulled a pack of sugar out of her extra space. There we go. That's enough sugar, right? Naturally, Ari was beyond surprised and had no idea what to say. Pretty cool, isn't it? What just happened? The jaguar blinked a couple of times, but it didn't help her confusion. What was that purple thing, and where did the sugar come from? It's some magic I came up with. It gives me basically unlimited storage that I can access wherever and whenever I want. I want that, too. Her reaction was different from expected. I've never heard of anything even remotely as useful as that. Yep, it's amazing, but sorry. It's pretty complicated and uncategorized chantless magic. It's an original creation of mine, after all. According to you, elements or categories don't matter. You also claimed that activation words make no sense, and those who can use that also should be able to use chantless magic. That's why, gimme. Ahaha, so you can be unreasonable, huh? Sophia let out a chuckle. Not going to lie, spoiled Ari's kinda adorable. Her face turned red. Stupid Anna, it's definitely from her influence. Hee. But remember, you were the one who told me that there most likely are more requirements for chantless magic other than being able to use activation words with ease. Something like a power requirement. Alright. Ari got even more flustered. So embarrassing. I know that feeling. The tiger was happy to be on the other side for once. Still, I'm so envious about that magic. I wish I had more power. Sorry. Well, though regrettable, there's nothing I can do. The black-haired decided to return to the original topic. Now that we have all the ingredients, how about we get started on the cookies? Cookies. Sophia was very motivated. Taking the lead, Ari explained the contents of the recipe she found to the tiger. For a moment, Sophia wondered about how they were going to weigh the ingredients, because modern scales couldn't possibly be a thing in this world. She hoped for something magical, but, as it turned out, they had simple balance-type scales where the ingredients go on one side while placing a variety of sample masses on the other side to balance it out. They're not going to be the super sweet kind, huh? The blonde was reading through the recipe and wasn't the biggest supporter of the amount of sugar noted on it. You think so? I don't bake that often because I usually enjoy making savory food more, but I thought it's fine. Well, it's my first time baking cookies, so I might be wrong. Just compared to the amount of the other ingredients, it sounds a bit too little? Ari eyed their recipe with a raised eyebrow. As I said, I don't know how to cook. There's a high chance I'm wrong. You shouldn't have said anything then. Now I'm conflicted. Thanks to the tiger, she now was second-guessing it, too. Sorry. Sophia hung her head. Oh, they might be the perfect base for chocolate chip cookies. She needed a second to remember the correct pronunciation. That would add some nice sweetness. Not to mention that they're amazing. Chocolate chip. The jaguar girl tilted her head. What's that? Eh? She stared at her with a blank expression. Why, you don't know what chocolate chip cookies are? I don't think I've ever heard of it. Wow, forget the whole magic thing, I've found something way worse that's wrong with the population. It was a way more significant issue for her, compared to the underdeveloped magic of everyone. How? How did no one ever think of adding chocolate to cookies? She looked crestfallen. No, chocolate cookies are a thing. Either by adding cocoa powder to the recipe or by melting chocolate and mixing it in. I don't understand the chip part. That's a relief. Sophia let out a long sigh. The chip part comes from adding chunks of chocolate to the cookies before baking. Those bits only partly melt and stay intact. When you bite into the cookies, you always get a mouthful of slightly gooey but still somewhat crunchy chocolate. It's amazing. Forget about my recipe. We're doing that. Ari needed to have these kinds of cookies now. But now we need to the storage room regardless, to get some chocolate. Coming right up. Saying so, she opened the portal to her storage again and pulled out a whole assortment with all kinds of chocolate. Maya literally ordered me to always have a stock of it. It's also really helpful when she needs it. She can get moody otherwise. Understandable. I have a big craving for chocolate, too, every now and then. The jaguar gave a slight nod. Like, I don't know, for a couple of days once a month? It's a mystery, isn't it? Sure is. Well, I never not crave chocolate, but it's occasionally even stronger during that time, too, so I do understand. Anyway, I so badly want this storage magic. Ari got envious of it again. Ignoring the black-haired girl, Sophia explained how they were supposed to look, and the girls started preparing the cookies. As the stakes had now become chocolate chip cookies, the tiger didn't want to risk anything and let Ari do the base recipe. Instead, she only chopped the chocolate to the correct size, before adding it to the finished dough and mixing it through with a spatula. Before I actually start cutting and mixing. Do you have an apron for me? Sophia glanced down at herself. I am 106% certain that it's going to be messy. The blonde was aware of her clumsiness, after all. Maybe some slippers, too. I'm sure I'm able to manage to even get something on my shoes. That's not much of a problem. Ari looked around, and her eyes stopped at a clothes hanger next to the door. How do you feel about a slightly frilly apron in a cute pink? She tried her best not to smile while imagining the tiger wearing it. I might not look like it, but I like cute clothes, okay? The blonde started pouting. Perfect. The jaguar grabbed the apron and handed it over to her. Stop grinning already. Sophia glared at the other girl, who kept looking at her after she started wearing the pink dress-like apron, together with the similarly colored slippers. I am sorry. You look adorable. Ari didn't even try to stop. You. She squirmed around a bit. The tiger seemed kind of happy to hear it, but the situation also was rather embarrassing for her. Alright. The black-haired girl needed another minute to be serious again. Let's continue. Saying so, the two continued their work. While Ari finished the dough, Sophia cut the chocolate into chunks and added it before mixing everything together. Afterward, the duo formed it into actual cookies. So, what now? They went a little overboard, and the tiger was currently staring at 5 packed cookie sheets. Thankfully, the ovens here are pretty big. We're going to use the one on the right. She pointed at one of the two in the kitchen they were in. Normally, I use the one powered by wood because it tastes better, but that's no good for sweet stuff, so we'll have to take the one that operates with magic. Smoky cookies are that makes sense. Wait, how does an oven powered by magic work? Maya also always uses the wood ones, because of the taste. You use your magic power for it to heat up. Like with a chant or an activation thingy like heat up? Sophia tried to guess how it worked. No, you simply pour your magic into it by touching the respective controls for the oven while thinking about the temperature you want, and it does just that. What? She needed a moment after hearing this. Ari. Yes? That's literally what chantless magic is. It's not? No, it absolutely is. In a way, it's quite similar to some type of magic I use. For that, I also use my own power to generate heat. Okay, flames in my case. Really? Well, I can't do that without the oven. So. Ovens are able to use chantless magic, but people can't. Who even invented those kitchen appliances? They've been around forever. I don't think it's actually known who invented them, only that you need a special type of material to build them. Something's seriously wrong with magic. There's definitely something missing in the explanation everyone has for it. Sophia looked extremely confused. I have no idea what to say. Ari couldn't help her. If you find out what's going on, please use it to teach me the storage thing, okay? She really fell in love with the magic. Oi, magic! The tiger suddenly started yelling. I don't know what's going on, but do me a favor, okay? Let Ari use chantless magic, alright? I'll even help out if you need anything from me. I know that we're missing some crucial elements, but be cool, okay? Thank you very much. Love you. What? What was that? The jaguar looked even more confused than the blonde now. Don't mind me. I'm just frustrated and needed to get it out of my system. I see. Alright, let's get to baking the cookies. With a refreshed look on her face, Sophia got motivated again and pushed the topic aside. Sure. Afterward, once the oven was heated up, the duo watched the cookies bake and chatted about everything except magic while waiting. Chapter 146, Eating Cookies. While most of the group was busy showing Eluna the real way to use magic, Sophia and Ari snuck away together because they had something better to do. Baking cookies, that is. Once the tiger finished corrupting the poor black-haired girl even further with her lack of common sense, she told the jaguar about chocolate chip cookies. Ari very much liked the sound of these, and the duo decided to bake them. It smells delicious. The first batch of cookies was about to be done, and Sophia impatiently ran back and forth in front of the oven. Yes, the chocolate smell is great. Ari agreed. But we'll have to wait some more. Even after cookies are finished baking, they first need to cool down, after all. They tend to be rather chewy if you don't do it properly. While that's quite popular, too, I prefer crispy ones. But still warm ones with gooey chocolate that spreads all around in your mouth together with the slight crisp of the cookie is amazing. That does sound delicious. Alright, let's eat the first batch immediately. We can let the second and so on cool down fully. But all those calories. The jaguar almost looked scared. Don't worry, I basically can't gain weight. Even if I would, I do a bare minimum of sport, and I'm back to my original weight. Sophia. Ari's voice suddenly changed. Yes? You shouldn't say something like this in the presence of others, especially with girls around. They might end up hating you. Yeah, I know. Maya already did end up hating me once, because of that. Understandable. I do, too, right now. Ahaha. The tiger let out a dry laugh. Sorry. As long as you understand. Why yes. Let's eat in moderation. Good. Afterward, the two took out the first batch of cookies and let them cool down for a minimal amount while getting the second batch ready to bake and placing it in the oven. Delicious. Sophia couldn't wait any longer and bit down on a still fairly warm chocolate chip cookie, and her face lit up. Wow. Ari did the same and needed a moment. You were right. The still gooey chocolate is an amazing experience together with the light crispiness of a regular cookie. The base recipe might need a little more tweaking, but overall, it's one of the best cookies I tried. Yeah, it might have gotten a little too sweet because we used a ton of chocolate. Only a whiff, though. I still love them. Absolutely. I still can't believe that no one, including me, ever thought of adding chocolate chunks to cookies. Yep, I would say that's almost a crime. The tiger was still beyond shocked. I agree. The duo continued to bake the remaining batches while snacking on the already done cookies for a while. Sophia had just taken the last tray out of the oven and wanted to place it on the kitchen table when she noticed a slight issue. Could you make some space for me, Ari? While wearing some thick, heat-resistant gloves, the tiger looked at the packed table as she was holding the cookie sheet. Oh, of course. Let me see. She looked around in the kitchen, but every corner was packed with things. Look at the first sheet. There are only 2 cookies left. Just eat them, and I can place them on top. Right. 1 each? Ari wanted to share. As Sophia had no free hands, she simply opened her mouth. I guess it can't be helped. The jaguar got closer to her and gently fed Sophia the cookie before eating the remaining one herself. Wow. Well, if that isn't something. In the exact moment when the black-haired girl began to feed the blonde, 2 new voices had joined the conversation. Sophia didn't even need to look at the door to know that Maya and the princess had arrived. While her detection magic was constantly running, she tended to forget about it as long as there were no enemies around. Anna? Ari panicked much more and immediately took a step away from Sophia. First, that super intimate playing with the other's hair and now feeding each other? The girl in question didn't seem amused about the sight, and there was more than just a hint of jealousy in her voice. It's not like that. That's some impressive timing. Sophia looked at her cat. Sure is. Still, feeding each other is kinda borderline on the flirty scale, you know? What? She just stuffed a cookie into my mouth, because I had no free hand at the moment. Okay, that's a solid argument. Maya was surprisingly calm. Thank you. The blonde was happy about it. It's not like we were feeding each other mouth to mouth like a certain someone tried the other day, you know? The certain someone with white hair and cat ears turned her head away in response. Well, it was fun. Sophia wasn't complaining. Hee. Messy, too. Why yeah. So, what's this all about? Anna was still staring daggers at the jaguar. While all of you were trying to teach Luna magic, Sophia and I got a bit bored and tried to busy ourselves a little. And since when does that end up in feeding each other? The jealous undertone in the princess voice was growing. You've never fed me before, eh? Ari needed a moment. That's the problem? Yes. It's unfair. Really? Slightly hesitant, the black-haired girl then picked up a cookie and brought it closer to Anna's face. Ah. She wasn't sure how to deal with the expectant-looking princess, and her face turned a bit red. Dot. Anna's expression brightened up, and she slightly opened her mouth. So embarrassing. Ari's blush intensified as she gently fed the cookie to the princess. Are we also like this? Sophia glanced at Maya after having watched the duo. I think we're worse, actually. Seriously? The blonde, too, became embarrassed. Yeah, what's this? It's delicious. Anna was munching on the cookie she got from Ari, and she suddenly got loud. Or louder. All right? The jaguar agreed while it seemed like her face was cooling down. They're called chocolate chip cookies. Really? Never heard of that. Neither did I. Sophia came up with them. Seriously? You're amazing, Sophia. They're delicious. I love the chocolate bits. The princess was already on her next cookie while saying so. Maya also became loud. What? You made them? She looked at her tiger while trying a cookie. They really are amazing. A tiny bit too sweet, though I like that. The texture's perfect, and the half-molten chunks of chocolate are, wow. Were you lying when you said you can't cook? That would be pretty low. And no, I really am no good at it. I just knew these cookies from you somewhere and was able to recreate them with Ari. She obviously couldn't say where she actually knew them from. My only contribution to the finished product was me having chopped the chocolate. Oh, I see. That's why the sizes of the chocolate bits are all over the place. Shut up, that was on purpose. Sure. The cat naturally didn't believe her. Ari, I said that it has to be like that, right? You did? She only tilted her head. Ari? Hee. The black-haired girl showed her a slight grin. Hey. Oh, are you giving what we talked about earlier a try? Sophia remembered suggesting Ari to be a little more playful as the princess seemed receptive to being teased. What's this about? The other two tilted their heads. Nothing. The duo immediately answered at the same time. Anna's and Maya's voices, too, overlapped, and both didn't seem too enthusiastic about their behavior. Even having secrets on top now? The loud tiger sounded jealous again. It seemed to be a tad much for Maya, too. The worst case the duo imagined became true. Here, have another cookie, princess. This time, Sophia grabbed one and stuffed it into Anna's mouth, not showing any sort of gentleness compared to when Ari fed her before leaning over to Maya and started whispering. It's nothing, okay? I'll tell you later. It's just something the princess shouldn't know. Oh, I see. The cat's expression immediately relaxed. So unfair. Anna's didn't, though. There's no need to worry, Anna. Ari tried to calm her down. Sophia just tried to give me a tip or two to get better along with YU. I thought we get along great, though. She wasn't sure how to feel about this. We do. The jaguar's reply was instantaneous. But wouldn't it be nice if we were to get along even better? Oh. Anna started smiling. That sounds awesome. Thank you very much, Sophia. Sure. The blonde was glad the princess didn't want to know how. Explaining that would be slightly complicated. Anything else of interest happened with the two of you while you were all alone? Though Maya was mostly okay with the new friendship of the duo, her emotional side still has some slight issues with it. Not really. We chatted about all kinds of stuff before I got confused about the whole activation word thing again and destroyed every bit of knowledge Ari ever had about magic. Yeah. The jaguar nodded. To the point where I got a headache and feel slightly dizzy ever since she finished destroying my common sense. Me, too, actually. I don't think I ever made myself get a headache from being confused, let alone being dizzy. Sophia apparently had the same symptoms. I sure went all out with that. Sue, practically business as usual. Maya didn't see anything out of the ordinary here. More or less. The blonde nodded. What about the training with Eluna? Not bad. She seems to be slowly getting a grasp of the idea. It's just that she thinks much more compared to the princess, so we might need a little longer than we thought. Hey! Anna complained about the wording. What's that supposed to mean? You don't question everything and just do as I tell you. It's much easier for you to get a feel of the magic that way. Though, once it clicks for Eluna, her progress might be faster afterward. Personally, I prefer the act first, think later approach, so teaching you is a lot more fun for me, princess. Ehe. She was happy about that answer. Very fun. The cat girl repeated herself again in a different type of voice, and only so Sophia could hear her. You. She only rolled her eyes. Afterward, the girls kept chatting about more meaningless topics while snacking on the cookies Ari and Sophia baked together. For some reason, Anna kept demanding to be fed by the jaguar, and she happily, though with a blush on her cheeks, complied to it. Chapter 147, Troublemaker Duo. Sophia introduced chocolate chip cookies to the world, and they were a big hit. The other girls all loved them. There was a tiny bit of drama because, once again, the blonde tiger and Ari were caught by their girls in a slightly flirty situation while feeding each other. Luckily, aside from Anna being jealous about the jaguar doing things she'd never done with the princess, nothing much happened. By the way, the girls were still snacking on the cookies the duo made when Sophia looked at the princess and her cat. Have you and Eluna already reported the progress to the king? I kinda don't want to deal with that today anymore. Don't worry, he came back to the training fields before we ended our session, and we gave him a quick update. Maya had good news for her. Great! Father asked us to continue tomorrow, though. Oh, well, that makes sense. Sophia nodded before looking at the jaguar. Ari, are you free tomorrow, then? I have no plans yet. Do you want to do the thing we talked about? She remembered that the blonde wanted to get a cooking lesson. Yeah, let's do it together. Sophia liked the idea. Maya and the princess stared at each other with a very complicated expression. First, they plan a new date without asking us. And then they obviously have yet another secret, and the two want to do it together. The new friendship of the duo caused Anna and Maya to be emotionally all over the place a lot of times already. Said duo noticed their mistake. Afterward, the two needed roughly 15 minutes to explain everything while somehow being able to hide Sophia's plan to surprise the cat girl with a meal she prepared all on her own. Once everything was back to normal between the girls, the couple decided to head back to their mansion. Maya and the princess had powered themselves out quite a bit while trying to teach Eluna, and the troublemaker duo, too, seemed to be exhausted after questioning the very foundation of magic and baking a ton of cookies. Before leaving the castle, though, the two made a quick stop in Ellie's room to give her some cookies, as well. The little princess wanted to play with them for a while, but they decided to do that some other time because the two were too tired for it at that moment. Back in their home, the couple got comfortable on one of the sofas in the living room. Sophia took the opportunity to claim Maya's lap and tried to sprawl out all over it. Settle down, will you? Fine. As struggling to find the best position seemed like a pain to her, the tiger eventually simply plopped down her head on Maya's thighs. Good. With a gentle smile, the cat girl started petting her head. Sophia seemingly enjoyed that very much as she let out a deep, almost purr-like hum. Is something wrong? What do you mean? The blonde didn't understand her question. I don't know. You seem kinda low on energy, I guess? She wasn't sure what it was, but something felt different about the tiger to her. Well, I do feel a little more tired than usual. I'm currently recovering, though. While she said so, Sophia wiggled her head around, causing her hair and ears to rub against the cat's legs. Hee. Maya enjoyed the skinship and the underlying activity of being marked by her girlfriend. Tired, huh? Played around too much with the jaguar? And no, it was a reasonable amount of playing. She had to retort. I know. Okay, there are a few things between the two of you that I find, questionable, but that's mostly because both of you seem to be good at creating misunderstandings. It's my biggest talent. True. She gave her a big nod. Still, tired, huh? Maybe you just haven't slept well? Unlikely. After all, I've shared the bed with you. I haven't slept badly ever since we started sleeping together during our travels. Wow. The catgirl needed a moment to cool down her face. It's almost scary how naturally smooth you can be. Like you're one to talk when it comes to that. Thanks. Maya took it as a compliment. Any other symptoms besides being a bit tired? I have a bit of a headache, now that you mention it. Not too bad, though. Didn't Ari mention the same? She remembered having heard it before and then looked down at Sophia on her lap. You also do look like you're missing a bit of color, I think. Really? Yes. Maya then placed a hand on the tiger's forehead. Oh, you do have a bit of a temperature, too. The kitchen you two were in did feel a little chilly compared to the outside. Maybe you and Ari managed to catch a cold, and the symptoms are starting to show? Your jaguar also mentioned being tired, as well. It would explain a lot. Seriously? Sophia didn't like the sound of that. Wait, that can't be. Only idiots are supposed to catch a summer cold. And? Maya only tilted her head. Ari isn't an idiot. Sick or not, she was still self-aware. Okay, fair point. You probably infected her, then. Definitely your fault she's feeling sick. Ah. Sophia had no retort to that. Still, my body heals on its own in a matter of minutes after tanking attacks from a griphon. Shouldn't it be impossible for me to catch a cold? You're right. Maybe your self-regeneration only works on physical injuries, but is useless when you're sick. That would suck. Well, your guess is as good as mine. Sophia herself didn't know much more about her body works either. I'll try to apply some healing magic on myself later and go to bed a little early. That sounds like a good plan. Maya then caressed the head of her tiger some more, to let her relax. The blonde was a big fan of being spoiled. Still, if Ari really got a cold from you, I hope she's going to be okay. Imagine your cold is as overpowered and unreasonable as you are. She instantly became worried. Don't do that to me. I'm sick. I need pampering, not having to feel bad and responsible. Immediately using the cold to your advantage, huh? Even so, Maya also started using her second hand to play with Sophia's hair while she continued to lovingly pet her head. MMH. Eehee. The tiger wiggled around in the cat's lap with the biggest smile possible. With you, even being sick is amazing. Happy to hear. I expect the same treatment if I ever catch a cold, okay? Of course. It'll be my pleasure. I look forward to it. Well, I would prefer if you don't get sick, though. Sophia suddenly let out a reasonable argument. Her cold seemed to be quite severe. She had no reply in store. Anyway, Ari should be fine regardless. She lives in the royal castle, is the daughter of the head maids, and the best friend of the princess. If she needs any sort of healing magic or any other type of medical attention, she'll get it in a matter of minutes. That's true. Besides, it's just a cold. The only type of suffering Ari will go through is Anna enjoying nursing her back to health too much. I can see that happening. What's going on between those two, anyway? The princess seems way more attached to her than she ever was to you, and Anna planned to marry you. That's an excellent question. Sophia wondered about the same. Oh, while we're at it, what's that one secret between you and Ari about the princess? It's about Anna being a slight M. We're pretty sure that Ari's responsible for that. The jaguar's also an S? Maya didn't see that one coming. Also is the right word, coming from you. Well, we both are. The catgirl didn't deny it. Okay, you're maybe a bit of a switch with a preference. Sophia wasn't sure what to say, especially because she kind of had to agree to it. Well, me being all over the place fits my personality. So, about Ari? No, but she has the talent to awaken your inner M. Her way of scolding does things to you. Should I rethink my opinion about your friendship with her? Please don't. Anyway, the two grew up together, and Ari's been scolding or giving the princess tips to behave probably since the beginning. I've heard that Anna's always been rather loud and hard to deal with, after all. Oh, so the jaguar's unconsciously been, let's say, training her? That's the conclusion I came to, too. Good job, Ari. Maya liked the result. You dork. I'm still amazed at how attached you got to the princess after the rough start you had with her. Preferences aside, you are actually kinda similar. Yeah. The restart we had after you turned her down was good. Still, as if you and Ari are one to talk. True. She and I are surprisingly similar, too. Eh? I meant the restart. You seem like complete opposites, though? Like, she's reasonable and level-headed. No, we both are kinda unconsciously flirty from time to time and get super embarrassed once we notice. That's another part of the secret we were keeping from the princess. Ari became aware that she was pretty flirty with Anna from time to time without noticing and wanted to stop that. I thought it would be a waste and convinced her to continue. Nicely done. Maya agreed with her. Especially because the princess is at least as flirty with her, too. Not to mention how jealous both got because of us. I thought the same. They are childhood friends, after all. They shouldn't hold back with each other. I would get jealous, too, when seeing my oldest friend getting along so well with someone without knowing what's going on. Not that I have any experience with that. Is that really it? Maya tilted her head. Well, it could be, whatever. She didn't feel like questioning it and dropped the topic. How are you feeling by now, Sophia? The chatting was a bit distracting, but I'm tired, and I feel sluggish. Head's also hurting, and I'm a bit dizzy. Is it getting worse? Much. The tiger gave a weak nod. Actually. While we were chatting, I constantly applied healing magic to myself, and it did nothing. If anything, it actually feels like that made it worse. That doesn't sound too good. The catgirl retook Sophia's temperature by placing her hand on the blonde's forehead once more. Wow, you got quite a bit hotter. Thanks. She was still feeling good enough to be playful. Idiot. Maya couldn't help but smile. How about I make us a quick dinner, and we get you to bed afterward? To be honest, I'm not hungry at all. What? The cat's smile vanished in an instant, and her expression was filled with worry. That's it, you go to bed right now. She knew that if it was enough to kill the tiger's appetite, it had to be something serious. I look forward to it. NNNGH. Ah. While she said so, the tiger tried to get up from Maya's lap, but it didn't seem to work. I think we can add severe muscle fatigue and pain to my symptoms now. Seriously? Yeah. I don't think I can move. How are the chances for you to carry me upstairs? Of course. The catgirl gave her a hearty nod. Yay. Being sick is the best. Is it? Not at all. It super sucks. Anyway, I want a princess carry, please. Well, you are a spoilt princess, so I can't say no to that. Ehe. Despite the circumstances, Sophia's mood was excellent. Afterward, Maya got up from the sofa and gently lifted up her tiger. Then, while she was holding her in her arms, the two made their way upstairs. Arriving in their bedroom, the cat placed Sophia on the bed with the utmost care, before putting the blanket over her. It turned out that the blonde was so exhausted that she fell asleep in a matter of seconds. Maya gave her a soft goodnight kiss on her forehead and once more noticed the rather high temperature of the girl before leaving the room. The cat wanted to let Sophia rest for a while without any sort of disturbance. Chapter 148, Having a Cold. The couple had spent most of their day in the royal castle. Maya helped to teach Eluna the new magic with Aura and the princess, while Sophia was busy baking cookies with Ari. After everyone had powered themselves out, the two went home again, but things took a weird turn. As it turned out, Sophia wasn't just exhausted but actually seemed to have somehow gotten sick. She was feeling weak, sluggish, and had a headache on top of being dizzy. Maya then also noticed that the tiger had a bit of a temperature that seemed to be rising, too. All in all, it looked like a cold, and the tiger was sent to bed under the order of Maya. It was the following day, and the catgirl looked even more worried while being in their bedroom as she watched over Sophia. The blonde was still fast asleep and hadn't woken up once since yesterday. She seemed to be quite sweaty, though, and her temperature hadn't gone down at all, while the girl had a somewhat pained expression. "Ah, I think I heard something." Her ears perked up, and after taking another glance at Sophia, she left the room. "Oh, good morning." Downstairs, she was greeted by Fen. Is something wrong?" Aura stood next to the male wolf and noticed that Maya seemed to be a bit distressed. "You look worried." "Why yes, something's wrong with Sophia. We need a few more details here." Fen thought that this was the default description of their tiger. "She's sick. Somehow like a cold, but it seems much worse." "Eh?" Aura tilted her head. "I thought she has a high self-healing ability? It doesn't seem to be working on her cold. Weird. That idiot should just use some healing magic directly on herself, and she'll be as good as new." Fen didn't see the problem. She actually did that already. Then, where's the problem? She should jump around in a few minutes again then. Well, that was yesterday, and it didn't help at all. What? The male wolf froze up. Wait a moment. I just used my detection magic. Why is Sophia missing something like 10 to 15% of her magic power? Also, it doesn't seem to be recovering either, eh? The two girls looked as shocked as Fen. What kind of magic did she use this time? I don't think she did anything. Maya looked at Fen. She spent most of the day with Ari, that jaguar who's able to handle her. The two baked cookies together. Oh, I see. Yeah, that explains it. A life-threatening case of food poisoning. That can sap away your magic power. He thought he solved the mystery. And no, I've eaten them, too. Ari made them, and our girl only helped out by chopping some chocolate. I'm out of options, then. Could you take a look at her, Fen? I'm getting worried about her condition. Of course. Thank you. Afterward, Maya guided the wolves upstairs, to their bedroom, where Sophia was still sleeping. Aura stared at the tiger for a moment and noticed how she was a bit sweaty while breathing slightly haggard. I'm no expert on the matter, but it more or less looks like a common cold type of thing to me. From the looks of it, yes. Fen gave a slight nod. But why has she lost so much of her magic power? Combined with how neither her self-healing nor healing magic are working, something's up here. How much has she actually lost? The cat girl tilted her head. I can only sense it, and she still feels incomparably more powerful than I am. It's a little fluctuating, but it's really around 10 to 15% less than yesterday. To put in perspective for you, it's around a third of your total magic, Maya. Seriously? That really is a lot. She was shocked. Could you tell me exactly how she was behaving yesterday? Fen wanted to find out what was going on. HRMN. She was in a pretty good mood. Sophia did mention feeling a bit tired and having a slight headache in the castle already, though. After we got home, we relaxed for a while, and she was steadily becoming worse. I noticed that her temperature was rising, too. In the end, she felt so weak that I had to carry her to bed. Still sounds like a cold to me. Yeah. Fen once more agreed with Aura. Something's weird. I forgot, she also didn't want any dinner because she lost her appetite. What? The wolves were shocked. I'm kinda glad I wasn't the only one with that reaction. Maya had mixed feelings about the situation. Could it be that something, sapped away her magic power and her body didn't take it well? Aura tried to play out an idea. It could explain why actively using magic, like trying to heal herself, didn't work. Maybe there's even a chance that it got worse because of that. Oh, the cat girl remembered something. Sophia actually mentioned feeling worse after trying healing magic on herself. There we have it. The female wolf was glad to have figured it out. Have what? Fen stared at her. It explains nothing, and we still have no idea what is going on. What's supposed to sapping her magic? She had no reply to any of it. Could it be that she's unconsciously using her magic? Maya also tried her luck. What do you mean? The wolves seemed interested. Well, she's undoubtedly sick, so maybe her body's using magic on its own to boost her healing ability? It's not working out, though. It does sound logical. Fen didn't disagree with her. Sophia's a bit of an oddball. She's from a different world and turned herself from a human to a beast person. Her old body probably wasn't accustomed to this world, and while becoming a tiger likely helped with that, it might also confused her natural healing abilities? I see. Maya gave him a slight nod, visibly being worried. Is there something we can do? We first need to know how. I have an idea. Really? Stop having a loud and prolonged conversation between three people in the room where a sick girl's trying to sleep and recover. The three in question looked incredibly awkward after noticing that the voice was coming from Sophia. We're sorry. Maya apologized on behalf of everyone. We're all just worried and want to find out what's wrong with you. Thanks. There was little left for her to complain about now. How are you feeling? The cat girl got closer and felt her temperature again. Not much of a change, but it didn't get worse either, at least. Yeah, no, I've really been better. Do you have an idea what happened to you? Fen still wanted to find out what exactly was going on. The sick tiger looked confused. I'm an idiot who caught a summer cold. While still warm, it's basically fall already, though. Yay, not an idiot. No one answered her. Anyway, that wouldn't explain the issue with your magic. Fen simply continued with the topic instead. What's up with my magic? She looked even more puzzled. You haven't noticed it yourself? Sorry, I'm feeling kinda dazed and dizzy, so. Well, you've lost around 10 to 15% of your total power. Really? That's, pretty bad, isn't it? It's not good, that's for sure. Is it going down further? I don't want to lose my magic. No, it's fluctuating a bit, but it seems to be stable around that number. Gee, good. Sophia looked relieved. It isn't recovering to your original power either, though. That's weird. Thanks to feeling under the weather, the tiger's reactions were a lot less loud, too. What is going on? Is this normal for a cold in this world? I've never seen anything like this before. All three answered her at the same time. So, what's going on with me? That's what I want to know, too. Fen had no answers for her. I already asked Maya, but do you remember doing anything that could have led to this? Not at all. I'd barely used any magic yesterday, besides the usual detection one. I've spent most of the time chatting with Ari. She hadn't done anything outrageous for a full day, for a rare chance. Well, I was confused about magic for a long time, and I still don't get the whole activation words thing. Oh, maybe magic's angry at me for making fun of it by calling activation words stupid and useless? Oh, great, she's recovering already. Aura was glad that she was still the good old goofy tiger. Hee. I still feel like garbage, though. Also, I'm kinda hungry. Well, it seems like you're on a good way. Everyone was relieved after hearing those words. Sleep another day or two, and you'll be better. Fen was confident that she'd recover soon now. Good. I'll go and cook something light for you. Just wait a bit, okay? Maya stopped talking when everyone suddenly heard a loud knocking on the front door of their mansion. Has someone come to visit? Not a good time. I'll shoo them away, don't worry. Saying so, Aura left the room. Thanks. Aura came back a few minutes later, but she wasn't able to send back their visitor as it was a very tenacious one. Sophia. Completely out of breath and slightly sweaty, Anna was standing next to her. What's wrong, princess? Maya tried to find out what was going on. Why do you look so exhausted? I ran all the way from the castle to here. It's not even, you can see it from here. She pointed at a window in the bedroom. I know. Anna's endurance seemed to be non-existent. I'm fast, but not for long. Wait, wasn't our gate closed? I jumped over it. Seriously. It's over 2 meters tall, though? Don't care. It's urgent. Sophia, I need your help. Wait. The princess only now noticed the blonde in the bed and how she looked. Don't tell me you're sick, too? I am. Actually, I can't remember ever feeling this bad before. Too? Why yes, it's Ari. She's gotten so weak that she can barely move, together with a strong headache and feeling super dizzy. Kinda like a hyper cold, but she also lost her entire magic power, and it doesn't seem to be recovering at all. We, including all the doctors and healers in the royal castle, have no idea what she has, and trust me, I've gathered all of them. Eh? Though it seemed to be even worse, it was strangely familiar to whatever Sophia was dealing with right now, and her group became pretty confused. Chapter 149, Suffering Together. Sophia was still sick and not feeling well at all. Finn also took a look at her and noticed that she was missing at least 10% of her magic power. It didn't seem to be recovering to her original level either. Unfortunately, he had no idea what was going on as he had never seen such symptoms before. To make matters even worse, Anna came over and told them that Ari was suffering from something very similar, with an anxious expression. The jaguar seemed to be even worse as she apparently had lost her entire magic power. Wait, so Ari has the same as I have? Everyone was still in the couple's bedroom, and Sophia stared at the princess with wide eyes while lying down in the bed. You also lost your magic? Only a part of it, but my other symptoms appear to be the same. I also can barely move because of muscle pain. I feel sluggish and dizzy, and my head's killing me. I have a bit of a fever, too. That is the same. Anna was confused about the situation. Except the magic power. Well, Fun looked at the princess. Our tiger still lost around 4 times the amount your jaguar ever had. Seriously? Wait, just how overpowered are you, Sophia? She wasn't sure what to reply. No. That's not important. Anna almost got sidetracked. I wanted you to help Ari because no one's able to figure out what she has, but if you're suffering from the same. What can I do now? Despair was written all over her face. I'm sorry. What were you hoping me to do, anyway? You can use healing magic, right? With your amount of power, I figured you can brute force whatever Ari has out of her. I actually tried that on myself already. It doesn't work at all. And no way. Anna looked even more devastated. But what's going to happen to Ari now? The same goes for you, Sophia. I don't know. I do feel a tiny bit better than a while ago. Maybe we really just need a couple of days to get back on our feet. Why you think so? I hope. You. The princess didn't like the ambiguity at all. I guess Ari can't move at all, right? No, she's as bedridden as you, Sophia, maybe even a little worse. I see. The blonde looked at the two wolves for a moment before shifting her gaze to the cat girl. Maya, do you think you can carry me to the castle on your back? I don't think I can walk. She opted against asking Fan or Aura because riding on them while they're shrunk might look more than a little weird. I want to see her. Why? Yeah, you should really rest. Maya and the princess weren't a fan of the idea. I know. I actually really don't want to leave the bed either. Just, if the two of us are together, we might remember something? Maybe something did happen yesterday that led to us being, well, like this. She pointed at herself. You're right. It might be worth a try. The two reconsidered. Yeah, I can carry you, no problem. Thanks to you usually burning like 1,000,000 calories a day, you're super light, after all. Thank you. Also, sorry. It's fine. Maya didn't mind going along with the blonde's suggestion. Alright, get out of here, everyone. I'll help Sophia into a change of clothes. She pointed at the door while looking at the group as she said so. Roughly 15 minutes passed before Maya, with the tiger, in her usual clothes, on her back, came downstairs and reunited with everyone waiting in the hallway near the entrance. Getting carried around's kinda nice. Don't get too used to it. No need to worry, I like running around on my own way too much. I can't wait for the muscle pain to be gone. Thanks for caring about Ari so much. Anna was really grateful that she was forcing herself to visit the jaguar even though she really wasn't in any condition to do so. It's fine. Now that I know about her, I'd worry too much else. Once everyone was ready, the group made their way towards the royal castle. Fan and Aura also accompanied them because they, too, wanted to find out what exactly was going on. Arriving at the castle after a while, Anna then guided the group to her room, which confused the couple a bit. Why are we here? Sophia, still on Maya's back, tilted her head. Well, we were here when her condition worsened. Because she was having troubles with walking, and escorting her through the castle didn't seem like a great idea, either. I offered her to sleep in my bed. That turned out to be a good thing, because Ari started shivering like crazy during the night. Ah, you warmed her up while sleeping? The blonde was touched. You're adorable, Anna. Thanks. She got a little bashful. Wait, was I shivering, too, Maya? For about 3 seconds. Then, I hugged you for the rest of the night. You're also adorable. Sophia rubbed the side of her head against the catgirl's while saying so. Thanks, Dot. You're welcome. Maya gently returned the nuzzling. Anyway, the princess couldn't deal with the couple right now and slowly opened the door to her room before glancing inside. Ari? Are you awake? Welcome back. The slightly weak-sounding voice of the jaguar girl came out of the room. Yes, I woke up a little while ago. That's good. Are you feeling better? I'm afraid not. Maybe a tiny bit, at best. Sorry. Why are you apologizing? Anna didn't understand her. I brought Sophia with me, but that's making things only more complicated. Saying so, Anna finally entered her room and also gestured the couple inside. Fan and Aura decided to wait elsewhere for the time being because they didn't want to crowd a sick girl. Not that they didn't do that earlier already. Hello. Slightly awkward, the blonde waved towards Ari in the bed as she was carried in by Maya. Sophia. Being sick really is no fun, isn't it? Why you, too? Her eyes grew wide. Don't tell me I infected you with whatever I have yesterday. Nah, don't worry. If anything, you got my summer cold because I'm an idiot. Doesn't matter that it's almost fall already or whatever. Really don't think it's a cold that I have. Me neither. I just wanted to lighten the mood. While admitting so, Sophia got off Maya's back and tried to stay on her own. Unfortunately, she still seemed weak and unsteady. Say. She glanced at the huge bed Ari was in, or rather, the free spot beside her. You want to lie down, don't you? The black-haired girl knew what was going on. Yes. I'm already super dizzy, but standing makes everything turn in circles. I know that feeling. Sure, I don't mind. Thank you. Anna didn't like this development. Shut up, princess. Maya nudged her side with her elbow. They're sick and just want to get some rest. No need to get jealous. Ugh. You might have changed a bit, but you're still the last person I want to hear that from. They're also suffering from extreme muscle pain. You can't do anything exciting in bed with that. You can trust her on that, Anna. Sophia had made her way to the bed and got comfortable next to Ari while making sure to keep enough distance from the other girl. She wasn't sharing the bed with Maya, so she had no cuddling in mind. She's an expert on that topic. Last time she had sore muscles, she wanted to go for it way too early again, and dash. Sophia? Maya interrupted her. There's no need to tell that story. Understandable. You embarrassed yourself quite a lot that night. Stop already. Is your filter working even less when you're sick? Oh, that wouldn't be good. Ari was the one who answered before glancing at the blonde next to her in the bed, who was currently busy trying to steal some of her blanket. I can barely keep up with her normal state of mind. Your bed's pretty comfy, princess. The girl in question paid their conversation no mind. Thanks. So, with that taken care of, how about a nap? Coming here was pretty exhausting, even though I was carried. Oh, I like that idea. As the jaguar was also pretty sick, she instantly took a liking to the plan. We haven't taken care of anything yet. You, too, Ari. Don't go along with her so easily. Their girls had to keep them in check. We're sorry. There wasn't even a hint of remorse in their voices, though. In all seriousness, though. Ari's still weak-sounding voice got a bit less playful. Is your magic also dried up, Sophia? I can still sense it, though. I've only lost a portion of it. It's quite a lot, but it shouldn't bother me too much even if it doesn't come back. I'm feeling too hazy to use any at the moment, though. I see. Don't worry. Anna noticed that Ari was uneasy because she lost all of her magic to the sickness. I'm sure it'll come back once you recover. Do you remember anything that led us to get sick? She looked at the blonde tiger lying next to her. I was hoping you had an idea about what happened. Sophia replied with the one thing Ari didn't want to hear. I'm as clueless as you are. We only baked some cookies together and chatted a lot, didn't we? Don't forget the flirting. Shut up, Anna. More than one girl retorted to the princess. Well, I complained a lot about magic yesterday, so I had the idea it might be angry and wants to punish me. Okay, we at least know what isn't going on now. Ari was still fit enough to comment on the blonde's stupidity. Yeah, why would it punish you, too? That's exactly what I meant. The jaguar only rolled her eyes. The two tried to find out what was going for a while longer, but they couldn't find any reason and only tired themselves out over it. Their condition also slightly worsened, and both decided to take a nap for real. After Anna forbade them to warm each other if they felt chilly, she and Maya left the room to let the duo rest in silence. The cat girl agreed with the princess this time and told the two to call them if they felt uncomfortable. Embracing each other in a bed, no matter the circumstances, was obviously too much for her, too. Chapter 150, Missing Filter. After Sophia found out that Ari was suffering from the same mysterious illness, the blonde wanted to see her and had Maya carry her over to the castle as she was too weak to walk herself. The sick duo then talked for a while, but they just couldn't figure out what was going on with her. Afterward, the two took a nap together in Anna's bed because they felt sick and tired. I agree. The duo slept together for around 3 hours and felt a little better, but they woke up to an interesting sight. Even though they forbade us to hug. While understandable, it's still unfair. Ari pointed at the sofa right in front of the bed in Anna's room they were in. On it, Maya and the princess were taking a nap while leaning against each other. Well, it is indeed a bit of a hypocrisy, but let them be. I bet the two were just worried and came back to look over us. I'm sure they didn't sleep much last night, either, because they were taking care of us and accidentally ended up like this as a result. Why, you're probably right. Still. The jaguar didn't sound happy. Come on, there's no need to be jealous. You aren't? Not even a little? Maybe a bit. Sophia admitted to it. I would love to change places with the princess. Still, my excuse for any kind of jealousy is that Maya's my girlfriend. I think that's justified there. You, on the other, So what? And I love Anna. Oh, well, never mind then. Wait. The blonde needed a moment. What did you say just now? Yeah. Wait. Ari's entire face turned red. Did I just say what I think I said? You sure did. I guess Maya was right, huh? This illness affects our filter to keep things to ourselves. You. Tears formed in the corners of her eyes. I managed to keep it a secret for years, and now, I just blurted it out because my brain's not working properly. That can't be. Not so loud, Ari. You don't want to wake them, well, her up now, don't you? Sophia pointed at Anna napping on the sofa. She turned down the volume. Well, now your reactions when it came to the princess before really make sense now. You. Ari was getting more and more embarrassed with each passing second. See, could we not talk about this right now? With Anna right in front of us. Of course. I'll come back to it, though. As Sophia enjoys these kinds of stories, she wouldn't let go of it so quickly. Why, yes. Alrighty. Seemingly in an excellent mood, the blonde sat upright on the bed before continuing. How about we try to wreck our heads a bit more about our situation to make Anna stop worrying? My Maya, too, of course. I would love to. Ari happily dropped the topic, also got up, and both leaned with their backs against the top end of the bed to support themselves. I really still have no idea what's going on, though. Me neither. Their motivation took a quick dampener. That never stopped me, though. She was an expert in not knowing what was going on. Well, it has to have happened yesterday when we were alone, because no one else we met is suffering from the same. Sophia got the first hint. HMMN. Ari also tried to concentrate. Now that I think about it. Muscle pain and feeling tired aside, the things I'm suffering from the most are the throbbing headache and the extreme dizziness. Yeah, it's the same for me. The blonde nodded. If I remember right, that actually already started around the time when you were complaining about activation words so much. Oh, you're right. Didn't I just confuse ourselves so much that it made us dizzy? I mean, I'm good at confusing people. You sure are. The jaguar had no plans to disagree. Still, a headache on top of feeling dizzy. Isn't that a bit suspicious? I'm really good at it. Sophia thought otherwise. You should see how often I gave the king a headache already. WL. Wait, do you think I actually made Magic angry, after all? No. Maybe? She paused for a moment. That's stupid. I mean, that's not at all how magic works. How? How does magic work in the first place? The confusion was rapidly increasing once again. Well, it's air, eh? Ari was unable to finish her sentence. Magic is magic. It exists, and it just works. That's all. Hey, don't make me do the sensible retorts. That's not how our friendship's supposed to work. The blonde got a little angry. It's not really an answer, is it? She knew what the tiger meant. Not at all. You don't usually question things you take for granted, do you? Fair point. As Sophia didn't always have magic, she couldn't fully agree but still understand her side. So, now what? I don't know. The black-haired girl tilted her head. Let's assume everything anyone knows about magic is wrong. Okay. It was no problem for her. If we actually made Magic angry. Ari had a hard time staying serious while saying it out loud. I agreed with most of what you said, after all. It did make sense what you questioned. Do we, have to apologize to it now? I am really sorry, Magic. Sophia just went for it. I just got confused while thinking about you. I didn't want to hurt your feelings. I really love you, after all. It sounded more like she was talking to her lover. And me, too. I'm also deeply sorry. We weren't making fun of you, just trying to understand you. The two waited for a few minutes to see if anything had happened. And? The blonde glanced at Ari. Headache and dizziness still there? Ever the same. Yep. She nodded. Okay, now that we got that out of our system, how about a more serious approach? Yeah? The jaguar's face turned red. Why, you were just playing around? Of course? Sophia only tilted her head. Come on, do you really believe magic would be a conscious being? That's way too absurd. What else do you think is going on, then? She got even more flustered. Well. The blonde closed her eyes while she concentrated. I often use magic unconsciously when I want something really badly or accidentally pour magic power into my words. Maybe there was something I said yesterday that had an effect on both of. Her voice suddenly changed. Stop that. Ari hadn't experienced Sophia's ominous to a degree the others of her group were, but she instinctively knew she hated them. And no, it's a good this time. She accidentally used the same retort she usually gives Maya. I mean, I think I have an idea now. Seriously? What is it? Do you remember my storage magic? Of course. I still want it so badly. There was no way Ari would have forgotten about it. That's exactly it. Afterward, I loudly complained about wanting to help you out with it and addressed Magic about it directly. Yes, I remember thinking about how much of a dork you are. Sure am. Sophia didn't seem angry. I think I poured some actual power into it when I asked Magic for help. Meaning? She couldn't follow her. Think I might accidentally have messed up our powers. The tiger had a pretty awkward expression while admitting so. That might also be why we're feeling so sick. Because our bodies are confused. I don't think I like the sound of that. Can we fix this? HRMMN. Oh, can I try something? It seemed like Sophia had an idea. Of course. Okay, let's hold hands. She naturally got confused. It's not the time to play around. I am not. I just want to test a theory. Alright. Good. After getting her permission, the two faced each other on the bed, and Sophia gently reached for Ari's hands. Wow, they're so smooth and soft. Your hands feel amazing. She instantly got sidetracked after she started holding the other's hands. So, you just wanted to fool around, after all. If those two wake up now, she glanced at Maya and Anna napping on the sofa. They'll positively freak out. Also, this time, I'll put the entire blame on you. Sure, your hands also feel nice, and I enjoy holding them right now, but this is entirely on you. You admitting that you also enjoy it. That outs you, too, though. Ari noticed her mistake. Okay, before we continue, what type of hand cream are you using? It really feels so nice. She was kneading the hands of the jaguar a bit while asking. I want my hands to feel like that, too. The same as Anna. It's originally a specially made product for the royal family, but she always gets something extra for me, because I like it, too. If I remember right, it's from the same company that also makes the race-specific shampoos that are so popular with everyone. Really? I guess I'll have to visit them again. Thanks for the info. Sure. Also, wow, Anna's so sweet. No wonder you'd dash. PSHHH. Ari didn't want her to finish her sentence. Ehe. Sophia let out a chuckle when she saw the jaguar's bright red face. It was something she could relate to a lot. So, again, why are we holding hands? Right. The blonde had almost forgotten about it. Okay, I'm going to try out something now. It might be a bit of a tingly sensation, but try to bear with it. Okay. Ari could only tilt her head in confusion. What is your plan? I want to try to pour some of my magic power into you to regenerate yours. The magic healers of the castle Anna gathered for me last night already tried that. It didn't work, and they said that it seems like something's been blocking their attempts. Yeah, as I'm probably the one responsible for it, I believe that only my magic's able to fix it. I'll see. Alright. Closing her eyes, Sophia started to concentrate and focused on pouring her magic power into Ari. It's working. It didn't take long for the jaguar to notice a result. It's extremely slow, but my magic power's returning. The tiger suddenly had an extremely complicated expression, but she kept sharing her power for the next 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Ari had a bright smile. I can feel my magic again, and the power's filled to the brim. I'm also feeling less dizzy, and my headache's much better, too. Why yeah, I'm also feeling better. Still feels weird, but it's getting better. Even so, Sophia looked even more awkward than before. Is something wrong? The jaguar noticed the blonde's expression. Well. Do you feel anything odd about your magic? Not at all. If anything, it seems like I have more power than ever. Maybe like 4 or even 5 times as much. I don't know. Ari tilted her head. That sounds too excessive, though. Wait, why is it such a specific number? She needed a moment. I've lost around 10 to 15% of my magic power during the illness. Okay? I also had to pour around the same amount into you just now, to fill yours up. It didn't take so long, because it was going slow, but because I had to transfer so much. Not to mention that the magic I'm detecting from you now is around 4 times as big as Anna's, and the two of you were roughly the same before. I think I accidentally gave you a significant portion of my magic power yesterday, and I had to activate or charge it first, which I just did. It was too much for Ari to take in. Afterward, the two needed a bit of a break to wrap their heads around what was going on and had just happened.